Rolls around very quickly, State Cup.
Yeah, it does. And Port Macquarie, the State Cup, it's definitely the major event. It's the number one event in the whole World Touch calendar. It doesn't matter where you come from. Everyone wants to be able to win a State Cup and have State Cup on their big list of achievements. So it's a really exciting event. State Cup, bigger than ever, and very, very pumped to be here in Port Macquarie with you.
Well, look, bigger than Ben-Hur, of course. Last year we had teams from Hong Kong, England coming over, so that sort of shows you the scope of this contest. It's probably, I think you're right, one of the most premium fixtures in the world of touch football, and certainly there's a lot of very, very exciting matchups that are going to be taking place today here on day one. Before we run through each individual division here, our men's opens, women's opens, mixed opens, we get underway at 10:20. This should be a cracking fixture. Penrith taking on Canterbury in the women's open. These two teams, they should be thereabouts come the finals time.
Yeah, they're sort of on the fringe. I think this game's an interesting one because I think both these teams are coming in with something to prove. There's been a lot of talk in the women's touch about, Manly, and they're so dominant, could anyone match Manly? And then in recent times, we've seen Newcastle and Wallsend post a challenge to Manly. And I think maybe that next rung down, if they don't mind me saying, East, Penrith, West, these sorts of teams, well, they're like saying, yeah, we can play as well. Give us a crack at them. So I think this first one's going to be interesting because I think both these teams are coming in with, hey, we've got a little bit more we can show this weekend.
Now, one of the other key matchups for today is the grand final rematch in the men's open. It's the Central Coast Dolphins and the Doyalson Dragons. Very late in the piece. We'll see that one around 6 p.m, but I think we've all been waiting for this one big time. Of course, Doyalson, they took part in the country champs. Central Coast weren't there. Vorden Cup, that switched. So we had Central Coast, who, of course, made the final, losing to Parramatta in that one. But this is the first real test that we've seen both these teams full strength seeing each other yet again since last year's State Cup grand final.
Yeah, it's almost like a bit of a boxing match. Like they're both, lots of talk, lots of interest into this one. But I mean, the men's division more than ever. I think it's probably 30 odd years, or how many years we've been coming up here to Port Macquarie. This is the most exciting, easily in the men's because we've got probably 8 teams where any of the 8 can win it. And you spoke about Doyalson and Central Coast. Well, there's also Parramatta. So Parramatta's just won the Sydney Championships against Central Coast. Doyalson have just won the country championships, and Central Coast come in as the reigning state champions. So we've got absolute heavyweights and matchups all across the park. And I can't wait till that game this afternoon because but they're going to feel each other out. And it's only Friday. You can't win the cup on Friday, but I think there's a fair bit of pride at stake this afternoon on asking that question: who really is the best?
No, you're right. It's almost like the competition starts anew as we get a little bit deeper into things around the end of day 2, starting to get into day 3, of course, where all the finals action will be here nice and early on Sunday as well on KO Freebie. So thank you very much for joining us here across the 3 days. But Stano, let's just run the gauntlet over a few of these divisions. So we'll start because we have our women's match coming up first at 10:20. Let's begin with the women's open there. You've mentioned Manly being the standard bearers, the flag bearers, if you will. I tend to agree with you. I think they're going to be very tough to beat. Another Vorden Cup championship to their name. State Cups galore. It's been an all-encompassing team. For me, I think the biggest thing that says this is a team of unrivaled quality is the fact that a player like Alyssa Medved, and we were talking about this in the final for Vorden Cup, who's been there, done that, she's played at some of the highest levels, can't find a way into the top team anymore. She's playing Division 1 now.
Yeah, sometimes you see the strength of a team sometimes by who misses out. So we've seen some absolute, really quality, talented females coming through that Manly program. Northern Beaches as well, such a strong area for touch in New South Wales. And often we'll see someone in Div 1 or, they might be playing mixed or something, and it's really a big surprise for us at why they're not playing Premier Grade. But I think that sort of speaks to the depth and sort of the quality that we have in that women's division.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, she might still feature here at this State Cup, but for Vorden Cup was certainly in Division 1, which was also won by Manly. So that's one of our big runners in the Women's Open division. Where else are we thinking there could be a challenge? Is it perhaps Wallsend, maybe West, for example?
Yeah, where I think I know we haven't started the tournament, so I might be going off a little bit early, but where I think Manly are vulnerable is maybe in the quarter or the semi. I do think with Manly's experience, if they get to the final, I think they're going to be hard to beat. Where I think they're vulnerable is that quarter or semi, a Canterbury maybe. You mentioned Canterbury's their first game today. Maybe a Canterbury, a West, maybe even a Newcastle Wolves. One of those teams I think could maybe upset them when maybe they're mentally not quite switched on. So it's a bit of a challenge there to the Manly women to get through. But I do think they're hard to beat in the final. I think they're more vulnerable on the way in. So if I was sort of in the Canterbury camp or in the East camp, I'd be saying they are beatable, but that's where I'd be looking at. So out of those teams, I thought Walsam were pretty impressive in the Sydney champs. I know Newcastle are strong as well, and I'm looking for Northern Beaches to be a lot stronger than probably what we saw during Sydney champs. So have to pick someone that might upset them. Let's go. Let's just go totally out there, Northern Beaches.
Northern Beaches, there we go, from the mind of Jason Stenner, one of the greats of the game. So that is our women's division there. Let's take a little look at the men's. Now, we've already mentioned the likes of Parramatta winning the Vorden Cup, the Sydney City Championships. We've got Doyalson, of course, who have been one of the strongest teams here at this competition for probably the past 4 or 5 years. Unfortunately, we had the washout in 2021, so we couldn't really see can they go back to back. But certainly it was almost a case of the changing of the guard in the grand final last year with Central Coast getting over the top of them in this tournament. But I think they've rebounded well. They did a good job at Country Championships claiming that one. So obviously we've got Central Coast, Doyalson, probably Parramatta. Are we seeing anyone else really making a serious contention for that title at this stage before we've even seen a game happen?
Yeah, I think the men's division is a lot more equal than probably the results would sort of have you think, because there's been a lot of games that have gone into extra time, and for example, Parramatta made went in extra time in the semi-final, may not even have made the final to play Central Coast. So I think Dawson, it would be fair to say, are still setting the standard. I think they've earned that right. But in saying that, I think any of those top 8 teams can upset them. I'm looking for Hornsby to really rebound. I think they're quite hungry after probably underperforming last year.
Yep.
And also there's been a bit of a resurgence at West, where they showed a bit of I think they were ranked 9th or 10th in the state last year, and they've come in Sydney champs and had a few good results, took Parramatta to extra time before eventually losing. So yeah, definitely those teams on the fringes like a West, Hornsby, maybe Northern Beaches, those sorts of teams definitely have the ability to be able to do it. But if you have to say who's leading the way, I still think it's Dawson at the moment.
And so still Doyalson, coached by Carly Banks, of course. And we'll get to hear Banksy throughout the next 3 days in commentary as well. So always a great insight from the coach herself. But yeah, I think you're right. Doyalson, Central Coast, it was like splitting hairs in last year's grand final. Same with Parramatta, Central Coast this year. So whatever it is, it's going to be tight. We know that for the men's open. Let's finally run our eyes over the mixed opens. We've already seen East take to the field a little earlier. Scotty Prince is here, of course. The effervescent Scotty Prince. He never seems to stop performing at the highest level. I think this is probably the most open division, though. There's no clear winner, so to speak. Of course, last year's grand final, East and Wollongong, East running out victors, but it's a tough one to call.
Yeah, and I think with the mix, one of the things that makes it really hard to get a read on is with our regional teams from New South Wales, we're not across, we don't get to see them play week in, week out. So it's a little bit hard to get a read, I think, in the touch community where, maybe Port Macquarie is going to come up and be strong this year, or, maybe Mudgee might be strong. You don't know that. So I think the mix is definitely totally open. We've got a bit of an idea with men's and women's, but I think mix is very open. And you mentioned Wollongong are actually playing behind us at the moment. They're definitely going to be one to watch, and so is East as well. But outside of those top couple that we expect, it really is open. And how good is it to see Scotty running around? I think he gets better every State Cup, doesn't he?
Oh, he certainly does. And you might recall just last year, for some of our more hardened-on viewers, great little foot race between himself and Emma Tonagato. So current star of the future, former premiership winner with the West Tigers, for example, for Scotty Prince. So there's always these great matchups. You'll get to see some of your favourites as well. Steve Menzies running around, Kylie Hilda, former Sky Blues coach. So there's some wonderful names on board at this 3-day tournament. It's one that's full of passion and pride. We're going to be chatting with the General Manager of New South Wales Touch very shortly, but for now we'll take a quick break and then pick up all the coverage in just a moment.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Basic time.
You beauty.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Welcome back on KO Freebies to all the coverage of the New South Wales State Cup for Touch Football 2024. James Preston alongside the General Manager for New South Wales Touch, Dean Russell. Dean, thanks for joining us here this morning.
My pleasure.
Now, Dean, this has been, yet again, it looks pristine just looking out onto the field. It's beautifully presented, tip-top shape thanks to the Port Macquarie Council. We must be set for quite a big tournament here.
Oh, look, we are. We've got very large numbers this year. We've had a 7% increase on last year. We're 230 teams participating. We've got over 300 referees. We're expecting about 6,500 people across the precinct across the weekend. And, those numbers are fantastic for us. It just shows how healthy the sport is.
And talk about the history a little bit, because it's been in this one location for a very long time now.
Yeah, look, the State Cup actually started in 1977, and it was actually ironically held here at Port Macquarie. Not at this particular venue, but at another venue here in Port Macquarie. It then travelled around the state. We played in the Gold Coast one year. We played at Queanbeyan and Canberra one year. But we travelled around the state, different venues. And then 34 years ago, we came back to Port Macquarie, and we've been here ever since. So we've had a 34-year run of consecutively coming back to this particular event, which means there's a lot of people playing, and they've played here for 10, 15 years. They actually don't know any other venue. State Cup is Port Macquarie.
Look, it's a bit of tradition, which is terrific to see. There's also a bit of growth in the game outside of the actual numbership as well in terms of those getting involved. Let's talk a little bit about commercially. What's happening with the sport?
Yeah, look, we've had some really good commercial success here in the last couple of months. We've got new partners on board for this particular event. One of our major partners, Raise Invest, where we get the opportunity for all our members they can start off with an investment account of $5 if they like. Raise, anyone who signs up this weekend will get a $20 bonus from that on behalf of Raise. And they're also sponsoring the Dash for Cash on Sunday afternoon. But we've got a number of Gripstar here, the socks, the specialised socks that you can purchase. We've got Inferno doing our merchandise, obviously Steeden and ISC, and then we've got Shine Drinks, which is a naturally organic energy drink. So there's plenty of new sponsors on board, plenty of new partnerships, and it's helping the game grow because they're investing back into the sport.
It's terrific to see. Dean, just before I let you go, and of course we get underway with our first match here on KO Freebies at 10:20. What's your quick predictions for our top 3 open grades?
Well, you want quick predictions. Look,
nice and quick.
It's really difficult this year, especially in the men's. I think there's any one of 8 teams that could win it. I think the final, even though Central Coast won it last year, they'll be thereabouts. I've just got a sneaky suspicion it might be a Doyalson Parramatta final, but I'll go Parramatta, but I've no confidence whatsoever. The women's, Manly are still the favourites. I know they had a hiccup this morning, but I still think that they're the favourites, although I'm going to tip Newcastle. I think they might break that drought. They've played Manly the last 2 years in the final. This year they might get away with it. In the mixed, I think the team that was just running behind us here, Wollongong, they played Eastern Suburbs last year in the final and went down. I've got a feeling they might reverse the tables this year. I think that hurt them last year, and I think they're really hungry to get revenge.
Dean, thank you for your tips. Thank you for your time. We're going to take a quick break and then all the action with our first match here on KO Freebies coming up just around the corner at 10:20.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Well, welcome to the official start of the 2024 New South Wales State Cup for touch football on KO Freebies. It is the Women's Open Division. Canterbury taking on Penrith. James Preston and Jason Stanton with you for all the action. As Canterbury get first use of the ball here, they'll drive up towards that 7-metre mark. Back out to the right-hand side now. Bouncing around is Andy Law. Law turns it once more here for Perrott. Tandek looking longer now. Law with a lovely pass. Work here for Penrith to do. and Wardrobe shuts it down just in time.
Yeah, pretty exciting start there, James, from Canterbury. And these were two of the teams that you actually spoke about in pre-game, ones to watch this weekend, the Panthers and the Dogs.
Yeah, I think they'll be thereabouts. Of course, Manly still have the target on their head, so to speak. They've been winning just about every tournament they've taken part in for some time now, but you can never rule a team like the Dogs out. The likes of Andy Law. I don't believe Claire Tandek is there. Of course, she's been around for some time, and the speed of players such as Sailor Perrott. So they're a bit of a dark horse in this tournament, I think, Stanto.
Yeah, very much so. You mentioned Claire. Isn't it great to see her out there for Canterbury? I think she's the number 9 there, Claire Tandek. Definitely one of the greats of our game. Very long career, and she'll be adding a lot of experience to this young Canterbury outfit.
Speaking of young, there is Sailor Perrott. She's one of the younger members of this team. Quick release, and now scooped up here from Cummins. Cummins drops it down. Phillips. Cummins off the back of it, working forward, throwing a pass over the top. All chance here for the Dogs, but it'll come back. I think that might be touch pass that's called. Yes, it is. So frantic start here, but they've certainly dominated field position since the tap-off.
Yeah, the first couple of minutes has been quite quick. It is very hot down there, just to let our viewers know at home. It's actually quite hot and sticky, so there's going to be a fair bit of excitement in these first 5 minutes or so, and then I think you'll probably see the game settle and almost lull into it when waiting for that second wind to kick in for our players.
Yeah, very humid, as you mentioned, already 28 degrees, but there's real thickness about things in the air, so you can expect fatigue to become quite a factor moving forward as Cummins gets going in the right direction. Then off there for Phillips. Phillips now on the follow-up, up over halfway, nice strong carry. High pressing defensive line here though from Penrith. Causes a little bit of havoc in the roll ball, so drop it down once again here. Now on the burst is Thorne. Thorne sending it long, so too does Perrott. Oh, there's a good chance building for Balgownie, but unfortunately that goes to ground. She did have a little bit of open space there, and that could have been interesting.
Yeah, Canterbury controlling the ball quite well, James. I actually just had a bit of a giggle to myself there trying to talk about the conditions for getting that you call the weather for Sky. So I thought you might be better next for the rest of the weekend to let all our viewers know at home the conditions out there on the pitch.
Now Penrith at this left-hand side. They'll keep it alive now through Womel. Womel out of acting half. Little short tip on play there for Barglick. And Womel's one of those very dangerous players. I've seen her play a fair bit of rugby league as well. A very crafty runner out of acting half. Of course, for those who are new to the sport of touch football, tuning in via KO Freebies here today, if you are caught running out of acting half, it is a changeover, but that doesn't mean you can't cause a whole heap of havoc with a quick little scoot and then a tip-on play, Stanto.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of our sort of weapons or main things. You'll see it here now with Claire getting into dummy half there with a good run, running at the offside player. So it's definitely one of the really good attacking moves. Our dummy half has the ball first in their hands and gets first crack at running at that offside player. So it's a pretty good tactic. You don't always just want to pass it out of that position.
So Barglick driving forward, and now onto the field comes Abby Good. Strong meters there, and now drop down from Clark. Last one here for Goodall. Were they back on side? Momentarily I thought Canterbury were going to be pinged. They got back just in time. That will be a turnover now. So the stalemate continues. We haven't really seen either team come particularly close to scoring. There was maybe one long ball out to that right-hand side for Canterbury that caused a few issues, but they still shut that down pretty well, Penrith, as they head up towards halfway now. Dogs on the charge. Last one here. Scooped up and off goes Andy Law. Andy Law trying to split them. Nearly did enough, but will earn the penalty.
Yeah, the actual referee beat me to that. I was about to chime in and say Canterbury's not far off getting a repeat set, and then that's probably where they'll have their best chance to get the opening try. So let's see what they can come up with on this occasion. And you mentioned Andy Law, and that was exactly what you were just talking to about our dummy half running straight at the defensive line and earning the penalty.
Good meters now for the Dogs. They'll play it quickly, but no one was there to capitalise off the work from Andy Law. Turned back on the inside here for Cummins. Now a little bit wider still for Barnes. Barnes shuffling off that left foot. Tip on play from Cummins. Cummins looking for that cutout ball there for Phillips. They're up very quickly. An awkward looking pass out to this right-hand side. They'll try and squeeze through a minuscule gap, but it's easily shut down. And again, they just can't quite find a way to open up this Penrith outfit.
Yeah, really good scramble defence there from Penrith, James, and it's one of those things where Canterbury look like they've got him, but the Penrith defence is like bending without breaking. Sometimes we sort of refer it to that way. So you sort of look like you're in trouble, but everyone's putting in really good efforts and scrambling, and you save it, and that's what we're seeing from this young Penrith outfit, and that'll serve them well throughout the weekend if they can keep that up.
Now Bamblett on the charge, and then picked up there from Golding. Floated back towards the middle again. Golding dropping it down. Oh, Bamblett. She was looking for that quick sweep, but no touch came. Is it a case of Canterbury pulling out? No, now it's a touch that's called. So Dean drops it here for Golding. Last one now, Bamblett on the charge forward. Stutter step, and this time the penalty does come. So that's the first inside the 7, if there are 3 in a row. That results in a player of the defensive team being sat down. Golding once more having a little look at them. Oh, late step off that left foot.
There's a good opportunity towards the top of the screen there, James. Canterbury over-squeezing a little bit. If Penrith can spot that, they need a middle dump, and towards the top of the screen they'll get a number.
This is their first real opportunity, Penrith. As Bamblett once more goes into the line, digs in, but is caught pretty easily. Back to the 7 now. Little pass here from Golding, looking for that strike dump. Golding taking off, easy pickings in the end there from Andy Law, who's been terrific both sides of the ball to start this one.
Yeah, pretty good play there, that little sequence from Penrith. I would have liked, as I mentioned, to have seen him try for that long ball or go a bit expansive, but that's not too bad. We're early in the game. They've been direct, and they're forcing the Canterbury players to squeeze in. That's going to create opportunities out wide. Here's one now.
And a forward pass there offers an opportunity for Penrith, who get the first try on the board here on KO Freebies. It's Jessica Wardrobe who pulls one out of the bag, and Penrith, arguably against the run of play, end up with the first points on the board, 1-0.
Yeah, definitely against the run of the play. You might not see that, you might not catch it on the replay, James, but Canterbury actually turned the ball over coming off their line. A bit of a big no-no up here at State Cup when everyone's tired and, you're under these really heavy conditions, and then they substituted off, and that gave the overlap for Penrith. So Canterbury probably wish they had that one again. Didn't have a good driving set, and the Panthers made them pay.
It's one of those coach killers, the forward pass with no real pressure, and on the follow-up there, bit of a sloppy play the ball from Perrott. As a result, there's another turnover here for the Dogs, so they're just coming unstuck a little bit. And of course, if you're wondering why the two sides have changed ends, we're playing try turnarounds here. So it's 30 minutes straight action, no half-time break, which of course means there's no recalibration from the coaches. It's all got to be done on the fly. It's picked up here from Penrith. Tough one to take. Barglick did well in the end and was also able to keep it alive. Now the touch comes here. Last one for Penrith. Barglick, with nothing really doing, simply floats it into the arms of Perrott, and that will be a 0-touch turnover.
Yeah, Canterbury just got to settle in. They've definitely had the first, the run of the play for the first 5 or 10 minutes. They didn't get the try, but
meters now for Canterbury. Here they go through Hayley Crawford. Good touch in the end. It was made by Abby Good, and it had to be made. Otherwise, Crawford was off for the prize. They're still in a good field position here, though, as now Cummins takes it out to this right-hand side. Charging forward. Picked up now from Perrott. Cummins again. Dropping it for Tallulah Kirk. Last one now for the Dogs. Taking off as Cummins. Finding Perrott back on the inside. Another great piece of coverage. I think it might have been that woman again there, Abby Good. That's 2 in a row in that set.
Well, saving a try is as good as scoring one, James, and we've seen 2 absolutely sensational efforts there, and it's enabled Penrith to maintain this slim lead of 1-0. This could easily have been 1 or 2-0 to Canterbury the other way. So this Penrith scramble, maybe that's their go-to. That could be their secret weapon this weekend.
Well, we look at the men's open Penrith side, and for mine, they're the most workmanlike team in the world of touch football in the state. I think even more so than maybe only the Doyalson Dragons doing those 1%ers, perhaps a little bit more clutch than the Penrith men's side. But I think that's part of the culture of the Penrith Panthers touch group, whether it be in the men's, the women's. It's about driving forward, getting down the field and working constantly in defence. There might not be those flashy plays across the board, but they do those little things right.
Yeah, and it's been a bit of an evolution. For those that have been around touch for a while, Penrith maybe 10 plus years ago, going back a while, were actually flashy, exciting. That was their style. And then they got that bit of a blend where they got, the little 1%ers and they started to grind and they became very successful. That was on the back of, players and coaches like, Buckley and Nick Good out there. And then that sort of become, filtered through the whole club, James, and that's what we're seeing here in the women's. And their men still have that great desire to do the little things right, which is a good thing at the club.
Now Womel wrapping around, finds a great ball. Good chance now for Penrith. Oh, that little bobble. That was the difference between a try being scored and saved there from the Dogs, and they've done enough. Last one now here for Penrith. Out it comes for Golding. Golding shifting it wider still. Womel just trying to kill the ball away from the Canterbury box. And after about 11 and a half minutes of play, still just the one try in it. So it's been a tight tussle. Canterbury have probably had more chances, but the last 6 or 7 minutes, Penrith have really started to step up the tempo a touch more.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, James, to see that both teams are starting to do that really good scramble or the read in defence where, it looks like they're beat, but they stick with it. Here's clear run at the offside player. She'll get the play through here.
All the way through for Golding, and then on the spot, mark that one down. Coming through is Millie Barnes, and Barnes gets them back on the board, but put it down to Tandek, who took off out of acting half. They're all backpedaling. Now, this is going to be very close on the replay in terms of whether they got back in time. There's the initial attempt from Golding, who was called offside at that point in time. I think if she gets back maybe even half a metre from that point, it would have been a successful touch. Yeah, it was an outstanding call from the referee. You really got to keep running backwards when you're offside and be talking to the referee to make the touch. Unfortunately, the defender stopped on that occasion and made the touch, and she was inside the 7. So the referee's called play on. And how about the smarts from Tandek to take that opportunity? And she's a wily customer, Claire Tandek. Oh, lovely little dive there at the line. And I think that might even be Tandek who makes the touch. Yes, it is. So she's just set up one. Now saves a try. As Penrith come back to that 7-metre mark. With 17 and a half still to go. It's a long way from home yet. Shifting it wider still now for Molly Jones. They'll run out of real estate. Good slide defence there from Canterbury. Yeah, nice little sequence here the last couple minutes. And interesting that the scoop from the dummy half, since you've mentioned it, keeps coming up. Like, that's another scoop where, we've seen some attack where they're trying to, throw quick release. Once more, last one now for Penrith. A much better set here. They'll continue driving forward. Late release. Now looking to pop a little ball out wide, but unfortunately that was the winger.
They're a bit unlucky, but Penrith are showing some good stuff here. I quite like what I'm seeing out there from the young Panther women. The way they're able to scramble in defence is really outstanding. They just need to get a little bit stronger through this midfield and get up and down the field a bit better to give them more cracks on the Canterbury line. So they aren't far off. Canterbury's sort of had the run of most of the game, but Penrith showing some good stuff too.
Cummins tipping it on. Now wrapping around once more is Andy Law. Law's look dangerous. Pops it back to Cummins. Gets the strike done. Law popping a little pass. Crawford finds a ball. Had she gone long, it was try time once more for the Dogs, but she hit short instead, and Penrith will breathe a real sigh of relief.
Yeah, I think if she hits the winger there, it would have been a nice little walkover for the try, but those things happen so quick. James, she received the ball in two hands, eyes up. She's got probably about a quarter of a second to decide whether she's going to hit short or long, and they didn't get the right call on that occasion. But Canterbury, that's a really good play to see them run that, James. That's sort of like a Sunday play, running hard and then straight into a long ball, potentially next time around. Pretty good sign there for the Dogs.
Now Cummins floating it wider still. Law wrapping around, receives it now. Saw a little opportunity on that left-hand side. Once more gets a quick play of the ball. Back to her feet brilliantly was Cummins. Law sends it wide. Catch and pass here for Crawford. Wider still. I think the touch may have got there in time. No, it's just missed the backside. Down they go. It's Niamh Balgownie who goes in for the Dogs. You'll see it again on the replay here. There was a finger that came across, but it just misses grazing her. In fact, you might not see it with the box. There it is. So the arm was out in time. Just doesn't quite get the mark, though. Here it is again. Yeah, it's millimetres in it.
Yeah, pretty good honesty there from the winger there. Great work. There, a lot of honesty. It's a very critical part of our game, and good to see good sportsmanship on that occasion. But Canterbury, that's their second try from the chain passing. I might come back to that in a sec because Penrith have a good chance here.
Penrith now taking off, looking for an opening through the middle. Geez, they were very passive there, the Dogs' middles, sitting well behind the line at one point. So now a little pass has popped here. And unfortunately, once more, that's a turnover. So Pollard unable to capitalise on that good field position as the Dogs work it away.
Yeah, so if we just unpack these tries for this game number one, James, we've had 4 tries. We've had 2 which have effectively been the dummy half scoop. That's what we expect a lot, particularly in our women's game. And then we've had 2 from Canterbury where they've actually chain passed right all the way out to the wing, linking the passes through. And both those tries are the ones that Penrith would probably be a bit annoyed about. You want to force the ball player to throw a big looping long pass. Generally, when you link through middle to the link to the winger, that gives a chance for your defence to rush up and shut down or, squeeze in to save the try. So those 2 tries that Canterbury scored with the linking of the pass, great work by Canterbury. If you're on the Penrith side, they're the ones you want to sort of make a bit of a correction before game number 2.
Another error here for Penrith. This time I believe they stepped into touch when they were trying to pick up the ball. So that's an awkward one. Also having a look down into the box there, and Sienna Bruce has a running issue. She's on her haunches chatting with the training staff at the moment. As Tandek drops it off here for Perrott once more. Out of acting half and then popping a little ball again for Kirk. Perrott wrapping around. Tandek still an option passively. Perrott, beautiful footwork off the left, off the right, opens up the passage. There's the agility of Sailor Perrott. And in she goes for a 4th try here for Canterbury.
Yeah, dumped there perfectly on the 7, and then we had that bump play and just the footwork there to be able to run almost like flat chat and then just stop on a dime or pull up instantly. Really got the defence in trouble there. The referee, I think, might have been calling the player offside as well, which caused a bit of hesitation. But Canterbury haven't run that quick play, or sometimes referred to as a bump and run, or some teams call it a rooster. They haven't run that enough, and they look to execute it so well on that occasion. So might be something to watch for the Canterbury team.
And Bamblett trying to drive straight through the middle. Andy Law makes the touch. Back to the 7 they go. Last one here for Penrith. Bamblett grabbing across to this left-hand side of the field, running out of real estate. There's the turnover. It was interesting on that last try, Stanto. I think you're right. There may have been a call there because either that or Barglick overcommitted early and then couldn't recover. But And there's probably a passage that, if they were at the top of their game, so to speak, Penrith wouldn't usually open.
Yeah, Penrith, that was a little bit uncharacteristic. The defence has been quite strong. So full credit to the Penrith ladies. It's a lot better D than what I was, probably what we've seen in the past. It's really come to play. And I think there's just a few little tweaks there. That's why I was trying to unpack, well, these are the way each tries were scored, because that's what the coaches will be doing. And they'll be saying, right, we let, 2 tries in from a scoop, 1 from this, 1 from that. Where do we need to improve? And I think there's some things that Penrith will take away.
Oh, big chance here for Canterbury now. Law, had she gone long straight away out to the arms of Bowles, she was completely unmarked. We know she has that in her weaponry. Andy Law, she can certainly throw that sort of 10, 15, maybe even 20 metre cutout pass, but the Dogs will have another look at the line here with about 3 minutes on the clock.
This is a good test here for Canterbury. I'm particularly interested to see if they can get a try here, because this is sort of where, they might be even score with maybe with a team like Manly or Northern Beaches, and late in the game they've got to be able to produce a late try. So let's see what they come up with here.
Roll it down now at pace once more as Parrott. Oh, Parrott, pure blinding speed right through the middle. And they've just made the touch in time. This is going to be very tight. You can see the wry smile from Sailor Parrott. She certainly thought that she was through.
Wow, the speed there from Parrott. Wasn't that amazing?
Watch for her again. She's looming once more. Parrott jams into the line and floats it long. Almost seems like a coming of age, this match here for Sailor Parrott. She showed great signs last year. That's beautiful draw and pass, but Penrith made the touch first. So no play through here for Alex Chung. I'll restart now. Penrith 7 away from their own line. I think the comeback is off here, so to speak. There's no chance to get 3 tries on the board with just 2 minutes remaining. Maybe a couple of consolation tries, though, for the Mountain Girls. So they turn it back here towards the run of Abby Good, who picks up pretty strong metres up towards the middle of the field. Draw and pass once more. Now a little ball is popped for the run of Lily Clark. Quick roll ball once more. Back here for Pollard. Pollard sending it wider still, but Canterbury, beautiful sliding defence. They take it easily and turn away any pressure.
Yeah, pretty good work there from Canterbury. So you mentioned a little bit of maybe the coming of the age. Is it the number 22, Sailor Parrott? Really impressive that she's got that nice long ball, James. It doesn't loop. It's a nice, flat, hard, long pass. So that's a really good skill to have. But then you link that with the blinding speed that she's got, and she becomes a real weapon. And, particularly at these events when, you're playing 2 or 3 games a day over multiple days, your legs can get a bit heavy. So someone like Parrott, you look up, you're a bit out of breath to see Parrott with the ball in hand. It's really tough. So Canterbury, that if they can put her in those positions, that brings Canterbury into play as dark horses to take on some of the better teams as well. So interesting little development there, little side story there. See what Parrott, and I think what was was it Andy Law was the other one that was looking good out of dummy half. So there's definitely no shortage of attacking options there at the Canterbury women's team.
And for Parrott, it really is the development of that passing game. She already had the speed and great footwork last year, but I think it's that passing game that's really come to the fore, at least in this match here. As we see another turnover from Canterbury. Final moments of this match, about 15 seconds on the clock. They've earned their win here, though, the Dogs. As Penrith will finish with the ball now. Quick release for Barglick. One final play coming up with 5 seconds to go. They'll drive it forward. Now chiming in fact, they've got off another 2. Barglick steps off the left foot, tries to keep it alive. They'll turn it back towards the middle. It dies here with Molly Jones. But it's a pretty comprehensive display here from Canterbury. They'll run out 4-1 winners, and some good signs on day one, Stanto.
Yep, I'd be happy with that. I wouldn't be all that upset if I was in the Penrith camp either. They showed some good sort of patches of play. But as we always say, 30-minute games, you've got to be able to put together a full game if you want to be a championship team. Canterbury probably not far off that, but they have a few things to work on, and Penrith will gain a bit of confidence to get a few learnings out of that one. So great start to the tournament.
So terrific start here from the Dogs, who have managed to get a victory on the board from the outset. I believe we might even be catching up with one of the captains momentarily. But it's been a great start here from the Dogs. Of course, 4-1 winners. We've seen a number of impressive plays there, whether it be from Claire Tandek, also the likes of Sailor Perrott, and certainly Andy Law, who are looking very sharp in that one for Penrith. It's probably just removing those errors out of their game.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to be able to complete your sets. And you really got to sort of get into that rhythm of the game, James. 30 minutes is a long time, no half time, you mentioned before, so you don't get that time to sort of break and settle and reset. It's just sort of continuous. So the teams have to start to feel that rhythm of the game and sort of almost make adjustments on the fly. So that consistency in ball control is important.
So quality performance there from Canterbury, 4-1. They run things out. Up next, of course, we move to Doyalson, taking on Newcastle. Banksy will join me for that one. Quick break here on KO Freebies.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time?
Thanks, James. I am with Joel Begnall, the Women's Open coach for the Penrith Women's Open team. We just watched them play against Canterbury. Bit of a rebuild for this team. You played at Vorden Cup together, State Cup, another major. How do you see the team going this weekend?
Yeah, so basically for the first year with us together, like our focus is just on competing with some of those bigger teams, just like the game there against Canterbury. So like we were in the grind there for a while, but they just a bit too much class at the end of the game.
New club for you. Nice to have fresh new faces in the team as well.
Indeed, not all fresh faces. There's some that did come over with me. But yeah, it's good to start up a new program with a new set of players, and we're hopeful that that'll continue to build in the future.
Well, good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this?
Welcome back here to KO Freebies, the New South Wales State Cup for 2024. It's Doyalson taking on Newcastle in the Women's Open. James Preston and Carly Branks to bring you all the action as they bring it into that 7-metre mark now, Doyalson. Little dummy pumping and then sending long. Oh, lovely wraparound play here from Doylo. That's a specialty for Corbett, who goes like a Corvette. That is outstanding from the Dragons.
Yeah, fantastic start to the game for the Doyalson Dragons. Madison Drew, Australian Women's Open World Cup winner in 2024, throws the long ball and a nice little wraparound play out the back there from Brooke Goodhand to give Georgia the try in the corner. So what a start for the Dragons, James.
Well, good hand indeed. It was a lovely little sleight of hand there to find the pass for Corbett wrapping around, but what an opening here from Doyalson. And Banksy coming into this one, I suppose we there's some great players in this Doyalson side, but we haven't seen too much of them at this level.
Yeah, it's a lot of the girls were Doyalson juniors and went to the Central Coast, and this year a lot of the girls have come back to Doyalson, so it's fantastic for Doyalson to be able to have a women's open, team represented here at the State Cup.
So knock on now here from Doyalson will provide the first real opportunity for Newcastle, who of course are in great form themselves. So they were in the grand final last year and have already claimed the country championships a little earlier this year. So this is another team to watch. It's a real good indication of what we might see come on the final day. Both these teams could be thereabouts. It's now Newcastle. Track out of this left-hand side to 4. Slowing it down back here for Stewart. Stewart rolling it on the 7 to 4 once again. Quick release. Building nicely here for Newcastle. Great read from out wide. On that occasion, it was Hope McIntosh who jammed in.
Yeah, and this Newcastle side has to be respected, doesn't it, James? The list of names in that team, Rachel Jeffs, Jess Potts, two Australian World Cup winners in Nottingham earlier this year, and mainstays of this Newcastle side, along with Chelsea Hindmarsh. She's been in irresistible form this representative season, so this is a mouth-watering contest.
Last one now for Doyalson, up over halfway, and with Newcastle momentarily backpedaling, but they hit the mark in time and then shut down the middle. And as Banksy alluded to there, quite a few players who made their way over to Nottingham for the Touch World Cup for 2024. Of course, it was a very strong campaign for Australia, winning, I believe, just about every grade, if not every single grade.
Yeah,
might have been one for New Zealand, I think, that went by the wayside. There's now the last one here for Newcastle. They'll scoop it up, and Spain takes off. Spain with great speed finds an opening. Oh, Lucy Spain. That is muy bueno, and on the spot, they'll get a try here, Newcastle. So we're locked up, one apiece.
Yeah, it was actually Chelsea Hindmarsh, mate, who slipped through there from acting half on the angled run, comes through and shops around and finds the support. And we've got an even ball game here.
And my apologies there to Chelsea Hindmarsh. The hair was in the way for a little bit of time, cutting off the number. But Olivia Steer, she's on the board to get the try. So all locked up now. One try apiece, Corbett and Steer respectively, with about 3.5 minutes down here. Doyalson marching forward, popping a little pass. Drive now through Eagleton. Drops it down. Searston, Eagleton once again. Oh, Eagleton nearly found an opening in what was a very narrow passage. Turned away in one more now. Eagleton, Searston off the left foot. Coming up with a little dummy, but well read in the end from Newcastle, and they shut it down. It remains locked up at one try apiece. Good meters here now for Newcastle, up over halfway, and then Rachel Jeffs getting involved as well. Another very classy player.
Yeah, she's
first receiver here.
She's definitely the danger woman out there for Newcastle.
Here she is once more. Sloppy play the ball. That's called to be play on. Jeffs takes off and full advantage of it. Finding a pass. Oh, what an effort that is to dive. They will get there in time. Rachel Jeffs identified it brilliantly, and that time it is Lucy Spain, and it is indeed muy bueno.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play. She's all-class, Rachel Jeffs. She went straight to start with and took them on the short side. They tried a man on for their player, and just a nice little cut line coming back there, from the Newcastle Knights, and they've now skipped out to a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, great work there from Jeffs. Wonderful composure in the in-goal. So Doyalson with a bit of work to do now. Scored first, but back-to-back concessions, and that won't help the cause either.
Yeah, they're just probably rushing things a little bit there, James, and they had a very solid first-up win, 4-1 against Norths, out on field one, and that was a really good start to their campaign. And the step up in class is obviously here with, this well-established Newcastle side that's been together, for a number of years, and, well coached, too, by Jay Miller. So, this Newcastle side we expect to go deep into the competition, and the way they're recycling the football in the midfield, that's just typical Newcastle, as a real feature of the way they play.
Great ball here. Now another chance for Newcastle to put a third on the board. What a sublime pass, and Ava Simpson. Nothing to say dull about that one. That was brilliant across the board.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. It was the recycling of the football, James. They're just looking, they're always there, and if you don't turn up, they are going to do something like that to you. They are a very classy outfit, when they get their hands going, and that's really just good eyes up footy, isn't it?
Yeah, Sarah Stewart there finding the pass. It's an absolute ripper from right to left. So 3-1 the score. Newcastle have been clinical so far. Whenever they've had the opportunity, they have capitalised. Doyalson, they know they need to be on their A game here. So they keep charging forward. Turned away on this occasion, though, so Newcastle seeing off that threat.
Yeah, and it's this midfield defence here that, that Doyalson have to really step up in because, we're only on touch 2 here, James, and look how well Newcastle are marching down the field and creating, some really good momentum.
Little short pass now, and Hindmarsh getting involved as well. Taylor out of acting half. Now Mitchell popping a little pass. Geez, there's just so much talent across the board here for Newcastle. It's not just those players that have been overseas, for example, but Billy Taylor, we've seen her come through the State of Origin system, for example. Very young but very quick and switched on player too.
Well, the player you just mentioned, Alice Mitchell, player of the NYC, in 2024. She's a prodigious talent and definitely one we've got to keep our eye on.
It's Newcastle certainly in cruise control at the moment, but Doyalson will try and switch the gear just a touch. They take off out of acting half here now. They had numbers on that left-hand side early. Couldn't quite get the ball away quickly enough, though, and as a result, Newcastle slid.
And that's not a bad tactic there from Doyalson, finishing the ball over, the far side, just to maybe try and slow this juggernaut that is the Newcastle Knights down a little bit. And it's taken them 3 now to get the ball to the box, and that's a lot better control there from Doyalson in that midfield battle.
And smart work as well, just shutting down the middle from Lexi Eagleton. Ensure there was no long ball on the offering. Now Newcastle take off here on the last. Lovely draw and pass, floating a ball over the top. Just didn't quite have the legs to make it to Taylor.
But see, that was great from Doyalson because it's the difference between that strike dump being on the 7 and Rachel just having them at her mercy there, James. So that was better from Doyalson. It might be a bit of a foreshadowing of what's to come in that midfield.
Much more open game as well than we saw in our first encounter here on KO Freebies between Penrith and Canterbury, where it almost seemed like nerves were taking a front seat, if you will. So now Doyalson come on the charge. 4 tries in it, about 8 minutes gone here at Port Macquarie Regional Sporting Complex. Drop down now, scooped up once more here from McIntosh, looking to squeeze through, and then Morgan Mannion was there. She nearly found a passage.
Yeah, and she's one girl that really needs to get her footy on the hands late in the count. She's got a wonderful pair of feet, James, and sort of her and Maddie Drew together spell a bit of danger there for Newcastle. So that's I'm liking that combination from Coach Brooke Playford.
And there's a little bit of Zarly Chippendale about Morgan Mannion in the way she plays. It's that ball in 2 hands approach, working at speed, and you're just not quite sure what she can come up with. As now Newcastle send it wide here for Taylor. Good hands from her, tiptoeing along the sideline, nowhere to go. But yet again, though, not bad here for Newcastle. They'll kill it well away from the box.
Yeah, definitely. And definitely strategic from them. And they're just going to try and put this squeeze on Doyalson, in the early counts as they try and sort of, exit from their own end.
So Doyalson, under the pump here, decide, let's get away from all the pressure through the middle. Or float it out wide and try and get those fresh trips on the pitch. I thought potentially there might have been a forceful touch there, but that's been ruled to be play on. So they turn it back towards the middle. Geez, that looked about 2 metres forward, and it was called as such.
And it's just a bit of ebbing and flowing at the moment, James, just with this midfield battle. Both teams are sort of settling into their work nicely now. So it just becomes a bit of a war of attrition in terms of, who can keep turning up.
Now Atkins put on a nice bit of footwork there to get away from the initial attempted touch. Slowed down here from Alice Mitchell. Mitchell out of acting half now. Scheming all played at there from Doyalson. It was a smart play in the end, though. Otherwise, it would have been an open passage for, I think it was Hindmarsh out in that left link. In fact, now it was Madison Mitchell, so it would have been Mitchell to Mitchell.
Yeah, the sisters combining together there.
Here's Alice taking off. Oh, Alice, the lovely show and go, and then collapsing as quickly as you like a house of cards. And another one on the board, 4-1.
Yeah, and that's the guile of Alice Mitchell. She's very good, close to the line. She's more renowned for, her athleticism and getting out of acting half and sort of tearing teams to pieces with the speed. But there was a nice little quickie technique. She got down lower than the Doyalson defenders, and Newcastle now skip out to a 4-1 lead.
Yeah, lovely little bounce off the left, the quick collapse off the right. Not much you can do about that. 4-1 with around about a third of this match gone. If you're just joining us, straight 30-minute matches, and each time a try is scored, the 2 teams change ends. As now Doyalson bring it forward. Yeah, a little bobble there. Once more, that's one of those 50-50s though. A bit of contact in the touch.
Yeah, because there was a bit of physicality in that touch too, and very lucky to get away with that one, I think. But yeah, and that's all the players are looking for is just consistency for the referees. So the next time that happens, I'll be looking for the call to go the exact same way.
Obviously for Doyalson, they'll be hoping that's against Newcastle. Up over halfway come the Knights though. So they pop a little short pass now for Stewart, who's already delivered one delicious assist. Now a little ball there for DeFore. Stewart wrapping around, opens up the extra space. Here she goes now, putting on the afterburners. Stewart!
Nice touch.
Yeah, great touch at the end. It looked for all money that Stewart was going to get home, but great turn of speed from the Doyalson defenders. Stewart now floating a little pass here for Wilson. Wilson turns it back on the inside. Steer dropping it down. Strike dump DeFore. Oh, wanted to get the pass away. I think that'll come back here. No, that's an interesting call for mine. I certainly would have thought that's going to go the way of Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a bit of a square up for the one before. So, yeah, we're all even. So, Doyalson will be very relieved with that decision. And you can see that it's been very hot, James, this morning. The opening rounds have been out on the backfields, and it's very, very warm down there. And so you can see the players, it's really starting to take a bit of a toll already. And this is a better first three from Doyalson, and they're coming, with their latch, and they're moving the ball nicely, and they're trying to get as far down the park as they can for this strike dump touch. But the Newcastle defence is so resolute, they are up in their faces, and they're really doing a fantastic job of, controlling that midfield.
Certainly right, Banks. It's a great start to life here at the 2024 State Cup for Newcastle. They've picked up where they left off at the Country Championships, of course. Strong campaign last year, went down to Manly in the grand final, but they look in even better touch. We have seen them in recent times.
Well, they've played the last two State Cup grand finals, James, so they've been there and thereabouts, and they're just, looking, I suppose, to put the spit and polish, on their campaign in 2024.
Drop down quickly here from Mitchell. Now they'll take off again. Spain floating a pass. Oh, great take. I was thinking potentially the tip-on was going to come, but they won't need it in the end. It might have been a case of touching in the air before the pass was taken. This will be interesting again because I think Doyalson were there or thereabouts. Here it is on the replay. Spain assesses the situation beautifully, pops it over the top.
Yeah, the ball was just, down first, and, unfortunately there for number 12, Hope, Montosh, she tried to get the arm across in time, but the ball was just down first. The Dragons are looking a little bit flat here. I'd like to see them get a little bit deeper here, James, just to be able to, give themselves a little bit of breathing space, to get there. Obviously, being new to the sort of competition, it's all about sort of, taking your time and being a little bit more set up for what you want to run and stuff. So, they're getting the hang of it. It's just great that Doyalson's got a women's open team here. And, Nelly sneaking through there. Now, she's a class player, Taryn Love. Has been in the New South Wales women's open squad, previously. So she's a player who I expect, Doyalson will go to, as his tournament progresses and stuff. But, it's certainly a cracking pace out there, isn't it?
Yeah, very fast stuff. Just on that previous try, it was an interesting one because they were there, Doyalson. It was close almost enough. A case of not knowing whether the pass was going to come or if there was a dive and just holding off for a little bit too long on that occasion as Jess now brings it forward. Oh, strong contact there as well from Taryn Love. No love lost there.
100%.
There's now Potts. Brings it forward. Oh, good speed. And once more covering across from that inside position. That's Shannon Rose.
Yeah, she's a very experienced defender, Shannon Rose, very experienced player, been in the game for a long time, and she comes up with a big play when they need it. And that's a good decision from the referees. They won't take that throwing the ball away. And, this is a little bit relieving for Doyalson. They really need an advantage like that, and it's important that they get on this ball, quickly. And this will be a good transition touch. And, 6 to go, fortuitous for them there, and they'll end up having decent field position off this set of 6, I think, James. So a chance to settle down, maybe get a try at the other end of the field and just settle themselves back into this contest.
It was a very, very risky pass that was provided there, and speaking of which, the follow-up out of acting half, so forget the one that came thereafter. It was that one from the play the ball that was forward there from Doyalson, and when they had such great field position, play number 1, you can't afford that.
Well, it's what I said about I think they're too flat when they're trying to, get themselves set to ruck. The deeper you are, the more time you buy yourself to be able to make good decisions about, whether to check the ball or to pass it. So, or to just lock it up and, and get a good strike dump. So, lessons to be learned here all the time.
Meters now for Newcastle, good speed. There is a touch made though from Lexi Eagleton, so they'll come back to the 7. Still a chance here for Newcastle. Floated away here from Jess Potts. Receives it back once again. They've stacked the numbers on this left-hand side. Draw and pass is absolutely delightful from Elise Wilson, who jammed right into the line, delayed the ball to the final moment, and then it opened up like Sydney Heads. Another try here for Newcastle.
Yeah, that sweeper play has been very good for Newcastle already in the game, and Wilson went to the line, through the pace into the link, pass into the link hole, and then really nice finish there. From Kelly Atkins, who's been a stalwart of this Newcastle Knights women's team for over a decade now, and it's nice to see her get her name on the score sheet.
So Doyalson, of course, scored first. But since that point, it's been one-way traffic, but that's a sublime pass and a great line run from Kate Goodhand, who gets a second here for the Dragons. They needed that.
Yeah, Maddie Drew steps up like the absolute class professional that she is, throws a really nice link ball and great work from Goodhand to hit that hole again, and that keeps them in contact a little bit, James, and just gives them a little bit more confidence and something to go sort of on with. Doyalson will probably look back on this game and see that there's been a lot of unforced errors and things that they could have probably done a little bit, better by just having their 1%ers done a little bit better. But this is the standard. Newcastle are the bar, so this is where teams have to get to. So this isn't a bad thing necessarily, in the early stages of this competition.
And Banksy, certainly worth mentioning there, the line that was run from Brooke Goodhand. So she was out from that link position, jamming back towards the middle. That just sucked in all the Newcastle defenders and opened up the space there for Madison Drew. It was good enough to take full advantage of it. So 6-2 the score with around about 12 minutes to go. We've had 18 minutes of play so far. Once more, they continue driving upfield now, Doyalson. Another try here would make things interesting.
Absolutely.
So roll it back quickly. Now for Shannon Rose. Rose once more on this right-hand side. Draw and pass, funny little ball. Looking to basketball style it back over the top. But good slide, though, for Newcastle.
That's a really good set from the Dragons. They got themselves out. Taryn Love took a really good ruck to the side, and that then gave them a bit of momentum. And that's how they need to be consistently finishing their sets if they're going to compete with teams like the Newcastle Knights.
The Knights once more, though. Easy meters upfield. They're just chewing them up down that left-hand edge and cycling the footy too, keeping alive. Mitchell drops it back. She's there again in support. All out of acting half. The touch came first. They were lucky to get away with that one, I think, Doyalson. There was a great opportunity once more for Newcastle.
Yeah, it was really well handled then. Georgia Corbett, she's a class act. She didn't panic, in defence there, and she did a really, really good job there, to be able to mop that up, for the Dragons. And this is better from them. They're over halfway on 3, and it's really important that they keep running and they keep looking. And that's a really unfortunate, penalty. They're saying 7 on. Yes, they are. So unfortunate with their substitution there for Doyalson, because it seems like as soon as they get themselves, out of a bit of trouble, they're back in the jam again. So, this Newcastle Knights team need no invitation, do they, James, when they've got, prime field position to be able to put on a try.
Speaking of which, they've responded with Rachel Jeffs entering the action once more, and also Jess Potts. So watch out for these two architects. Might be the blueprint of the demise here for Doyalson. Potts will take it herself. Oh, Potts, absolutely brilliant with the bounding finish, leaping towards the line. Yeah, and they all had eyes a little wider still, but she took it herself. Yeah,
how many times have we seen that combination? Jess Potts, Rachel Jeffs. Was fortunate enough to have them both in the New South Wales Mixed Open side a couple of years ago, and both of them, play for Australia, play for New South Wales. They're a class act, and they really give a lot of experience, to this Knights side. And just when you need a class act to sort of, make themselves available to the contest, those two, enter the fray and do what they do. They're certainly two of the better women's game players in the game. A nice little pop-out play there from Amy Regal, and she's a player we haven't really said a lot about, but one of the real veterans of the game these days, but one of the smartest players too in the sport.
Now cycled here from Doyalson. Back out to Amy Regal. Floating a ball over the top. Well read in the end from Alex Kennedy. Jammed in, made the touch. With 9:15 on the clock.
So if you're Jay Miller down in that Knights box, you'd be pretty comfortable with the way that the girls have approached this game. It's about finishing it off for them. And for Doyalson, it's about looking forward, towards the next round, saying, look, we've still got 9 minutes to play here. So there are a lot of things that we need to keep working on because we've got a whole tournament to play. So it's really interesting, the sorts of things that go through your mind as a coach when you're in these situations, whether you're up or you're down, and what you're looking forward to, going forward, because, we've got a lot of touch to be played over the next three days, James. So it's important to not sort of, cry over too much spilt milk, but to look forward to, the next opportunity that you've got in front of you.
Great insight from the Doyalson Dragons men's coach, the New South Wales men's coach, and of course the Cook Islands men's coach as well. So Banksy's racking them all up here. And I was going to ask you this question as well. Of course, given that Doyalson are quite a new fixture at this level of competition in the women's division, obviously you've sort of set the culture a bit with the men's team. What I have noticed so far, there's probably not as much of an emphasis on that subset. Have you had much to do with this women's side?
No. Dan Langbridge, one of our senior players, has been helping Brooke play for the coach, who's very, very experienced from Central Coast. Brooke and sort of Amy Eagle have come over this year, and Dan's been working with the girls and stuff. So it's very much a new program for us, but it is something that we're very committed to, sort of spending a lot more time, with the girls and sort of helping them out. So in its infancy, we're just stoked to be able to have the girls here playing at State Cup, and I think over the next few years you're going to see, some great improvements out of there. It's a great pathway system for our junior Dragons, so now we have a women's team to be able to go to. So as a club, we're stoked.
Beautiful bounce around here from Alice Mitchell getting across the line. She's just such a classy customer. There's another one on the board now. I believe it's actually 8-2, so ignore the scoreboard here at the ground. That one's lagging back a little bit.
Yeah, and again, anything on the 7, she is lightning, Alice Mitchell. And say the defender just probably need to get their pre-touch, get a little bit more separation a little bit earlier. That would allow them to get to the line, step forward, and maybe make that. But Alice Mitchell would do that to anyone. She's a class act, as we know, and she's just underscoring the rich potential that she has.
So, Banksy, what does success look like for the Doyalson Dragons out of this game? They probably would have come into this one thinking it's a tough contest. We probably aren't going to come away with a victory. You always like to think you can win, but up against a 2-year-in-a-row grand finalist and also the country championships winning outfit, what would have been a realistic result they would have been hoping for?
Yeah, it's not even so much score lines or anything like that. It's just about trying to, stick to your processes and, get your completions, get those things the nuts and bolts of your game. And I'm sure Brooke Playford and the girls will look back on this and sort of say, look, in the midfield they got away from us, a little bit. So it's really, really important that, they take their lessons out of this one. But, they won't be too disappointed, James, in the terms of the fact that it's very early on in the tournament and there's a lot of touch to be played. Winning their first game was a good start. To get through in the top 4, they basically have to win 2 games, from, my calculations. So they'll build and they'll get better as this tournament goes on. But when you're up against one of the real heavyweights of the competition, it's so good to have a bar because this is where it's at and this is where we need to get to going forward.
Absolutely. And in terms of those matches that are still to come, we do move to the Men's Open B division next. That's the Sharks taking on Canterbury. Gab Rose will bring you all the action alongside Mitch Walkerton for that one. Still a bit to play here, though, with about 5:20 on the clock. Doyalson now working through the middle. That was nice play. Out wide, there's an opportunity. Great pass and a good finish as well. On the spot is Laura Knight. And that's a bit of irony there. The Knight scores against the Knights.
That's exactly right. And you put that down to the architect again, Maddie Drew. Fantastic out of acting half. Some great second phase play from Amy Regal. Nice left to right long ball and a great finish from Laura Knight in the corner. And that'll give Doyalson a little bit of heart, at the back end of this game.
It's a nice way to get across the line there. And Drew has had her fingerprints over all 3 tries. So that certainly is the talisman here for Doyalson.
Yeah, but she's a class act, Maddie Drew. Travels down from Dubbo to be a part of things. So, Maddie Crowe formerly, before she was married. So, fantastic player and, a great role model and someone that we're very proud to have at the Doyalson Dragons.
Momentarily, really good hands there from Chelsea Highmarsh, but I think with the sweat that would have been building up throughout this one, very warm here at Port Macquarie, 28 degrees already. That one's just slipped out. So now the Dragons go on the charge forward. Lovely pass and setting sail down the sideline, nearly away from the maul. The touch is called. So Hope McIntosh will come back towards the halfway line. I thought she might have evaded that initial touch.
Yeah,
but the sideline official was on the spot.
Yeah, she's got a bit of toe, hasn't she, McIntosh? And be interesting to see what she can do if she got away.
I'd love to see her up against Billy Taylor if you want to talk about a very fast race there.
Yeah, and she's definitely got some wheels, Billy Taylor.
So it looks like we'll get another set to work with, though, for Doyalson. Yes, it is. Fresh from the middle. And they roll it forward now for Charisma Burtons. Does she have a little bit of charisma that she can impart on this team? Receives it back now, Burtons. Drops it down on the 7. Charging forward or start a step, but there was a chance to go straight at the throat there.
Yeah, they're looking for probably that little dive play.
Langbridge now popping it out here for Searston. Wrapping around they go with Mannion. Mannion floating it back there towards Laura Knight. Drops it down nice and quickly. And then for Langbridge. Langbridge running out of room. Good pressure from Newcastle stepping up and forcing the turnover.
Yeah, you've got to like the way that the Newcastle Knights attacked their work there, on that scoreline defensively. Jay Miller would be pretty happy with the way that the girls are stepping up and really controlling their line defence.
So inside the final 3 minutes now, Newcastle heading up over halfway and just on Billy Taylor. We haven't seen too much of her in the past 7 or 8 minutes. I think she's had a fair stint on the sidelines here, and of course that's about game management with a long tournament.
Yeah, and a really nice defensive play there from Lily Searson, getting the turnover for Doyalson. But, they've really got to turn up in numbers. They're looking a little bit tired, and a nice pass there from Burtons to release them. And just feel like Doyalson need to straighten up, and here's Taryn Love as we speak, straightening up and sort of, going with this momentum. And they've just got to keep running here, Doyalson.
Chance now as it's picked up from Corbett. Corbett receives it back again, or probably went for the wrong option. It was a good take in the end from Love because it was fired out of a cannon.
Poor old Tara Love's been in the ward. She got one a little bit earlier around the head, and she's got another one for her troubles. But she's a very tough girl, Taryn Love, and here she goes again.
Last one now for Doyalson. They'll float it across field, all under pressure there. Well read in the end from Olivia Steer.
And this, as I was just alluding to before, the Newcastle Knights' defence on their 5th touch is fantastic. They keep moving forward in numbers very confidently. As I speak, a bit of a commentator's curse, and they've pushed a pass there that Ali Mitchell probably didn't need to throw, but she's sort of got poleaxed for her trouble too. So there's no love lost out here, is there, between these two combatants? Hunter Western Hornets affiliates, but it's great to see the standard of women's touch, them together with the Halls End Wolves and Central Coast Dolphins. There's a lot of impressive women's teams, in that Hunter Hornets region that are, performing really, really well.
Drew just turned away there, back to the 7 metre mark now with just over a minute remaining. Short ball here for Goodhand. Goodhand and offloading and trying to get through the middle are the Doyalson Dragons. Back to the 7 they'll go yet again. Goodhand once more, bouncing around through the middle. Drops it down, so all a little bit too slow on that occasion, though, for the Doyalson Dragons. Drew was building and coming for it, but needed to be a quicker release.
Yeah, I also think, like, the strike dumps, I'm sure that, Brooke Playford will look at this and see that they weren't strong enough in the roll ball contest. A few times in the ruck, Newcastle have roughed them up and been able to, force some errors. So that's a real area of improvement.
Oh, here
for the
go
Dragons.
Newcastle, though. Lovely wrap-around play, and then Spain putting on the dummy, but had to release that ball. There's 20 seconds on the clock, so they'll still get a chance here at the line, Newcastle. Midway through the count, now it's the last. They'll turn it out to this right-hand side. All beautifully done there from Jess Potts, who's suggesting that she squeezed all the way through. I thought Love went for the intercept, so I think Potts might have a case here. And yes, she does. Yeah. So Potts goes in again. It was so clever that she actually fooled the referee.
Yeah, just didn't feel a touch and asked the question. And full marks here to Taryn Love, who put her hand up and said, no, I didn't get her. So the referee asked the question. You'll see it on the replay. And really good piece of honesty there. And again, she's a fantastic player, Jess Potts, and sneaks through and just ask her. Yep, and Taryn says didn't get her. So fantastic piece of sportsmanship. And what a good finish there for the Knights.
Strong from start to finish there for Newcastle. We know they're going to be thereabouts come finals day. Can they make it 3 successive State Cup grand finals in a row? Will it be a case of 3rd time's the charm as well? That's the big question. Who's their opponents? Well, it's too early to tell. Doyalson as well, though. They'd be reasonably happy with things. Not the result itself, but some good foundation blocks to build off.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, James, this tournament's got a long way to go. I'm still quite confident that they'll make the four, in their pool. And, it'll be a lot of really good touch to be played over the next few days. But definitely Newcastle have set the bar, haven't they, very early on and signalled their intentions to everybody else.
And up next, of course, our 11:30 fixture for all you watching along at home on KO Freebies. It'll be Gab Rose and Mitch Walkerton to take you through it. It's the Sharks up against Canterbury in the Men's Open B Division. A quick break and all the action at 11:30.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can...
Welcome back to the 2024 New South Wales State Cup. We're about to see a clash in the Men's Open B Division between the Sharks and the Canterbury Bulldogs. I'm joined here, I'm Gab Rose, and I'm joined with Mitch Walkerton. How are you today, Mitch?
Merry Christmas, Gab.
Thank you.
Great weekend. Looking forward to this game too.
Yeah, it should be a good clash. Two big clubs, two family clubs, and as we can see here, Canterbury Bulldogs got the first possession with the ball, and they'll be looking to see if they can strike straight away. They're running a little sweep play here, out the back. Well defended there by the Sharks. How's your morning been, Mitch? What have you been up to?
Yeah, been around the grounds, watching a bit of that's a bad play the ball there, so that's a turnover there for the Sharks. Watching a bit of the Women's Premier League and the Men's 20s and a few of the other divisions.
Yeah, and we'll get to what your involvement is in the competition a little bit later, but we'll go back to the action here. Got the number 18, Liam Casey there for the Bulldogs, and repeat sets, there's something you can't afford in the game of touch. at any stage, but particularly in these 30-minute turnarounds, because the Bulldogs here will be looking to strike early. See here a little rooster play, but again, the experienced Jai Ayub there, and if we're talking about the Sharks, he's one to watch at every turn in attack and defence. He'll be the real heart and soul of this team. Just there as we see a beautiful try there. It looks like that is Liam Casey. And as we said, Mitch, you just cannot afford to give a repeat set on your line.
No, it does come back down to the first error, rucking out of the half from the Sharks. It was a rooster early release, and it was a really nice, he held the ball up, hit the middle hole. That's very hard to defend for the link.
Yeah, super hard in defence. And for our people watching at home that may not have watched too much touch, after each try, it's a turnaround game here. So Sharks had to take the ball back to the other end. And we'll see here it's their first opportunity with the ball. We see there Dylan O'Riordan working hard there with his middle pairing. He's got the ball again, O'Riordan. And back into Cameron Hutchinson. There's a couple of Hutchinsons here in this team. We'll see what they can manufacture. Probably things they've practiced in the backyard. See another little rooster play coming back against the grain. Good defence here by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, very good defence.
We see a little off half coming back, looking for that long ball, and he's come out, and that looks like Toby Bacon. He was a little bit casual, young Toby. Giving the lawnmower as a try celebration.
Yep, Toby Bacon with the post-try celebration. It was a beautiful long ball, Gab.
I just saw Toby. It was an excellent long ball there, as we see. Toby's actually staying with my family here this weekend, so he'll be happy with that try. I might have a little word to him about the casualness of the put down.
Absolutely, look at that.
But a beautiful pass.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So we're 1-1 here on the scoreboard, and we're only 2.5 minutes in. If it keeps at this rate, Mitch, we're in for a high-scoring affair.
Absolutely, very entertaining.
So we'll see here. It's been all line attack at this point. These teams need to get off the line a little bit more when they get possession. We see then the number 6. We've got Boston Berry working here, and Jai had to knock it down there. So it's 6 more, so we'll see another repeat set here. What do you think they'll be looking for here from the Bulldogs?
Yeah, I think they're probably going to try and dive early. They just ran the ML 2-step, well read by Jai. I think they'll try and get a few live plays here, diving with Berry there.
Yeah, and you can see here that's exactly what he was attempting to do, but well defended there by the middle from Sharks. We've got Jack Stewart there right next to the referee. Son of Dave and Kylie Stewart, who are very synonymous with the game of touch, and obviously the Sharks as well. And he's made another good touch there. But that was that dive you were talking about, Mitch.
Yep.
Here they're looking to set up, and as we say in touch, they try to condition the defence, and they've thrown the long ball there, and it might be called forward,
yeah, it's
I would
forward
say.
Pass. Forward pass, but that's ideal conditioning. A couple of dives, get them to come in and collapse, and then through a beautiful long ball that just happened to be forward.
Yeah, and the Sharks, he'll be looking. This is a better set from them. They're over the halfway line. They've got about 2 or 3 touches left up their sleeve, and they're pointing what they want. And we see Bacon at dummy half. And here's another seasoned campaigner in Sean Street with a little fly play off to O'Riordan. Well defended there by Brooklyn Berry.
They'll be looking to put the ball in this corner here, I think, Gab.
You would hope so. We speak about that a bit, about where you finish your set, and you want to make it difficult for your opposition to get to their box. A little bit of hot stepping there.
But they got there eventually, so now they can get their line set.
Yeah.
Not let Canterbury get to the box.
Yeah, it was actually the end of a good set there by the Sharks, and they're going to rush up in defence here. And it's hard to do that rush defence in the middle of the day heat, but it's important if you can get there. We see here that's a good run there by Boston Berry. A couple of brothers here in each of the teams, so it's a bit of a family affair here. We've got the Berries and the Braddocks, another famous name in touch. We see it over the halfway line here. Last touch coming up, and unfortunately a little error from acting half there. So,
but that's reward for effort.
Yeah.
You know, that's turned the ball over in the corner. They defended hard. They can get fresh subs on. They should get down and get some plays with inside the Bulldogs 7.
Yeah, they've still got a couple of plays. I'd say they've probably got 2 up their sleeve there. As we see Nick Newman with the ball, and commentator's curse. It took me, James says it doesn't usually take me long. That was 5 minutes today. I just thought they had a good opportunity, and penalty against the Sharks.
Yeah, no, that was, it always happens though, Gab.
Well, it always does for me, Mitch. I don't know about most other people.
It happens for me too, all the time.
Thank you for making me feel better. All right, so Bulldogs have got the ball, so Sharks couldn't capitalise there. They're coming through, sweeping through. No doubt they'll be going to their box. Well defended there. It looked like Mitch Field for the Sharks, coming in and cutting it off. But they've got a good roll here, Mitch, the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they do. See if they can play straight with a bit of flow, not hold the ball up.
Yeah, so they'll get one more play. It's going to be a strike dump. He might take off and go wide. He's looking, and he's gone long. And, a beautiful step there by Bulldogs play, but well defended. No, it's a try.
I think they've scored with 5 on too, Gab.
Yeah, if you run us through the replay here, it looked like they were all covered, 2 on 2.
He's picked the ball up and dived. Yeah, they only had 5 players on the field.
How bizarre! That might have been the play.
Well, potentially. That's really good footwork there.
Number 9.
From Berry.
Yeah, Brooklyn Berry takes his team out to a 2-1 lead, but as we said, there was not much doing there for the Bulldogs, but it was a beautiful right foot step.
Yeah, it was 2 on 2.
Yeah, so maybe just a bit too casual for the Sharks there. Coming on, you don't like letting tries in on that last touch because you don't have to go backwards.
But it happens so often.
It does.
Teams just sort of, drop off for a little bit. And let's see what we've got. Ayub with the sweeper here.
Yeah, so we've got Ayub.
Cindy.
Here he goes, and he might... is he going to call him on or off? They're having a discussion. I feel it's going to be a try there.
Yep.
As I said, Jai Ayub never out of the action. So as you said, a little Cindy play there, and he... Oh, no. Oh, yes, he's just got to take the ball back. That's okay. You'll get one of the younger chargers to do that for him.
That's not his job.
Nope. So well done, Jai Ayub. We'll see the replay here, and you can run us through it, Mitch, because it was quite a simple play.
Well, he did come from the other side of the field too. Got on the link. The link was never in a good position to make the touch. It was dumped actually outside the 7. So... But he still made the touch 2-3 metres offside the line. That's the right call to play through.
Yeah, it was an easy call there for the referees. So, who, as we said, they're under pressure a lot in these games, and as we always say, they're doing a good job. So
absolutely. Wouldn't have a game without them.
No, we definitely wouldn't. As we see here, they're well defended there. There's 1 touch to go now, so Sharks will be looking to come up in one line. See the number 6 there. It was Boston Berry. So they seem to be involved in most things, the Berry brothers.
Yeah, they are. They seem to be very good.
That's your first dad joke.
Apologies, viewers.
I like it. I like it. All right, we see here the Sharks about 10 metres out of halfway, and he shot early. He's caught a forward pass, so excellent defence there by the Bulldogs player. It looked like Loden Braddock.
Yep.
And again, reward for effort. So he's rushed up out of the line and generated an error from the other team, and now they get the ball on 10 metres on the right side of halfway for the Bulldogs fans. See here, looks like they're going to take the ball wide, try and spread that middle defence, and then possibly come back through the middle. Great touch there by Mitchfield out on the wing, pinching the touches.
I think the referee's going to say that he went forward.
Yeah.
Over the mark, or...
Looked like maybe an attacking push, maybe even.
Potentially, yeah.
So again, reward for effort. So the people rushing up and making those efforts in defence, they're getting the rewards at this stage of the game. So we're just shy about 9 minutes into the game. It's 2-1 to the Canterbury Bulldogs. Oh, no, 2-2 it should be with the Jai Ayub try. So we might need that scoreboard updated. Here's we see number 15. We've got Cooper Taylor working there with Hutchinson. And here we go. He looks like it's going to be an out-the-back play. Jai Ayub, a couple of little steps. He can't find anyone. Yeah, excellent defence there. It was the number 27. It was Aidan Peterson. Yeah,
really good defence from Peterson. Didn't panic. Sawyer's at the back. Was able to follow his assignment with regards to the front door runner, then also pick him up at the back.
Yeah, you're right. It was excellent defence. He had both options covered here. As we see there, the man in question, Aidan Peterson, now not only in defence, but taking the ball forward in attack. And they've got some fresh legs on here after a good defensive set. They're on halfway here. Coming up, a couple of touch up the sleeve, just dropping it back inside. Trying to isolate that defender there. Michael Forrester.
Oh, no. That's a bad 6 to go, Gab.
Yeah, that's not what you want on the last play.
There was no threat either. I think the middle actually split the wrong way, so it was 4-on-4, and he could have just chased him down. So
yeah,
that's the coach killer. See if they can get a stop here. The ML.
So good fortune here, and they're going to go
well done.
Well defended there. But as you said, it looks like, Mitch, that they're going to just be trying to do that conditioning and run the little plays through the middle, and then we might see them go out wide where they had success before.
Yeah.
So we see there, we got Forrester again, and we're working with the number 15. We've got Hunter Schoon. They've chewed up a few touches here, and the defensive line seems to be quite... They're managing it okay at this point. As we see there, Forrester again.
That's a great touch.
Excellent touch. So good attack. They were quite, they were peppering that line, just couldn't get through. But as you saw, the ball stayed in quite close there. They didn't go for any wide options.
Yeah, they did. And this is better rucking here from Cronulla. Or the Sharks, I should say.
Yeah, it's much better attack. They'll be happy with this as we see O'Riordan taking it over the halfway line. Here comes Jack Stewart, and he's taking a good latch play, as we say. There's only one play left to go. Breaking through. He might have got through there. Excellent touch. Michael Forrester again. He's had a good couple of minutes in attack and defence, Forrester.
Yeah, he had to make that touch too.
Yeah, he sure did. And as we know, the Forrester name, very famous in the Canterbury club.
Absolutely it is. Synonymous.
Synonymous, yep. Here we see that's a good run there, straight up, just taking his assignment, doing it perfectly. They're on just right on the halfway line. And they've got a little bit of an opportunity out here.
They've got to get that ball back in the middle, they Gab.
Yeah, the defence did well there. They just kind of followed them across. That was Dylan O'Riordan there, working there with Jack Stewart. But they've made it easy for the Sharks to get to their box.
Not enough urgency here from the Sharks, though. If the coaching, I think if they run a bit harder. Canterbury seem to be running a bit harder, but don't have the same opportunities.
Yeah, now this is better. It looks like Sean Street, speaking of run hard, he will run all a day, that man. And then some.
And we've got another forward pass, though, I think.
Yeah, we do. It's a penalty to the Bulldogs, so they'll be happy with that. They're going to get the ball about 15 metres and near their box, Mitch, as we've spoken about. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see. They might even go... Thought they might go direct, but they've taken one up the middle and then straight back to the box. It seems to be kind of the way the game's going at the moment. And it's play on there.
Is that not a penalty? I'll hang about.
No, they're going to have a little discussion here. And
I think the ref needs a break.
They might be calling both captains out here. He was wiping the sweat off the brow.
I might call both captains out, have a bit of a rest.
We've all done that before.
Haven't we?
Refereeing. Yep.
Absolutely.
So the game is in the balance. We're about 12 minutes into the game. It's 2-2, and we might take some moment, Mister. You can tell us what your involvement is with the teams this weekend.
Yeah, so my daughter is playing at the Dolphins Premier League side. Very young side. They've played a couple of games so far, and then I've jumped in the box actually with the Renegades Men's Opens side. So yeah, a little bit different, but looking forward to it. The men's Premier League all starts at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So.
Yeah, I know. They've got the afternoon shift today.
Yeah,
so we've had some great games already this morning, but stay tuned on your KO Freebies because the action's definitely going to heat up as the day goes on. So we see here the Bulldogs with the ball there. They've got still about 3 touches to go.
Good defence. Look at that. Getting up there, taking it off them.
Yep. And who was it? It was, looked like it might have been Streety.
Yeah, it was Street. He's just made 3 in a row.
Yeah, he'll make all 6 if he can.
That's really good defence.
Yeah.
That's showing the young... Oh, that should be a penalty. That's showing the young guys what they need to do. A bit of urgency, a bit of intensity.
Yeah, this is good defence here by the Bulldogs. They're rushing up, trying not to let the Sharks get to their box or over halfway. So that's a good run there by the Sharks player, number 31, as we see Ayub just steady things up. He's working there with Hutchinson. We see Cooper Taylor going out from half. He's trying to turn his player inside out. 6-touch cord. Yep. Number 4, Dimitri Dress. He's done well there because he was nearly turned inside out, but he held his nerve and made a great touch.
Yeah, he did. And I think 2-2 Gab with 14 to go. Whoever sort of settles down and actually rucks, gets through their sets for the next sort of 5 minutes, minimises errors, I think they'll go a very long way to winning the game.
And we see that a lot in State Cup. You got to stay in the grind. And it's the last 5 minutes where you'll get the chockies. And if you're anything like me, you love the chockies. So
absolutely.
We'll see how we go here. There we go. Jai taking a really good settler for his team. They're coming to the box, and Bulldogs are still pressing up in defence. They're doing a good job. Cooper Taylor there, taking it forward, and he's going to draw a penalty for his team. So be happy with that. It looked like maybe a little bit too hard touch in the back of the head, maybe?
Yeah, he was touching his ear or the back of his neck, the ref. I'm not exactly sure. So let's see if they can get down to the 7 and run a couple of plays.
Yeah, it's been a bit... The last few minutes of the game have kind of been intense. We haven't seen too much line attack having to happen the last few minutes, but we'll see here. Sharks will get an opportunity. Working well, and he's...
Oh, that's close.
Yeah, he's caught him on side, I think. There's a bit of conjecture here as to what it's going to be. No, he definitely made the touch. It was just whether or not he was on side or not.
Yeah, I think he made the touch a little bit far outside the 7. And again, it's a metre outside the 7, not on the 7. Just making it a little bit easier for that defence and the referee.
He's going to just play the touch here. That's Jack Stewart. Will have to get up, play the ball under with Dylan O'Riordan, and we'll see if they want to finish it out here. Yeah, good play, Jack Stewart.
Late switch? No. Bad luck.
But they'll be happy with the where they've finished it, Mitch. Perfect position. If you can't score, then try and hold them down in your corner.
And get a bit of pressure in this set. See if they can create a turnover.
They want to do some push defence here, some press defence. Again, it's easy from the cool of the commentary box with a fan behind us.
Much easier.
Press up, boys, if you can, on both teams. And
they've got a forward pass.
Yeah, and again, there's reward for that effort on the press defence. So Sharks, the last minute or two, are probably just getting a little bit on top of them in terms, but they can't capitalise as of yet, and it's been some good defence by the Bulldogs, but they'll need to be strong here, Mitch, to stop the Sharks from scoring.
That's a good dump on the 7. Oh, bad luck. It was on too.
It was. but well defended in the end. He got caught up in the ruck.
It was. Gab, can I talk to you about forward passes from dummy half?
You can.
It's almost like an epidemic in our game.
It definitely is. It feels like at least 50% of the passes off the ruck are going forward, particularly in that line attack. I mean, we're trying to get flat and get the ball on the advantage line, but it does feel like sometimes the balance tips the other side.
I also think sometimes when the dummy half sort of has two straight legs, it looks more forward than it is.
Yeah, it can be a perception, isn't it, rather than what is actually happening with the body position of the acting half as we return here. But it's definitely a good point, Mitch. But I feel like if every close one was pulled up, it'd be a penalty-a-thon the whole game.
Which we don't want that.
We don't want that either. The wingers come in there. It's an opportunity there for the Bulldogs, and it was good enterprising play. I feel like the Bulldogs are better when they spread the ball wide.
Yeah, absolutely they are. They are.
But again, for them, they've got it down the other end of the field. On this side of the box, so Sharks will be looking to make some quick subs as we see Sean Street there just get touched. He was trying to step back inside. Off to Stewart. Good touch there by the winger for the Bulldogs, one of the Braddock boys. Coming on through here, we've got Nick Newman. He's having a good game, Nick Newman, and we see here... their second commentator. Sorry, Nick Newman.
Sorry, Nick. That's our fault, mate.
So we go here back to the play. The Bulldogs have got the ball, and they're taking the ball up the field quite easily. It is hot out there. We've got 13 minutes left to play, and the game is still in the balance. It's been 2-2 for probably at least 6 or 7 minutes now, if not more. They're going to get a couple of touches on the line here. They'll be looking to draw a penalty if they can and get a fresh set of 6, as we see there.
Passive out the back? Oh, no. Wasn't on.
No, that wasn't on. Yeah, he's having a chat to his players about where he wanted to run there, Michael Forrester.
He's not happy.
We see Ayub there taking the ball straight up for his team, as we see Cooper Taylor there, working there with one of the Hutchinson boys. Bacon at half, working with another Blake Hutchinson. Taking the ball up, another fly play. Sean Street likes that play to over, and he's got quite some toe, but it looks like, no, he's... Excellent call by the, Michael... Oh!
Look at that.
There must be some money going to charity from the Sharks here for the post-try celebration, which you're right, I hope it is as well, as we see the backflip there by Dylan O'Riordan. We'll definitely see that on his replays for Instagram. It was an excellent line there by Dylan, and it came from the fly play from Sean Street.
Yeah, no, they squared up the other middle, and then he just showed a clean pair of heels. And then watch this. I don't think I'd be able to do this on a trampoline, Gab.
No.
Whooshka.
The pink boots. How good, Dill. But I just want to make note there of Michael Forrester. He did a diving touch and straight away got up and said, I didn't get him. So that's what we love about our game at this level, the honesty in the game.
Absolutely.
So the score's gone to 3-2. Sharks have taken a narrow lead with about 11 minutes to go. And this is as we see, Bulldogs.
Good touch from
touch there by Ayub. But the game is still in the balance. It's a really entertaining game, Mitch.
Yeah, it is. It is. The Canterbury just need to try and get a little bit more ball in the Sharks' 7-metre line. They just haven't been down there enough. Another penalty.
Yeah, he's given the penalty there, so he's taken the ball up. He'll try to sneak a few more metres, Jai, there, but he's been taken back. A penalty on an early touch, so they get a fresh set of 6 here. Pretty much bang on the halfway line. As we see, that's Newman again, taking his back on the field here with Hutchinson, working hard. Out to his partner in crime there, and we come back here for Jack Stewart. He'll be looking to work with Newman here. Trying to get the defence to draw out, but it's good, really good defence here by the Bulldogs.
County for Plummer. Oh, good ball.
Oh, that is a beautiful pass, and Jack Stewart roly-poly over the line and takes the score out to 4-2. This is going to look nice on the replay as well, Mitch.
This is going to look great. This is going to look really, really good. Plummer gets the ball, middle link dump, steps inside for the Counties, looks up, great hole. Oh, that's great. That's pretty.
Yeah, you don't see better than that. We'll see it again. There we've got a second replay of it. Beautiful pass by Plummer and on to Stewart and the forward roll. No bonus points for that, but it looks excellent.
Yeah, really, really well done.
So the Canterbury here need to try and get a try back very soon. Time's getting away from them. There's still 10 minutes to go, so we know a lot can happen in that. A third of the game left, but it's probably the biggest gap we've seen in the game so far, Mitch, at Sharks 4 and Canterbury 2. Just try the chicken play here, and he stepped back inside.
Oh, that'll help.
And drawn a penalty there. Good step there, Liam Casey. We've seen his footwork throughout this game. And they're going to get a fresh set of 6 here. And you can see here the Lincoln wing on the left-hand side, Mitch, extremely wide, trying to open up the play in the middle. They've done that perfectly there. And we nearly saw there Dimitri Dress. He nearly got outside his player, but a good touch there by the Sharks player. So it's only touch 2. Still got 4 to go, and they'll be peppering that line again as we see Dress there with the ball.
Too far out.
Yeah, they're a little bit too far out there, working with Casey. So we've got Dress working with Casey, and they're going underneath there. And dropped it back inside, but...
very good defence.
Yeah, good touch there, O'Riordan. It looks like there's 6 to go there, so there must have been a touch in flight from one of the Sharks players.
This will be the 3rd set in a row now.
Yeah, he's got to come and back play it on the correct blade, so he's done that now. We don't have number 3 on our team sheet, so apologies for the Canterbury number 3 player, but we don't have you on the list that we've got. But we've got number 18, we've got Casey again, working there with one of the Berry boys. And he nearly snuck through there, the number 3 for Canterbury. But again, good defence. It's a good battle out there in the link.
Yeah, it is. No panic, though. Just made the touch.
Yeah, he'll always give Dylan over. He'll always give 110%. So you're going to have to work hard to score a try against him just for simply the effort he makes. We see a good touch there from the winger, number 41, Callum Mackay. So they're peppering that middle and link hole.
They're asking the right questions, but the Sharks are up to it with regards to their defence.
Yeah, so they'll try and finish it out on their wing there. They did have some success down in that far corner earlier on the Canterbury boys. So there's 8 minutes to go, and they've drawn a penalty, thrown the ball, and they're going to have to bring it up to the mark, the Sharks. They'll probably get a free 10 metres here. They take it on the correct mark. And the refs are strict on that, and as they should be, Mitch.
Yeah,
you can't be throwing the ball away because the defensive line gets set.
Yeah, it's only a little thing. Just drop the ball or give the ball back to the player. Don't hold on to it. Don't roll it back.
A borderline pass there. Sharks might have got away with one, as we see here. Taylor onto Abe, and he'll just steady the ship and wait for his players to come on. So we've got number 30, Ben Lilly, coming onto the ball. They might try this fly play again. It's rinse, wash, repeat for the Sharks. That's the 2nd try they've scored, and that's Newman there. We didn't put the commentator curse on him that time, and this one will look beautiful on the replay. And it's the same thing. We've seen it a couple of times today, and run us through it.
It's done it with Street again. He's just looks like he's going to scoot, pops out, beautiful pass. Newman fires through the hole. Unfortunately, the winger's just not able to, or the link's able to make the touch.
No, and the fist pump by Street in the background takes the score out to 5-2. And if they didn't need to be the next to score before, Mitch, the Canterbury team, they definitely do now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sharks know now, 3-point lead, just 6 to play. Just play your sets out.
That's right. I was going to say, as a coach, and I know you've done a lot of coaching, we might get to your international coaching a little bit later. But, set completion should be the message coming from the box, I'd imagine.
Absolutely. Get down their line, make them run the full 70 metres.
And the good thing about the Sharks Club at the moment is they've got a men's team in the Premier League, which will be featuring later on today. But they've also got, they all help each other coach. So they train together, like this men's B team. And we've got the Premier League team. We've also got an under-20s team. So it's a club that's really building. Yeah. And you can see here we've got a couple of the coaches and players that will be playing later on today in the Premier League are in the box of the this men's Open B and vice versa. So they're all working together as a club, and they're reaping the rewards for now and probably in the next few years.
Oh, absolutely. So we sort of don't go to down to Wagga for the Southern Conference, but the vibes and the videos from the tent, and you put these things up every time a team wins a game, and the videos and the dress-ups, and there's some really, really good things happening at the Sharks Club. You can tell.
Yeah, there's a really good culture and vibe down there at the club at the minute. So, it's dress-up club night tonight.
Oh, are you dressing up tonight, Gab?
I think I'm in here till quite late. So, my kids would sometimes say my normal fashion is dress up. So, I'll say, yes, I'm dressing up. Here we go. Back to the action away from my fashion faux pas. We've got 5 minutes to go. Sharks on top at this point, 5-2, but the game can change on a dime, as we know. Bulldogs here. They've got a little bit of run of play. Might be offside there, the Sharks player, but penalty there to the Sharks. I'm not sure what...
I think he's saying obstruction.
Possibly. It might have been a little bit unlucky there for the Canterbury Bulldogs, but they're still pushing up in defence. I like to see you got 2 players pushing up there, and another one here, one of the Braddock boys.
Good touch.
They're coming in. They've got a couple of touches here. We got Cooper Taylor there, working with Hutch. Here we go, coming through. That's Newman again, and they're going to
go.
Yeah, going to give 6 to go.
Yep.
And it was unlucky because he had to come in and make that touch because they were coming out the back, the Sharks play. So he did a good job, and sometimes the knockdown's better than a try.
Yeah, it is. Punish play here, Gab.
Yeah, here he goes. And we saw that earlier on with Abe, and we've seen O'Riordan there. And the ref, you've caught it early. You've caught it correctly, Mitch.
Oh, and another backflip. Holy moly.
That will certainly bring the crowds into the stadium if we see Dylan O'Riordan. He's got a double, and he's done a double backflip.
Well done, young man. Really, really nice setup on the punish play. Dumped it right on the 7. Unfortunately, the link just wasn't able to get back on side.
No, and as a defender, when they're making that play on you in the link and you're having to make that touch on the 7, it becomes a foot race of forward versus backwards. And as we're seeing most of the time, the forwards runner with a dive will most often come out on top. So the score's now 6-2 by my reckoning.
Yeah, I think it is.
With that try there to the Sharks. And we see a little sweeper play here from the Bulldogs. And they're going to turn it back inside. But he went the front door. Nearly worked. 3-on-3 here. So they're getting some good play, the Canterbury team. They just can't quite break the line. It's a bit of a brick wall at the moment for the Sharks defence.
The Sharks defence has been great. Really, really good.
So 3 minutes left here to play. As we see here, Street taking it straight up the field. And as you said, they'll just be looking to complete their sets. We see there Blake Hutchinson. They're coming on here. It's Stewart. He's going to be working with Plummer. And we saw Plummer set up a beautiful try with Stewart. So they have played a little bit together before, those two. So they know each other's style of play. Last touch, he's bringing it back in, Newman. No, he's not bringing it back in. He's going straight under the post if it was rugby league. And that's a double for Newman as well. Number 31, Nick Newman.
Yeah, that's a soft try that the coaching staff of Canterbury won't be happy about. 5th tackle, everyone's just dropped off. Steps in middle. Yep. Not enough torque. It's hot.
It's hot. You're tired. The game's, with a couple of minutes to go, the game's gone. And it's... But if you're the coach of the Canterbury team, you need to try and win moments because it's a long weekend. So whilst this game's gone, they need to look at, whether it's completion of sets or finishing the ball at the other end of the field or in your defensive structures. You've got to get a win out of every game, even if the score's not going your way.
That's exactly right.
We see here the out ball here, looking back in and took a couple of diving touches there, Stewart. So it's last touch here. We'll see if they can manufacture something out of nothing here. We got Forrester, and he has been one of their...
Oh, no.
Oh, we've seen an intercept by Field. It was worth a try here, Canterbury, and now they've drawn a penalty. The ref nearly got hit in the head there with a flying ball, but everybody's safe with 1:50 to go on the clock. And Canterbury here, Mitch, probably one last opportunity to get back on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they've run the ML consistently, Gab, so I imagine that's where they'll probably go, and then later in the count they'll move back to the Rooster. That's sort of what they've been running.
Yeah, so we see Forrester there working with Hunter. Oh, he might have... No, he's... Yep.
Oops.
So more dancing going on there. We see there it was Hunter Schoon nearly diving over for a try, and we've good hands there. Peterson working there with Schoon, and Forrester seeing what he can manufacture from the ruck there. A good dive there.
It was a very slow setup.
It was a slow setup, but he's quite tall, Brooklyn Berry, so it was worth a try there. We've got just over a minute on the clock, and they're looking here for the punish play back at them on O'Riordan. But, O'Riordan's had a really good game.
Yeah. Just in terms of, the defence for the viewers, he made the touch in the middle of the chest. He pulled a nice hard corner, so he was never going to get beaten short side there, O'Riordan. So, really good defensive technique.
That's right, and that's hours at training with the different coaches and practicing where your feet and your hands need to be in that pre-touch and then post-touch where your first steps are. As we see Taylor here, he has got speed. Speaking of where your feet are, he's moved very fast in those pink boots. I've got to get myself a pair of those.
Very, very quick.
Yep. You'd have a pair of those, would you, Mitch?
No, I don't. I'm more of sort of the black or white, sort of traditional, boring.
Yeah, okay. I feel like I've got gum boots on sometimes when I'm playing. But here we go. Here we got Ayub. Oh, and that's unselfish play. And we see 41, Callum Mackay, just to finish the game off.
Oh, he's got another lawnmower. There we go. Another one.
Yeah, they've got a few specials there in their try-scoring celebration of the Shark. And as we see, the Hooters probably about to blow here in the background. It's we'll see the replay there.
Just easy hands. Very unselfish. Probably could have scored himself.
Yeah, very unselfish. And it was an entertaining game in this men's Open B division. But the Sharks have come out on top. And what would be your summary of that game, Mitch?
Look, I think the Sharks will be very happy with how they played. They got over the top of Canterbury. Canterbury were good for sort of 15 to 20 minutes. It's about those moments that you mentioned, Gab. They've got to, put them back to back and not just sort of switch off and others. But, I'm sure the coaching staff will have some things to work on, and they'll see brighter days ahead.
Yeah, well done to both teams there. Entertaining game and played in the excellent spirit that we expect from these two clubs. But just after the break, you'll be joining us on KO Freebies for a men's seniors clash between Central Coast and the Old Bar Pirates.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
We finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
I am currently here with Dean Wilbo, or as fondly known as Pumper. First of all, congratulations, Hall of Fame induction this year. Amazing achievement for your years that you've put into the sport at New South Wales Touch. You must have been pretty excited.
Yeah, I was very humbled, to say the least. It's a big honour, and I don't take it lightly, so I do appreciate the award. And
how many years have you been coming to State Cup?
It's probably my 30th year. Been to a couple.
Coach, you're playing this year though?
I'm a coach this year. My running days are a bit over. I had a bit of an injury and I haven't come back great from it, but I'm here to coach the Central Coast 30s boys.
How do you think they'll go?
They should go well. We went well last year, lost the final to Manly. We do have a better team this year, so fingers crossed that we get the gold.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the 2024 New South Wales State Cup. I'm here with Mitch Walkerton. We're here for our second game together today, Mitch, and this is going to be a great clash.
Yeah, it will be. It's going to be really, really entertaining. We've got new affiliate, the Old Bar Pirates, up against the Central Coast Dolphins, who lost the grand final in this division last year.
Yeah, I think Manly ended up being the premiers in this division last year, but obviously against a extremely good team in Central Coast, and Mitch Walkerton will run us through a little bit after.
Hang about.
Straight from the tap-off.
Off the kick-off.
And we see here the colours are quite similar here,
yes,
but it looks
they
like
are.
the Pirates have started off with the ball. We've got here the 24 there. We've got Andrew Round. And I'll get you, Mitch, just to explain where the Old Bar Pirates have originated from.
Yeah, so the Old Bar Pirates, they're actually a rugby league club up near Taree on the mid-north coast. And they're one of 7 new affiliates that are participating in the State Cup for the first time. So it's fantastic to have them on board and participating and playing this year at the State Cup.
Yeah, and they nearly scored in their first appearance on the stadium field. As we see here, Central Coast Dolphins just settling up the field there. We've got their number 3, Anthony Tipple, another name we know well. Acting half there, we're taking it out the ball, and he's managed to hold on to that there. The number 10, Michael Duff. We see a sweeper play coming back, well defended, but he's gone straight through. Beautiful hands there, and he's ruled that last pass forward. Otherwise, it was going to be a try in the opening set to Tom Antonio, but that was a good set from the Central Coast.
Yeah, it was a nice set, and I think that they will move quite laterally to make the Pirates have to make decisions in defence as opposed to playing straight.
Yeah, so the Pirates here, they need to get that ruck sorted. He's going to have to dish the ball off there so he's not caught from acting half. And it's unfortunately in that little bit of confusion, there's been an error, a forward pass or off the mark, it looks like, from the referee. And Central Coast will be happy with that defensive set.
Yeah, they will be. They get the chance to, take a breath.
And as you said before, Mitch, how good to have 7 new affiliates in the competition
awesome. So
this year. The game is growing, and this competition, I heard Dean Russell say the other day, I think there's over 230 teams here competing this weekend. He's just got caught behind the line there, the Pirates defender. And the number 10, we got Michael Duff. He's opened up his score.
Yeah, the Duff man has gone over and scored. I don't think they knew where the try line was. There was too many of them. If we watch, they go too far past the try line.
Yeah, there was probably 3 behind the try line there in the end. And it is hard. You're running backwards and you're looking to get onside, but yeah, you got as soon as you get those feet behind that line or on that line, you then got to move back up. So that one will be a lesson learned. They'll definitely look at that and learn from that. The Pirates, they've had to change ends here, is what happens in this 30-minute turnaround game.
Bad play the ball. That's not going to help their cause, and the Coast are straight onto it.
Yeah, I was just about to say the Coast is
Nice
so quick
fast.
on those
They love the fast
changeovers, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, and you can see already in the opening 3 minutes the intentions that they've got for this game. So we see the number 13 there, Nicholas McGeever working with Nash Beebe.
It's an awful play the ball from Nash the Flash Beebe. He was facing the sideline.
That's right. And he, there was no other results happen there other than the Pirates get the ball. So as we see then, they've got the ball here. They'll be wanting to clean up the ruck here in these early minutes. And this is a better set brewing for the Pirates. They need to get someone here to acting half. As number 4 there, Ryan Merrick. And as you said, given they've originated as a rugby league club, there's probably a lot of current or former rugby league players. A little flick back inside. Benji Marshall, speaking of rugby league. But Ryan Merrick, he ran the little boy play, as we call it, in touch. But I bet there's been many a game of rugby league amongst this group of men.
Yep, absolutely there would be. Yeah, they make their way to the box over here for the Coast.
Yeah, they're working up well, nearly tiptoeing down that sideline there. Very close to the sideline. We see the number 28, Dami Kia.
He's got him over the mark.
Yes, there's a fair few. They just need to settle into the game, both teams here. We've seen a fair few errors and penalties in the first 4 minutes. But just maybe sussing each other out a little bit, looking for the gaps there, as we see Michael Henry working it up, and he's got the number 12 behind him, Ryan Pryor. It looks like he's got a brother or a cousin, Sam, there in his team. But we've got here Ryan Merrick. He's tried the little play. He might have got the jerseys confused there with the referee. But either way, the ball sailed across the sideline, and Central Coast going to get back in their corner. And it's going to be... Oh, no, the ball's caught in... Oh, they're deciding, is it a foot in the ruck? Or yeah, they've gone with a foot in the ruck. They were selling it well here, the Central Coast team.
They were. I didn't see the foot, so, yeah.
See what happens. They're right on the halfway line here, Central Coast Dolphins. We've got Blake Dennis taking up the middle of the field. He's working there with Duff, and they're coming around the field again. We've got Dennis, but he's called play on the referee. We've got Duff with the ball. And we've got Shannon O'Brien working with Dennis. A nice cut-out pass.
At that.
And, beautiful put-downs.
Look at that put-down from Sammy Cirillo. That is as good as it gets, Gab.
That is as good as it gets. We saw post-try celebrations in the last game, and within the men's open. We're seeing it here in the men's seniors. And again, they were caught behind the line.
Yeah, they were. It's a lovely ball out there, and he had a lot of work to do and dived.
Look at the placement of that ball, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. O'Brien out to Cirillo. Great put down.
Yeah, the wingers in the NRL would be happy with that put down.
They would be. But there'll be no post-try celebrations for Sam. Maybe his young bloke Bodie. he might...
he might do one for him. He might have done something in the stand for him there. So it's
happy.
Central Coast 2 here in front of the Old Bar Pirates, yet to get across the line, and the ball's gone over the sideline again. They just got to maybe try and be a little bit more patient and hold on to that ball and give us a few more opportunities on the line, Mitch.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They just, they haven't really settled into the game as yet. You can see the Coast, this is touch 2, and they're already up to the 10-metre line.
Yeah, they're sailing it down there as we see Cirillo there. Got caught up maybe in a few of his own players as we see. It looks like BB there. Bring it back in. They're setting, they want someone. They know which dump where they want the play to happen. And we got another bad play of the ball. Yep. But as you said, they kind of coasted their way up the field there.
Yeah, they did. And I think the Pirates, they need to do the same. Oh, there we go. He got past there. And they should now get down to the line and hopefully get the chance to run a few plays, I think.
Yeah, it was well done there by Jacob Cook. He got round the first player, and now they've got back in the middle of the field. They've got a couple of touches left here. We've got the number 8. We've got Adam Seville. But there, they cannot get to complete their set. So if I'm the coaches of the Old Bar Pirates at this point, I'm not worrying about the scoreboard. I'd be worrying about completing the sets and trying to get the ball at the other end of the field, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm trying my best not to go, guys, we've got to hold on to the ball.
Dad joke number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, viewers.
I love him. I'll take him all day. Love him. All right, so here we go. Central Coast have taken the ball there, and he's turned him inside out, and a beautiful left foot step. Oh, he's come across, but I'm going to say ball was down there. Looked like Matt Kennison's got the try.
Yeah, he was. Great little left foot step there, but very casual with the put down there, Gab.
He was. We've seen a couple of them already, but this will look nice on replay. He's got the ruck caught up. He's turned his back, turned him inside out, but it was a beautiful step. He nearly got him there, the Pirates player in Michael Henry, but taking the score out, Central Coast 3, Old Bar Pirates yet to score. We're about 8 minutes into this clash, and as we said, the Pirates will be looking to get some opportunities down their line. He was out like a rocket there, the acting half for the Pirates. Here he is again, the number 3, Tom Callanan, and he's got some good speed about him.
Yeah, I'd like to see the 5 get live with the ball, not from half.
Yeah, here he was there, but as you said, when you're acting half, you're not able to score, but he does look light on his feet there. We've got Michael Henry, and he has been involved so far in this first 9 minutes, but maybe on those punish or quickies where it can be a live player might be better for his skill set.
I think so.
Yeah, he got called out of play there. No, he's let him play on there, the Pirates player, Matthew Pryor. Here he is, Cirillo, ball out the back. Working with Duff. And there we see O'Brien. And beautiful step there, looking for a player. Who's he got? And a good put down there. Blake Dennis.
Yep.
Play on. Try scored, 4-0 Central Coast. And this will look good. It was patience there by Dennis in making his play for the try line.
Yeah, it was. He actually had to run a long way from, where he actually dumped the ball. He puts his hand up and you can see him running around the back. And, gets a nice clean plant for a try.
Yeah, it was a beautiful go from half there by Shannon O'Brien, and he was patient in looking for the right player to turn the opportunity into a try.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get a bit panicky when you get in goal and you're looking for the player and everyone goes man on or woman on with regards to the defence. So, yeah, well done.
So it's 4-0 here, about 10 minutes into the game. So, again, the Pirates will be looking to see what they can manufacture. They've definitely got some players that have got the ability to sneak through and good ball skills. As we see here there, Jacob Cook working with Harris. And that's Cook to Harris. Yeah, little sweep play. They're going back against the grain. I like that play.
So do I.
I'm going to maybe video that play on repeat.
Yeah. You got a sweeper play where he splits the opposite way, so to speak, against the grain.
Yeah, so he came around for the sweep and then off his right foot. And
yeah, beautiful. Gets the ball down.
Jacob Cook scored the try, but it was manufactured well, the little 3. So we see them go to sweep, come back, so the defence goes.
Yeah.
All right.
Well done.
Look out for that in the Renegades Men's Open later on today, hey, Mitch? Maybe. That I do like that play.
Yeah. We like seeing, innovation and different plays, so it's great.
So 4-1. So the Pirates are on the scoreboard. Dolphins have now got the ball. We've got Kennison with the ball and it's a chicken and a no-touch. So there's a couple of little wins here for the Pirates and working their way back into this game. We've just gone over the 10-minute mark. And a quick tap there by the man you spoke about before, Michael Henry, who is light on his feet and he's got it.
This is good rucking there, Gab.
Excellent, much better set. Maybe it just took that try to kind of give them a little bit of confidence, and now they're back in the ball game. They're working it here, right in the middle of the field, and it was always going to be a hard ball to catch there. It's probably a little bit too flat there, but trying to make metres for his team. So now here, Central Coast Dolphins, they're bang on halfway. They're going to get some fresh legs on here. You see the number 28, Dami Kia, and that's good defence there by the Pirates. That was Tom Callanan, and a little fly play, and he's worked out the back, and again, that's good effort by the number 13, and that's Nicholas McGeever, and he had to push to get there.
Yeah, he did.
And he did a good job.
Yeah, great effort to come flying out of the line, but if you don't make that touch and the ball gets released, it makes it very, very difficult for the rest of your team. Nice hands there from Timmy Penny, and McGeever walks over for a very easy try. Yeah,
they end up with a couple of player overlap there. A number of men could have scored, and it was good little pass there, as you said, and takes the score out. Central Coast 5, the Old Bar Pirates 1 in the men's senior division here at State Cup. And from what I've seen so far, Central Coast, they're definitely going to be one of the teams to watch again this year.
Yeah, I think they will be. I believe the Cronulla have got a fairly strong 30 side as well, though.
Yeah, as we see here, a little play at the back, and they've got an overlap if they can get the ball here. Oh!
Great defence there from Big Anthony Tipple, and Sam Cirillo held his man as well and diffused what looked like a really, really enterprising play.
Yeah, it was great play. They had a player come out the back and then just create some space and an overlap for his team. Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalise on it, but I'd like to see more of that as the game eventuates. See the number 11, Blake Dennis, working here with Duff, and then that's with O'Brien, and here we go here. We've got Demario, and he's through. Oh,
that's a very good touch. That's Sampson who's made the touch. That's a really, really good touch.
Excellent touch, and saved a try for his team on that occasion.
Yeah,
so well done. So they've got the stop there. They need to have a really good set here in attack, because you can see what the Central Coast defence is looking
hunting,
to do.
aren't they?
They are. They can smell blood in the water, and they're looking to capitalise. We see here they're still 10 metres shy of halfway. Picks it up in the one hand, passes it out, and here we see here there's trouble for the Pirates. But great cover defence. Oh, he's gone the in and away. And
I think he's called touch.
He's got him there. That's Jacob Cook. So he scored a try down the other end, saved one there. Great effort there, but they're still a little bit on the ropes here.
Yeah,
Central Coast are coming with a sweeper play, and it's going to be hard to stop. He's got well defended. The number 8, Adam Seville.
I think they've got 7 on the Pirates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
They do. Well spotted, Mitch.
Come on, refs.
Don't you get in the refs' ear here. Let's see how long till it plays out. But you're right, they definitely have 7 on the field. Let's see if they can work out how many they dump on. They've worked it out. They've heard you, Mitch.
I don't know about that. But they've just run a sweeper play, and they're like, hang on, there's still 3 on the field.
It's hard to score at any time, but let alone when there's an extra player on the field. But, oh yeah, he's gone off.
We've gone back to maybe 1995, 7 aside.
Yeah, we had a middle, and we didn't know what was going on there. So, oh, and again, they've gone a little bit behind the line there. Yeah. But they managed to stop it there. She's got the number 5, Damari, with the ball, working with Dennis. See what they go here. They're going to go up the middle and try. No, it looks like they're going to do a sweeper play, Mitch.
Picks up and goes back short. Oh, that's a great read from the winger.
Well done there. I think it's Seville again.
Yeah, really, really good touch.
It actually looked like the long ball was on, but he sniped that touch and saved a try again.
Yeah, if he throws long, it's a certain try there, but he didn't. And they get a stop. Another sweeper here.
Yeah, so we'll see if they run the sweep. They've gone back against the grain a little while. Looks like he might give it to the sweeper here. Oh, that's a beautiful line. Great try, Shannon O'Brien. Beautiful pass. I think it was Michael Duff through the ball.
Yeah, it was Duff who threw the pass.
That was like a rocket. He threw that straight to him. Good hands. We'll see on the replay here, Mitch.
Yeah, you're right. They gave it to the sweeper this time. He came around engaged. Bang.
That's a beautiful pass.
That's a really, really good ball.
On the advantage line.
Yeah.
Takes him on, and not much they could do there, the Pirates' defence.
No, unfortunately there wasn't. So, yeah.
We're about halfway through this game. Central Coast 6 taking a commanding lead at this point with the Pirates, but they have showed some enterprising play. And we spoke about it in the last game. When the score gets away from you, you just got to try and win back, play by play, set by set, see what you can come up with.
Absolutely.
Keep the ball down this end, as we see there. It's possibly a little bit close to the line, but they've seen a little flick plus there. And the Pirates, Ryan Pryor, and now they've played it on the 7 here. And we'll see what Harris can work with. Oh, unfortunately, like a fair bit of sweat on the ball, we'll say there, unfortunately for round.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So, we've got to remember this is their first time playing the State Cup. Many of these players may not have participated before, and they've gone from playing local comp park touch to just, playing on KO.
Yeah, so, and it's a big jump up, isn't it?
Yeah,
Not only, and it's repeat games in a day, so you're not just playing one effort a game. You've got to recover and reload and then get back in for 2 and more often than not 3 games a day.
Absolutely,
and over 3 days. So
yeah.
For our viewers here, you'll see as we see a little pop over the top, doesn't go anyone. To win a State Cup's not an easy thing to do. So most of the teams that win these competitions are playing anywhere between 8 and 10 games in the competition, Mitch.
Yeah, it's 30-something degrees. I don't know what the humidity is, but it feels warm.
Yeah.
Yep. Dean Russell, that is always, it's a battle of attrition, and that's exactly right.
It is. You've got to get through Friday and Saturday. You've got to actually get to Sunday, obviously, but then the tournament often begins again and see who's the fittest and strongest and fresh legs coming into those games. But, yeah, it's one of everybody, it's a favourite tournament for everybody,
Absolutely,
this New South Wales State Cup, and it always lives up to expectations in all the divisions, which is why you see from under 20s right the way through to
60s.
To men's 60s we've got.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're still playing with smiles on their faces.
Yeah,
as we see here, Central Coast, a little sweep back, and he's going to go straight through there. That's Matt Kennis, and it looked like a beautiful pass there from Nick Grant.
Yeah, really clever there from Grant. Almost like the reverse fly, where he engaged the middle, got him to chase in.
Yeah, just a nice little pop back,
yeah.
And again, just getting caught behind the line there. So it'll be a really good learning phase for the Pirates here, because as you said, they're up against one of the red hot teams in this competition, last year's runners up, and obviously be looking to go one further in 2024. So it's a hard assignment for the Pirates coming up in their first year against one of the.
Yeah, it is. But as we keep. Oh, that's a penalty.
Yeah, they've drawn a penalty there. We've got Michael Henry. And as you said, we want to see Henry this set, maybe get the ball off a quickie and be live and see what he can manufacture. He's at acting half here as we speak. He's working with Saville. And those two are probably the key orchestrators in their team, I'd say, Mitch.
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm going to hazard a guess and say he's a halfback in football.
I would say so as well. Here we see a little step off the right, step off the left, off his knees. Cheeky little halfback, nearly got over. He's been good.
He's been great.
He's been good, Henry. Yep. Again, working with Saville. There's Saville with the ball. There's exactly what you spoke about.
Bad luck. But at least they're asking questions, Gab.
Yep, that was a really good set by them. We nearly saw Callanan take a ripper of a pass and get over the line. So they need here now. They've had a good attacking set. They need to try and hold them down this end, as we see easy meters there for
very easy.
Kia there from the Central Coast team.
Oops, out of the ruck there, mate.
Yeah, they're, as you said earlier, they're getting up the field quite easily here, as we see Duff, and he's going to be working with O'Brien. And
he's called touch.
The touch.
Well done.
That's Henry there, so working well in attack and defence is Henry. He'll have to bring it back to the mark there, O'Brien. Working with Duff. Here we go, acting half play. He's going to take out. He's got him going inside out behind the line. He'll be looking for patient. We see, looks like they're the number.
McGeever's over.
Yeah, he's over for at least a double here, McGeever.
Yeah.
And that one just looked a little bit too easy. A bit of fatigue set in.
Yeah, that is fatigue. They're very tired, the fellas. A middle dump. He loses his player. McGeever does a good job to shake his player with almost a goosey, and gets the ball down for a try.
Yeah, he threw a little dummy there and waited for the opportunity to pop up, and it takes a scoreboard out to 7-1 to Central Coast. So we're about 2/3 through this game, and as we said, it's the middle of the day, it's hot, and the Pirates have just, got to stay within reach. They've got to get the ball down the other end of the field, practice their plays. There's plenty more games this weekend, and see what they can come up with here. We've got the number 7 there, Harris, working through it. A nice little play there. Nearly got through there, Sansom. Couple of touches left. What would you be looking for here, Mitch?
Maybe if they can try a sweeper play.
Yep.
Just to move them around a little bit.
It was good.
They're sort of going backwards at the moment, which is not ideal.
No, and we see it was good defence there by Central Coast. And it was patient, little double pump, and it really worked there.
Yeah.
But it was good defence from Central Coast. It was O'Brien there.
Yeah.
And he just made them. They were going backwards. Getting out past the 7.
Yeah, really, really good defence. Is McGeever driving the ball out now?
And could get off the mark. No play on the referee's called. We see here Central Coast coming up the field and again down that sideline trying to get their players on. We've got Demiria there working here. We've got Penny. And there we've got BB. Oh, well defended.
Yep. Bad luck. Tim Penny needs to work on the batons.
It was Jacob Cook there. He's a big body, Jacob Cook, and he's done a really good job in defence.
Yep.
The entire game, and again there. So working it up, they've gone a little back to the wing. They probably want to try and get it over to their box. They look like they're tiring a little here after a good defensive set. That's better play by the Pirates. Here we see we've got Sam Pryor working here with Cook, the man we were talking about before, but they've chewed up a few touches here.
They have.
They might just have to drive it and take off here, see how many metres you can get. We've got there Matthew Pryor, and they might have one more touch up their sleeve. As we see here, Henry at acting half. If you can't manufacture a penalty, you might want to finish it on the other side of the field there. Feels like a lot of touches this set, Mitch.
It does, Gab.
My counting may not be the best, but they've got a little reverse play there.
Good defence, though. And they're straight onto with that transition.
Yeah, they are. You're right. We're 3 quarters into this game, and they just don't let up, which is what happens in these tournaments. The good teams just keep on playing, the whole 30 minutes, don't they?
Absolutely. That's the difference between good teams and great teams.
Yeah, you're right.
Great teams just keep going through. I think of Doylo in the men's opens.
Yep.
They don't. We're winning by 7-1. That'll do us.
Yeah,
that's not the mentality.
The foot's on the pedal the whole time.
Yeah.
As we see here, Nick Grant, he's at acting half there, working with Kennison. He's got the bright yellow boots. I love these bright coloured boots. Beautiful pass there, and another pass. That's going to be a beautiful try there. They've called it all clear.
Oh, there we go.
We've got the 44. Stuart Campbell's in for a try in the corner. Picks up the corner post. Thanks, Stuart. Saves the officials from wandering down that end of the field. But we'll see the replay here. What's your take on this one, Mitch?
It's a nice ball there, and I just didn't think that we're going to get there. Might have gone a little bit floated forward, let's say. Grant just rips a ball there and fortuitously pops up, and Disco Stew is what they call him, I believe.
Do they?
Yes.
Do I dare ask?
I don't know why, but Disco Stew.
All right,
Disco Stew Campbell.
You might see that at the club on Sunday night,
That's
maybe.
Right.
Who knows, from Stuart Campbell. I'll have to ask my son about that one. I will not be there on Sunday night. I'll be heading home, but I know it'll be a popular party on Sunday night at the club. So after 10 games of touch for a lot of these players, we see them trying to go through there. That's part of the joy of State Cup, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Having to have a few, a few celebratory drinks with your mates and from your own team, and obviously all other teams across. And that's one of the beauty of our sport.
Yeah, it is. If you're lucky enough that you don't have to go back to Sydney or wherever you've come from on Sunday afternoon, and you can watch all the finals here, and then get out to the club or spend some time with the people that you don't see all the time.
Yep. As we said, it's one of the best weekends of the year, all the way through Friday, Saturday, Sunday day, and then Sunday night. So, but if you are heading home on the Sunday afternoon, obviously you're going to watch the coverage on K Freebies on your way home.
Absolutely you will.
So we see here we've got about 6.5 minutes left to play, and the Pirates have got the ball. So, Mitch, when do the Renegades kick off for you this afternoon?
3 o'clock, I think, is the first game for the men's opens this afternoon. So, yeah.
And have they got a stadium game this afternoon?
The 7:05 game against Bankstown is the stadium game, yeah.
They're all good games we've got here on the stadium fields this afternoon. We're all the way through, and as you said, I think 7:05 is the last time slot of the day. So it's run from early this morning right through this afternoon. So we see Henry there. He looked like he was going to do a little flick pass. He's gone for the big swan dive, but he was touched there. That deserved a try.
It did deserve a try. Again, at least they're still asking questions.
Yeah, they are. They haven't given up here. At the score of 7-1, Central Coast over the Old Bar Pirates. And they're still coming up here in defence. Referee's calling him back. See another good run there. He takes the ball up well, Kia, for his team from this left-hand side.
Yep.
And they're moving the ball here. That was Penny. Working here with Tipple. Beautiful pass. They're caught for numbers there, and they did well there. It was a 3-on-2, and it was a diving touch there by Henry, the man we've spoken about a lot today for the Pirates.
Great touch.
They're working it up here, and it's good hands there. That was Daniel Harris. They want to try and get a penalty here. The ball's played it right on halfway. That's a better, we call that the latch plays. Come in, he needs to find an acting half, the Pirates. Couple of touches left here. Got Callanan. That's good. Nice drive in there by Sam Pryor. Working through maybe a penalty. No penalty there.
Yeah, I would have thought potentially a penalty. But, yeah.
But they're finishing the sets down that end of the field, aren't they, Mitch? So they'll be happy with that. As we said, the little game within a game that we look for sometimes. And they're doing a good job here, the Pirates, as we see there. Well touched. And they've got a penalty. And you spoke about it in the game before. It's that reward for effort in defence, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. You get up there, you try and press hard. It's not just about scoring tries. It's, get up there, stop them, win the field position battle.
Yep.
And that's all effort, Gab.
Yep.
And anyone can do that.
Anyone can do that.
You don't have to be skillful. You don't have to be fast. You just need to push yourself.
Yep. As we see, a beautiful little right foot step, and if they can
Lovely
promote the
hands.
ball here.
Disco Stew down the sideline.
Stew, there we go.
Oh, the ref nearly caught
He
one.
might step inside. Oh, he's gone.
He has.
Oh, he has.
Yeah.
Quick play, he might get it back here on a punish on the wing.
Oh, he's bombed it. He has dead set bombed it.
Disco Stew will not be happy with
Not
the ending
happy
to that.
at
He made a
all.
40-metre run down the left-hand sideline. Got the quick play, the ball, as we see on that. You can run us through it with Disco
Look at
Stew.
this. It was a lovely hands there. And then he comes flying down the sideline.
What about this play?
Slides under. Presence of mind to dump the ball.
And he
All he
wanted
has to
it
do is
back.
get the ball back. Oh.
I'm thinking there's a fine in there somewhere.
Oh, that'll come up at Kangaroo Court for
Yeah,
sure.
that is all day. That's a fine. So
Absolutely.
Disco Stew, I'm on your side there. Double fine if you ask me. And we'll
Keep
go
it.
back to the action here. Beautiful hands there by the Pirates, number 12 there. Ryan
penalty.
Pryor. They've got a penalty for a hard touch there. I think it was Kennison gave away the penalty there. I love that play.
Yeah,
3
absolutely.
minutes to go, and
Yeah.
it was great play by the Central Coast team, bringing it down the sideline. It's
Using your hands, playing eyes up, as they say, Gab.
it's a little bit of a hiatus here. The game stopped, as we said. It is hot out there. As we see a beautiful pass out wide from the Pirates player.
Oh, bad luck, mate. The one-handed pick up from dummy half.
Yeah, it's hard. And the ball, there'd be a fair bit of sweat on these
Yeah,
men's
there would be.
30s players in this heat, and it'd be a little bit like a cake of soap, that ball at the moment. So, here we see the Central Coast. They've decided to take the game up a notch again. And here we see then Kia. He just does the same thing every time, makes metres for his team. He's done a really good job. And we see here Tipple.
That's the difference in the two teams.
Yeah, you're right.
The structure and the running.
We're going to see the sweep back here, and they've got him at 6s and 7s. It's beautiful. Tipple.
Oh, bad luck.
Couldn't get that last pass away, but that was like clockwork, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Head down, bum up, running, nice and hard. That's the sign of a very good team.
And it started from the quick changeover, right
quick
back on their
transition.
own 7 metre. And there was a lot of intent there. They, as we said, 2 minutes to go in the game. They could easily put the cue in the rack, but it's just not the way they play.
I'm sure that would please Coach Wilbo.
Yes, he'll be very happy, although I can see him pointing some fingers. They might be still talking about the Disco Stew incident down here in the corner.
Potentially.
Speaking of discos, we know Wilbo likes a bit of a disco as well.
Yeah, he does. Although I'm not going to say anything else. I'll get in trouble.
No, one of the personalities of our game. We love Dean Wilbo. Big shout out to him. And they'll be a very well coached side in saying that. He's got a super brain for the game and played at the highest level himself, and now giving back to the sport in his coaching prowess.
Just nominated into the Hall of Fame too, Gab.
Yeah, he's and well deserved.
Yeah, absolutely was.
So here we see Central Coast will have one more opportunity with the ball. We're going to see a little sweep play here, and he's running hard. And who will he pass to?
No one.
No, good touch there. Unfortunately he couldn't quite find the right option.
No,
but well defended there, but in the link position from could have been the number 5 again.
Yeah, it was
could have
Henry
been
again.
Henry.
Yeah, it was him again.
I feel like he's hardly had any subs. He feels like he's on the field a lot. He's
does.
obviously fit.
Yeah.
Beautiful run there by Callanan up the field, and that was exactly what his team needed. Just got touched on the ball there. We're in about the last minute of this game, and we'll see what the Pirates can do in this. They might have them offside here, the Central Coast team. And there we see Saville. Only knows one way forward, Saville. What can we see here? Seeing what they can go. He's working with Harris. And there we see Hunter working with Saville. Back into Harris. And that's the last touch. They might have just not have heard the 5th touch there from the referee, and they're going to come straight back to their box here. And I'd say finish the game out with an easy set of 6. They don't need to do anything here, Central Coast. There he is. Kia again, straight up the field, working with Grant. And as we see, here's Kennison straight up the middle. He'll put the ball down, run the clock down, I'd say.
Yeah, it looks like he's almost winding the clock down.
And that's the final score in that game between Central Coast and the Old Bar Pirates was 8-1, and it's a good introduction for the Pirates. You see here, straight, beautiful pass there. And straight down the middle of the field, he had the high knee lift and the arms pumping.
Yeah, absolutely. That was
great try. But as we see, Mitch, I'd say they'll be pretty happy with that performance, Central Coast.
Yeah, I think so. You know, first game of any tournament's always a little bit tricky, and I'm sure that they've got a lot to, little areas to improve on. And I think it's the same with the Old Bar Pirates. You know, first time playing State Cup. You know, they'll realise how fast the game is.
Yeah.
You know what they need to improve on, and hopefully they can have a few wins as the weekend gets on.
Yeah, so a great game there. But if we're looking forward to the next game after the break, we've got the Rays Invest game of the day in Women's Open Clash, Canterbury versus Manly Warringah. Do not go anywhere.
Get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Great to have your company here on KO Sports. Thanks to Raise Invest. If you want to make your money work harder, sign up with Raise, Australia's #1 investing app, and earn a $20 reward after your first investment. It's easy. Just download the app, link your account, and start investing today. Don't miss out. Join Raise and start building your wealth now. Investing with Raise carries normal investment risk. Be sure to read the PDS and TMD to understand these risks and determine if Raise is right for you. And we are set to raise the roof here with our women's match of the day. Thanks to Raise, James Preston and Carly Banks to bring you all the action here. And these two sides should be going quite deep into this competition, both Canterbury and Manly Warringah.
Yeah, definitely. Two of the heavyweights traditionally of the women's game. And, this will be an intriguing matchup, James.
And so far for Manly, a bit of a shock start to the day. A 4-2 loss to East. They then rebounded quite significantly, an 8-3 victory over West. And for Canterbury, well, they have been perfect so far. The 2 wins on the board for this round 3 fixture. It is the reigning premiers up against one of the dark horses of the competition as Manly on the attack nice and early here. Diable Sending it wider still. A chance now for Nicholas. Just bouncing off that right foot, trying to squeeze through a gap.
Yeah, great defence there from Andy Law. Expect her to feature prominently for Canterbury.
Rochelle Davis pops it on here for Diable. Davis cut out on this occasion. Good read out wide there from Enright Bullock, who jammed in off the wing.
Yeah, really solid first set of 6 there defensively for Canterbury. A couple of questions asked by Manly, and it's the game's off to a good start.
And we saw with Canterbury up against Penrith in that round 2 match, they were still a little bit tentative. It was almost like watching their first round game, even though it was a second round match. So it'll be interesting to see if they can just open up a touch more here in this game. As they go on the attack once more, there's a nice little trick pass that pops out the back. And they'll keep crabbing out towards Fearnet. Davis may have had a hand there, and that was certainly what Fearnet was saying, but not called there for the Dogs.
Yeah, unlucky that call didn't go the way of Canterbury, but play on, and here come Manly charging down the field.
Good metres now on offer for O'Reilly, who turns it back on the inside, and then Pearce is an option once more towards the middle. Driving forward, strong touch coming in too from Kate Phillips. So they bring it out to this right-hand side. Slowed down now through Bella Geros. Geros back towards the middle for Durdovic. Geros once more an option at that link position. They'll go a bit wider still, and once more it's well marked up from Enright Bullock. That's 2 good reads from her.
Yeah, she's a classy winger. She's done a really good job there. Canterbury, traditionally known as the Dogs of War, they always dig in, and State Cup time's their favourite time of the year. Coach Pete Forrester always has them firing at this time of the year, and over the last few years, a notable omission for Canterbury is no Logan Flanagan this year. She's overseas playing rugby in Ireland, and it's really good to see the way that Canterbury have been able to put their young team together. And the ever-present Claire Tendak, she's like a good wine, just keeps getting better and better. And they'll always be there and thereabouts, James.
Yeah, Claire has been very strong so far to start the day's action. A lot of work out of acting half so far. It's Manly. Head up along the sideline, all very flat pass there. It's called to be play on though for now as McGrath hops in an acting half. Now Clifford showing it a couple of times. We'll send it out to this left-hand side. Quick roll ball. Clifford back once more, looking to find an option. Oh, it's floated over the top somehow into the arms there of Rosero, who now drops it down. Still in the attack here for Manly. Changing the angle. That's brilliant from the Eagles, who are flying high after that one. Oh, that is classy stuff from everybody involved.
Yeah, nice little detection there from Manly, realising that Canterbury very man-on. Little pick up out of half, and Danny Davis back off the switch, and she's a massive in for Manly, coming down from Queensland and making a really big effort here to really weigh in here for them. And I think she'll be crucial in terms of Manly's chances of annexing this title in 2024. Well,
it's a good point you raised there about Danny Davis. We have, of course, seen her and Rochelle go head-to-head in the NTLs previously, with Danny up there in Queensland and Rochelle operating down here in lovely New South Wales as Manly now turn away the threat. But, we haven't really seen too much of them together at this tournament.
Yeah, no, they versed each other. Actually, they were playing together last week, for the Gold Coast affiliate at the Queensland State Cup. And, so they teamed up there, and they're teaming up together here for Manly. So it's a real sister act for the Davis sisters.
Well, there is Rochelle Davis now, heading towards the middle of the field. Quick release here, and then Brittany Clifford sends it wide. So the 2 Clifford girls are out there too, the 2 Davises also. So real family connection amongst this Manly side as the Dogs head up towards halfway. Quick roll ball now. Tandek shifting it out a little bit wider still. Yet to see Sailor Perrott so far in this one. She was exceptional in round 2. It's now about 10 metres into enemy territory. Or Law, a tough one to take. She was storming onto it, but the pass was a little bit behind her.
Yeah, and we're just settling into the flow of this game, about 5 minutes in, James, and now set completions become a premium for both sides, because we know it's been extremely warm conditions here today already on day 1 of the State Cup. So it's really important that teams really settle in and they look to play some really solid touch and make sure that you don't have too many errors like those ones. So commentators' curses chimed in on cue. Well done, Kate Banks. It's one of those things, James, that you've got to be so miserly about the use of the football and what you're doing, and being really clear with your communication and your calls. Again, it's a really clunky set here. Canterbury need to really come forward on these next couple and just get some field position.
And they're well and truly stuck up against the sideline there for a couple of plays, but
Now through Chung, they start to get it into the right direction. Scooped up, and then a little bit wider still. Phillips directing traffic. Now hops in at acting half. Backpedaling defensive line. Phillips takes off, nearly squeezed through. Good read in the end from Jeros, who's once more one of those very quick customers. A very young player, but very fast.
Yeah, and very experienced. Bella Jeros has been around for a while now, and she's a super solid player, always fit, always wanting to run, and she's definitely one of the unsung heroes in this Manly team.
And just tipping it off there as Clifford back into the action. So too is Taylor Clifford, who now brings it forward. A bit of space opened up there between Chung and also in that link position. They'll float it out wide this time. And popping a pass back towards Clifford once more. Phillips, however, was on the spot.
Yeah. So in both those sets of 6, the last 2 that have gone, James, both teams were looking to try to get a 4-on-3 platform. Danny Davis just ripped there. She needed to get them dragged off centre a little more. Same thing with the shot that Canterbury had at the other end. So I'm pretty sure down in both those very knowledgeable coaching boxes, we'll see them trying to open the field up a little bit at the back end of the count to be able to sort of give themselves a little bit more space to run.
Last one here for Tandek, who takes off, was looking to link up once more through the middle with Tallulah Kirk, but they just got back in time there, Manly. Made the touch, and now they'll send it wide themselves. A good take in the end from Brittany Clifford. That was a hard one to reel in.
Yeah, she done well there. Danny was just trying to test out those muscles there, those arms from Taylor, and they're working quite nicely.
And then Tandek cops an absolute hammering here with Dybel straightening up at the last moment, and a big collision ensued. Yeah. I'm waiting for Dybel to really break out in this tournament. I think about 2 years ago she was just about unstoppable. Still very good last year, but not quite as dominant. And we have seen her at times just so pronounced with that left foot step as well. And unfortunately there is Hannah Dybel just taking her eyes off the prize momentarily, and the ball going to ground.
Yeah, not a great pass from Laura Petey, and she'll be ruining that one, but thankfully it hasn't hurt Manly too much. Let's just look for the Shelley Davis, Hannah Dybel, Laura Petey combination here. They've played so many games of touch together that they're very good at playing these repeat sets.
Now Davis will just slow it down momentarily. Back here for Dybel, working for the strike dump. Rochelle Davis yet again, drawing parcel. Had she looked wide, unmarked was Jess Rosero. And that would have been another try there for Manly. As it stands, 1-0, about 7.5 gone. Davis through the centre of the field, just slowing it down momentarily. Dybel will now pick up the tempo again. Has a little look at them. Beautiful draw and pass, and then slapped out of the hands there by Niamh Bowser.
And this goes to my argument before, James, about them trying to open the field up a little bit. Those questions were okay, but Canterbury, weren't really asked too many questions in terms of like the spacings. They were very compressed, and it was pretty easy to defend. I'd love to see them run the ball out a little bit more and really give those ball players a little bit of space to work in.
On both occasions, though, they did have that opportunity to hit the wing straight away, completely unmarked. So that might be something that'll be chatted about in the subs box. Of course, no half-time breaks here. It's 30 minutes straight, and then the two sides changing directions when a try is scored. As once more we see the Dogs turn this one over. On the last anyway, though.
Yeah, both sides, their completions have been, less than inspiring at this point in the game. They really need to get through these first 3 touches with a little bit more gusto, and this is a really nice drive to the box by Hannah Dybel, and that's released Danny Davis coming onto the field, and this is the flow, and they have to keep running here, Manly. That's the ticket.
O'Reilly drops it down. Once more, the idea is to just truck it forward, get those numbers in motion. Back to Nicholas, who rolls it back inside the 7, and then Canterbury were onto it in a flash. They pick it up themselves before any Manly supporter could even get there in time. So there's the turnover once more as Andy Law brings it forward. Oh, very flat pass there from Canterbury. That one's let go. Law sends it a bit wider still. Out now for Fearnett. Oh, and then there's a real collision up towards the subs box here. I think it might have actually been on Fearnett. It's hit the deck. It looks like this will actually go against Canterbury. So
yeah,
perhaps a little bit unlucky there.
Yeah, called the forward pass there, James. Yeah, it wasn't anything to do with an infringement in the ruck, but yeah, I definitely take your point that was a bit of a physical touch over in the corner. But
and that's what I mean, Banks. Yeah, obviously, you've got the first indiscretion there, but if something carries on after it, I'm usually quite happy to let's look at that overall foul, if you will. So now Manly out to this left-hand side. They'll pick it up once more back to the middle.
Yeah, they've got to drag them off centre a lot more than what they're doing quite currently.
O'Reilly wrapping around as Nicholas, who has a crack herself right up through Main Street. shut down just in time, though. It was Thorne that made the touch.
Yeah.
Back to the 7 they go again. Chance here, very late pass. In fact, that will be a touch pass, and there's the turnover.
Yeah, what a great touch from Lauren Thorne. She's been an absolute stalwart of this Canterbury team for well over a decade. She's another one we always talk about, the Winchesters and the likes of those girls. But like Lauren Thorne is one of the most quality players who's played the women's game. Very underrated, but has always, been there for Canterbury over the years. And she just proves her quality there with her defensive medal down on the scoreline.
Thorne now offering a little ball there for Phillips as Tandak takes off once more out of acting half. She's really tried to open them up through the centre of the field so far.
Yeah, they're just not getting a strike dump, in a good enough position for Claire to be asking those types of questions. Like, she's worrying about the 7 metres, but quite frankly, they just haven't created the flow to be able to, justify getting those penalties.
Now Maiolo grabbing across field. Of course, another one of those terrific athletes over in Nottingham a little earlier this year for the Touch World Cup 2024. Nicholas now shifts it on further still. Out here for Millie Durdovic. Durdovic is turned away though. Sailor Perrott, good luck getting around her. One of the quickest customers in the Women's Premier League division. Nicholas drops it down. Now a chance here for Manly. Oh, had they gone back there to Nicholas, there was a real opportunity for a couple of chain link passes thereafter.
Yeah, nice question from Taylor Clifford, but again, Claire Tandak, the equal to that defensively, stepped up nicely and snuffed that attacking foray out from Manly.
So now Perrott up towards halfway. Well, this time I think they might be pinged here, Manly. No, yet again it's let go.
No, and Pete Forrester, New South Wales Women's Open coach over there, their hands have gone up in the air. They're claiming that there's a fair bit of physical touches going on, but I think the referees, they're just calling out Claire Tandak to have a chat. And I think this is quite sensible from the referees. The referees are quite in control of this game. And, the physicality, I don't think there's too much else going on. And, she's full subbed Claire there because of the feedback that's coming from the box. So it's very important here that Canterbury keep their heads on and just play footy, because the referees, see the penalties going against them. When this goes against you, it's very important that you get on the train, you do whatever you're told, 3 bags full sir or miss, and you don't let your team get hurt any further. And here we go again.
An interesting one there with Tandak out, but of course that'll be due to back chat, as Banksy's pointed out. As now Durdovic heads out towards this subs box for Manly. Dybel back on deck. She's one to watch. Big left foot step on her. Plenty of speed too, as Dybel now gets going with the fend as well. Clifford out there, and they step up very high this time on Dybel. A good read there from Steph Cummins. So once more it comes back to Clifford. Short pass provided here for Petey. Petey then heading towards the middle. They'll head to Dybel. Had they gone very quickly from that point, it was a 3-on-2. Didn't capitalise though. Now Dybel, great scoop, has a little look, turns it back on the inside. Well read from Canterbury.
Yeah, Canterbury did remarkably well there to defend those sets. I know I've been harping on about it, James, but they're not. Either team are not dragging the middle enough from the 50% of the field. So if you imagine it divided directly down the middle, if you can drag them over 75% of the field for a strike dump, you're going to have that 75% of field to play in. And if they can do that, then you'll see the expansive ball playing stuff come into it. So they really have to do the work to earn that type of field position laterally.
We've gone coast to coast so far this set here, Canterbury. Now they take off on the
That's
last.
better.
Cummins finds Phillips. Oh, good little play there. Right into the line she dug, but Davis and Clifford combined to shut it down. So with about 16 minutes to go, we're approaching that halfway point in this match. Still just the one try, hard to believe.
Yeah.
Because it has been end to end.
And this game is typical old school, no quarter asked, no quarter given. This is just, probably what we'd expect to see come quarter-final, semi-final time in terms of the intensity. They're a bit clunky at the moment, but both teams are not willing to give an inch. And this is what Women's Open, State Cup touch is all about.
Well, that's why it is our Raise Invest Women's Match of the Day. As that one is turned over here by Manly. So Canterbury now with a chance pretty much bang at the halfway point in this match with good field position. So they'll try and step forward. Oh, that was an interesting decision there from, I think that might have been Cherosh, just closing the two arms together and turning away from them.
Yeah, the referee called her offside, so she was attempting to get out of the way, but yeah, very interesting. Yeah,
it was an interesting method
action.
of trying to remove yourself from the action.
Sure
You look
was.
like a bollard out there.
Absolutely.
Now the dummy comes out here from Canterbury. Crawford opening up a bit of space. Perrott, it's only thrown into the arms of Manly, though, who are standing up in the line and took it with ease. And now a chance for a counter-attack too.
And they get the 0 touch, so that gives them an extra touch here. So if Manly is smart, they'll get down there and they'll be able to put some pressure on this strike dump and get somewhere near the 7, James.
Meters now on offer for Clifford. Clifford drawing past assist to Brittany. Picked up once more here from Taylor. Takes off. Tough one to take in the end. Maiolo just caught it in time. But they're running out of real estate in quick fashion. And we'll come all the way back for the initial touch pass call. So, again, though, it's good defence here from Canterbury. It's a high-pressing line that they're keeping.
Yeah, it is. And this is the intensity. Canterbury realise, how important it is to stay with, a team like Manly that on paper probably have, a more athletic roster. So they are doing what they do best. The Dogs are digging in and they are turning up. And they're the sort of side that, if you don't give them the full respect, they're going to hurt you.
Last one now here for the Dogs as Perrott takes off and tries to use her speed. Turns back against the grain. There was an option back there through the middle, but it just was a little bit overrun in support there from Tallulah Kirk. In fairness to her, though, she was looking to link up with Sailor Perrott. The pass was probably a little bit too big. It's the turnover here in favour of Manly. 13:45 on the clock at Port Macquarie. Hope you're enjoying all the action here as part of KO Freebies, the New South Wales State Cup for 2024.
And that's a good first 3. They're over halfway. This has probably been the most industrious set that Manly have had for the entire game.
Now Davis charging forward. Good strike dump as well. Dyble's an option through the middle. They go long instead. They'll keep it alive. Play on for now here for Manly. Chance for Wilson to try and put on the afterburners, but turned away. I think had they hit Dyble, though, that was the option through the middle.
Yeah, it was actually a good set of 6, James. I'm really happy with that set of 6. If I'm in the Manly sub box, like I said, that's the most industrious set they've had. They got to the box on 3. They had their latch. They set up for the passive out the back with Danny Davis, who released. I'm not disappointed if I'm Christian Brown in that Manly sub box, but I'm looking to string together another set after this one, and then I'll be happy.
Law just trying to thread the needle there. Manly, much like Canterbury have been throughout this game, though, with quite a high line on that occasion. Playing quickly and Dyble wrapping around. Been such a workhorse so far in this match. Picked up plenty of metres. As O'Reilly tiptoeing down a very narrow short side, nearly into touch for that matter, as Clifford gets over the halfway mark. O'Reilly once more. They'll change the angle. O'Reilly appearing as an option. Drops it down. Good strike dump. Clifford just overran it a touch, though. Jaros floats it. They're looking for the tip-on play, but it will go to ground. So it's just those finer points they still haven't quite worked out here, Manly.
Yeah, but it's still 2 set completions in a row. And when you haven't been having the run of things or things aren't going your way, James, you count those things as a blessing and you feel like you're getting back, into the contest in terms of the way that you want to play footy. So, again, I'm not unhappy if I'm Christian Brown. Some way I'm not unhappy if I'm, Pete Forrester, because his team keeps competing and keeps working hard to get their strike dumps.
Parra now does offer a strike dump here for Tandek, appearing as an option back to the middle. Oh, lovely dummy there. It's fooled them all. What a play from Lauren Thorne. A real thorn in Manly's side, but no, they've just made the touch in time. This will look great on the replay, though.
Yeah, Maggie O'Reilly with the clutch touch. She needed to make that one, or it was try time. Great work from Lauren Thorne and almost a second effort there, and well done. Yep, fantastic piece of play. Great defence, great reaction from Maggie O'Reilly.
Geez, it must have been the barest part of the stud of the back of the boot there, because I couldn't see too much on that replay, I'll tell you that. That was very, very close call, but it's a game of honesty, and if O'Reilly says she's made the touch, she has made it.
Yep, and Maggie O'Reilly, one of the most upstanding young players in our game. James, I have no doubt she made the touch, and now, though, Manly with an opportunity in prime real estate with 6 touches.
Thorne, a bit of a magician there, but unfortunately the follow-up play left plenty to be desired. She's left it behind, and now Manly have a chance in good field position here. They'll play it with Dyble back towards the middle. Dyble now marching forward. Bit of a more concerted approach here from Manly. They'll set up in preparation for that strike dump. Look for Davis, look for Nicholas as well. Dyble now offers it. Nicholas popping in. Davis and Tandek, I think it was. No, not Tandek, but that link position has popped up very quickly and shut it down. It was a really good read.
Yeah, and again, this is this combative defence that Canterbury have. You know, like if you get a try against Canterbury, you've always earned it. And, you know, they are frustrating Manly because Manly are used to, I suppose, putting teams away very early on with, you know, with their array of attacking plays. But Canterbury are the equals, stepping up with their attitude and their energy and really making life tough for Manly.
Tandek, a lovely delay on that pass. It was Crawford that made that previous read up against the line, as now Canterbury on the attack here. Straightening up through Cummins. Cummins trying to find a pass out on that left-hand edge, but once more, Manly just smothering the opportunity. It's Nicholas who is out there, just forcing the issue a touch. As Dybel sent it out here for Davis. Dybel once more with that long pass. Good footwork as well. On display this time from Danny Davis. Dybel turning it back towards the inside. Clifford, O'Reilly. Now straightening it up over halfway. Good metres here from Jeros. Quick play the ball. O'Reilly back to Jeros looking for another strike dump. Has she forgotten it's the last though? O'Reilly as a result keeps it alive. There is the last now. They're looking for it. Oh, did Andy Law make a play for it? She was in the passing lane, but I think that little twist away from the ball, that might have saved her.
Yeah, because she was actually looking like the option was going to be right to rip long. So this is the game plan now. So Christian Brown's made some adjustments down there in that Manly box, and they're looking to really flow, get their strike dumps, and they've noticed how compressed the Canterbury defence is, and they're looking at those wings like you'd suggested earlier, James.
So now Canterbury up towards halfway and over that mark as Chung brings it forward. Perrott now waiting in an acting half. Certainly can scoot. Has plenty of speed. Here she goes. Sailor Perrott taking off into the in-goal. Looking to link up. Can she find support? Yes, she can. Right on the money. It's Tallulah Kirk off the back of Sailor Perrott. A great turn of pace.
Yeah, you've been calling for Sailor Perrott to inject herself into the match, James, and she finally has done this in our Raise Invest game of the day. Picking up out of acting half, going to the line in a little chink, looks around, shops around, does not panic, finds the support, and we have a 1-1 ball game here.
And if there is one thing you cannot substitute, of course, it is pace, and Sailor Perrott has that in abundance. So Canterbury back to level peggings now with about 8 minutes on the clock, 1 try apiece. It's been low scoring, but it's still been end-to-end. As Tandek now sends it out to that right-hand side, up towards the subs box here. As Silva brings it forward, and now Tandek once more on the charge. Slow build-up here from Canterbury, though. They'll keep it alive. Nice little pass provided from Fearnet. Now they take off on the last. Fearnet running out of options. She thought initially there was an offside marker, ran directly at her, but got back just in time. But not a bad set after points there for the Dogs.
No, not at all. And this is a really good drive to the box on Manly, but they've been let down. Like, Danny Davis has done a great thing there by bringing the ball to the box. Hopefully she hasn't hurt herself. She just limped off the field there with that play the ball. But, you know, they needed to back that up with another good ruck, and it was a bit clunky. But they've still got a back end shaping here.
Now Dybel times her run to perfection here. I had to keep going momentarily. They've still managed to work it. That is beautiful play from Manly. Wilson will go in. Dybel, well, she was the architect of this one. Timed the run to perfection with that little pop pass out of acting half. Momentarily, I thought she'd maybe taken the wrong option, but they managed to salvage it. A great try here for Manly.
Yeah, and a nice pass from Laura Peaty too. Good with the catch and pass, and, you know, they've done really, really well there. Rochelle Davis, like, getting it on. Like, you see that from Laura Peaty, short and sharp, and Davis. And then, you know, it is just, you know, textbook over the last 10 years. We've seen that combination of Manly players, you know, do that time and time again. And, you know, when all the pressure's on, the cream rises to the top, and that's what we've seen there with that play from Manly.
Unfortunately, the two creamiest ones, if you will, here for Canterbury, Perrott and Tandek, who have been doing a great job so far in this tournament. With a moment they would probably like over once more there, as Dybel now brings it forward, and she certainly has started to flex her muscle a touch here, Hannah Dybel, which is great to see, as now Nicholas brings it up towards halfway. O'Reilly once more to Jeros. Option back through the middle. Looking potentially for that passive play, but they stepped up with a nice high line there. I think it was Millie Barnes who shut it down.
Yeah, but again, Claire Tandek, solid as a rock in that midfield, just steps up, reads the game immaculately well. Like, for viewers at home watching our Raise Invest game of the day, it would be very difficult for people to appreciate just how good a player Claire Tandek is defensively. She snuffed out at least 3 attacking forays that would be tries in other games.
Now Thorne back for Crawford, running out of room though. She wasn't really given too much to work with, in fairness. They're all set out towards that right-hand side, and it was a very late switch. As now, Jeros brings it forward. Good meters run up through the middle. Nicholas also taking off.
It's important here for Manly to keep, they've been throwing that Gunya play, the little switch running on, saving a touch. They need to keep the flow going here and give Laura Petey a shot here out of half.
Now, last one here for Petey, wrapping around. Lovely little play. Oh, Petey over the top as calmly as you like, but the pass is forward. I'll tell you what, there might have been a bit of a question mark on the previous one. This one was a little bit more, though.
Definitely. I think that's a little bit of justice because I'm with you, James, on the previous play. But that was industrious from Manly. It was really, really good getting the strike dump on the 7 for the right person. And I think the Manly attackers probably got in each other's way a little bit there. And if they had all sort of held their position and hit their holes, it would have been a much easier pass for Laura Petey.
Now a knee in there defensively as they were looking to get a quick roll ball, Canterbury. As a result, a fresh set to play with, and on touch number 1, they're only about 20 metres away from the try line. They'll bring it out here for Cummins. Now Phillips wrapping around as Tandek, but she's got no support on that edge. It was a 2-on-1 defensive situation there favouring Manly. Back to Phillips, playing it quickly. Cummins takes off. Cut out pass, it's a long floating one. It drops very suddenly too. Bolson had no chance of reeling that one in. And that, of course, is where we talk about that spiral pass being very important. It just gives you that extra metre or two that you really need towards the finish.
But it was the right play from Canterbury. Okay, execution wasn't what it needed to be, but it was a nice direct line from Perrott. You know, just needed to give it a little bit more wheat bix, James, and they would have been right. But now they've given Canterbury, they've opened the door, and you don't need to give a class team like Canterbury an opportunity like this.
Chance to go quickly here. Perrott was thinking about putting on the afterburners, instead gave it to Cummins, who then turned back to the right-hand side. So Tandek, she'll be orchestrating this set. Drops it down now. Cummins. Back towards Perrott. Oh, Perrott nearly took off herself through the middle of Dybel and Nicholas, but those two are such classy defenders. It's not really going to present as much of an opportunity. Now Perrott just slowing it down momentarily. Davis up to meet her. Drops it down. Tandek. Back for Cummins again. Opening up the play here for Tandek. Perrott was caught flat-footed though. Now drops it about 6 metres away. Perrott turning in circles here, the Dogs.
Yeah,
so perhaps overplaying their hand a touch.
It's because Manly are defending very man-on. Okay, so they're looking for a late switch to try to get the Canterbury defence outnumbered back on the switch. So that's what's happening. That's in response to the way that, you know, Manly are defending.
I think on that situation there, Banksy, I'd be happy to operate with both Cummins and Tandek through the middle and give Perrott that little extra space. Let her use the speed. She was operating very centrally when perhaps one wider would have been the way to go on that set.
Absolutely.
Now Manly here up towards halfway as O'Reilly takes off. Scooped up now from Danny Davis. Good meters here from Davis, trying to run at a couple of offside
and
markers.
She's acquired the penalty.
And gets the result, exactly.
And that's the experience of Danny Davis. You know, she did the right thing. Like early on, they weren't getting those play-through calls. So Danny just decided to, you know, pin her ears back, have a crack, and then ask the question, and the referees responded in kind.
So Manly with a chance to well and truly close out this game now. 2-1. It is still a contest, but another try here with 2 minutes on the board would be enough to secure their second victory so far at the tournament and Canterbury's first loss for that matter. So they'll hold it up here on the 7. Now wider still for O'Reilly. Clifford picking up. Danger here for the Dogs. All well played at in the end there from Phillips, and I think she had to make a play at it.
Yeah, it was one of those ones, if that finds a hand, that's a try. And Danny Davis unselfishly comes off the field after acquiring that set of 6 for her team. And let's see who Christian sends on.
So Rochelle Davis and Laura Petey back into the action. That's who they'll try and call upon here with 90 seconds remaining. A try would close it out here for Manly. Otherwise, it is still up in the air somewhat. Canterbury would have to go the length of the field, though. Clifford.
And they're just playing the clock here. They're moving people around, getting people where they want.
Petey drops it down. Davis wrapping around. Jeros back to Davis. Quick hands, all played at. Still alive now. It falls for Manly, and then they'll shut it down, but it's an extra set, and that could be just as costly for the Dogs. Perrott made the touch in the end.
Yeah, and now we'll see the experience of Shelley Davis come to the fore here. She'll play out this 6 purposefully, and partner in crime, Hannah Dybel.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see Dybel just one off the play the ball, a little pop pass, and then big step off the left foot with a dive. That could well be the play, and here it is now. Dybel having a look, brings it to the line. The tip on play, probably one that they didn't need there. Just hold the ball.
Yeah, they didn't. They've actually given Canterbury a shot here, and I tell you, that's one thing you don't want to do because the Dogs are never dead.
Well, if I'm the Dogs side here, I'm keeping Law on, I'm keeping Parrott on. I know the legs are maybe a bit tired, but you need
Claire
that
Tandak.
bit of X factor. Tandak would be the extra one to add to the equation. Now Parrott brings it forward.
They've got to keep it alive here, and that's good footy. That's unfortunate, but they need to keep going because they need a decent strike dump here.
10 seconds remaining now. Tandek is out there. They'll get one more shot after this play. Tandek setting it up. Brings it to Cummins. Oh, the touch is there, and it won't be a strike dump. That might harm things a fair bit.
Yep,
Cummins back for Tandek. It goes to ground. There's the siren. They've come very close here, the Dogs. They kept pressing until the very final whistle, but Manly just a little bit too classy in those big moments, Banksy.
Yeah, and we've had a contest on this in this Rays Invest game of the day, haven't we, James? That's befitting, of the billing of one of two of our traditional rivals in the women's game, and they haven't disappointed anyone. Both two teams won't be too disappointed in that performance. It's early days, James, and we expect them to both feature prominently as the tournament wears on.
So, of course, the first loss that Canterbury have suffered so far today. Manly go back-to-back in terms of their victories, following up from that 8-3 win over West. Full time here against Canterbury. 2 tries to 1. A quick break in the action, and then we'll catch up with Kylie Hearn for our Raised Invest Women's Match of the Day.
You beauty.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Well, we have just wrapped up the Rays Invest game of the day between Manly Women's Open and Canterbury, and if you were watching, what a game that was. Joining me now is Mariella from Rays Invest, our State Cup major partner this year. So to kick things off, tell everyone who's Rays Invest and what you're all about.
Thank you, Kylie. We're so excited to be part of the New South Wales touch football community. Raise Invest is Australia's #1 micro-investing platform that allows you to invest your virtual spare change into a diversified portfolio of ETFs. All you need to do to get started is download the app, link your spending account, and we'll do the rest for you. Don't forget to use the $20 bonus code, and you may also be eligible for an additional $20 if you refer a friend. Refer as many as you like, but T's and C's do apply.
It is simple as that. You download the Google app or from the App Store. It's a quick and simple sign-up fee, and you get a bonus $20 when you do join up. And you know what they say?
Happy investing.
Oh, happy investing. I was going to say have fun investing.
That works.
Works for us.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. What?
Welcome back to the 2024 New South Wales State Cup here. My name's Gab Rose and I'm joined with the legendary one and only Carly Banks for a women's open clash between Canberra Brindy and the Northern Beaches from Sydney. Welcome, Carly Banks.
Great to be here with you, Gab, and intriguing match-up here between these two sides. The Northern Beaches have been in some great form, had a win on the buzzer last round against Wallsend, so their tails will be up, and interesting to see how the Brindis go.
Yeah, well, we can see how they're going to play. They're expansive right from the tap. We saw it come right out here to this right wing, and we know they're young and they've got a fair bit of speed in them, so we should see a great game here. And Northern Beaches, we know the skill level that they possess. And just on that, they've actually got three of their stalwart players are actually playing in the Australian Sevens rugby team at the moment. So it just shows what our sport of touch does and the platforms it lays for the men and the women in our game, Carly.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding, Gab. We definitely set the platform for a lot of sports.
We see there's a little opportunity. They're going for 6 to go and they got it, so they'll get their first repeat set there. It was Kaylee Wallace and a few players to watch from both teams here, Carly. Who are the ones that we should be looking for?
Yeah, we were talking about the Brindis there. The number 15, you talked about Kaylee Wallace. She's actually from the Australian Defence Force, and she's a very, very good player who's very creative. So, yeah, I've got a bit of a rap on her, Gab.
Yeah, and she actually played for the Defence Force in the Queensland State Cup, I believe, last weekend, Carly.
She sure did, yep.
So backing it up 2 weeks in a row. So legs would have been sore for a couple of days there, but she's... Oh, as we see a beautiful pass there, and it's going to be... Yeah, referees have called all clear, and we got the number 17 there. Kira Hune, she scored the first try for the Canberra Brindis, and they'll be happy with those opening few sets, Carly.
Yeah, really nice little short side play there. Daisy Craig, she managed to get the little punish play, eyes up, and a nice quick release to the winger, and did the rest. And that's a really good opening there for the Brindis.
Yeah, and interesting to note, Daisy Craig, 16 years old. How good?
How good's that to see a player like that understand, like have the eyes up ability to play that sort of footy? That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, so and obviously a big future ahead for that young lady. And as we see here, Northern Beaches come in and they've got a great overlap out there, and they've called the touch judge on this side has called it forward, so it was enterprising play there, but unfortunately for Northern Beaches, they couldn't quite get across line there, and there's a bevy of names we should be looking for in the Northern Beaches, Carly.
Yeah, definitely. There, that 4-on-3 platform, that won't be the first time that we see that today from the Northern Beaches. Brianna Nathan, the number 10, who flung that one out there. Expect her to do a lot of that sort of stuff. She's very excellent in those 4-on-3 situations, so I expect her execution to be spot on next time, Gab, if she gets an opportunity like that again.
Yeah, so we see there an error from Canberra Brindis coming off their line, and we see another error there, unfortunately, for the Northern Beaches. Holly Raff, it looked like a little bit of breeze might have picked up because it's extremely hot conditions here today in Port Macquarie, and the players and referees and officials doing a great job in the heat as we see beautiful little hands out here, and she's straight through the middle there. It was Daisy Craig, that young lady we were talking about before, and it's only first touch here, Carly, so they've got a whole set of 6, see what they can set up here in the line. Looks like they might be starting with a little sweep play. Well defended there. Looked like number 10 there. It was Brianna Nathan. We've already spoken of her today for the Northern Beaches, but what will they be looking for here, do you think, Carly?
Yeah, they've shown their hand with a couple of sweeper plays, very sort of method side. Just trying to probe around a little bit. Oh, that is so close. Yeah, nice little dive. I like the fact that the Brindis still play a little bit of what's in front of them type footy. So we saw a conventional sweep play, then we saw someone have a bit of a crack out of acting half and just read what's in front of them. So that provides a lot of difficulties, I suppose, for a lot of teams that are a lot more structured with their defence. So we'll probably see a few of these little random sort of tries being scored by the Brindis, which adds a little bit of spice to the contest.
Yeah, how good. And you saw that it was Daisy Craig again there in attack, and it looked like she had as we see going through here, play on here, number 6, Nicole Sedona. We know how good she is, and beautiful setup for the first try for Northern Beaches to the winger out there, and classic Saldern.
Yeah, she's a fantastic player. I really enjoy watching Nicole play. There really wasn't much on, but she used that beautiful footwork and acceleration that she has to be able to get away through there, evades the touch, and a nice honest call there from the Brindis defender. And we've got a locked up ball game here to Gab.
Yeah, 1-1. think it might have been Layla McDougall scored the try out there on the wing. So 1-1, and as we said, that was classic Nicole Southern. Beat 1, beat 2, honest call, and then, straight through for a try. As we see here again, the Brindis straight up the field. They're very fast. You can see coming back here for a sweeper play. Got the number 1, Simbolan, sister of a very famous name we know from the Parramatta Eels, and no doubt be featuring highly this weekend, Carly.
Yeah, quite a few of the Simbolan brothers there. The three of them would all be going, are you speaking about me? I'm sure Liam and sort of Marley would be thinking, yeah, I also... I'm a pretty good Simbolan, yeah. They're a lovely family and a brilliant touch family, so yeah, very talented.
We see a little opportunity here, Northern Beaches, but snuffed out there by the link from the Brindis. Left foot step from, still going there. That was Nathan there. So we see there is, speaking of family, there's a sister combination in the Canberra Brindis, I hear. It's Mia and Ella Kelly, and from what I hear, first time they've played together. So we speak of all the good moments in touch footy, and family is one of the big ones, and what a moment for them and their family that the two sisters are playing together on the main field, and obviously family and friends watching at home on KO Freebies. So I've got the ball here there. Speaking of one of the Kellys, there's Mia Kelly. Playing through here is Daisy Craig, and for somebody so young, she's very confident in her play, and it's something we like to see, Carly.
Yeah, definitely, and we're seeing both teams now, Gab, and this happened in the game before that James and I were calling. About 5 minutes in, teams are settled down, and it's really important that both sides value possession as much as they can. We've had a couple of cheap turnovers. You want to sort of settle down, and the team that settles down first tends to get the ascendancy, and you can really kick on in games like this where the conditions are tough. So you really need to be wisely in terms of, the way that you're completing your sets. And again, we have a cheap turnover. So let's see if the Northern Beaches can truck their way down the field and put some pressure on the Brindis at the end of this set.
Yeah, you're right. I was talking about it with Mitch earlier. Sometimes it's that grind of the game that teams struggle to get into. But this is a better set brewing here for Northern Beaches. They're going straight up the field. They've got fresh legs on there. We see Sienna Hinwood taking the ball forward and going from acting half. We've got Holly Raff out here, little dummy inside, take it out. And they finished it on the Brindis side of the field, but they got good metres that set. That was probably the best set in terms of taking it up the field, Carly.
Absolutely. And when things have been a little bit tough, you take those things as an advantage, Gab, and a win. And you go, we won that set of 6. Now we have to string together a really good defensive set and see if we can back it up.
Yeah, that's right. It's just small moments within a game that lead to the big moments more often than not as the Brindis take it in there. And we've got number 15 there, Kaylee Wallace, working with the acting half, and a beautiful pass, just didn't quite get the player. And as we said, it is very hot, but it looks like here, Carly, looking at the flags here coming out of the stadium, there's a little bit of a breeze from left to right the way we're watching, and those balls are floating a little bit forward.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a better drive now.
Oh, we've got an injury here. No. There's an ankle here down. It looks like she's fallen in the pothole. The referee's playing through at this point, but we've seen the injury, and not sure if we'll see it on the replay, but she went down straight away. She was running backwards, and then obviously a roll of the ankle, and we really hope for that young lady that it's not too serious and she can get off the field without too much problem. But we'll see on the replay she made the touch, and we just see in the background there. I can't catch quite her number at the moment, but for everybody watching at home, we'll get that number and name, and we wish her all the best in a speedy recovery.
Yeah, no one likes seeing anybody go down injured, and quite a bit of concern out there for the young lady. So, yeah, as you're saying, Gab, let's hope that she's okay.
Yeah, so it was actually looking like it was a good set there for Northern Beaches, but unfortunately for them, but obviously as the sportsmanship in our game goes, nobody begrudges when the ref stops a game for somebody that's injured.
No, and over there in that Northern Beaches, the coaching box, we've got Jason Martin and Edith Nathan, two of the most experienced coaches in our sport, and they've done a great job with this Northern Beaches side over the last few years, and I think the way their best foot is way in front of them, Gab, so it'll be interesting to see how they develop over the next few years. And having a team like Canberra Brindis, they've been at the New South Wales Country Championships, they're here, they're turning up to lots of things, and it's really lifting, the standard of touch, in the ACT. I did a development camp down in Yass a couple of weekends ago, which was really fun, and had a lot of junior coaches and sort of stuff there. So it's really nice to see, our sport in New South Wales really opening up and sort of giving development opportunities for so many affiliates.
Yeah, I agree 100%. As we see the player in question that's injured or ankled, and again, great sportsmanship. We see one of the managers or staff from the Northern Beaches helping her off the field, and we'll get a name and a number and try and get a check-up on how she's going as the game goes on. But we're back to the action here, and we've got Nicole Sowdern doing again what Nicole Sowdern does, breaking through from half, but excellent defence there on the line, and it had to be made as we get a change over here. And Brindis, look, there's been a break in play. It's been going for about 10 minutes, but they had a bit of a moment there, a minute or two to settle themselves down, and we'll see if they can get the ball up the field as they go against a grain, Carly, and that sometimes works well to then come back to your box.
Yeah, really nice question there from Nicole Sowdern, and the number 9, Leanne Hugh, came up with, a really crucial touch there, and the girls will take a little bit to get back in, but now they're starting to sort of motor onto it and trying to build for this strike dump touch in this last touch, but unfortunately, not really getting it where they wanted to, and it's giving the Northern Beaches some really prime real estate here, Gab, and we'll see what they can do with the back end of their set. Yeah,
they're just taking it straight through the middle, a direct set as we call it in our game, and a flat pass off the ruck there, but it's called play on us. We see a sweet play with Sowdern coming across, and she's looking long. Oh, that looked like a really good opportunity there, but they kind of ran the J line, as we call it, but it just didn't quite get the money there, but that looked enterprising from Sowdern again.
Yeah, again, she is dangerous, isn't she, Gab? And, she's one to watch because something's always going to happen whenever she's in and around the ball.
Yeah, so Brindis here, they need a good set. They need to get it up the field. As you said, Carly, the last few sets, they've kind of only got it just past their own halfways. They really need to be trying to finish it on the 7. But you can see this push defence here from Northern Beaches. I think they can feel they're getting a bit of ascendancy. As we see another enterprising play, and there's Craig out to the wing. We've got Kirian going for a double, but an excellent touch there. It was Bailey Nix. Had to be made. She came covering across in a full-length dive and saved a try for her team.
And a nice little short side snipe there, engineered by Kaylee Wallace. They nearly came up with pay dirt there. It was very, very unlucky there, and a valiant last-ditch touch. And the Northern Beaches are asking some really good questions, but the Brindis are stepping up, Gab. They are not going away.
Nope.
And I think this is one of those really, really intriguing contests, because the longer this goes and the more that the Brindis stick with them, the more that puts a little bit of pressure, on the Northern Beaches to come up with something special.
That's right, and frustration can set in here as we see, beautiful pass there, straight through the middle. Again, well defended. It was a number 7 there, Georgette Randall. She took off from half, took a left foot step and hit somebody hitting back the hole. So, but again, well defended. As you said, the longer the Brindis can keep with the Northern Beaches, it's auguring for a good second part of this game. As we said, it's 30 minutes turnaround in the format that we play at the State Cup. So we're 12 minutes in. After each tries, we see a little skip out from acting half. Well defended.
What we're seeing here, Gab, is that the first 2 touches from the Brindis are probably a little bit sideways. If they were a little bit more direct, they'd probably find that strike dump that they're desperately trying to get to would be like, say, 15 out. They'd give themselves a bit more of a shot. So let's see what happens the next time they get the ball, and we'll see if that's a trend that continues.
Yeah, and to all our viewers here, you're getting the insights and tips and touch brain as we see here. Northern Beach, a little opportunity. They look like somebody is there. They've only actually got 5 on the field. If they'd had their 6, their full complement, and the winger, that would have been a try for certain. The referee nearly had to become player number 6 and score the try. But as you can see, they're just coming onto the field now, so they must have made a sub on the far wing, which doesn't happen a lot. They kind of tend to play most of the game. But as a coach, there's no tips for that one, Carly.
No, Charmaine Nathan, very, very experienced player. She looked up and she released the ball and thinking that her winger would be there, and unfortunately she wasn't. And, and they're all looking around and going, okay, we've only got 5 on.
Yeah, it's hard to score with 6, let alone 5. So, but it was a beautiful pass by Charmaine. Unfortunately, the player hadn't get back on the field. As we see McVicker, though, there. Good touch there. We got Holly Rath, and she's in the game always as well, Holly Rath. But as I was saying just before that 5-on-6 situation we just saw, our viewers at home on KO Freebies, just listen and learn off the one and only Carly Banks. She's New South Wales men's coach now for next year, and this weekend she's coaching, she's helping out with the Doyalson club, she's commentating, and probably some other things I've missed out on as well. But as we see Sowdern go again, straight through. We see a try there for Georgette Randall. Sorry, she's gone very red here. Carly Banks has everybody in the commentary box, even with the fan behind us. But humble as she is, you're going to get some good tips for the next 16 minutes. Run us through the play.
Yeah, Gab, outstanding again from Nicole Saldern. We called her a couple of times. She just has that extra bit of class. Her lines are so direct and so good. She knows when to run, when to pass, and she slices through. But, great support play, again from Randall. And, you're starting to get that sort of feeling that the Beaches are just settling into their work nicely now. But look, I've been so impressed with the Brindis because they are just one of these sides that just refuse to go away. So they're by no means cooked or done. They're going to keep asking questions and threatening, and it wouldn't surprise me if they come back and score.
Yeah, and that, as we said, 30-minute game, and there's still 15 minutes to go, so anything can happen. There'll be a bevy of tries still in the back end of this game, as we see a little sweep play come round here, and it's looking likely, and dropped it back inside, and it took a full-length diving touch there to save a try. It was nearly the number 16, Lydia Corcoran, nearly got over to even up the match, and she might have landed on her back a little bit awkwardly there, but she's up to play the ball.
See, they're asking all the right questions, aren't they, Gab? If that strike dump for that sweeper play was on the 7, that's a try.
Yep.
So it's just little 1% of things that if they can get right, they can ask a heck of a lot more, real good quality questions of this Northern Beaches outfit.
Yeah, and the more you play in these top-tier competitions, we see a breakaway try. Okay. Yeah, Saldern.
Who else?
And that just came from getting to the box quickly and being there at speed, and off she went. And they might have numbered up wrong. We'll have a look here.
It's just this angle that I was talking about. She picks a beautiful angle at which to run, and it doesn't matter if that's, down on the scoreline, in the midfield, whatever it is. That's the experience of being, one of the best youth players that we've had come through the system for a while now, Gab. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what she does, in the senior ranks over the next few years.
Yep, so the score's gone out. Northern Beaches 3, Canberra Brindis 1, but we've still definitely got a match on our hands. But you can even see here now, you can see the Northern Beaches have upped the ante a little bit, Carly, in attack and defence. It feels like they've gone kind of from potentially, second to third gear as we see Craig go through the middle, and looking it back, they've got an overlap here if they can get it out wide. Beautiful pass, but well covered there by the Northern Beaches winger.
So this is an experience thing, right? So if the link, the number 5, punches that hole, Kaylee Wallace has an easy job of getting that ball to the winger, and the winger scores in the corner. Yep. These are the little 1% of things that the Brindis are learning on the run.
Yep.
And I saw evidence of it at the country championships, watching them play. They improved. They ended up beating Newcastle at the country championships. That's how well that team played in terms of the improvement. So there's plenty of good quality players here that know how to play the game. They're just learning on the run, so we'll see the best of them going forward. As
we see Raf off to Randall, and she couldn't quite hold it there, but a really good set there by Northern Beaches. They went end to end and finished it on the opposition 7. It is in the Brindis corner, so they'll have an opportunity to get some fresh legs on if needed, as we see there. Got Kaylee Wallace, a little bit of a mix-up in the play the ball. Asked to come back and play it, McVicar. They need to reset, and that's that little offload there. Carly gave them an extra 10 metres that otherwise wouldn't have got. Again, a little bit of confusion. They need to get someone probably to just take the ball straight up here, Carly, would you say?
Yeah, and that's exactly it. They're just falling away. They may have 1 or 2 good punches, and then they have to resurrect the set all the time. It'd be nice if they could keep that flow going, but they'll come with experience. They're still checking it around, and they're still looking for opportunities and playing this really good eyes-up footy.
She throws a beautiful pass, Lani Hall. Didn't quite get to the assignment there, but she took off, a little stepped off 1 foot and then looked where the opportunity was. But again, a good set. It didn't look like it was starting as a good set, but finished as a good set. A couple of people just put the ball under their wing and took some metres. We see here doing the same here. Northern Beaches coming up the middle of the field. There's Saldern working there with the number 12. We've got Bailey Nix.
Yeah, I think I can see Chris Tarlington down there in the box for the Brindis. Chris is a very, very good, experienced coach, and I think the one thing they could be doing probably a little bit better, Gab, that might sort of change the momentum a little bit, is to finish that ball over here on their box side.
Yep.
Maybe make life a little bit more difficult, for the Beaches, because they have such good flow that if you're giving them a changeover where they want it, you're going to be playing catch-up for the entire set of 6.
Yeah, agree. 100% here as we see McVicar coming on the field, dropping it back inside. There we got Kaylee Wallace. She'll be instrumental in this set of 6 if they're going to get it down near the try. We see an offload there, out to Craig, and there's Wallace going to take off, going one way, coming back the other, and again, that's good enterprise, and they've got 6 to go. So if you're not going to score to get a repeat set now down on the line, give yourself a fresh set with some opportunities, Carly.
Yeah, outstanding play from Kaylee Wallace. She's done really well there to procure that extra set of 6 for her team, and she's trying to direct her teammates around and just looking for that strike dump on that 7. So they sort of went backwards to go forwards, and just need to settle down and just take their time here and come up with more of a structured play on this one, I'd say, Gab, because it's two sort of, freestyle plays. They'll be looking for Wallace to take control here, and here she comes on the sweep.
Yeah, so she's here on the sweep. There's an opportunity if she can get the ball a little bat on, and they might get, no 6 to go there. It was kind of, she wasn't sure whether to go short or long, and it kind of fell in between. But again, that little sweeper play with her speed, that's working well for him.
Yeah, definitely, and it's probably a little bit of that sort of, if they can get a little bit more polish around their first couple of plays and get a little bit of purpose, then I think those opportunities would open up for some of that freestyling stuff that they do probably later in the count rather than early.
Yep. You can see the Beaches here. They've got a penalty. They're quite methodical in getting off the field and then straight back on, and it's really paying dividends here with the, we're 2/3 through this game. They've just got a penalty there. Some siren will have to go back and play it on the mark. We've got the winger there, Layla McDougall. No, referees, no, we're happy now. So just over their side of halfway, we've got a fresh set of 6. Northern Beach has got the ball, but what I was saying is they're drawing those penalties, gaining quite easy metres up the field, and then getting 3 or 4 cracks at them down the line here as we see another one, a little skip out. They've gone backwards, maybe a little bit too far backwards there, the Brindy, but a good touch there. She nearly sliced and diced away all the way through the try line there.
Yeah, they're asking some really good questions, aren't they, this Northern Beaches team? And a little bit more structure here, a little reverse quickie line there, and I was thinking that they were looking at the reverse quickie, maybe a little follow play there. So you can see the influence, Edith Nathan, Jason Martin, as I said, 2 very, very experienced coaches at international level, and they've been really, really good for this Northern Beaches club.
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to be coached by Edith Nathan a couple of years ago for State of Origin, and very knowledgeable, but you always have a good time as well. She's got a lovely manner about her, as does their entire family, which is, a large family right across the Northern Beaches of Sydney, and all give so much to the sport of touch football. So as we see here on the 7, and she's nearly cut through it. Took a really good touch there from Randall to get her, but
we've been impressed with her, haven't we, Gab? Like she's asked some really, really good questions, and I think a little bit more confidence in her own ability and taking her first option. She's going to be definitely a player of the future, the number 7 there.
Yep.
Lani Hall.
Yep. So here we see they've got a chance here because they haven't quite got to their box in the first few touches, so Brindies really need to push up here in defence and try and snuff it out before they get close to their line. They're coming up now. She's might take off from half here. No, we're going to play through. Looks like Nathan there taking off. And that wasn't bad defence there by Brindy. They potentially might have been trying to push more, but as I said earlier, it's easy in the box with the fan behind my back. So I'm not out there in the 30-plus degree weather today, and they're doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
These ladies out here this afternoon.
Yeah, you can see those first 3 from Gab for the viewers at home. They're a little bit sideways, the Brindies. As I said, if they could get a little bit more straight and a bit direct, and the beauty of having these games live streamed is you can go back, and we're all experts from up here for sure, but it's an opportunity to be able to see if we can be a little bit more direct on those first 3. Our strike dump is probably 10 to 15 metres further down there, and they've done that little short side play again and again. Kaylee Wallace has featured prominently each time they've done that little short side raid, so that's definitely a well I feel they'll go back to in this last 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, they definitely should. It looks like there's nothing on, then they come back this short side and they're generating that 4-on-3, and we saw them execute it near perfect earlier on and took a great touch, but they definitely should keep coming back to that play as we see here. Now that's a beautiful drive straight up the midfield, the latches we called, and here they go again.
Saldern.
Yep. Off she goes, off the left, straight through, and it's play through, and all I can see is blue singlets. Oh, and she couldn't quite take the ball there. Unfortunately, Bailey Nix, it was like they were just all too close together, but...
you could almost theme the Jaws music, couldn't you, with Nicole Saldern? She should be playing for you guys, Gab, for the Cronulla Sharks.
Yeah, I'd imagine she'd look actually very good in her black and blue jersey.
But you can see her looming up, and that's what I'm saying. Her timing and her ability to chime in at the right time. It's a mark of a mature young player who can seize the opportunity when it's placed before her. And she's definitely one of those quality young players in our sport.
Yeah, so we've got Saldern there, and she's working with Nick, who's coming into active half. They're just holding the play up while they got their full complement. They've got 6 on now, Carly, so that's always good. Here we see Nix working with Saldern. What are they going to manufacture here? She's going out. She might look... Oh, the link hole. Well read there. Impressed with that winger from the Brindies. Kira Hune, she's done a good job in attack and defence.
Yeah, she has done. She's picked them up very, very nicely, and she's made some great reads out there for her team this afternoon.
Yeah, another one there as well. So, and she's forced an error there from Northern Beaches, so she's just coming off to get the ball. We've got Just over 6 minutes left, and still the game is in the balance. It's only 3-1 Northern Beaches over the Canberra Brindis, and if they can get a try in the next couple of minutes, it's game on, Carly.
Yeah, and there's a nice little start to the set, little away set to begin it, and then they're coming back into this box, and I like that first three. That's so much better in terms of the Brindis, in terms of how more structured they're playing. They get there on their 4, and let's see if Kaylee Wallace can pick up and have a bit of a crack here. No, they take it out. Yeah, good recycle.
And last touch, and here goes young Daisy Craig. We've spoken about her. She nearly cuts through. She was trying to get that 6 to go, but I think it was a bit more of a falcon than a 6 to go there. It probably knocked the girl in the head accidentally, but we've seen an error here now. Here might open the door. It could be the opportunity the Brindis needed. Yeah,
fortune favours the brave Gabs, and they've got an extra set, so this will be really good to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, and we see Wallace with the ball, and she'll be working with McVicker and Craig there. They seem to be the three that have been looking to set something up as we see her come. Oh, there she goes. She's dummied to them all, and she's in.
Oh.
Rachel McVicker.
That's crazy.
Rachel McVicker played in the World Cup recently, and that is a great try. Well done, Rachel.
It was like the Northern Beaches all stopped, assuming that she was going to go into that strike dump on the 7. Watch it. She feigns the strike dump at the 7, gets away, and they all sort of stood still for a second. And it was a fantastic piece of opportunism. And, that puts us to a 3-2 ball game, Gab. 4.5 minutes. It's game on.
Yeah, and that came from a drop ball from Northern Beaches, and they've taken their chances. But I don't know that Rachel ever score an easier try than that. She will be super happy with that. So well done. Game on. 3-2. Northern Beaches over Canberra Brindis. Let's see what the Northern Beaches are made of here, Carly. They've been put under pressure. They're still the lead. They're in control of the game. 4 minutes to go. You're looking to... Oh, beautiful pass there.
And that's a nice piece of ball playing. And we said it earlier in the game, didn't we, Gab, that it'd only be a matter of time before she got the execution right. I know the sort of perfectionist that young Brianna is, and it would have disappointed her that first one was called forward. So she's had her opportunity to set it up, and she's let that one go really, really well. Flipped the top hand over the top and made sure that she rolled it over on the wrist. Just watch at home, viewers, the way that she gets top hand, controls it, comes down over the ball and makes sure that it doesn't go forward this time. So a really nice technical correction, whether that was mum in the box or it was Jace or got a suspicion that Brianna was fairly determined to do that one right no matter what. So full marks to her, and that's kicked him out with a little bit more comfort now.
Yeah, and they make it look easy, but that's not. That's hours and hours of practice in the backyard and down at the park and probably at Christmas barbecues where we're trying to get it over the top of their brothers and sisters and cousins. But you're right, it was just that last-minute flick over the top. It gave the extra distance and made sure it went backwards. As we see Northern Beaches back on the fly again. They've got a 3-on-2. They've thrown it over the sideline. They're claiming 6 to go again. Not too sure that they'll get it, Carly.
No, the referee having none of it. Letting it go. Nope. It's all good. And, the Brindis, they've been really, really industrious in this game, Gab. They've got nothing here. If this game doesn't sort of pan out, with them getting the result, I don't think there's anything to sort of, be crying about. I think that, it's really set them up for the rest of the tournament in terms of the fact that they can battle. Remember, Northern Beaches, took care of... Warden Cup Grand Finalist Walls End last round, and they've been playing some really, really good touch. So, there's a lot of, teams in this Women's Open, event that are going to cause a lot of upsets, cause a lot of pressure, and, the Brindis can be quite encouraged by this performance and look forward to, the next few rounds.
I agree. It's been a really good match, and it's hard to call. We just watched the match before, obviously, between Canterbury and Manly, and that was a close affair as well. So maybe kind of testing each other out a little bit and not giving away too much before finals on Sunday. But this Women's Open division, as you'll see over the next few days, is there's plenty of horses in this race that can win.
There is, and you'd be a very brave person to be able to pick a winner at this stage of the competition, Gab.
Oh, we see a beautiful try
what a
there.
Touch.
Has she made that touch?
She's thrown the hand up.
Oh, yes.
So she has.
Might be Mia Kelly, are they? You'll see it on the replay here. It was Randall again, throws beautiful pass there, out to Stubbs. And then we had Nathan. She was passing the ball on to McDougall. But that is a cracker of a touch. I think it was Leanne Hugh, the number 9 for the Brindis.
That's the second great touch that she's made, Gab. She made that one, over in the corner before as well. And she's a fantastic defensive player.
Yeah, so that's the effort that you need in State Cups.
This is it.
The game, there's only a minute left. They're down by 2 on the scoreboard, but she comes up with a play like that and gets her team back the ball and gives them another opportunity here, as we see Lani Hall, who has had a really good game, working there with Corcoran, and nearly a little opportunity. But yeah, it's those efforts that your team needs, any part of the game that can make a difference. We're less than a minute left, and I'd imagine the Northern Beaches will be just happy to take the ball down the field and maybe give themselves one more crack before the hooter goes, Carly.
Yeah, definitely. And they've got plenty of time here to do that.
We see here working there, that's Raf, working with Hinwood. There's Raf, there's an opportunity out wide, and she's on the knees first, and it's a touch there by number 9 again, Leanne Hughes. So she's on her game today on getting the assignments correct.
Yeah, she's a great winger. She's made some great reads, and it's really nice when you can see players, like that who've come of age at tournaments like this, and you really sort of, put the name down somewhere and you remember it, because, over the years there have been so many great players who've come through this tournament and have kicked on, and become great to our game.
Yeah. Couldn't have been better said as we head into the last few seconds and plays of this game. Then we hear the hooter in the background there, Carly, and it's been an entertaining game between Northern Beaches taking the victory 4 over the Canberra Brindy 2. But as you said earlier, Carly, nothing to be upset about if you're a Canberra Brindis fan.
No, both teams put on a really good contest for us, Gabs. And just on another note, I'd like to add, like with the whole touch world on the sad passing of your mum, June, the whole touch world have so much respect for her and your family, mate, and I'm sure she'll be watching today and be really proud of the way that your whole family are here playing and being involved in the sport that she loved. This was her favourite tournament, so June, a big shout out to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Carl. It's been a tough few weeks, but Port Macquarie was her favourite place and favourite weekend of the year, and as you know, she's watched many a game of touch footy, Women's Open game, and she'll be watching down from somewhere. So speaking of that, Sharks are actually playing in the next round, mixed open game, 150 versus Nelson Bay. So stay on KO Freebies for an afternoon of sport.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing. I'm losing it.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
And we're here back at the New South Wales State Cup 2024, and we're seeing a mixed open clash here today between the Sharks and Nelson Bay. And my name is Gab Rose, and I'm joined by Carly Banks for a mixed open special. Carly.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, Gab. The Cronulla Sharks, an affiliate very close to your heart, against Nelson Bay from the Hunter Hornets region.
Yeah, well, we know who each one of us is going for, don't we?
We certainly do.
Yeah. So here we go here. Game's about to start. Obviously, I'm going for the Cronulla Sharks. Carly Banks going for Nelson Bay, but we'll see how it pans out. In mixed games, you get to see so much entertainment.
Oh, absolutely. Very rarely do we see a form of touch where we can have men's and women's on the field at the same time with no deference really given. 3 men, 3 women, and let's play some footy.
Yeah, let's see. We see Nelson Bay get the first opportunity with a little splitter back in the middle, and it's the ref's called ball down. It was well done by the link there. She pinched in from the Sharks, Jessica Rowe. I'm assuming it's not the Jessica Rowe that's the newsreader, but if it is, well done, Jessica. But here you see a splitter there, Carly.
Yeah, definitely, and it is one of the preeminent plays in our game at the moment, Gab. And in the mixed game, it sort of takes on an extra consequence with obviously the men's and the women's, and the female Sharks player did a really good job to try to get in there to stop that one, but it was just a really nice angle there for Nelson Bay, and they're off to a 1-0 lead. Yeah,
game's only been going for about 45 seconds, and as is the nature with mixed, and Sharks are back on the fly now, and it took a good touch there by the Nelson Bay defender. But you always see plenty of tries in the mixed games, Carly.
Yeah, definitely. Very entertaining, and, it's always sort of high-quality attack, and it's always a tough thing to try and defend, in the mix, because you're obviously sort of working towards, those gender mismatches with the men and the women. And, unfortunate drop ball there, and the Sharks could have evened it up very nicely. But, the idea was right, just unfortunate execution wasn't there, but the Sharks won't be too perturbed by that.
No, they did create a good opportunity there. As we see Nelson Bay, they're peppering with the sideline, but they've come back to the middle of the field there, and she's claiming a penalty there, the Jade Ballard for the Nelson Bay, and she's got that. Oh, indeed, it was actually Jacinda Summers. My apologies there. So here we go here. Nelson Bay will get another opportunity here, heading in there, about 3 touches in, heading down to the Sharks line. And in mixed, Carly, I know you've had a lot to do, with the different mix at various levels. What type of the main plays they look for our viewers at home?
Yeah, definitely. Sweepers are always very popular. Anything against the grain, quarterbacks, you see a lot of the long balls to the wingers, as we've just seen there. And what a fantastic touch made by the Sharks winger. She's done remarkably well there to be able to snuff out that attacking foray from Nelson Bay.
Yeah, so it was Nicole Davidson for the Sharks there, and it was a touch that had to be made, and she saved a try for her team there. As we see Sharks come up with the ball, they've been able to stop Nelson Bay there, and they need to get the ball at the other end of the field. We haven't seen them come out of their own end yet, so we'll see what type of plays that they're looking for, or their transition from the box as they're coming on now. She gets the hand out there, good play there, and this is a good play, Carly. Straight up the middle, gives the opportunity for Happy Toinaki, and here we see...
And we talked about some of the plays that they'll run, Gab, and there's a nice little passive play out the back, but that was well done. Oh, my goodness. She saved her team remarkably well there. What a great piece of play from Jacinda Summers. She's come up with a big play there on that passive. Great read. And,
I can't believe she made that touch.
Yeah, denied them. And again, you ask the types of plays. Definitely the passive coming back to where the 2 girls are stationed. Yep. That's always a real popular one at the moment. Anything where, the brothers outplay, or the black that they call it, where, you dummy the quickie and you throw the ripped long ball, to the, on the outside of the girl link. That's always a specialist mixed play that they like to run on line attack sequences. So, but these days, what we're seeing, Gab, a lot more is that because we see a lot more of the men's and the women's players playing mixed at a high level, representative level, the quality of the tries and the types of plays have to be a lot more sophisticated than what they were in yesteryear.
as we see a beautiful pass out to the wing. And I know we always talk about attack in the game of touch, and it's such a beautiful sport that you see so many attacking plays. But we're 4 minutes into this game, and I think we've seen at least 3, all by females at this point, amazing try-saving touches, Carly.
Yep.
By both teams.
Yeah, and that's the great quality, of the mixed game. And we said that, it's one of the most unique versions of any sport in the world where you can be on the same field without any, special considerations given, to the men and the women playing the sport on the field at the same time.
Yeah, so we see good attack and defence there. So, it looks like she might have...
little injury. Yep.
So, she might have got an accidental hit in the throat, possibly.
Yep.
And it's probably taken her breath away at this point, so let's hope she's okay. But you're right, I mean, we're not biased towards touch at all, are we, Carly?
Not
probably
at all.
having
Not
played together and against each other for a period of, I don't want to give your age away, but well over 30 years, I would say.
You're being very kind.
Back when we were obviously very young, back in our school days, but... Yeah, it is a great sport, and particularly mixed touch. Like it's just always entertaining to watch. It's great to see that young lady out there on the wing for Nelson Bay is back into the action. So she's caught her breath back after that accidental knock. We see here Sharks coming up the middle. Good hands here. They might be looking for a sweep play back. We see the number 7 there, Jimmy Taylor, working with Aaron. Here he goes. There's Taylor. Rips that ball and a beautiful put down.
How good's the gap hit? That's a try.
That is a great pass and an even better catch. Can't quite catch a number. It is Jessica Rowe. Well done. That was an excellent catch. You see here.
How's the hole? This is fantastic piece of play. Great link hole. The angle off it was fabulous. Like the pass coming back was pinpoint. Beautiful long ball there from Jimmy Taylor. But the gap hit was what made it. That's a fantastic link hole.
Yeah, that was a great try here. So we're all even up here, 1 try apiece in this mixed clash between the Sharks and Nelson Bay. They're coming right on the 7 there, looking for that splitter play, and we saw that work from before, but Sharks might have had a little bit of chat in the box there, and they've worked out how to defend that here. So it's last touch, and Sharks will want to be kind of moving up together. As a coach, Carly, you hate the 5th touch try, I'm sure.
Absolutely, mate. It's one of those ones where you're tearing your hair out if you've done all the hard work for 5 touches and then you let them off the hook.
Well, I reckon if you're a coach and you've still got hair left, you're doing okay.
Yeah, definitely. Mine's always pretty short, Gab, so I don't have much to lose. So hopefully these Doyalson boys don't make it any harder for me this weekend.
No, well, I can't see the colour of it under the hat, but we'll assume there's no greys there yet, Carly. We see here taking the dump on the 7 there. Oh, he's behind the line. Oh, copped a little knock, but that was a touch there. He possibly could have kept going there, Johnny Vanderwell, because he was through.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the way that the Sharks have moved down the field, Gab, in the early stage of this game. They've transitioned well, and they've done it with a bit of ease. They've just sort of played what's in front of them and checked off the ball, and without making it look overly hard. So I've been really impressed with the way that they've gone about their work in the early stages of this one.
And as we see, they're moving the ball around there. They look quite young, this Nelson Bay team from the box here, and they're going to run it out the back, are they? No, they've gone the front door. See the number 0 there, Cade Redmond trying to find a gap there. Great hands back on the inside end. Oh, it was last touch. It was definitely worth trying to throw the pill there, but beautiful hands there on the inside by the number 12. Who have we got? Grace Baxter.
Yeah, Gracie Baxter's Hunter Hornets representative in the 20s and the Women's Open. So she's a really good player, a local product of Nelson Bay. So many good young players come out of Nelson Bay. Shout out to Doyalson Dragons' Mitch Wilton. Grew up in the Bay and a very proud thing. He's always suggesting we train at Nelson Bay, Gab. I wonder why. But it's you've got Bobby Law, Andy Law, Alice Mitchell, Sam Mitchell, like the whole Mitchell clan. There's some brilliant names over the years that have come out of Nelson Bay, and it's one of those really, really fertile places for us, in New South Wales to get so many great touch talents out of.
You see here, he's got a beautiful step back there. He's going to call. No, he's called the touch. I thought he might have been called offside there, but Jimmy Taylor light on his feet and looking to create a gap there. But coming into the last touch, they might want to finish on their side. It'll be whether they decide to have a crack. Looks like he's going to do the big right foot step, and now a late pass, and he's created an opportunity, more than an opportunity. He's created a try there.
Yeah, he's been absolutely prominent, hasn't he? Jimmy Taylor's been the architect early on for Cronulla, and a nice little piece of play there and a nice switch back to Happy Tawariki.
Yeah.
We'll run with that. Apologies, Happy, if we've got your name wrong, mate. But what a fantastic piece of play there, and that's just a really good read in terms of the fact that they're a little bit man on Gab and like a nice little late switch. And it's still one of the best things in the game. We don't see a lot of it anymore, but the switch is one of those subtle art forms that still has its place in the game.
I agree. And that was a last touch try. So if you were the coach there, that would be a not so happy moment for the Nelson Bay coaching team. Oh, he's called play through here. No, a little bit of confusion, but the ref's called acting half court as we head in. Now I've got on the scoreboard, it should be 2-1 Sharks ahead of Nelson Bay. We had Jessica Rowe hit that beautiful hole earlier, and then that try there by Happy as we see them take a slight lead, but it's still anyone's game. We're only 10 minutes. It feels like this game's been end to end and so much going on, but I just look up at the clock and we're only 10 minutes in. So we see they might have been... They were claiming 6 to go there and may have been unlucky there, but we'll go with the referee's call. They're a lot closer than my old eyes are here. As we see Nelson Bay taking the ball up, and they're just settling here, Carly, and looking to get their strike players on. Yeah, they're just working. I like the structure around what the Bay are doing. They're just trying to, work their thing. Lots of sweepers, as we said, and a little sweeper quarterback and a rip to the winger. And that is classic mixed, and just a shame that the execution's off with the last pass. But that is classic mixed. Run the sweeper quarterback, rip and hit the winger. And, that won't be the first time that we'll see that play. No, we'll see that a lot. But, again, that last pass just couldn't find the mark. And she did everything to try and catch it. Jade Ballard out on the wing. But, she would have needed a big bucket or a crane to try and get that one in. So they give away a penalty here, Nelson Bay. So Sharks will get a repeat set. They're about 15 metres shy of halfway. And they just get a chance. The other advantage getting the penalty there is they get their fresh legs on straight away, Carly. They don't have to chew up any touches. Yeah, definitely. And this allows them to, secure some pretty good field position, like you're saying, Gab. And they'll be down, in that attacking zone, on 3. And here we are, touch 4 and on the 7. Yeah, and we see here we got Toby James. No, not with the ball now. He's handed it off to Kane Mave. James is at acting half. He's coming one way and he might get him behind the line. No, he's called play through. And we see there Kane Mave got a try for the Sharks. And there wasn't too much going on there. He might have, that repeat set. They got the easy bring it up the field. And Carly, tell us what's happened here. Yeah. Nice little quickie play there, and he was just offside. And Toby James, who's in the Australian men's 30s, won a World Cup early this year, fed him on, and just got that down nice and easy. And that looked a little bit too easy there, but the Sharks will take it. That's that's off the back of the penalty that they acquired, in the midfield. So you get that through your industry, and well done to Sharks. And we've got a pretty close contest here. Yeah, so they've skipped out on the score, but as we see, speaking of skipping, we just saw him skip straight through, and she might have, but I feel like she might have had her left foot out. Just over the touchline. She did everything she could to stay in, but Sharks have taken a little lead here, 3-1 over Nelson Bay. As we know, that can change in a moment as we see Sharks get a penalty here. And it seems that the rub of the green's going the Sharks' way, which is good at the moment when they're just trying to get out of their end, and that's a really nice piece of play there. And again, they'll be charging up here, and this will be touch 4, and they'll be in great field position to get a strike done. Yeah, and that was Jessica Rowe there, the 88 for the Sharks. She's having a really good game, Carly. Yeah, she's been really instrumental. Speaking of instrumental there as well, we see Jimmy Taylor got his hands in everything. She did a great job there, Nicole Davidson. Yeah, she's another one who's had a really good game so far, Gab. And, the skill level of these girls, for the viewers watching at home, how good has, we talk about, the dominant male players in our game, but, the female players, as you pointed out earlier, are doing a fantastic job out here today, Gab, and it's a really good advertisement, for the art that is mixed touch. Oh, seen some fancy hands there across the park from Nelson Bay. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold it on the last one, so pretty much bang in the middle of the field on halfway. We see Sharks get the ball, and they're happy just to try and create some space out here, and good communication. And Carly, I know as a coach, communication is obviously key to success in the game of touch. Yeah, definitely it is. It's everything, isn't it, Gab? Like if we're talking well, we're organising, we're communicating both in attack and defence, we're giving ourselves every chance. We see here there's Taylor. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, he's he's been the difference, hasn't he, Gab, in terms of like just the footy IQ, that he's got, and he's just like chiming in at the right time, whether he's being the architect or he's marshalling the troops around him. He's the organiser. He's doing all the little things right, and it's just classy bit of play, and he's the difference at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely orchestrating everything there, and as you said, a little pass off the ruck and just kind of slides his way through the line. Unfortunately for the Nelson Bay defender, he's just kind of caught on the back foot, and it's hard. You're trying to get back, and then you've got to get up all in the same motion. You've got someone running at you like Jimmy Taylor that's light-footed and looking to dive to score. So the scoreboard for me is I've got it out to a 4-1.
Yeah, and that's the third time that they've run that splitter play. They were unlucky down here when the girl put a foot out, and they've just gone super tight on that. I'd probably like them to release now, to the splitter, the play that breaks off the ball, and they'll probably find themselves in a little bit of space. So I'm sure that adjustment will be made down in the Nelson Bay coaching box.
Yeah, and as you said, the beauty of the coverage on KO Freebies, they can go back tonight and watch and learn and take some tips into tomorrow as well and improve their craft, because it's all about improving every game, every set. As we see them taking up the field here, he's sliced straight through, looks for the girl, and looks like another great catch from Jessica Rowe.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play, and it's happy. If it's the 7 doing the damage, it's the number 1, and he's just sliced through again nicely, and a great finish, great catch, great put down from Rowe, and this is a really, really good quality Sharks mixed side, and they'd be pretty happy with where they're sitting at this stage of the competition, Gab.
Yeah, I'd say so. They'd be really happy. There's still 14 minutes to go in this game, but they'd be really happy with the first half of this game, and I know they had a really tight game against the highly fancied Roosters mixed earlier on today. So we just waved to Dean Russell in the commentary box as well, the big boss. Hello. As he'll be happily watching the Sharks at this point. Sharks mix, and speaking of Sharks mix players, Dean Russell, one of the best we've ever had play for Sharks mix. So
one of the greats of the game, not just Sharks, New South Wales, Australia. One of the game's great players, Gab, and always so knowledgeable. And for him to be the CEO, he's a very multi-talented Dean Russell, and we're lucky to have him in our sport.
Yeah, we sure are, and I'm sure he didn't just come in there for the rap from us. He was bidding us hello as he came in off to do some work. So as we see, it was another looked enterprising there for the Sharks, but it was well defended by Nelson Bay as they come out, and it looks like we've got another. It could be. Oh no, he's back up on his feet. The Sharks player thought he might have rolled his ankle. We see here Nelson Bay taking up the field. We need someone to take it direct, get a half underneath them. That's better play. They bang on halfway. They might come up for a strike dump here. Or it's a fly, Carly.
It is.
Good attack, good defence.
Yeah, and this is what we'll see a lot more of, like we talk about the sorts of plays that they'll run in mixed. Definitely, if you're running the fly and you've got the girl at middle and link, at link and wing, that's the side you want to run your fly on, and so we see a lot more, of those types of things. So, as the game develops in mixed, we'll see a lot more of the midfield rucking reflect, the attempt to be able to get the gender mismatch.
Yep.
So, the really good mixed coaches are already working on that type of stuff.
Yeah, as we see here, Jimmy Taylor, there he goes off the left, but straight into the defender. That was really well defended because you could see that was coming. They were, obviously had a plan in place, but extremely well defended by Nelson Bay.
Definitely. Kai Duffy, the number 18 take-a-bow young man, he handled himself with aplomb in that defensive situation because, he's a slippery customer who's pretty hard to handle, and held his ground and made sure that he, steered the ship in the right direction and earned the turnover for his team.
Yeah, and now they've got a penalty, so they've defended well. They've got a penalty. They're on halfway. They're coming in. They've still got about 3 or 4 touches up their sleeve. See here, ball in hand and right up the middle of the field. There's fingers pointing on, working out what they're doing. That was the 88, Patrick Hay, taking it up, working with Jack Redman. Looks like a little sweeper play, but he's coming back, Carly, and then nearly went straight through the middle. But again, well defended. That was Johnny Vandervelde from the Sharks.
Yeah, he's done really, really well again there, and I've really, like, as I said to you, Gab, I've been really impressed with the way that Sharks have found their way, towards their sub-box. They've been very methodical, and, that's a good decision from the referee. She didn't quite keep her feet and get to play the ball. There was no interference there, and that's a fantastic call from the referees. Speaking about the referees, aren't they doing a fantastic job? I mean, this is a massive tournament, and, we're only able to play the game with, the level of support that we get from the referees. So, shout out to those guys who are doing such a great job.
Agree, and we were talking about recovery off air before, and whilst the players play multiple games a day, obviously the referees do as well, and so they've got to have their recovery strategies in place as well. Hydration, as do all our players, but hats off to all the referees this weekend in these hot conditions, having to make the decisions on the spot. We see Sharks take the ball up the field, and they're taking it, as you said, Carly, a lot of, they're just methodical in the way they're working it up the field, and 5-1 at the moment, the score, 10 minutes to go. There's still opportunities for Nelson Bay, but it might be the fact that they'll just be looking to hold onto the ball and complete their sets of 6, the Sharks.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's the little quarterback play and the quick catch and pass, and unlucky with the forward one go deep. But, unfortunately we're not on the gridiron field, but the nice little, quarterback, subtle plays, classic Nick stuff. I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing from the Sharks. They're playing quite intelligent touch, and they're just working their way down, and they're picking the right plays for the right occasion.
Yeah, and they did that quite effortlessly, didn't they? It was very smooth. They kind of went one way, and you knew it was coming back, but there was no stress, no one under pressure. They just ran the play perfectly.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, we see Nelson Bay here coming with the ball. Yeah, and that's a good drive, giving her. She's gone a no touch. The ref's called play through, and it's come back inside. And again, Cook took a good touch from Taylor there, because it was looking good for Nelson Bay, and they're still peppering the line, Carly.
Yeah.
There's 10 minutes to go, and if they're next to score, who knows?
Absolutely, yeah. They're asking the right questions. I mean, that was a sweeper quarterback from those guys. So, they've got, their strategies sorted out as well. It's just a little bit of midfield, spit and polish that's, Cronulla are providing a bit more. But you've got to love the way that, Nelson Bay are coming forward. Again, Grace Baxter, great stuff in the midfield there, pressing up and, earning that turnover for her team.
Yeah, and that's a little win.
Absolutely.
So a little win. Now they might get another win. They might get a repeat set if they get the ball, the ball back. That's Kai Duffy there, waiting for his players to come on the field. Working there with Tasha Wellings, and she only knows one way, young Tasha Wellings. She's straightforward each time, working with her partner there in Patrick Hay. Out here with... Oh, and that was a flat pass. Here she goes through. Beautiful pass off. They might need some phase play there.
Yeah, she's trying to get
she's trying to and just play through. She's still going there. Well done there, Tasha Welling. She was patting him on the back, trying to get the ball down.
She's trying to direct him. She's she's a great player. Was a very, very good junior, in her time, and need a little bit of support there. And unfortunately, Nelson Bay just didn't react to that transition at all, and that's an easy try for the Sharks. So Nelson Bay will be ruining, that changeover and the way that they responded, and that's probably given the Sharks a little bit of breathing space now, a little bit of impetus to go on, in the last 8.5 minutes or so.
Yeah, and he had to run about 60 metres there, Simon Anderson, but he could kind of put the cue in the rack for the last 10, and it's a long way, 60 metres, when you're hot and tired. Absolutely. With only about 7 or 8 metres to go, but if you're going to get a try at the end of it, it's well worth it. So it takes the score out 6-1 to the Sharks over Nelson Bay. And you're right, they'll be disappointed in that try, I think, Nelson Bay.
Yeah, particularly because they asked such a good question down the other end of the field.
Yeah. So they get another opportunity here, and we see in this 30-minute format they change ends after each try. There's no half-time break. We see here Kane Chester playing the ball, working through, and he's nearly got through there, the number 10, Jake Langsford. And again, you're right, they're asking questions. They can't seem to convert the opportunities into points.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is to not be too frustrated. It's to just keep working. And sort of like you said, you get a chance to look at the game back and sort of see, hey, we weren't far off the standard. It was just these little 1%ers. And this is a great pickup from the referees. I think it's a forward pass, Gab, and I think he's all over it.
Yep.
Yep.
Well done, referee. And again, Carly, we've seen it a few times. They're starting to win back a few of those moments and opportunities. So there's a couple of times where they've managed to get a penalty or a changeover in the Sharks' half, and now they give themselves plenty of touch and some fresh legs on and see what they can come up with.
And And as you said, it looks like a really young Nelson Bay lineup, in the majority of sort of cases. So what an opportunity for him to be playing a stadium game out here, mixing it up at the State Cup. There's nothing better. So, it's fantastic, for this affiliate to be able to do this. And same with Cronulla. It's a great opportunity to grow the game and sort of build touch in your affiliate.
Yeah, sure is. As we see here, number 11, Dines with the ball. He's working with Kai Duffy and also Jack Trees there. Drop it inside. Oh, again, there was a little gap, but it closed just as quickly there by the Sharks defender. The three men in the middle of the field for the Sharks did a really good job there, because that looked like a real chance for Nelson Bay.
Yeah, Jimmy Taylor prominent again, with the touch that mattered. And, as we said, we've spoken about him in attack and his influence, but defensively popping up there and coming up with a great touch.
Yeah, so he's looking to find someone there, the number 9, Kane Mave. Step off the right there, dropped it back inside, the switch we spoke about before, and a double switch, Carly, no less, a right foot step.
Oh, great touch.
Great double switch, we don't see that often.
No, we
don't.
But
I do like it.
We don't, it's fantastic, bringing the crowds back for sure. But Jacinta Summers take a bow. The defence, she did a magnificent job to snuff that out, because that was not an easy situation to defend. And unfortunately, exiting the field, they've turned it over. And let's see what Sharks can do, with this turnover in pretty handy field position.
Yeah, it sure is, and it was a shame because she had done a really good job there in defence, Jacinta Summer, and it's not the first time we've seen that in this match. As we see here, we got Johnny van der Verde working here, back to Van der Velde. Who else but Jimmy Taylor underneath at acting half, just holding the play up here. They're in no rush, the Sharks. They got the game under control, and they don't need to waste their legs. They've obviously got plenty more games this week. What are they setting up here, Carly, or what are they looking to do?
Yeah, before they were like the sweeper quarterback's been good for them, so I wouldn't be all surprised if they're looking again. Maybe the little splitter through the centre.
Yeah, we've got 5, Ashley, and they've managed to draw a penalty out there. And explain the rule to our viewers there, Carly, about the defensive line.
Yeah, it's very important that defensive line keep moving forward 7. Like, you have to keep moving. You can't drop when the ball's coming in 7. And there's the quarterback. And he's looking for the step back. But, geez, that's a really good piece of defence. Real bravery there from the girl there. And very rarely do you see the girl in the middle. So this is a different defensive configuration that we're seeing. It's something that we did years ago. I remember playing with the Sharks Open Mix team many years ago, and we actually used to do that. So I haven't seen this for a very long time.
Yeah, she's doing a really good job here. She's got to get out there again. They've stepped inside, and she's got a forward pass there. That is excellent defence.
Yeah.
I believe it's the number 3, Tasha Wellings. I can't quite see the jersey, but
I'm loving seeing that strategy, Gab. I haven't seen it for so long, and it's so good. It's got its fair theory in the fact that you have the two boys bookending and looking after the girl in the middle.
Yep.
And really, really good strategy there from Nelson Bay. Love seeing it.
Yeah, she did a really good job there in the defensive structure. And again, unfortunately, Nelson Bay couldn't quite get through their set of 6, and Sharks will get the ball bang on halfway. We've got a bit shy of 4 minutes to go in this game, and 6-1 at the minute, the score to Sharks. But as you can see, the Nelson Bay defence still moving up. They don't want to let them get to their line. Another great defence there. That was Baxter there, Grace Baxter there. And the females in this Nelson Bay are, as you said, the word's brave, Carly.
Yeah, they're really, really good, and there's lots to like about the way that they've played their footy.
Another little opportunity, but well defended there by the number 0, Cade Redmond for Nelson Bay. So we're coming up to one of the last touches in the match. You let that pass rip. And
that was a beauty.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was just ahead of Nicole Davidson, but it was beautiful. And again, last touch, have a crack. They've taken it over the sideline and have a look now. Their defensive line is set and ready to go. And I dare say they'll be pushing up here, trying to keep Nelson Bay in their own half.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of play there from the Sharks, and a little bit of confusion about what should be happening there, but they're working hard to be able to truck this ball down the field and give themselves an opportunity to put another one on.
Yeah, there was Summers, and it was Jade Ballard at acting half, and they're going to bring it straight in. They've got a little play here from acting half. It's a number 11, Dominic Dines, and
they deserve that.
They do. That's a really good try, well manufactured. Came from here, a couple of good setup, and then just drove it straight through the middle. So this will look good on the replay, Carly.
Yeah, definitely. And this will give Nelson Bay a little bit of heart towards the back end of this game, knowing that they can, sort of crack defence has gone to the line and a nice little, put down there, and that'll make them feel like pretty good going into the next round. And that's a well-earned try there for Clyde Duffy. He's been really good for Nelson Bay in the midfield and defensively. So nice to see him get rewarded with a meat pie of his own there.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. He's had a really good game for Nelson Bay, and it takes the score to 6-2. We've still got 2 minutes left. As we see here now, Jimmy Taylor hot stepping and couldn't quite get the ball. Yeah, touch was made there by Dominic Dine, so it'll be a penalty to Nelson Bay. So they've scored the try. They've got to stop. Next up, part in the equation is trying to hold the ball, keep it down there, get it down the other end of the field, Carly.
Yeah, and that's good, and that'll be a really good recipe for them going forward, Gab. Like we said, they'll look back on this game and they'll see where, the things they could do a little bit better, but the things that they did equally well. And this is one of the big things that when you're coaching or when you're playing is to really make sure that, you don't miss out on seeing the positive things that you're doing as well. We're all quite critical about where we need to be and what we need to do, but it's really important, to keep front and centre the things that you're doing well and make sure you hold on to those things and continue those things on, for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and that was a really good set there by Nelson Bay. Yep. They had a little opportunity down the middle. They drove it straight down the middle, and the two girls in Wellings and Baxter nearly created something out of nothing. So they'll be happy with the end of that set in this last couple of minutes. There's less than 1 minute to go here. As you see, it looks like Johnny Vandervelde going to take off from half. He's behind the line. He's looking for plays. He's being very patient. Who has he got? Looks like Jessica Rowe, but a touch has been made. Excellent touch again in the last dying minutes of the game. Full-length touch to stop the try there. Beautiful touch there by the Nelson Bay female.
Yeah, nice desperation there from the Nelson Bay team. As you said, with 25 seconds to go, you could be forgiven for giving that one up, but they didn't. They just kept in the contest, and they're really sort of showing their sort of mettle and what they're made of.
Yeah, so we see here probably the last set that we have for this mixed open clash. So they're taking the ball up. We see here Jacinda Summers has got the ball in hand, looking to pass it off. She's got Kane Chester. There might be one last little opportunity as we hear the hooter in the background, and he's called through. And they've given the referee's called full time on this match between the Sharks and Nelson Bay in the mixed open clash. And as we said from the outset, Carly, it was always going to be an entertaining match. Sharks 6, Nelson Bay 2, but a really good clash.
Yeah, really entertaining and a great advertisement for Mixed Touch. Both these teams, wholehearted performances, and look forward to seeing how they progress for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and that's it for Carly and I at the minute, but we move on after the break to a men's open clash between local derby between Parramatta and Penrith. So we'll be back soon.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
We finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Welcome back to beautiful Port Macquarie for the New South Wales State Cup Men's Open action here, and this one is a really interesting fixture. It's a battle of the West between Penrith and the reigning Vorden Cup champions Parramatta. So this one, we're expecting some high-octane action, and certainly Jason Stanton, in the case of Parramatta, we think they're going to go quite deep into the tournament. I think Penrith are also thereabouts, but there's still, for mine, a few question marks. Where's the X factor coming from? I think they do those 1%ers, the fundamentals, better than almost any other side, but I'm still just, I suppose, waiting over the past couple of State Cups to see where that little extra spark comes from.
Yeah, they're definitely maybe like they're one rung below those top level of teams, but there's no reason why they can't. They had a big quarter-final last year where they upset Hornsby. They match up pretty good against Para, and Para didn't get out of the blocks great last year after winning Vorden Cup. They had a really slow start in the State Cup and ended up having a few injuries and underperforming. So this one may not be all Parramatta's way. I think Penrith match up pretty good, and this is a great way to get into the men's division.
We've got 30 minutes to sort it out. No half-time breaks here as Penrith have first use of possession. They'll start to motor up through the middle of the field now. A good little chance here for Tim Good, and then having a little squeeze in between. Closed off very quickly there from Chatton. Back to the 7 they go now. Once more here for Dean. Looping around, and then Gretsch having a little look. It comes back that way for Gretsch. Then fires it out to that right-hand side. It hits the deck, and it's a nice fast start here from Penrith, but didn't ask too many questions in that set overall.
Yeah, it was a little bit, almost looked like almost like choreographed attack. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. Almost not really looking at what the D was doing. So Parramatta handled that quite well. A nice defensive read on the outside by Osborne early in that set, and now we've got Simbolan charging down the middle.
Of course, the key one to watch is Kai Simbolan. Now picking it up here and looking to create some damage. Or a big pirouette. Almost fooled them ballerina style, but turned away here. Penrith seeing off that first assignment. Now a chance to head out towards their stumps box. Nice quick interchange of passing. Good speed as well down the sideline there from Josh Peacock. Now up over halfway. And of course, if we talk a little bit about Kai Simbolan, his performance in the Vorden Cup Grand Final was one for the ages. Really in that extra time period, Jason Stanton, he took the game by the scruff of its neck.
Yeah, Kai Simbolan, we haven't seen a dominant performance like that for a while, so really impressive there by Kai Simbolan. One of the other players I think I just wanted to point out is most of our viewers would be familiar with Nick Good at Penrith. He was slipping into the coaching ranks, but now he's back out there playing. Definitely one of the greatest players we've had in our game. So I think it's a real pleasure to have him out there. See if you can
lovely
pick it
ball
up.
here for the Eels. Still a chance. Dumming left and right. Opens them up. It's Luke Osborne who goes in for Parramatta. First try on the board. And they're all running after it. In fact, it's going to come back here. So there was an earlier indiscretion, and I think they've called it there. So it's a touch pass that's been called on that right-hand side. So where that long floating ball was coming from, that was the initial call. So officials on the spot. Bit of a late one there just to communicate with one another, as now Penrith send it a little bit wide. Oh, he's been clattered there. So just trying to see who that might be. I think it's Harry Fryer who's hit the ground pretty hard. Yeah, it is Fryer.
Yeah, it's good to see both referees communicating there to get the right call. It was a nice long ball. Probably the winger didn't really have eyes for the ball, just sort of ran straight for the defender before he caught it and made contact. So correct call there from the referees. Forward pass at the ruck there. And referee Badjo is all over it. We say it in all these big games, you've got to be sneaky to get one past the referees.
There's Jordan Horrow that came up with a strong touch, and there's a turnover as well. That time from Jacob Harrington. Is now marching forward. Comes Ben Moylan. Moylan waiting here. in towards the middle of the field. Little pass now for Angles Cork, then off for Jimenez. Once more Angles Cork bouncing around. Into the action comes Jake Gretsch. There's an extra set to work with.
Yeah, I don't mind what I'm seeing from Penrith here. They got out of the blocks nicely. They're nice and controlled. They've got Ben Moylan there in the middle directing traffic. This is good. They're going to be asking some questions here.
Moylan once more having a little look at them. Passive out the back for Jimenez, who is just floating, looking for an opportunity. First receiver now. Out for Moylan once more. Drops it down about 8 metres away. Then changing the pace is Angles Cork. However, he's found once more the arms of horror. This time there's no indiscretion from the winger, and there's an easy turnover.
Yeah, pretty good defence there from Parramatta. What they're doing quite well, James, is that the middles are pressing out beyond the 7 metres, and what that's allowing is it's allowing the other players, the links and wingers, not having to move as far forward, and they're in great position for the following touch. So Penrith will have to make some adjustments if they want to bother this Parramatta defence.
Of course, the big change here for this Parramatta side compared to what we saw in the past couple of State Cups as they go on the charge here once more. Now a bit of a change of pace for Watkins. Turned away. No Jordan Marshall-King, so obviously he's been a massive factor in this team culture-wise, in terms of his creativity as well, and then also featuring for the Men's Open over in Nottingham recently. So it's a very successful career. I believe he's playing with the Sharks over 30s side at the moment, but you know it's a massive change here with no Marshall-King for Parramatta.
Yeah, they've got plenty of experience. Here's going to be a try straight through the middle. Lack of communication between the two middles, and the Panthers are going to open this one up, James.
Yeah, dummy left and right from Jack Dean, and it certainly did open up. Beautiful stuff. Little change of pace here, so good jinking footwork. Actually gets back on the inside of that man who's been in hot form, Kai Simbolan, and then also Chatton. Perhaps didn't close the gap enough there, but Simbolan caught maybe a little bit flat-footed for his standards.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a 50-50 in those situations. I think if you sort of assess it on basic policy, it wasn't Kai's player because he was pushing in to a 4-on-3, as we see here.
Oh,
come back
beautifully
to that.
done there from Luke Mansell, who at the moment is probably the form winger in Australia, and for that matter, for Lebanon too. Of course, he was massive in the World Cup for those that tuned in for the Lebanese international side, and he's continued on with what's been a brilliant 2024 season for him.
Yeah, most wingers don't actually finish that, James. Luke Mansell really, it's almost like he's used his World Cup performance where he was absolutely amazing and untouchable, and I think he's used that to springboard him into a really good Vorden Cup, campaign to finish that off. They won, and now looks like he's brought that form up here to Port Macquarie.
Well, of course, State of Origin happening next year, and this is a great little showcase event, if you will, to potentially stake a claim for one of those jerseys early on. And there's an issue now as well for Dylan Bissett. Now, he had a massive campaign here in Port Macquarie last year, but he's copped a bit of contact here. Very slow back to his feet. Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, hopefully he's okay there.
Here it is again on the replay. So they'll throw long. Bissett just colliding here. Oh, yeah, it's an awkward one, just with the legs dropping out. Nothing untoward from Penrith. It's one of those unfortunate, unavoidable collisions, though. So Bissett will depart momentarily. At least he's still up on his feet, which is good to see. It's now Pulu, brings it forward. Chatton out to this right-hand side for Will Hickey, who's a little bit closer into the action now. We've mainly seen Will on the wings here at the State Cup. Simbolan hopping in and acting half, takes off, good footwork, tries to get the pass. Penrith are up in the passing channel, slapped it down, and there's an extra set to work with.
And this will be Penrith's first real test with a full set of attack. Kai Simbolan there. I think it's Oscar Gray. Let's see what they come up with.
It's more a good little attempt here from Finn Watkins. Watkins is turned away, though. Mansell will wait here in acting half. Sends it back to the middle now for Gray, and then once more for Kai Simbolan. Gray, Watkins, drop down, Simbolan right at the advantage line, or delays a pass. They'll play it quickly towards the line. No advantage there. So we'll come back to the 7. I think there was almost a mutual infringement, if you will, the first one being from Penrith, hence not the play through. So around about 8 minutes gone here, and Parramatta still looking to really stamp their claim on this one. Penrith have been up to the task so far. Simbolan drops it down on the 7. Once more High pressing line from Penrith. Simbolan plays it quickly, but they were well sorted out on that left-hand defensive edge. That's where Parramatta were looking to go, but no opportunities there. Watkins tries to pop it on. Up into the lane comes Nicholas Good. It's knocked down and not played at, so turnover in favour of Penrith.
Yeah, I think Penrith's lucky to get away with that or to get out of that without conceding a try. They look to be beat, like a half beat quite a few times, but they scrambled well. And they're still in this. Parramatta's not going to have it their own way. We mentioned it earlier. That's how the first 10 minutes has played out.
Jimenez drops it down now. Angles Cork finding a little ball here for Gretsch. Gretsch trying to squeeze through. Caught here on the last, back to the 7. No strike dump to work with though. Angles Cork floats it long all the way out here for Peacock. They'll simply try and kill it well away from the Parramatta box. Not a bad set there though from Penrith.
Yeah, I don't mind what I'm seeing with Penrith. They're going to compete with all the top teams from what we've seen in this first 10 minutes. And like one of the things that often gets talked about with Parramatta over the last 2 to 3 seasons is that they've actually showed in the one-off games at Vorden Cup they can be, one of the best teams walking around. But once we get up here at State Cup, multiple games in a day, they're more day games rather than night. Parramatta's a bit untested, and so I think some of them, probably the more fancy teams like Central Coast and Doylo and in this case Penrith, they don't mind matching up against Parramatta. They're a little bit haven't proven themselves on this stage in the recent period.
Forced sub here for Luke Osborne as well, so he'll be sent to the sideline momentarily. Penrith with the one-man advantage, but straight away they turn it over. That's a real coach killer there from the Panthers. So now the Eels with a chance to keep marching upfield. It's touched here from Jacob Harrington. Picks up about 10 or so metres. Nice little drive from him. Cycling it back towards the middle here for Caden Wynyard, who scored an absolute cracker a couple of seasons ago at this very ground. Once more now for Hickey. Turns it back on the inside, Wynyard. And then again here for Marley Simbolan. Quick hands, good read out wide though. This time from Harry Fryer. Penrith holding firm. 10 minutes down. This men's open action. Hickey drops it now, about 10 away. And again, Wynyard, nowhere to go. Quick rush on that occasion. This time I think it might have been Horatio Edwards who got up quickly.
Yeah, nice D there from Penrith. One of the things to look out for there is they are trying to get right up outside the 7, James, like to maybe to the 10 or 11 in that last sequence. They're really pressing forward, and that's pretty good tactic, and it seems to be working so far against this Parramatta attack.
Nice roll forward here from Penrith. Tipped up there from Edwards. Edwards play on for now. Just tries to get away from them. There was a little juggle, but of course the touch came, and that will still count as a touch pass. So now Simbolan working it upfield. It certainly hasn't been bogged down in terms of a huge amount of turnovers and in the middle of the field, but it is still somewhat of a stalemate at the moment, this one.
Yeah, it's a pretty good matchup, Bud. I'd be happy if I was in either camp. They've both got out of the blocks well. They're controlling their sets pretty good, asking questions. So it's a good sort of like settler, so to speak, the first 10 minutes, and then let's see how this next 10 minutes rolls out as they feel their way into it.
Well, about 11 and a half gone here as Edwards plays it. Now charging forward once more up through the guts. Horatio Edwards wrapping around yet again. Out for Nick Good. Oh, quick cycle right up along the sideline there from Peacock. Great to see Good back on deck. Of course, if you cast your mind back 4 or 5 years ago, unfortunately, he came up with that ACL injury right here. That's a great pass that's found, though, from Angles Cork right into the waiting arms of Jack Gretsch. He'll go in, but it may come at a cost here. He's just clutching the hamstring at the moment, but well worked from Penrith.
Yeah, it sort of came out of nothing. It was a bit of an out ball there. I can't see with the name. I think it might have been Angles Cork, but there wasn't a lot in it. The out ball, then he just sort of almost off his hip out of nothing to I think it was Gretsch, and a really good finish there. And that Parramatta won't be happy with that. It wasn't really a structured play at all. It was a little bit like eyes up type footy, and the defence wasn't ready for it.
Now Kai Simbolan looking to hit right back. Simbolan, quick release here for Wynyard. Great footwork, gets to ground. Oh, the hot stepper. Caden Wynyard. That was very groovy.
Caden Wynyard, he sort of floats in and out of the game. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes not so good. And I barely noticed him. And then as soon as he gets his hands on the ball, it's a try. So half of me is excited, thinking, wow. And the other half's like, hey, can we give him more ball? Caden Wynyard, what a beautiful right foot step. And a nice put down too. He was very low. He gets down quite low for a tall guy, James. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's well poised here as we approach the halfway point in this match. 2 tries apiece between these two Western Sydney heavyweights. As Good pops a little short pass here for Jack Dean. Already a try in this one for Dean. Now Good out to this right-hand side for Robinson. Now simply then killed the play right up along the sideline here through Peacock. Turnover to come, but not a bad result off the back of Parramatta scoring. At least they're killing it up the other end of the field. Well and truly away from the box. That looked to be a forward pass, but we'll play on for now. Mansour with a bit of speed. Peacock got there just in time. There's not too many that can run down Mansour.
How quick's Peacock? I'd already marked the try down on my on my pad here, James. Luke Mansour with space ahead of him normally equals try.
And a lovely little dummy here for Parramatta. I must say, Stan, I'll have to have a little look here because there is a Xavier Peacock who's a real track star. He's only 16, but he runs the 100 metres in 10.5 seconds. So I'm wondering if there's any relationship there with Xavier Peacock and also Josh Peacock, who just chased down Mansour. Very similar running style for that matter as well. Yeah. Stick with the action here with Penrith up towards halfway. A bobble in the roll ball. This time it'll be called against Parramatta though.
Yeah, pretty good read there from Calabria on the far side with the referees. They're actually mic'd up for this game, James, so they've got that option of talking to each other if they see an infringement or something happens, and that was a good example of just something minor, easy to miss as the referee, but because they're working together, 3 referees as one, we got the right call.
And drop down once more. Here's Horatio Edwards. Edwards popping it back out to that right-hand side. Angles Cork. Leaves it behind. Edwards once more, floating it long. Great ball from Edwards. Popped back on the inside. Really good covering, though, from Liam Simbolan. He got there in time, but they'll get an extra set here, Penrith.
That was a really good call as well. The referees are trying to get these Parramatta defenders to move forward off the line. As the touch has been made, you're able to roll back a little bit, but you'll see Parramatta are camping themselves really deep on the line, and the referees are sort of picking up on that. That's the second one in a row. So what we're talking about there is when the touch is made, the team's got to be going forward, James. You can't be camped back or sitting back on your try line. That's what those penalties are for. Parramatta are rolling back too early.
Oh, Edwards, what a ball! With sniper-like precision, he got down low, fired it from a cannon, and the collection was just as good. This will look terrific on the replay. Here it is again from Edwards, who just bounces around, somehow squeezes it down low. And what a take that is for the Panthers, who are on the prowl.
Wow, Edwards, what a pass. He had that quick release. He got really good service there. I think it actually Mitch's player fed him, but he had really good service there, and then he fired it behind the defender. That's quite rare. You don't normally see that. But I didn't even think that was possible. I was looking for, is it forward, is it late, what is it? And it was nothing. It was all clear. And the Panthers with their nose in front.
Well, they are here to play against the reigning Vorden Cup champions, the Parramatta Eels, and that was only a few weeks ago, of course. Let's keep that in mind. So it's not like it's not recent form here. As Simbolan once more takes off, and there's the class of Kai Simbolan. Will Hickey finds the gap, and we're locked up yet again. It's 3 tries apiece.
Yeah, pretty good finish there from Will Hickey as well. What we're seeing here, James, is little 1%ers, but executed really well. Kai Simbolan's got to the outside. The link there probably a little bit too close, but it's Hickey's tight line coming charging onto it, nice and flat, which created that try. So that's another try we've seen from Parramatta, a little bit out of nothing. So this is really starting to form up to be a big 10 minutes ahead of us at, is it 3-3? I think the scoreboard might be wrong, 3-3.
It certainly is 3-3. Now a little touch is made here on Wynyard. Out once more for Harrington. Osborne at speed, finds a pass. It's Cameron Chloe who scored that previous try off the back of the work of Horatio Edwards. Working hard in defence there. Osborne once again, Chloe up to meet him. Does enough, and the ball goes to ground from Marley Simbolan. Now Chloe with metres to travel. Good hopping in at acting half. Edwards under pressure. Fires a quick pass towards the sideline, then returns once more. Now they're all offside here, but he did initiate contact, and that's one of those ones that could go either way there from Peacock. But he's lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, referees might have been calling him off early. You don't know what happened. We're not sure what happened in the lead up to it, but as I mentioned, these are three very experienced referees, and they're all over these minor contacts. They know what the players are trying to do, the little things they're getting away with, and they're all over it. So you see Penrith here, they're trying to get the Parramatta defenders right up off that line.
Well, Dean
nice
picks
second
it up
phase.
quickly. Well read, though, from out wide. Another really good touch from Parramatta. This time it was the work of Jordan Horrow. Last one now for Penrith.
Yeah, superb read there from Horrow.
He's done a great job deputising for Dylan Bissett, who was a real defensive specialist the last couple of state cups out on that right-hand side. And with him off the field with an injury, Horrow has really stepped up. It's now Penrith looking to jam in a touch. Marley Simbolan brings it forward. Good metres here from Parramatta in traffic. Slowing down a little bit on this occasion, though, is Liam Simbolan. The late angle change picks up a few more metres. Now Chatton onto the ball. Good strong touch there from Penrith. Nothing forceful about it, but enough to force the issue, so to speak, as Bissett is indeed back on deck. So he's actually come out on this left-hand side, replacing Mansour for the meanwhile. As Penrith keep marching forward. Here's Cameron Chloe again. Great footwork from Chloe around the outside of Watkins. Still travelling here. And no touch as of yet. Now Nick Good, the veteran, feeds it on here for Jimenez. Jimenez takes off, plays it about 10 metres away. Good floating through the middle. Then turns it here for Chloe. And there is that penalty as a result of not pressing up high enough.
Yeah, that's going to be something that'll come up throughout the whole. That's 2 penalties in a row, so we'll look for the third one, as we know, where a player has to drop off if that occurs. But there's a bit of a challenge here. Penrith have just got to really control this set and look for that third penalty, which I'm sure Nick Good's going to do.
It's a nice calm approach there. Cameron Chloe was claiming that he squeezed all the way through, but they got back in time. Good just turning the screws a little, though, on that short side. Now heads back towards the middle. Quick touch made. Good once more out of acting half, or Chatton stepped up nicely, made the touch. Back to the 7 they go. Well, they left a little bit early there. That would have been very tempting for the referees to call that third penalty on that occasion. Finding a pass. Oh, it's off the back of Liam Simbolan. But there must have been a touch beforehand there. Yeah, touch pass is called. That would have been very close. I'll see if we can get a replay of that as well, as now Parramatta start marching forward. But that was a tight one, Jason.
Yeah, and that been like before the previous pass. But I think Penrith probably would like to have had that set again. You'll see here he's been touched there late pass, but if not, it would have been play on try. And I think when you've got 2 penalties on the line like that and you're attacking, you've got to use your whole set, really pull the defence off the line and put them under pressure. I think Penrith are probably a little bit impatient in those last couple of touches, so they wish they had that one again.
Now Oscar Gray here for Wynyard, who's already got a try so far. Well, Simbolan did a great job to reel that one in. Wasn't a good pass. Well and truly behind the body. They'll get another set to work with here, Parramatta. 8.5 on the clock. High tension in this one. 3 tries apiece. Penrith are here to play. Parramatta, of course, one of the favourites to take out this tournament. Gray. Short ball here for Simbolan. It was good. That was up very quickly. Too quickly, in fact, and that's the second penalty now inside the 7.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it's coming through on your feed because we're zoomed in, but the sideline referees have been very vocal. They're telling the links and wingers to get up, and they're watching when they don't hit the line. So that's why you're seeing some of these penalties where it's actually the players out wide that are causing the infringements or, making the errors.
Simbolan now once again. Hickey off his hip. Comes away from him on this occasion. Now Wynyard dropping it down. Simbolan once more. Simbolan popping a pass straight into the waiting arms of Cameron Chloe. He didn't have to move a muscle.
Yeah, having a good game, Chloe, isn't he? Defence and attack. He's everywhere now. He's on the drive. That's the number 13 there for Penrith. Having a cracking game.
Now Peacock within 15 metres of the try line. Bouncing around they go here. Penrith up towards the 7. Drop back now. Horatio Edwards this time looking to do it all himself. The gap closed very quickly. Turned away. Now Simbolan thinks the best form of defence is attack. A very flat pass there for Gray. And goes to ground. That's probably the touch footballing gods enacting a bit of karma there on the Parramatta side.
And this is why Penrith match up so well against Parramatta, James, because Parramatta in Cymbolan and Wynyard probably have two of the better attackers on the field at the moment, but you need to get them in position with the ball, and Penrith are grinding them out of it. They're controlling the ball, they're getting repeat sets, and that's why it's a pretty good matchup. Penrith, very good opportunity here to get the result today.
Oh, tipped on from Edwards, perfectly done into the waiting arms of Harry Fryer, who cooks them on the edge.
Yeah, right on cue there with the Panthers. They got the repeat set. They just sort of stayed in the contest in this bit of an arm wrestle, and Parramatta turned over the ball, giving Penrith a good opportunity. And it was a great tap on there. I think it might have been Edwards, a beautiful tap on there. Not a lot Luke Mensah, the defensive winger, can do in that situation. And what a finish by the Panthers. I think that was good out wide. So the scene's set now. Can the Parramatta Eels bounce back? They've got 6 minutes to do it.
Once more, they'll head out wide, and yet again, jumping over the top of them there is Fryer. And he just picks up that try. Now a little dummy coming in. So Penrith, perhaps they weren't expecting to be in this position with only 6 minutes on the clock, 4-3 up against real heavyweight. Of course, take nothing away from Penrith. They are one of the stronger teams in this State Cup, but Parramatta, I believe, were in that final 2 years ago, correct me if I'm wrong, Stanto, in terms of the State Cup final up against Doyalson. And of course, coming off of a successful Vorden Cup campaign. So,
yeah, Parramatta definitely been one of the top teams. There's no doubt about that. I just probably just not as consistent in the different forms of the game, I guess. Like, definitely Vorden Cup. The last couple of seasons have been very dominant, but at State Cup a little bit hit and miss. So here's a good opportunity now. They're down by 1. 5 minutes to go. The referee's talking to the defence, trying to get them off the line. This is where they've got to be patient and run multiple plays, ask lots of questions of the defence. So let's see what they can come up with.
Oh, Nick Good. Wasn't too impressed about that call, though. It's Parramatta with Gray. Big left foot step, getting down very quickly for such a tall man. They just make the touch in time, though, according to the officials. Cymbolan is the one to watch here, and he's got ball in hand. Bouncing around. Back for Gray once more. Watkins. Cymbolan floats it long, but it's gone about 5 metres forward. And that's one of the rare times you'll see Kai Cymbolan get those long passes wrong.
Yeah, they probably wish they had again, but that's an interesting one, because that's the point we're just talking to right on cue. We're talking about using your whole set, asking different questions, running a dive play, then you might run a sweeper play, then a long ball. You've got to put the defence under pressure. At this level, with the Premier League being such a high standard now, you can't afford to have one play and throw it over the sideline. You've got to be more consistent. So that's that missing piece of the Parramatta game. They're not out of it if they go down here, but I think that may be different Sydney champs the State Cup that they've got to unlock if they want to become the number one team in the state.
So Penrith, as it stands, though, in the ascendancy, 4-3 with just under 4 minutes to go. Brought forward now from Jimenez. Hopping in at acting half yet again. Had an option there with Angles Cork on that right-hand side. I'll say play on for now as well, the referees. There was a little bobble. Angles Cork very flat there. Now out the back, beautifully done, but also an exceptional play out wide there. Just trying to see who that might have been. It was Mansour who's got fingertips to it, and that's why he's pretty much the form winger in the world at the moment.
Yeah, Luke Mansour, plenty of class there. So, when you look at Mansour, Cymbolan, Wynyard, there's been some good touches there from Osborne and Oscar Gray and that. So Parramatta have got class everywhere. I think just got to be a little bit more cohesive. Like, this is another good chance for the platform here. They need a penalty. They've got it, right? Now they need to have a full set. Let's see if they can ask multiple questions of the defence.
A great driving set there from the Eels, and I think they certainly played for that last penalty. As now they'll have a little crack again. It's Harrington who's trying to dive over the top of them. He's called away, though. In fact, there's a bit of miscommunication here. Yeah, the penalty's going to go to Penrith. So I'm not quite sure what's happened for that call.
Yeah, I think you'll probably see on the replay that it was a forward pass from the dummy half. So referee Badger had actually cleared it and said the ball was down in terms of a try, but the sideline referee had picked up on the forward pass. So a lost opportunity for Parramatta. You'll see it here, this pass here from the ground, that's the one that's been called forward. Otherwise it was a try. And then, again, to our point, that's the first touch that turned the ball over. So I think Parramatta, when they reflect back, there's a few learnings that they can get out of this game. And if they can correct that, no reason why they can't be here on Sunday afternoon.
Not to harp on it, Stanto, but having had a look at that replay again, I didn't think it was forward live. I still don't think it was. I think that's a very lucky call there for Penrith. It's Parramatta on the charge once more here. Now Simbolan out for Chatton, wrapping around his Simbolan. Oh, they turned away from him, though. There was a golden opportunity, and Simbolan is screaming for it here. He'll get the penalty, but now time begins to become a massive factor here. There's a minute 30 on the clock. Parramatta obviously looking to get that bang back here, and they will do so through Will Hickey, who has a second. We are all locked up with about a minute 20 on the board here. And a big play from Will Hickey, and of course that man yet again, Kai Simbolan.
Yeah, very good. He just got the jump, just really good speed. And look at the way Hickey pushes up flat. That's how he scored the second try. William Hickey, a little bit like almost below, under the radar, the way he's had an impact on this game. But we'll just follow this with Penrith, James, and we'll come back to that. But Hickey's doing something quite clever, and that's resulted in 2 tries there.
4 plays down here. So they try and go yet again. Oh, we're going to come back to the mark. This will go the way of Parramatta, though, so they'll get the final opportunity here with 45 seconds on the clock. Do they throw caution to the wind? The Vorden Cup champs. Forward they march. There was some pretty strong contact. And it will go the way of Parramatta. Foot in the ruck. As Pulu tracks across field. Now Chatton up towards halfway. They'll cross that threshold. They'll get a full set here pretty much. Multiple attacking opportunities. Chatton drives forward. So too does Liam Simbolan. Now picked up by Kai. Good footwork. Kai Simbolan through. Popping a pass out wide. Parramatta will win it right at the death. What a play from Kai Simbolan. He's the one with the hot hand, and Jordan Horrow is on the spot, and that'll do it for Parramatta.
It's an absolute blue ribbon play, and Kai Simbolan has done it again. Look at the dummy, the foot speed in the end goal. He was patient, a long ball, and Parramatta have stolen victory from the jaws of defeat with 2 tries inside 50 seconds.
What a play from Kai Simbolan. He's picked up exactly where he left off at the Vorden Cup Grand Final. Extra time heroics there, and that was basically the same thing. The clock had run out. It was Simbolan with a final chance to put something on the board. He did exactly that. And Penrith, they can feel very unlucky about that result. 5-4 at full time. A cracking fixture here. We'll take a quick break, and then we are back with another massive match here. It'll be Bankstown taking on Doyalson for our Raise Invest men's match of the day.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life?
We are about to watch the Raise game of the day of the Men's Opens with Doyalson taking on Bankstown. I'm with Daniel Langbridge.
Alex.
Sorry,
50-50.
50-50 from Doyalson Men's Open. Coming off country champs of a win, how do you see yourselves going at State Cup this year?
Yeah, I think we'll be thereabouts. We've had a pretty good lead up. Post-country champs put in that really good 8 weeks. Minimal injuries, so going in with a reasonable amount of confidence. But I mean, the exciting thing is the talent and the tough games across the pool. So yeah, really looking forward to the competition.
And who's the clubs you need to watch in the Men's Opens?
I'd say probably Para, Central Coast, and probably Newcastle at this stage, and then see how the rest go. I don't think there'll be any easy beats.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks, Nat.
know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
Welcome back here to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium for the New South Wales State Cup 2024. Our Raise Invest Game of the Day. If you want to make your money work harder, sign up with Raise, Australia's #1 investing app, and earn a $20 reward after your first investment. It's easy. Just download the app, link your account, and start investing today. Don't miss out. Join Raise and start building your wealth now. Investing with Raise carries normal investment risks. Be sure to read the PDS and TMD to understand these risks and determine if Raise is right for you. And we are set to raise the roof for this one. It is our men's match of the day, Bankstown and Doyalson. So we get to take a very close look at one of the most dominant sides of the last 5 years in the form of Doyalson. Can we see an upset in the form of the green outfit here? Bankstown with first use of the ball. James Preston and Jason Standard to bring you all the action. And Bankstown, just 2 players down, will relinquish possession.
Yeah, Bankstown have got a lot of footy in them, James. There's no reason why they can't give an upside, provide an upside here today, but they are going to have to control the ball and really play a full 30 minutes because Doyalson definitely setting the standard in men's touch.
Great speed shown here already from the likes of Kaya Ardita. Now, if you will cast in my back, he used to be with the Central Coast Dolphins, so he was playing in the under-20s a few years ago, but he's made the shift to Doyalson as well. And a very quick customer, also playing a little bit closer to the action here in that link position as Bankstown go on the charge now. Hughes, he's the one to watch here for Bankstown in the 15. Waiting for a chance. Oh, great footwork there as well from George Azzi. Azzi now brings it forward. Picked up. Hughes taking off. Finds a lovely pass here out the back. It's a little bit passive, though, from Bakos. Bakos still looking to open up some room here. Hughes, lovely ball. Still alive somehow for Azzi. And I don't mind that there from Bankstown, asking plenty of questions.
Yeah, a little bit different. Maybe that's what they need to bring into their game. They've been known as probably one of the more structured teams, similar to what you saw in the previous game with Penrith. But if they can add a little bit of eyes up footy, watch out. Bankstown, structure plus eyes up, hard to stop.
A little bit of a Lebanese flavour for this Bankstown side as well. A couple of internationals there who were part of that bronze medal winning side over in Nottingham a little earlier. As Doyalson go on the charge. Lovely pass provided here from Riley Jones. Bang on the money. Bailey Hodges is there, but I think the touch came first. So there is the turnover. Good defence from Bankstown.
Yeah, nice there. You did mention the World Cup. One of the things that the World Cup showed these Bankstown players is that they have the ability to match it with anyone in the world. Now you come back to the Premier Tournament here, State Cup. They need to see can they put it together and be disciplined and, put out those sorts of performances game after game over 3 days.
A little short ball here for Moss. Charge forward once again through Phelan. Taking off out to Moss once more. I think the touch came before they released it anyway, but Harry Cash was on the spot. If there was any further increment towards the line. Now Jones plays it. Meters on offer here for Doyalson. Jones once more sending out to that right-hand side for Lincoln Little. He was part of the United States of America international side. That was over in Nottingham as well. It's been a big 2024 for Little. And once more, Kaya Ardita takes off. One of the quickest customers in the men's Premier League division. And still so young as well, Ardita.
Yeah, so much speed there. And one of the things that really stands out with this Doyalson team is that it's 1 through 14. They all drive really well up and down the field. They're very active in defence, as you can see here, and very good ball control as well. So that's why they're so consistent. Bankstown going to have to match him in all areas of the game.
It's a Lovely draw and pass there from Bankstown too, and now they start to take off. Dropped here from Andre Bakos. Now a chance wider still, or good footwork as well. Nearly got around them there to Zach Bazunas. He was part of the Australian Men's Open side that won gold over in Nottingham as well. So there's some real hot talent on both sides of the pitch here between Bankstown and Doyalson. Now Fitzpatrick takes up the metres. Marching forward still. Fitzpatrick again on this short side. Couldn't quite link up on this occasion, and I think Bankstown are just doing enough here to frustrate Doyalson a touch.
I like what I'm seeing from Bankstown because it's a bit of a hybrid style. I'm sure they've done a little bit of work over there to sort of like mould and modify their game, and that's what we're seeing here. They're a little bit more eyes up, a little bit more lateral in the drive, as you can see here. And then, of course, you mentioned Bazunas. You only got to blink and he'll make you pay. An amazing player. But Dawson now with a chance with that Bankstown error.
Now metres on offer here for Will Eagleton. Oh, Fitzpatrick, big dummy, then collapsing quickly. Good touch made in the end, though. They're all swarming on him through the middle. I'll keep eyes here on Eagleton, who's shifting out to that left-hand side. They didn't quite get it right on that occasion, though, Doyalson. Now Thompson, out of acting half. Oh, Hughes, good read. Up very quickly on Eagleton. Back to the 7 they go. Eagleton again, just slowing things down. Wrapping around now for an option. Here's Alex Langbridge, who tries to squeeze through. It's been a bit of a quiet opening here as well from Dill Thompson. Usually we see him with his fingerprints on everything, but hasn't had much of a touch so far.
Yeah, a little bit quiet, but that's not uncommon for some of our great players. First game Friday, they're going to feel their way into the first game and into the tournament. But as we mentioned, pretty exciting here to see Bankstown play this up-tempo game with a little bit of eyes-up footy here. Here we see Stone there, short ball try. Wow.
Beautiful scoop from Stone, and then on the spot is Joshua Bakos, and they are in front here, Bankstown. They've really stepped up in the early exchanges, and it's a deserved reward.
Yeah, it was a beautiful ball there. I think it was from Daniel Stone. He's been known as one of the best long ball, passers or, executors in our game for a long period. So that would have caught Dawson off guard, a little bit by surprise with a nice little short ball and Bakos. He wouldn't have wanted anyone better to finish that try. Nice and sharp. Got the result.
Jones now floating it long. Quick play the ball here. Ardita trying to go very quickly in the same direction there for Harry Cash, who didn't want a bar of it. There wasn't enough room. That one well and truly sailing over the sideline. So after around about 6 minutes of play, Bankstown with this up-tempo, aggressive start. It's almost like they've watched the playbook between Lebanon and Australia. That match was the exact same way Lebanon started. There's a lot of those players in this side as well. One of them just had it then as he brought it forward. Great pass. It was well found. Just falling out of the grasp there of Andre Bakos. Otherwise, there was nearly another try on the board there for Bankstown.
Yeah, nice little combination there. We saw George Azzi there for Bazunas. Like George Azzi, one of the best dumpers out there at the moment. So Bankstown definitely putting a few things together here, getting the crowd here in front of us excited that they're not going to let Dawson have it their own way. But certainly bodes well for this whole men's division to see Penrith start well and Bankstown start well in the previous game.
Yeah, it would certainly put the competition on notice if we could see Bankstown pull off a victory here. They're currently in front, but it's a long way to go. Still 23 minutes on the clock. Meters on offer now as they charge forward here through Pritchard. Now Hughes taking off. Hughes, great speed, nearly burns them. Good touch in the end. And Kieran Hughes, you cast your mind back a few years ago. He was a late call-up into that under-20s Origin side, and despite being very late in the selection process, was actually one of the stars of that team. So he's only gone from strength to strength in the past couple of seasons.
Yeah, one of the things about this Bankstown team, we'll come back to it in a sec, just see if they can hold out here. One of the things that's interesting, James, with the Bankstown teams, they do have that firepower in Hughes and Bazunas and Stone. So if the players around them, like Azzi and Bakos and Gray, can provide the platform, they actually do have the ability to go deep in the tournament. It's just whether they can put it all together. And turning over the ball like this plays right into the Dragons' hands. This could be what they want to get back in this one.
Good chance here now for Doyalson. Before they come through, Eagleton. Quick play the ball now. Fitzpatrick stopped on his run there. Good read from Mitchell Gray. Back Back to the 7 they go. Dill Thompson is out there. He's swerving around to this right-hand side. Quickly back to Fitzpatrick. Long floating pass. It's a good one too. And the referees, though, they've seen something they don't like. Have they called that for?
Yeah, I think it might have come through audible from the referee on the far side, because you would have noticed our close referee peeling straight back in to set the 10. So that was a case of whether they probably called the forward pass, earlier in the sequence. And, we just didn't catch it. But missed opportunity there for Doyalson. They've definitely got their best footy ahead of them at the moment. James, not so far. We haven't seen it in the first 10.
Here's Hughes. Bouncing around. Oh, turning a lovely pass back on the inside. Kieran Hughes with a touch of class. And Mark Kennedy goes in for Bankstown. Oh, there is an upset boiling here. 2 tries to 0.
Yeah, Mark Kennedy. You'll see here, he just sort of holds out, and just lets that defender drag across. It's a really retro. It's like a 80s or a 90s playing touch with that late switch. But Hughes gets both of the Dawson middles to bite. And Mark Kennedy, I think his eyes lit up like he'd won the lottery. Nothing in front of him. 2-0.
Oh, Dita now looking for the quick tip on play. That's clockwork from Doyalson. A good hit back through Bailey Hodges. That's what we've come to expect from the Dragons.
And that's where they're at their strongest, when they're able to get good, clean ball and run a set sequence. You'll see there the dump was right on the 7. A nice little out ball, chain passing through. Bankstown probably would like to have had that again. The winger probably should have been in making that touch on Adida, I think, a bit earlier. But Dawson, if you're one step off, James, they'll make you pay. And that's what we saw on that occasion. 2-1.
Well, it's a good call, Stanto, because so far Bankstown really haven't put a foot wrong. That was the first instance of it occurring. Straight away they were punished for it. So that shows you how much you need to be on your game up against a team like the Doyalson Dragons. So now they turn it back on the inside here for Mitchell Gray. Once more an opportunity building for Bazoonas to link up. Can't quite do so on this occasion. Quick restart here as well from the Doyalson Dragons. Looking to catch Bankstown unawares. Adita an option on this left-hand side. They won't use him. He'll now head to the sideline. Fresh troops on the pitch. Fitzpatrick driving forward strongly. Also into the action now is Eagleton. Finds a little ball here for Zach Sun. Quick roll ball back. Thompson out the back for Fitzpatrick. It goes to ground. Good read once more from out wide for Bankstown.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a better read we had out wide there. I think it might have been, was it Singh out there with the read? Yeah, it was a good read there. So that was better. But again, we're seeing Dawson, if they've got good ball rolling into the line, they're very hard to stop. They really execute their plays well. Bankstown have got to play 30 strong minutes. They've played 12 strong, but another 18 to go. Plenty of footy in this one.
Metres once again here for Bankstown. Hughes picks it up. He's been so dangerous. Once more finds a great pass. Changes the angle over the top into the waiting arms of Pritchard. And that is from the absolute top shelf from Bankstown.
Daniel Stone. I didn't think there was any room left in the highlights reel. We've got to squeeze in one more. A sensational late switch. I'm getting flashbacks to the 90s with these late switches, James. But Daniel Stone winding the clock back. It looked like the Daniel Stone of yesteryear, the way he did that late switch and juggled it, hit the winger. There's class everywhere there. And Bankstown, they're here to play, aren't they?
Well, forget Paleolithic. It's all about the Stone Age at the moment. He's doing wonderful things out there. Rodimer, however, would love to respond. He restarts it now for Riley Jones, who's been in great form throughout 2024. Jones drops it down. Lincoln Little, so yeah, they have responded here. Carly Banks and the Doyalson Dragons, some of the big guns out there all at once. Little takes off. Shown away on this occasion, though. Floats it back out towards that left-hand side for Langbridge. Langbridge once again. Great pass from Langbridge. What a ball. That is an absolute ripper from Alex Langbridge. Tom Dafter is on the spot. Well, that was superb from Langbridge.
And Dafter made it just look so easy. Not every winger's going to score that. It was a beautiful ball, but Dafter pushed up flat, James, and caught it and put it down in one motion. And wasn't that classy from Doyalson Dragons? And again, we're saying good ball. This team is too good. If Bankstown are going to get the upset today, they're going to have to keep grinding and try and keep Doyalson off their scoreline because they're too strong when they get there.
Well, if touch footy doesn't work out, Tom Dafter might have a future in the circus as a trapeze artist, the way he was tiptoeing the sideline there. Great stuff from Doyalson, a good hit back. 17 to go at Port Macquarie. We talked about this being the Rays Invest game of the day. We're seeing exactly why. This is a cracker so far. Doyalson now bring it forward. Ardita, strong charge. Really good drive there. Picks up good meterage. Touch made out wide from Pritchard. Of course, got Bankstown's last try. Now Eagleton, away for Sun. Sun taking off with a bit of speed. Oh, Sun burns them. Great touch at the end. It was Azzy, I think, that got there just in time. Now out quickly here. There's a real chance for Doyalson. Another great diving touch there. This time I think it was from Bazounis.
Yeah, Bazounis showing that he's got the full game, not just attack and drive. Now we've got defence and we've got that desperate scrambling defence as well. So Bazounis keeping Bankstown's nose in front in this one. Doyalson are starting to turn the screws here, James. They're starting to raise the tempo.
Well, Stanto, in the pre-tournament preview, we were talking about we think the top three is likely to be Doyalson, Parramatta, and then also the Central Coast. We're seeing an early indication that Bankstown might be the fourth ones that can potentially press for a title. It's a great display so far. Hughes with good footwork, takes off, late pass, then they try and squeeze it around the corner. It did impact a Doyalson player, but it wasn't played at. So they escape with that one there. They'll head now towards the sideline. Driving upfield is Fitzpatrick. Meters on offer once more here for Eagleton. Up over halfway. Whistle's gone. Looks like it's going to be an extra set here for the Doyalson Dragons.
And this is that period now where they've got good ball. The Dragons have got good ball coming into the line. Let's see how Bankstown handle that, because this is where Doyalson are really tough. And if Bankstown are going to trouble the top teams, they've got to be able to handle this sort of sustained pressure. Let's see what they come up with here.
Little bang for a penalty. Then to Jones, now Rodimer. Langbridge, Rodimer. Oh, Jones was thinking one step ahead. Ball goes to ground. Advantage was being played, though. Now the penalty called. So that's one inside the 7. We're at the halfway point of this match. 14:45 to go. Great contest so far. Once more, great footwork from Jones off the left, off the right, getting down. And the ball's come free in the process.
Yeah, it might have been Mason. Is it Guerrero, if I've got that right? He's really strong in defence. He's been quite active. He's getting up, and he come up with the play on that occasion. So nice work there from Bankstown.
Hughes throwing caution to the wind. There's that youthful exuberance that he does possess. Lovely quick strike dump as well. Took a little while to take full advantage of it. There was a bit of a bubble, and they've picked up on that one there, the officials.
Yeah, and this is a couple errors there starting to creep into the game at Bankstown. We're about that halfway through, and they've given a couple times they've given good ball to Doyle. Doyle's going to make him pay if they keep doing that. Let's see what the Dragons have got up their sleeve to see if they can tie this one up, lock it up at 3-3. Let's have a look.
Wilton's out there now. They'll turn a little bit wider still. Wilton building. Now Ardita. Oh, delays the pass. He opened up the space for Sun, but the pass then went behind him. Unfortunately for Bankstown, that one hits the deck. Otherwise, Sun would have strolled over.
Yeah, it's a really good read there out wide. I think it might have been Cameron Moss at number 25. Really good read there in defence. So, I mean, one of the things, James, with Bankstown, and I think you'll see it later today with the West men's team as well, is because they had a bulk of players at the World Cup playing for Lebanon and the team was so successful, they come back with confidence and it feeds into their club team. So we have got Bankstown marked as a dark horse. I'd almost add West to that as well, because we see it a lot of times in touch, whether you're playing for Australia, New Zealand, USA, whoever. If you do well on that stage, you come back with confidence, and it's almost like you infect the rest of the team and raise them up a step.
Eagleton now bringing it forward. That pass has gone behind Fitzpatrick, and that's the conversation he's having there. You've got to hit me flat. Fitzpatrick now will simply kill it away from the Bankstown box. It's going directly over the sideline. I'll just tick down a few more precious seconds here with Bankstown still in front. Still a long way to go, of course. It's now Bazounis. Pops a little pass here. He's waiting at first receiver once more. Gets it now. Sends it a little wider still. Drop down, and once more, there's fresh troops back on deck. Kieran Hughes is out there again. Hops in at acting half. Funny little ball now. For the run there of Bakos. Hughes once more taking off. Rips it long for Pritchard. Popping a pass back on the inside. Geez, they've been cycling so well this entire match, Bankstown.
Yeah, I think their eyes up footy's definitely been a lot better than what we saw in the Vorden Cup or even last year, James. So I think that's a good pick-up there that you've spotted, and our viewers at home no doubt will notice there's a little bit more ball movement, a little bit more eyes up happening here from Bankstown.
Langbridge, nice delay on that pass. Now Jones brings it forward. Langbridge taking off again. Oh, great footwork from Langbridge, bouncing around like a jackrabbit. Looks to find some support. Oh, he popped the pass with enough airtime there for Little, but he was so closely marked that he couldn't get a play at it.
Yeah, Langbridge, great work there. He's holding the ball in two hands, so it almost looks like he's going to pass James, and then the footwork, he almost did a left. He's sort of shake and baked. They're the number 8 for Bankstown, Guerrero. We've been giving him a couple raps. He's going to have to find his best defence here because the Dragons have, they can sort of smell a bit of a comeback here. They know they're only one down, and they know they're good enough to do it.
So Bankstown under pressure here. They haven't been behind at any point in this match, though. But Doyalson looking to set up camp. It's a very energised box as well. Just taking a look at Carly Banks on the sideline. She's ripping into the troops at the moment. Touch is made here from Hughes. Once more from Langbridge. Great ball over the top. And again, it's going to be Tom Dafter who capitalises. Well, we talk about the old firm of being, for example, Thompson to Wilton. But it's now turned in to a case of Langbridge to Dafter.
Yeah, it was a beautiful pass there. Again, we're seeing Langbridge with the ball in two hands. It almost looks like he's going to dive there at one point, and then he rips it all the way over the winger's head for a great finish for Doylo. And if you're in the Doylo camp, you're happy about the fight, you're happy about the class. If you're in the Bankstown camp, you know you've got to be able to control the ball better because the Dragons tries to come in on the back of your own errors. So lots of takeaways on both sides of the fence.
Well, how well is this poised for our Rays Invest game of the day? Inside the final third and 3 tries apiece. It is beautifully positioned. Bankstown took an early 2-0 lead. It's taken a bit of time to work their way back into the contest, and maybe that's an ominous sign here for Bankstown. Dill Thompson's lost the hat. Now the ponytail's out. It's taken here with an intercept from Bankstown. That'll be a 0 touch. I'm not sure why they've decided to bring that back. For mine, that's fair game to keep going. See there, Bankstown being a little bit frustrated by that call. I don't even think that's where the initial intercept was taken for that matter.
Yeah, it might have been. They probably would have preferred to just go play on. But now we've seen another infringement, and it isn't a coincidence. We get to that, deep into the game, the 15, 20-minute mark. Bankstown errors are starting to creep in, and then the cream's rising to the top, so to speak. Dawson are staying in the game, pegging them back one try at a time.
Fitzpatrick with the dive there. Ball coming free. Hughes was watchful. Back to the 7 they'll go now. Orchestrating a little bit of magic here. Rodimer looking to get his hands on the footy. Comes his way now. Sun. Rodimer. Now looking nice and long. Oh, great ball over the top. One-handed take, but a good read as well from Daniel Russell. He slid across and made the touch. Otherwise, Dafter was in for a hat-trick. Eagleton waiting. Sends it back to the middle. Riley Jones is back out there now. He's certainly one to watch. Last play here. Jones sends it long. Beautifully conditioned by the Doyalson Dragons. They kept sucking them in on that side. Left a massive passage for Dafter to simply stroll over and get his third.
Yeah, the Doyalson were able to do their dump right off centre, like towards that top of the screen, and they pulled the Bankstown Midland link all the way up. There wasn't a lot Russell could do. He had a really good save on the previous play, but on that occasion, the Midland link got really squeezed in for Bankstown, and I think the winger was left trying to cover about 30 metres there. So this is the class of the Dragons, but again, we're seeing it's coming on the back of the Bankstown errors. So interesting.
The big question here, Stanto, is now for the very first time Bankstown being behind in this match. How do they respond as Bazunas goes all the way through? Of course, he can't score out of acting half, so he's looking to find some support there. If you're new to the game of touch football, watching along on KO Freebies, great to have your company, but that's the little difference between the likes of rugby league. It's Bazunas recycling here with Azzy. Once more played at from the Doyalson Dragons, so another fresh set to work with. Just over 7 minutes remaining in this one. 2-0 lead early for Bankstown. Now out to 4-3. Azzy and Bazunas. Hot potato stuff here. Azzy back to Bazunas. Runs out of real estate.
Yeah,
well
really good
up
defence.
there from Langbridge.
Yeah, nice defence from Langbridge. He's having a really strong game on both ends of the field.
So out it comes once more here for Bakos. Then ripping it long once more. Decent pass. Now, was it touched in flight? There was an arm that came flinging out, looking to make the touch. I thought there might have been fingertips potentially on the ball, but it was dropped regardless there from Pritchard, who was looking for another try. And at 4-3 with 6.5 to go, still, Bankstown are in this contest. But Doyalson are looking to put a nail in the coffin here. Now float it long, good ball. That one's surely gone forward. Pritchard did a good job in the end.
Yeah, pretty good deal on that occasion. And this is the last probably 5-10 minutes is a really good example of why Doyalson have been so strong for such a long period of time. Just playing 1 minute at a time, staying in the game, completing their sets, and every time Bankstown slipped up or made an error with their drive, the Dragons pounced all over it. So they're not out of the woods just yet, but definitely they've shown their quality in this last 5-10 minutes.
Just see there on that final play, once more, they were trying to go back to what worked in that opening 5 minutes, the deep dig into the line and then the late little angle change, but not quite getting the timing right at the moment here, Bankstown. And Hughes, he came on early in that set, but didn't get a touch of the ball. With a player like Kieran Hughes, you've got to feed him early.
Yeah, very much so. He's really good with ball in hand. He wants to get it from the ground. He doesn't really like the acting half or the ball play to be pumping. He needs, and dummy into him. He needs the ball early. So Bankstown, as you mentioned, they gave up a lot of ball and invited Dragons back into the game. Now they've got some good ball. Let's see whether they can respond to the Dragons.
Very warm conditions here at Port Macquarie as well, 29 degrees, and that's in the shade, mind you. Full sun out there, though. Fatigue starts to play a part. Oh, Hughes, good footwork. Beat the initial attempt there of Alex Langbridge. Back to the 7 they go. Hughes popping a little pass for Gray. Once more scooped up. Oh, Hughes, there's that angle change floating over the top, and that is perhaps a little bit of inexperience there from Hughes. It didn't need to be thrown.
Yeah, definitely there wasn't a lot of composure. And with the play selection, James, normally what you try and do is when you dig into the line, as you mentioned, and you get a couple tries from those late passes, the defence starts to collapse and squeeze in a lot more, and that's when you want to look to then hit the link or the winger out wide. And Bankstown, unfortunately, haven't been able to make that adjustment.
Wilton, popping a little pass, but right into the arms there of Pritchard. So now it starts to get a little bit dicey with only just over 4 minutes remaining. Bankstown probably know from this point they can't afford to concede again. Love to get one back quickly here and then set up a grandstand finish. That's not going to help the cause, though. There's a forward pass, and under no real pressure either.
No, I think there's probably 5 or 6. I think when they reflect back on this game, even though we've seen a lot of class and experience from Doyalson, I think Bankstown a little bit maybe self-inflicted. There's a lot of sets of 6 they probably wish they had again, and Dragons now with another golden opportunity to maybe put this game to bed. And really, it's just been clinical. There hasn't been a lot of flair from the Dragons here. They get half an opportunity and they take it. Let's have a look. Bump and run here.
Jones now wrapping around. Oh, lovely pass. Somehow squeezed it underneath the arms there of Andre Bakos. It was almost like Horatio Edwards from the last game. This time, though, Jones was well and truly off the mark. Right into the waiting arms there of Bankstown as they start to work it upfield. Slow play the ball here. Need to try and get either Bazunas or Kieran Hughes out there, and they have responded. Here's Hughes now on deck. His last pass left plenty to be desired, but overall he's had an outstanding game. Bazunas driving forward as well. Hughes brings it forward. There was a little bit of miscommunication there with Phelan, who dropped back inside, and the ball goes to ground. 3 minutes on the clock at 4-3.
Yeah, pretty good matchup. Both these teams, I think, probably not all that unhappy. They've sort of shown enough here that they can be there come Sunday afternoon. Doyalson very clinical, taking every half chance they got. Plus also a few little scares there from Bankstown, showing maybe some little vulnerabilities on the inside of their D. So they won't mind it. They won't mind this matchup.
Last one here for Doyalson. Wilton finds a nice little pass. Well tracked, though, from Kieran Hughes. Another big touch from him. Outside of that one error with that pass, he's been close to the best on the field, Kieran Hughes.
Yeah, he's had a really good game there. Yeah, he's pretty good save there. I think it was Mark Phelan. Bankstown have had a few guys here that I think have come up through their ranks, maybe through the lower grades in Div 2, Div 1. It's good to see, like Hughes at one stage there was in Div 1. So if you look through the lineup there, we've got Phelan there as well. We've got a few players there that have come through their system. I think Pritchard, good to see him on the big stage.
Fresh set 2 here. for Bankstown. So a chance to set up camp. Zunas will be the one to watch. Hopping in at first receiver now. Bazunas, he went to ground very quickly. Too quick in the end. He dug into the turf. Couldn't get the slide working. Plays it very quickly though. Now back here for Mitchell Gray. Looking to work potentially for that penalty. Last one here. Gray goes to the middle. Thompson left very quickly. I think too quickly. And yes, there is the penalty.
Yeah, probably just a little bit earlier out of the blocks. Really good call. I think it's Kim Perry, the referee, all over that one. Dylan Thompson with a good read, but probably just jumped off the line a little bit quick.
The Zunas caught here about 8 metres away. Just over a minute remaining. This is probably their last opportunity here, Bankstown. Feign the play, the ball, they'll take off. Beautifully worked. Smoke and mirrors from Bankstown, and it's Mark Kennedy who goes across yet again. And now we are all locked up. 4 tries apiece inside the final minute.
Mark Kennedy's untouchable. Just come in like he was going to do the dump, and then everyone thought, even the cameraman, I think, we swung it, everyone looked to the top of the screen. Mark Kennedy has thrown a dummy, and he's got the whole touch community looking the wrong way, including the Dragons on that occasion. Locks it up at 4-all, but they're going to have to hold him out here to get the result.
Oh, and straight away they find a ripping ball for Rodimer. It almost seems unfair. They worked so hard, Bankstown, to get back on level peggings. But here it is again on the replay. Blink and you'll miss it. Again, it's Alex Langbridge. Look at that for a ball. Once more, threatens to go long. Instead, it's only about a 5-metre pass on this occasion.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot in that. I think probably Bankstown maybe a little bit nervous there. They come rushing in. And Doyalson have made them pay. They're very clinical, Doyalson. Every chance they get, they've been executing really well. It's been a great performance from the Dragons.
So there's the siren. They'll get one more chance here. Unfortunately for Bankstown, it's a static start from the 7. They've got the tap restart here. Bazunas has to keep it alive. They can't do much with it. Azzy not particularly happy about it. So close, but no cigar here for Bankstown in our Raise Invest Men's Premier League match of the day. What a cracking fixture, Jason Stanton.
It was very exciting to watch, and actually we didn't actually mention the coaches. I think Sheik's up against Banksy was a big clash as well. I think Carly made some adjustments about midway through that game, which probably led to them getting back on top. But a really cracking match, and Dawson have showed why they're classy, and Bankstown have showed why they can be their Sunday as well. So lots to look forward to.
And of course, just around the corner, our 3:35 match will be brought to you by Adam Collins and Dean Russell, the General Manager of New South Wales Touch. We head to the Women's 20s division. It'll be Ballina taking on Taree in just a moment.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I don't know about you, but that Rays game of the day between Doyalson and Bankstown was unbelievable. And speaking of Rays, I am here with Mariella from Rays. Tell us about Rays, because they are our major partner at State Cup. So who's Rays and what are you guys all about?
Thank you, Kylie. And yes, I have to agree, that was an absolutely fabulous game. Raise Invest is Australia's #1 micro-investing platform. Micro-investing platform, yeah. All you need to do to get started is download the app, link your spending account, and we'll do the rest for you. Don't forget to use your $20 bonus referral code, and you may also be eligible for an additional $20 if you refer a friend.
So all you need to do is download the app, invest $5, and you get a $20 bonus automatically into your account.
Correct.
How simple is that? So why not do that now? And you know what they say? Happy investing!
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie for the State Cup of 2024. This division, the women's 20s. It's a battle of the coasties, the Mid-North taking on the North Coast. Taree v Ballina. Adam Collins in commentary, joined by Dean Russell. Dean, the coastie battle.
Yeah, the far North Coast battle in some regards. You've got Ballina, they'll be in the predominantly blue, the Bull Sharks, and they'll be taking on Taree, who are currently left of your screen in the green and blue. Historically, both of these clubs have gone pretty well in the under-20s. They haven't managed to take out the title, but they've been thereabouts. So I'd be really interested to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, plenty of talent on display out here in this women's 20s game. As you said, the Coast, they've always been there or thereabouts in both boys and girls divisions. And then, as you said, they haven't taken out the title, but they've been very close. We see this lineup, interesting lineup here from Taree, the passive and aggressive defensive lines.
Yeah, the first sign of some tactical knowledge coming into the game. You can see they've got a front three there, and then they've set three behind, ready to shoot up on the second play. So it'll be interesting to see how Ballina comes out of the tap-off here.
Yeah, when we pull out here on the vision that we've got at the moment, right on the halfway line, when you pull out in the defensive line, people at home will see what we're talking about. And a very interesting setup to get us underway. And the speed of the women's 20s, it's always frenetic. You can see it there now in the pictures. You see that front line there right on the 10 metres, and you can just see a foot appearing from the referee. And another few metres behind that referee is where the second defensive line is.
Yeah, and you'll also, one of the interesting things in this game, Adam, will be the fatigue. It's been a pretty warm and hot day out there. There is a slight breeze blowing. But the back end of the 30 minutes with these young ladies, you might see some fatigue come into the game. So who handles that may prevail.
So we'll keep an eye on that. And as you say, as the general manager of our sport here in New South Wales, the sunshine is exactly what we're asking for as the tap-off goes. And the Bull Sharks on the attack. 2 touches up to the 10-metre line. Right through the middle of the field, they are pushing.
You can see there, they brought that sweeper around Adam, trying to catch the Taree short on the defensive line.
Good read from the Taree defence here. They just held it up. This is the last touch now, and the touch made a couple of metres off the line, so a good set there for Taree to shut them down and close it out, protecting the line for the first set. That's the key for the start. But we see a poor roll ball there now, so they're going to turn it over. Good attacking opportunity here again for Ballina.
Yeah, and Taree did all the right things there defensively in that first set of 6. Matched up really well, but then one of those coach killers coming off your line to give the ball away and put the opposition back in attack.
See, the referee called the first player offside then. Luckily for the Taree outfit, an onside player came across and made the touch. That was Molly Trotter that got the job done there. So now they walk up off the scoreline. Ballina, sweeper play coming around again. They come back to the short side and then look for the sweeper late, but Trotter shots it down.
I thought they could have come back to rather than go back high side, they could have come back to the low side there. Young Olivia Kipanyanu was outside her defender. There's another opportunity here, Adam.
Big dive. That was a great dive, but it's solid touch too. Effort from both players. And the Taree defender, I think it was Tilly Hunter there that shut it down with a beautiful, well-timed dive.
Yeah, and the referee right on the spot there as well to make sure that he got the call right. And I agree with him.
Yeah, he was right there, as you said. We see the interchange is a little bit clunky there. The Taree girls, they worked it down that sideline to their sub-box, but a bit slow in coming on, and the momentum broke down.
Yeah, not as smooth as we just witnessed in the Rays investment game of the day, was it, between the Bankstown Jets and the Doyalson Dragons, who they've taken it back to 1977 with their retro kit.
The collared retro kit for the Doyalson Dragons. It was great to see out there. The boys got the job done.
Just wondering in this heat whether they might have regretted it about 10 minutes in, but...
Sun protection.
Sun protection.
Sun protection. Collars up. So as Ballina go back on the attack again, they roll up over the 7 metre line. Just moving the ball around, trying to find a chink in the armour. She looked to have got that done, but another clutch to touch there on her knees. She got the arm out and made the touch, and that's the end of that set. So now they'll work their way off their line once again. They're going to look to push to this sub-box. Let's see if this half or this interchange can be a little bit better than last time. 3 touches, they're only up to their own 10 metre line. Now on come the troops. Straightens it up the attack. Again, the numbers in defence have read that well. They're only going to just get across the halfway line here, so another clunky set in transition for Taree.
All the running's been with the Bull Sharks so far in this game. We're 3 minutes in, and they've had really good field position. They haven't been able to get the ball across the line yet, but you just sense that if they get back down on the line in this set, there might be a touchdown coming.
Asher Lettingham there with the ball in her hand. She takes it forward. Little ball back inside to her. Looked a bit forward, but the referee says play on. Now Ballina roll forward. 10 metres out from the Taree line. Ball out to the Link. Short pass. Link dives. That was Lettingham.
Yeah, that's a couple of times they've tried a similar play, that little quickie and the girl running to the line and trying to get underneath the defence. I think on a couple of those occasions, if they've just looked one extra pass, they're going to reap the rewards because the defenders are in tight there with the quickie play, but a little bit loose, one pass out.
It's this interchange again. It's all very condensed around the middle. It makes it easy for the defenders. Now they look to come on in numbers. Better speed here out of half. Ball outside now. Space. Can she get through? No. A great touch from Emmanuel Harding. Emmanuel Harding with a great touch there.
Yeah, and Harris from Taree nearly showed a clean set of heels there. Good speed to get through that hole, and there's a bad error by the Bull Sharks, just not playing eyes up footy.
So this is Taree's best opportunity of the half so far. They're up to the 10 metre line. Touch made. They're just going to hold it back a little bit. There's that girl that nearly got through. She's going to be dangerous from half. Hard touch comes in, knocks over Tilly Hunter. Hunter gets back to her feet. We'll keep an eye on Molly Trotter. It's her at half. Let's see.
Yeah, that's Harris with the ball there,
Harris,
Adam.
Sorry, apologies. Just couldn't see that number correctly underneath the ponytail. Now clear to see. Good pick up there.
One hand, one bounce, I thought. They've looked dangerous when they've actually got down this end of the field, the Taree girls.
Now out to the left they go. They move the ball to the far sideline. That'll make it easy here for Ballina to settle. They're going to work it up through the Link position. Good speed. And the touch made. She's sent back.
Yeah, they've got 2 touches. They've got out to the 10. I'd like to see the Taree girls push up defensively. You can see 1 or 2 pushing up. The rest are just hanging back. And so when there's a release like that, all of a sudden they've got one out of the line and there are holes everywhere here.
They're right up in behind the line now. This is good for Ballina. They move the ball left. Space out here. Chase comes across. Can she get there in time? I don't think she did. The referee calls all clear, and that's the first try of the game to the Ballina Bull Sharks. Dean, you called it early. They've controlled the game. Taree had a little journey down to the line, but it's been all Ballina so far.
Yeah, and that was really good play from the Bull Sharks, but it all comes off the back of, and you can see here, a real good set of wheels here for the 7, Emmanuel Harding, to get down that sideline. It was Harris coming across trying to get there, but she just couldn't quite get there. But so that's... Sorry, Slater, was it 2? Not the 7, Slater. Isabella
Slater. Ponytail
Slater.
again.
Yes, mate, those
on
ponytails.
The white, the blonde ponytails on the white numbers. But you're right, it was a good foot race. It turned out to be, and the dive right at the end. Couldn't get there in time, and it's 1-0 here for Ballina now. Taree on the attack, 7 metres out. They look to the left-hand side. Steps back inside, takes a little knock to the side of the head. The referee says accidental, play on. And now it's Ballina working off their line once again. And good metres on the first touch.
Yeah, but just come to like really good yards there, but just could have got the hand out, made the touch, got it down cleanly and picked up the momentum going forward.
But I think that's that's what we see in the under-20s division. They're still developing those sort of finer skills, getting the ball out balanced and trying to play the game at pace. And that's the transition here in all of the divisions. But these girls are certainly throwing it their best out there in this match.
Yeah, and they see the way the game's played at Premier League, and they want to do the same thing. And they've got to remember that the girls and the boys that are playing Premier League now, they've actually come through this system, and they weren't playing at the level they are now when they were in the 20s.
Absolutely. You've got to crawl before you walk, and these girls out here are certainly doing much better than crawling. Great skills so far from both teams. Is Ballina on the attack again. They're up over the 10-metre line now. Good attacking opportunity here.
So we've got the 41 here, Adam Hills. I think she might be pretty dangerous down this end of the field.
Danielle Hills, keep an eye on her. There's a nice little pick up and release from half. Good speed and a dive over.
Oh, I thought the ball was down, but the referee right on top of it's called the touch.
I'm with you. Asher Leddingham. She has been very impressive.
Yeah, the 6 from both teams have been very good so far.
Over the top. Unfortunately there for the Bull Sharks. That one goes to ground. But it looked promising. Let's see it here again in replay. Wow.
Oh, yeah, I think. Look, we're not down there. We're not that close. On the replay, it did look like the ball was down, but tough conditions. We're looking at it on slow-mo as well, Adam, not in real pace.
And a top quality vision too here.
Brought to us by Bar TV on KO Freebies.
Outstanding. So we see now Tari on the attack, final touch. And that attacking opportunity is snuffed out by another clutch defensive effort there from the Bull Sharks, really protecting that 1-0 lead that they have. Still over 20 minutes remaining. And as you said, fatigue might play a factor here in the back end of this one.
Yeah, and you can just sense a bit of fatigue coming in. Here's an opportunity for the Bull Sharks. Well covered there, and it was Harris again, the 6. We mentioned her earlier from Taree, who got across in cover there.
Have to give a shout out to Marley Marriott there from Taree. 3-on-1 as we see the Bull Sharks, but no, referees are back to the 7-metre line. But yeah, Marley Marriott, 3-on-1 she had running at her, and she snuffed it out.
Yep, good defence. The Taree girls, again, they're just trying to get straight to their box, and a bit of a bugbear of mine. I just like teams to play eyes-up footy, and you don't always have to go to the box every set.
Yeah, I've spoken about it very often in matches I've commentated. The subset reliance on the subset plays and driving straight to the box. As you said, I just prefer that momentum. Build something on the back of the momentum and get to the subset when you can. But we see now a changeover on the halfway line. A couple of grizzly old coaches in the commentary box up here, mate. As we see, you called it earlier, the coach killer right on the halfway line.
Yeah, they've got the ball back in really good field position. They take a couple of settles, have the opportunity to have 4 shots on the line. And on the first play, you give it over.
So that is Luca Merrick here, sweeping out to the left-hand side. Back again into the middle. She turns it around for Ruby McNeil. Unfortunately for Ruby, the ball goes to ground. What's the referee going to call here? Going to call the touch.
It's good defence there from Coppola from the Bull Sharks. Got in there and closed that hole down. Chance here. Oh, I think that's down there. The referee agrees with me.
Bonnie Hewland it is. Bonnie Hewland, the big dive underneath the touch. She holds her stomach, but she put her body on the line there to take back the match here. 1-1. Let's have a look at it. She sweeps around, gets down low. That's perfect timing.
Yeah, and again, the defence just caught on the line here, not moving forward. And so when that ball is, like they dive low to the line like that, makes it very difficult from a referee's mind to say that touch was made before the ball was grounded. So you really do need to get to the line and then get that at least 1 step, 2 steps up off the line.
And there's Ballina taking it forward right through the middle. There was a collision there. Saw one of the Taree defenders go to ground. Taya Hunter it was. She's back to her feet, diving, throwing her body around. Really committed here for the Taree lineup. And Taya Hunter, let's see now the Ballina move it out to the right-hand side. Defensive pressure comes up through Jess Hewland and then forces the error. And that's a turnover. 7 metres out Let's see what they do here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's that wide shift.
Yeah. Just watch the coaching box down there, and I'd say that they weren't overly happy about that error.
Well, now they have to work extra hard on the 7-metre line. The dive right there. Referees drop back into position, and she calls that one down. That looked a little rushed for mine. Let's see it again in replay, courtesy of Bar TV. Here we go.
Yeah, Harding with the ball there. She dives back in, gets the pass back inside. I'm happy with that, Adams.
Yeah.
I think that's down. You can see here she'll go back into the little hole herself. They get the ball. Yeah, I'm happy with the ball being down.
Referee was right there. We're going to go with the ref's call. Try on the board. Ballina 2, Taree 1. And now it is Taree that take it to the right-hand side this time. Looking to move the ball. Try and open up some defence out here on the left-hand edge if they can. They want numbers. Defence comes up tight. They need to move the ball back. They've got 3 jammed up here in the corner. They come to the short side, and the late pass is called by the referee over the mark.
Yeah, you just lost the momentum. Well, had the momentum, but just couldn't control the body going into that roll ball and just went through it. The referee was right on the spot. Correct decision. And that's a shame because they look good there, Taree.
Certainly did. Look to have another opportunity as now Ballina pushed through the middle. Big run there from Madison Coppola. Coppola, that's a good foundation. Can they make something here off the back of it? Mary Gelately. She takes it to the 7-metre line. Coppola back out here to the right. There she is with the ball now. Big ball over to the left-hand side. The wrapper goes around, but it dies in the hands of Isabel Slater.
It was that pass was a long looping pass.
Numbers here now. They've moved the ball, but they don't exploit it. They had a 2-on-1, and the winger went to half. Just shut it down in attack themselves. But now they have fresh legs on the field through the middle. That's a good carry from Ruby McNeil up to the 10-metre line. They shift it out to the right-hand side now through Luca Merrick. Merrick, that's good metres. What can they do on the back of it? She's dangerous. Bonnie Hewland it is again in the middle. Working hard. They have to come out to the left with hands. They don't. And
yeah, a bit of white line fever for both teams. They get down the line. They see the try line in front of them and they make the play themselves, where there's been a couple of times for both teams. 1 or 2 extra passes and it's an easy touchdown.
That eyes up touch football you speak of, that comes with experience. So let's give the girls a little bit of credit. They've done the hard yards to get down into those positions, but as they watch this back, if they do, they'll see those opportunities that open up. It's a breakaway here for the Bull Sharks in behind the line. And they're not going to get anywhere near her.
Yeah, the Manuel Harding, I think that was there, and just really good vision. You see here, she just gets the ball off. She sees the hole in behind the ruck and then just drives into it and open fields, and away she went.
You said that you called it earlier on, that staggered defensive line of Taree. It just leaves gaps on angles, and that was a perfect execution there from Harding. She picked that angle, got him behind the line, and it was shut the gate as she ran away to score their 3rd try. And they're out by 2 now, 14 minutes remain. A breakaway here for Taree. She needed to go left. But again, the support player shut down the gap by coming in.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ebony Ekstrom there looking in her mind to do the right thing and get the ball down on the ground and get out of half quickly, but she just needed to hit that hole on the outside and put that extra pressure on the defence, and you never know, they might have scored there.
We talk about it too when we say, play off the ball. To come in and shut that down to come into half, as you said, sometimes that's the right thing to do. But if you stay out, it draws a defender and you create space inside for the ball carrier. So that's playing off the ball.
Yeah, and we're halfway through this game, or just beyond halfway through this game, and this is where I thought fatigue might start to set in. It's very hot conditions out there, and when fatigue starts to come, your brain is one of the first things that does go.
So now they shift the ball, big pass out to the left. Referee's going to call that one late. Spot on. It was a big wind-up. And on the back of the wind-up was when the touch was affected.
I thought she was going to throw it to a mother in the crowd the way the wind-up was going.
She's been dangerous, Asher Lettingham, so we'll keep an eye on her, the number 6 for Ballina. But now, Taree, this is better from Taree. They are starting to move forward on these changes. And as I say that, A little bit clunky. Defence here from Ballina pushes up. That's good metres.
Yeah,
Georgie O'Connor.
Yeah, the Ballina defence there. They went to the 3-3 structure we saw earlier from Taree, from the tap-off. So, and they were able to push forward, and they read that the Taree girls were going to go to the box, so they were able to really pin them in that third of the field.
So now it is Ballina rolling up over the halfway line. Taree defences look pretty good here. Now the chase out to the edge. 2-on-1 pass, cover coming. Great touch. Was a nice dive, but a beautiful touch from Tilly Hunter.
Yeah, great defence there from Hunter. She's been one of Taree's best so far, and she gets right across there and shuts Slater down. We saw earlier, like, Slater has got really good wheels and good speed. And coming off the back of Hills there, we mentioned her earlier, the 41 for Ballina. So 3 of the better players we've seen so far in this game, all featuring in that piece of play.
As is this one here, young lady. There it is, a nice release with a touch coming across. Good defence from Molly Trotter. Shut it down, she had to. And she got in there in time. But it was a good ball from Lettingham.
Oh, I think that's a try. I don't think she got there.
She got just outside. Again, Trotter tried to dive, but this time it was the pace of that young lady you called earlier, Danielle Hills, that got on the outside. And the big full stretch dive, ball down.
Yeah, you can see it here. She just gets those afterburners going, the full length dive. Try her best to get there, but just couldn't execute the touch. Good play all round.
And it is Ballina now out to that 4-1 lead. 11 minutes on the clock. Ballina seem to be in control, but plenty of time here for Taree. They get one back here, it can put a little bit of scoreboard pressure back into the match. As we see them roll forward now, 10 metres out. They go to the right and then look left.
Nilly's there. Nilly, dummies left, right and centre there. More dummies than a baby shop.
As now they play it on the 7 metre line. Back out here to Luca Merrick. Back inside. Ruby McNeil it is. Touched on the 7 metre line, a changeover. This is where you want to hand the ball over. Now they have to stand up in defence, Taree.
And it's this particular time in the game that you start to wonder about the Taree coach and what they might be trying to change here. They're down 4-1 on the scoreboard, 10 minutes to play. The girls have been going very well. There's another opportunity here for Ballina.
How'd she get through that? There was no gap, but cover comes across in the form of Bonnie Hewland.
Just really good footwork there from Creetha, from Ballina.
Didn't seem to be a gap, but she certainly found one. Now 7 metres out, not square is the call from the referee. And that's the person playing the roll ball has to be shoulder square to the sidelines facing the opponent's scoreline. She was just a little bit sideways then. And the turnover from the referees is now Taree. This is a good set here. 2 touches, they're up to their own 10 metre line. Now halfway.
Disappointing there from Ballina. I thought if they had got one more in there, that might have been game, set, match. Here's an opportunity
nice
for
release
Taree.
from Hunter. Oh, it was just pipe across there. Couldn't quite get the afterburners going. Now it's in the hands of Ebony Ekstrom. And it's changeover on the 7 metre line. But a good transition off their own line that time. All the way up to the opposition 7. So much better there from Taree. They're certainly not laying down here. They're trailing 4-1 on the scoreboard. But they're not letting this game go.
You know, I just saw down in the Taree box there's some instruction coming from the grandstands. One of their senior coaches there passing on some information to the coaching staff because they certainly, like we said, Adam, there's 8:40 to go now. They're 4-1 down. They're only 3 touchdowns, and that's 2 minutes of play.
Absolutely.
But they do need to change something up.
The State Cup is different touch, isn't it, really? There's no half time, so there's no way for the coaches to get everyone together and have that team chat. So it's all passed on the run, and now it is Ballina. She looked a fender off then.
I thought exactly the same thing. And good coaches will, like even with the 30-minute turnaround format, they will still find opportunities to get the sub-box together, change the momentum of the game, and change the format of what their team are doing.
Yeah, that's right. Another nice touch here from Taya Hunter to round that set out. Now they go back to the right. That's off the mark. Yeah, referee was right onto it. The girls just, again, trying so hard, desperately to get to the sub-box. And in their haste, another turnover.
It's just those errors that they cost you, those little small errors. In the moment, they don't seem like much, but they add up over the course of the 30 minutes.
20 metres out from their own line, it gives Ballina an opportunity now. And it is that Asher Lettingham in the middle. Let's see what she does here. Lettingham goes over the top short, but good shutdown defence from Georgie O'Connor.
Yeah, and the Taree girls here, they've got a good defensive structure the last couple of plays. Let's see if they can keep that going.
So there's Lettingham again. She's obviously their key player in the middle. This is Elizabeth Quinn, who has a look for the line. The referee's calling all clear here.
Well, this is, look, I just didn't really think there was anything on there. And
potentially an offside call.
Yeah, she definitely fooled myself. Goes around on the sweep there. Yeah, that's what he picked it up, big fella. The ads. He's all over it, ladies and gents. He's picked up the offside. You can see he hadn't made the line back. No, the ball was on the line, mate. On the line. The referee, good decision. Good decision from the referee.
Oh, I love it. It's so easy to call up here in the comm box as we see Ballina now out to that 5-1 lead. That scoreboard pressure released just a little bit. But Taree aren't going to stand down. They're going to keep attacking, and they do through Sarah Harris. There she is. Now the ball out to the right-hand side. They had numbers, just couldn't get it away. It was nice shutdown from the wing defence of Ballina.
I'd like to see Taree get the ball in the hands of Hunter here. She's 2 off the ruck at the moment, but they're not really doing anything here.
It's all static, isn't it? Last touch, static play.
Yeah. One of the coaches down there in the Taree box just put their head in their hands then. They needed to be trying to move the defence around there, turn their bodies in, and then take advantage on the outside. But just very, very nonchalant in their attacking play.
They were now. Ballina roll forward up over the halfway line. This is a good set for Ballina. They haven't backed off at the end of the half. Numbers here if they can move it, but again, it was just that individual play from Ava Creether. And
but a good set ads, like
all the way,
all the length of the field. They're giving the ball back to the Taree girls, and you can see there's some fatigue starting to set in for the Taree ladies.
Now Taree, they have to push it forward. 5 in. There's one on the far extremity. She goes off for a quick drink.
And that was a really good drive there from Harris. She's been strong, Harris, for Taree.
And then Ruby McNeil backs it up with another solid drive. They go down through the middle. Final touch coming, and it breaks down a little, but Bonnie Euland is out there. Numbers from defence, moves up. Good press there from Ballina. Now they look to go right. They want to get fresh legs on as well. That's a good release. Extra metres there, 2 or 3 extra metres, and in behind the defensive line.
Yeah, another 10 metres on the back of that.
Quick release here. No, good shutdown there, that time from Luca Merrick. But now they have hands outside. And then
chance.
Pace now, straightens up.
Just... Here's another chance, Ads. They get the ball here.
Oh, they did it eventually.
They should have given it to the winger. She deserved the touchdown the play before. And they couldn't find her. And then there was an opportunity to give it to her that time. But
Hayley Patterson just popped up in the middle. Let's see it here. She gets in between. Patterson did beautifully. Let's not take anything away from her. But, yeah, we had eyes on that little winger. She has been tireless out there. Hunter, I think it is.
I tell you this, Ads, if I'm playing in the 9 and you're outside me there, I'm taking the ball too and putting it down and claiming the meat pie.
Yeah, number 5, Lily Comer, shout out to you, holding your line beautifully. And again, that's that, players in motion, staying out wide, running their own channels. It just creates havoc in the defence. As we see Taree now, this opportunity, out to the hands of the right, diving over, but the shutdown defence. The referee says the touch was affected. Beautifully executed. That far winger for Ballina came in. It was a crucial timing.
I think the difference so far between the two teams is Ballina's been willing to use the ball a little bit more. That's a try for mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a TRY.
And it is Piper Cross. She just ran that straight line. She hit the hole beautifully. Let's have a look at it here in replay again.
See how good speed out of half.
Is that Hunter?
Yeah, they can just get the ball running on the outline and just gets the ball down. Again, away they go.
Taya Hunter carrying ball out in front, keeping the defensive line in check.
Yeah, good touchdown, Taree.
And then the defence was just a little bit wrong-footed. They had the wrong foot forward, couldn't get the dive in. And that is a strike back there for the Taree team. 2.5 minutes remain here in this women's 20s game. 2024 State Cup from Port Macquarie. Now Ballina. Extras out wide, a little bit low. The ball dropped right at the last moment.
But good play again. Like, they are willing to chance their hand and use the ball through their hands. And that's why they've had opportunities out wide on the wing.
That's a good release. Numbers here now. Now she just straighten up. Bring that winger in. There's space there. She gets in behind. Second phase play. Now half can't get caught. Play on is the call, but no.
Yeah,
she gave herself up.
Yeah, they just confused themselves there a little bit, Taree. Like, they shifted the ball, took good yards, got the ball down quickly. They could have shifted again, but they just...
It was that second phase that broke down at that on the back of that big drive.
And then get caught in no man's land. And it's a shame because, like, the team, they've tried really hard, and Harris, who was caught with the ball eventually there, she's been one of their best.
The clock ticks down. 1.5 minute remain here. Ballina on the attack. 7 out. Picked up from half. She gets across the line. Looks for support. But the defence from Taree was there in numbers.
There's a big hole back on the inside if the Ballina girls had have recognised it.
Absolutely. But again, kudos to the defence of Taree. 6-2 the scoreline. They don't want any more blemishes to their record. There's shout out to that young lady. She has been tireless. Taree, Holly Trotter, Sarah Harris. She's been tireless for Taree as well, but it's been a great team performance. Yeah, looked a little bit forward.
Bit Tom Brady about that.
now out of half, and then change over. 8 metres out.
But a good set from Taree.
As we said, they're not giving up. The Taree girls, you can be proud of them if you're watching back home in Taree. They have not let this one get away. 6-2 on the scoreline, but they've worked so hard. And Ballina they've answered the questions. Now, just over halfway line they go. The clock ticks down. I think the girls are aware of that. Little ball back inside. Numbers here. Good hole running. No cover this time. No, she reaches out. I think she was almost there, but it was that wrong foot again.
Right on full time too. That's really good play from the...
Let's see it here. Here's the breakaway. There's the arm out just in time. Olivia Cipriano. It is. And there it is on the scoreboard. 7 tries to 2. The Ballina Bull Sharks defeating their coastie neighbours, Taree. But Dean, again, enough to show there that the women's 20s, they're developing those skills, and they're going to. Some of those girls out there, we mentioned quite a few of them on the run. They're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the next few years.
Yeah, and both these they're playing under 20s, but they're both young teams, so they're going to have a couple more years in the 20s age category. Entertaining game. I'm sure all the girls are a little bit fatigued after that, so they might have to head down to Shine Drinks and get some of the hydration drinks from Shine into them.
Nice shout out to Shine. Great supporters of touch football here in New South Wales, and it'll be a men's opens game, so the action just keeps rolling on here. Penrith taking on Western Suburbs men's opens. That game coming your way shortly here on KO Freebies.
It's just spare change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today. I'm losing it.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
Please explain.
You beauty.
And good afternoon and welcome back to the Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. I'm Nathan Loveday and I'm joined in the commentary box by Jason Stanton, Penrith West. How's it going to go?
It's a big clash. Penrith coming off a little bit of a disappointing result with Parramatta. They had the run of the game. They went down by 1. West have got out of the blocks quickly with a nice 8-2 victory over Canterbury. So this is going to be a real cracker. I might lean towards the Magpies for this one.
The Magpies, I'll counter you and say Penrith by 2 as Robinson takes it forward. And there goes Chloe. And Robinson on the sweep, and he'll play it for Moylan on the 7. And they go the out ball, and he steps back and dives. It's a good touch by Nick Barakat there on the play. Ben Moylan back for another State Cup. He can't get enough of it. Moylan picks it up. Look at him go. He's into open space. Can they break free? Robinson looking for it. Flick pass out the back to the winger. And it's a touch. The West Magpies did extremely well there.
Yeah, I think it was Ryan Goss. He didn't give up on the chase, but Ben Moylan, nice little lean to the open, took him onto the short side, and it's a bit of a warning shot there for Magpies. If you're not switched on, Penrith are here to play.
As they're up over halfway through Bitar, and Bummelhelm there, Bitar gives it back, and there goes Bishara giving it back to Bummelhelm. Bishara picks it up, and he goes, and Ben Moylan on the spot. Ben Moylan, definitely a player to watch.
Yeah, Ben Moylan, obviously one of the greats of our game. You'll see Nick Good out there as well. I thought they were going to gracefully move into coaching, but it's a real treat for us to see him out there again and leading the Panthers in this matchup.
Penalty there, turnover. The old coach killer up on halfway. They won't be happy with that. The Jaden Ashby not playing here at State Cup. So any injury for Jaden, I think, as they go forward with mastermind Scott Buckley as well. And they're on the attack, the Pies. Can they be the first one on the board? Blackwood plays it. They go the sweep play. Catalano out to the wing of Centenary. He's touched some good defence by, and it's a good defensive set by Penrith. The Panthers, they hold on, and there's Edwards giving it back. They go up the field, and Edwards now gives it. Intercept, Blackwood! Oh, the call from Good.
Oh, yeah, there's a bit of wind down there. He might have caught the edge of the singlet, but Blackwood, he's looked up and saw nothing ahead of him, thought he'd won the lotto, pinned the ears back, but Nick Good with a little bit of a where you going, and snuffed it out.
They go on the attack. Here, the Catalano boys, JP and Junior, they're going to go to link quickie. Blackwood goes. He gets a good step back try. That's down. Referee Kustek says it. And Blackwood with the link quickie step back. And Penrith too slow on that one.
Yeah, it was a little bit against the run of the play, almost out of nothing. It was a great dump there by Blackwood. And you'll see Catalano straddling the ball there, getting side on, giving really good service. And Blackwood's a tall guy, but he got down low very quickly there. Didn't give the middle much of a chance. and you'll see it on the replay that it was down well, and 1-0 to the Magpies.
I think Horatio Edwards on that one. He'll love to have his time again there with the way that was as they go. Long pass, Angles Cork inside. Oh, champagne for Penrith. What a hit back. Angles Cork with the long pass out. And Jimenez finishes it off. Penrith, just like that. The ML platform over the top. A fantastic ball by Peacock on the inside to Jimenez. And we're locked at 1 apiece.
Yeah, great play by Penrith. I think Costello probably wish he had that one again. He probably just, probably knocked off or switched off on the inside there. Bit of a shame for the Magpies, but Penrith showing their class, showing when they get good ball, Nathan, they can make you pay.
And the Pies looking to hit back again. Catalano will come with that splitter play, and he goes short. Lagos, long pass, Catalano, shoot, dives. That's tight, very tight. Peacock there versus shoot, and it goes in favour this time of Peacock. Oh, and that's a penalty. That had to be a penalty there. It was Nathan Bashara turned the shoulder on impact on that one.
Peacock, couple good little moments. He had a really good game earlier today. Nathan against Parramatta. Peacock showed really good speed and also some good reads in D. So the number 22 there for Penrith. Good start to the weekend.
He'll be playing big minutes here. I think you'll find in most of the Premier League setups here, they might only play with the one sub, if not only the two. I know Hornsby, as Edwards gets into the in-goal over the top, caught. Oh, Setinari, where's he going? He goes across to the other winger. You don't see that very often, Jason. One winger floating across play to the other, and they've come back for a penalty. And they've got communication gear, and everyone here is confused.
Yeah, I was about to say that I was about to wrap the referees. They've had a really good start to the game, but I think they might have had a break with their comms there because that was a bit of confusion. Looks like they got the right call in the end. It was off.
Right,
it was off hands, but
I don't think that's right. But nevertheless, Penrith will go on the attack and look to get in the lead for the first time today. Edwards plays it, going front, angles Cork, long pass. He's got a good ball. Setinari. He's too slow, and the referee's called back late pass. Oh, and the ref's taken out Cooper Angles-Cork, or Flynn Angles-Cork, sorry, on that one. But the Magpies survive, and we're 1-1, quite warm conditions for those of you watching at home here at the Regional Stadium in Port Macquarie. A lot of rain last week in the lead-up, and it's been very humid and very muggy today. As Shoot looks to beat Peacock, but Josh is playing too well for that. He won't let that slide as Catalano goes forward. He gives it away, and Ryan Goss passes it. There's Blackwood on the field as well. Blackwood picks up, gives it to Catalano. There's space. Over the top, long pass. It's good defence. It was Tim Good. He's back in action. Tim Good, he's had a bit of a hiatus for a couple of years, but Tim's back playing. He's looking fit as ever on that far side of the field.
Yeah, one of the things that was quite good there, Nath, was that the Penrith defenders didn't really bite in or rush in to help. They weren't panicked. Junior Catalano definitely one to watch, and he's very dangerous with ball in hand, but Penrith didn't bite in. They just sort of peeled out, and that's a really good sign there for the Panthers.
As they go out, Robinson, it's a foot race. They go in. Oh, Good. That was sharp back. Blackwood stops, but they're going to call late pass against Good. And the Magpies survive. It was quite sharp play from the Panthers, but West here doing everything right. West had a very good Vorden Cup, the semi-finalists from the Vorden Cup, along with the Panthers. So two of the heavyweights here, without doubt, the men's Opens A division. Peacock, the baton over to Setinaris, wanting a spot in the high jump team for the Olympics. There was Costello there with the baton, very good baton. He's got, I think we spoke previously about his hands on dinner plates, so
yeah, he's had a good career as well. Good to see him and Blackwood out there, and a couple of sets of brothers there in the Magpies to look out for, the Barracats and the Catalanos. It's a real family affair there.
As the Panthers, their own set of brothers in Good, the Good brothers. As Angles Cork picks it up, he fires it out. Tim gets it, he gives it around the back. It's a foot race, and some awesome defence over that far side. Menos Lagos, I think it is. Maybe wrong.
Yeah, it's
that right. It was great defence. No, it wasn't. It was actually John Cashier. Some awesome defence, and it was Lagos that takes it forward. And West There's Chris Barracat with the ball. He throws it over. And Bishara plays it. They come laterally. And there's Bumblehelm playing it. Over the top for the link to bat on there. They needed Justin Costello.
Yeah, pretty good save there in the end there by the Panthers. So it's one of the features we've been seeing, I think, in the first couple of games in the men's is that I think the teams are playing a little bit more eyes up when they drive. We're seeing a few extra passes, a bit of something that sort of changed, I guess, from what we saw in Sydney Champs and last season. So certainly something to look out for as they're driving. Like here's a good example with Penrith, and then as the players are coming on, there's an extra pass. You'll probably see it on this occasion. Maybe not. They're gonna prove me wrong. But yeah, something to look out for. A little bit more eyes up footy in the men's division this year.
So push forward here. The Panthers on halfway. Edwards will take it up to the 10 with Good. And Robinson here at right link as they fly out over to Cooper Engels-Cork. There he is on the field. There's Cooper. Get back, another set of brothers, so we're two apiece there. The splitter play. Edwards dives. Good touch there from Zach Batar. We're 1-1 here at the moment, here at the Regional Stadium. They got the same play, but dummy by Good out to Cooper Engels-Cork. And he's well defended there, as you said. There was no biting there from the West defence, no panic. And Penrith, the coach killer. Just they defended so well, West, and they didn't need to do that, but Good jumps on it. There's some space. Setnari's got to keep coming here on the wing. Good will turn Peacock under and head for Oranges. As Edwards gives it back out to Cooper. Cooper goes to Tim Good over that far side, and he's met by Shoot. As Edwards passes to Moylan. Moylan on the field. And on that same play as Blackwood tries to get off the line, and he does it well. There's still space. West scrambling here. And really well, but referee Cheesley, I think they called James Blackwood offside early in the play. No advantage given. Referee Charlie Cheesley comes back correctly with the penalty. So they'll stay on the attack. 6 more touches. Edwards dumps it. Gets it back from Moylan there. In tight. Some solid defence there by the Magpies. Moylan again. Dancing around. There's Edwards. They look for the bump play, if you wish. And it's Jack Dean there. Jack Dean will take off from half. Picks up one-handed scoop. Long pass over. That one's forward. The referee's Johnny on the spot there. And West again. Saved the day.
Yeah, pretty good defence there from West. But I think to be a little bit critical of Penrith, that's sort of like bread and butter type stuff. They're running standard types of plays. West are reading what's happening quite well. Penrith probably need to look for a bit of second phase, maybe throw a sweeper in, throw something a bit different at West. So West really good D on that occasion, and I think the Penrith box will be probably putting their thinking caps on now to see if they can run a few different plays at them next time round.
As they pick it up over the top, and Good there coming in. I notice I don't think Scott Buckley is actually in the box for Penrith. I think it's Jaden Ashby and a couple of their assistant coaches down there with no... that was forward, and it's picked up by the referees. West with a chance to attack, but Scott's very good, as you know, around them little bounce plays around the ruck and just come out with something, quick as anything on the run. But they've also got, some pretty good players down there, some artillery and, Nick Good as well that can help out Jaden Ashby. But we all know how good Scott Buckley is as a coach and how quick he is to relay messages. So maybe missing that. The no-touch called. Catalano out to Setnari. We're going to video referee. Cue the replays.
Yeah, they're going to have a quick chat about it. If there is an issue, it will be in the lead up because the finish was good.
They're playing on and called try. Setnari scores. And we'll take a look here. It was a no-touch called by Cooper Engels-Cork, but the referees have said touch made. It was Catalano, the junior variety. It's very close on the replay, so you be the judge at home. We're a long way away up here, and if they're going to go with it, it's one of those 50. That's a genuine 50-50 in touch football.
I think so, and it doesn't surprise me. Again, we're seeing Blackwood and Catalano orchestrating a West and Suburbs try. So is that the key to their success, to get the ball in the hands of these experienced players? because they've opened them up twice there. The first try was Blackwood dumping for Catalano. The second one, Catalano dumping for Blackwood. So
yeah, it might have been a weakness at this spot with the links of Penrith and the step back, not so much the links, but on that occasion I think Blackwood stepped back on the first try, as you said, and second one they're just getting the outside calls in the winger to shut, and 2-1 to the Magpies. Here as they look to run with momentum forward. There's JP Catalano in the fluoro boots. He picks it up. He steps back. He looks a double pump. Good defence by the Panthers. Midfield, and they're off again.
Yeah, pretty good drive there. I think it's Ryan Goss there for the Magpies. Really good drive and really good defence. He's really holding them together there, along with the Barakat boys. They're doing a good job in there as well. So this first half of the game, it's really set up to see who can take advantage of these opportunities.
Good picks it up, and not a bad driving set from the Panthers, but no desserts at the end of that set, and the Pies will get a chance to work it. There's JP in the mark. It was Engels cork out to touch, and Edwards now. Good drive by Junior. He wants it back. Oh, and the referee's late pass or forward. Jason's signalling forward, and Jason's on the money once again. That's good. Pops it over the top. Peacock's there. He couldn't hold on to the last chance, but he's very good there, and he's having a blinder of a game so far. Josh Peacock, as Moylan's on the field with Robinson. Jack Dean. Robinson picks it up. He goes with him. He's made contact. That should be a changeover, and referee Sanderson all over that.
Yeah, that's one of those more technical or subtle rules in our game. When you're scooping at an offside player, if you nudge them with your elbow or you reach out and touch them, then you lose the play.
And the referees have called someone back here. There's a penalty for a forward pass, I think. It's a little bit stop-start here, this little period, as you said. I think you put the mocker on here. We got to the middle of the game, and all of a sudden it's a little bit stop-start. So both teams a chance. They're heading for the subs here. So Moylan will work midfield, and they'll come on. There's Jimenez back on the field. He hasn't been seen for a few moments, but here he is. Ball over the top, and that's Cameron Chloe and Horatio Edwards. We've seen him for a number of years. Edwards come up. There's Jimenez. Oh! I think he got there, but the referee's called touch. That was tight. They'll get the chance on last. Oh, we've got to move to that blade of grass, and he plays the ball. Edwards picks it up. He dances, but defence again for the Magpies. As you said, the attack outside of Jimenez there, a little bit of trouble, but the West defence is looking solid.
Yeah, I think so. And this is this weakness that I'm seeing with both these teams in this middle period of 10-15 minutes. You've got to be able to get up and down the field, try and get a bit of a stranglehold on the game, maybe get a repeat set penalty. That's sort of what's missing. There's a little bit of ball turnover, as you mentioned, a bit of stop-start, and that's the difference between a good team and a great team. So I think both these teams will be looking to make that step up this weekend by controlling the game a bit more.
There's Moylan dummies back on the inside, and they head to the box. And expert comments there from Jason Stanton. Former international, or current international, actually, the World Cup. Jason Stanton representing Lebanon.
Apparently I've just retired. Thanks, Nathan.
Well, sometimes you need to be told these things, Jason, so there it is for you. No, it's the World Cup, successful time for the Lebanese boys over there.
Yeah, they did. We did really well, but, I mean, one of the things that we were talking about earlier today is that when you have that success over there, some of the players come back and then they have a bit of confidence and they bring it into their clubs. And we've seen Bankstown earlier, now we've seen West.
Over the top, and they're going to score. Centenary and West. They've called the middle offside, and it was Catalano went straight through.
I think it might have been Manos Lagos, it could have been.
And the ball over the top. It was Lagos, so sorry, Manos, for that. I've given credit to Catalano. I'm sure he'll get a little bit of credit later for something else.
Yeah, they can share it. But
I'll share it, but there's a try for Centenary. He's got a double, and 3-1. Staring down the barrel here, the Panthers of 0-2. But they never say die attitude, the Panthers. They will not go away, but go on about the Bankstown boys and the West boys as well, a lot of them as quality from Costello.
Yeah, what I was saying is that they often come back and like we've seen West look a bit stronger this weekend already, and Bankstown as well. And a lot of that's these sort of players coming back with the confidence. We've got another tap back. Probably knock off on the inside. That's a bit unfortunate game for the West, but really, really clever by Penrith to run that same play again. That's the second time they've thrown long and done the little tap back in and caught the West inside defence napping. It was a straight 4-on-3 long ball. The winger had a really good read there. I think it was Cashier, and then no help on the inside.
Peacock, outstanding. And Bankstown up next here on the stadium, taking on the Central Coast Dolphins, who had a win up by 2 over Hornsby in their first round, the defending state champions. As Catalano dumps for his brother, Moylan jump, didn't touch, and they've spilled it, the chance to go ahead by 2. Moylan drives, makes it on Catalano, and head to the box is good. Good dishes. Robinson spilled it.
Yeah, good pressure there by JP. So I'd be looking for Bankstown and West maybe to be a bit stronger this time round than what we've seen in previous years, and certainly West are playing here with a fair bit of confidence. As we mentioned, just got to control the ball a little bit better, take their opportunities, and no reason why they can't be there on Sunday, Nathan.
Yeah, certainly. And they go the bounce, good. I don't think made the line, but they'll play on there, and Catalano picks it up, fires it out of the cannon. They go, anything you can do, we'll match you. They run the same play as what the Panthers have done, that bat back. This is State Cup circa 2022. I think that whole tournament was just full of them, and here they go. Catalano, you'll see, fires it out of the cannon over the top. Awesome play by the winger. And it's Nathan Bashara who gets the try.
Yeah, beautiful scoop, and this time it was Penrith knocking off on the inside. Nathan Bashara, good opportunity 30 seconds ago that he didn't take, and he said, you don't need to give me a second chance. He took that one with both hands. Great work by Bashara. And you mentioned, I think, JP earlier, and we saw that on the previous try with the Manus Lagos getting into the in goal. Manus Lagos, and he's one of the young guys coming through, but he was really patient in the in goal when he got in and found the winger. So, JP, Lagos, there's lots of talent there at West as well. So, Penrith, they're going to have to bounce back here. They've been asked some questions.
And they go, the sweet play, Blackwood. He's a very good defender, James Blackwood. He's a tall, gangly individual, and I mean that with the greatest of respects, but he just gets in some awesome positions in defence. Long pass by Engels Cork, and Tim Good can't hold of it. James Shute, the wily old fox, does the job there on the wing for the Magpies. As they head to the box, there's Blackwood. He wants it. Driving with enthusiasm and with a purpose. There's Goss again. You mentioned him before, and they're calling him off the mark. Goss.
Yeah, good pressure there from Penrith. Off the mark there, an error. And then again, we've seen, I probably sound like a broken record, but, that good versus great teams, you've got to be able to complete your sets at State Cup. You've got to be able to get up and down the field. And when you get a quality team like Penrith and you're giving them fresh sets inside your own half, there's always a chance they're going to make you pay. So let's see whether West can hold them out. But Penrith with a good chance here to get one back.
We saw the committee meeting take place before the tap-off with the referees. I'm sure what that may have been about. From up here, it looks like the game's flowing, and, there may be a little bit of chatter from the boxes or something. Would just be speculating, but it's interesting to see a good stoppage. I'm sure Ben Moreland would have enjoyed that. The bounce play, dish back, I think they're offside. There's a penalty either way coming. And they have penalised for offside. Nick Good, we spoke about before, those little jack-in-the-box plays, and he looks animated, Nick. So Edwards, Jack Dean here at right link. Edwards will look for the give back, and Edwards, great defence. It was JP Catalano. Very good defence, and they'll head to the box through Zach Bitar, and there's JP's tucking it under with lock and the key as Bummelhelm gets it up. Blackwood over halfway. They're full of running, the Magpies. The dump. There's Lagos. Couldn't get it to Catalano, but the most improved effort, Junior Catalano. There was question marks in the past about discipline, and he's just playing the game, and he's playing really, really well, and you would have seen some development of that at the World Cup, Jason.
I think so, that's why I sort of, laboured on the point a little bit earlier, that when some of these young guys at Bankstown and West have success at World Cup, they bring that back to their club teams, and that's what we've seen with Junior Catalano, where I think he's making that step now to being a leader, and you've seen him in this game controlling the tempo of the game, and that's really been really good to see. Like, Penrith probably with Moylan, and Good, a lot of experience there, but with Blackwood and Catalano, they've been able to match them in that regard.
Yeah, well, you got Costello and Blackwood, like you said, and Catalano just adding to that. And he's such a good player. I don't think anyone's ever questioned his talent at all. As they go for this, JP, long pass, awesome ball, Goss, and that's Tim Good with a great touch.
Great line by Goss, and equally good touch there by Good. Fair bit of experience between those two. Ryan Goss winding the clock back, and see, here's that error there where, like we're talking about completing the sets, you can't afford to give, this sort of good ball to quality teams. The Premier League competition is such a high standard now. Generally, whoever gets more ball on the line is going to be the team that comes out on top, and West with a real chance here to make the killer blow, Nathan.
They certainly do with 6 on the clock. And Catalano plays it, gets it from Lagos. He's got space, he's got some options, but there's that maturity we've been talking about. And Lagos will go, he'll go with a foot race, but Moylan's experience will get in there. Catalano with the counties play. Over the top, good catches, scores. Was it forward first? No, referees say try time. And West 5-2. I won't go as far to say a boil over, but 5-2 is definitely, with 5 and a bit on the clock, a surprising scoreline.
Yeah, well, it wasn't surprising for me. You said Penrith by 2. I said the Maggies. But I think that was a really, really great sequence there by the Magpies, that they didn't have the Penrith defence quite where they wanted them. They kept pulling out nice and calm. Beautiful work by Junior Catalano, and I think you were giving him a rap. And right on cue, they got the try. And then take us through this Penrith one. Hit back.
There it is. It was just a simple dump, split, and the overlap on that. They're working overtime here, the Grill Bar TV, as Edwards gets on the outside, and it was Cooper Engels caught with a nice little line here. You see him step back on the unders just there and shoot moving out with a good try. 5-3, 4.5. Just over 4.5. You wouldn't write Penrith off just yet, but with the way the Magpies are playing, it's going to be hard work. And they go again, Catalano. He's working with Bashari, plays it. They go the bump, Rooster play. Oh, he's thrown it straight to him, JP. They're not even, he's pushed over his teammate. This is a 30 seconds JP would like to forget. And there's Goss coming to make the touch.
Yeah, it wasn't good composure there from the Magpies. So Penrith with a little bit of a sniff now. I know they're down by 2, but no reason why they can't grab one here. West with a little bit of work to do.
You saw the Penrith and Doyalson game, how quick that changed at the back end, Jace. It was bang, 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 and all the space in a minute 30. 3 tries, and that's how quickly you can do it. As Moylan looks for Dean, does he? Gets out, Goss makes a touch. Goss looks absolutely knackered. Long pass, that's great touch. It's a great pass, and the referees will award it. Harry Fryer collects it. A great ball, Engels cork over the top. Oh, it was Jack Dean, I beg your pardon, and that was out of a cannon. Just missed
come
the
charging
mark.
onto it. Yeah, and it's really hard there for the outside players because they're trying to come in that 4-3 situation and then peel off and then take their defender as the ball goes over their head. But Dean threw it so flat, Nathan. It is quite windy down there. So absolute superb skill there from Dean, and all of a sudden, as you mentioned, right on cue, Penrith with the bang bang that you spoke about. 5-2 becomes 5-4.
Blackwood here, like you said, their experience will tell here. Catalano picks it up, looks to fire back. Moylan in the channel, knocking it down the channel. What's known as the passing lane, Jace. So for those watching at home, give a little explanation on the passing lane.
Yeah, generally, as we mentioned, you've got your player, then you've got the inside player that you're trying to help, and you sort of get yourself in between those two players. So essentially, when they do try and throw the ball, then you're in the line of the pass, or like the passing lane, pretty much. Yeah, the channel of it. So good chance here. That's close.
Moylan calls no. I think he's going to give it. Yes, he is. Moylan called no there straight away, and Junior Catalano scores. I was comfortable with that. Once Moylan said no, I was pretty confident referee Sanderson was going to award it the inside. Not quite sure which defender it was coming across. Just missed the mark by a little bit on this Catalano. Good body position was Jack Dean. He stepped back. And I think on that he's called Jack Dean offside. Play through. Moylan called no.
Yeah, dump right on the 7 there, Nath, with Lagos with really good service there. And Junior Catalano, you wrapped him a bit earlier. I think what we're seeing here is a bit of a conversion. Maybe it started at the World Cup and it's filtered through. We're seeing this talent converting into leadership because he's really coming up with really good key moments, isn't he?
He is. It's noticeable, very much so. And Panthers here with 1:40. Get the penalty. They're going to have to score this set to be any chance of a bang-bang. They'll play it out there. Go forward. Edwards now. He plays it. Ball's out. Oh, Edwards. And Rowetti. Oh, no, it's not. Moylan over the top. Dish back. That's a try. That is a try. They've scored. They've done it. We're back to 6-5.
The Panthers, they won't go away, will they? And again, I think we might have seen another tap back there. So that might be something that West will be working on, or they'll need to work on. The pass to the winger, the inside ball, the link not getting there. Is that probably the second or third time? But we also saw that with West scoring against Penrith. So that might be something that maybe a few of the teams need to work on with their D coming into Sunday.
Yeah, it's just that link, being able to chase out and stay in the contest. As Moylan, it's backwards. This is an intercept. This is play on. They've got to keep going. No, what's happened? Oh, no. It went backwards.
I think they're coming back for the touch, but he was away for all money and we were headed for a 6-all draw. But I think the West defender, you might need a replay to catch the number, just stuck his hand out there.
It was back off Moylan. And he went for the intercept.
I think that's, can we say 50-50? That could have gone either way. Unlucky for Penrith.
Comes back. That was off the mark.
Lucky for Maggies.
That was off the mark. That'll be all she wrote. That'll be all she wrote here. The West will take the tap and no doubt look to kill it. As we sit there and...
a great game.
It was an absolute cracker. There'll be plenty more of those for the rest of the weekend. And we're just waiting now for the touch to be made here from...
I don't think Penrith are quite done yet, Nath. I know they've lost their first 2 games, but both by 1. So I think it's a case where, Penrith's third game today, they've really got it's a bit of all or nothing in their third game. And I think West have shown enough here to say that they're probably going to trouble some of the more fancy teams over the next couple of days. So it's really set up well.
So your next game here, coming to you live from the Regional Stadium, is the Central Coast Dolphins, the defending champions, taking on Bankstown. We'll be back. We'll take a short break and be back with you in just a few moments.
I'm currently with Kim Skelly, New South Wales #1 referee. Kim, you've been coming to State Cup now for 24 years. How much has the game changed?
Yeah, the game's changed a lot, Kylie. I remember coming here, it was more for the social side of things. Now, we've got to actually train for an event like this. The speed, the skill from the players, it's just amazing.
And it's not just in the men's open now, it's in the women's open as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The women's game has just grown from strength to strength over the last few years. Even the country affiliates now here are competing for the top games. We saw that last year when Newcastle made the grand final.
We won't hold you up because you have got a cracker of a game with Manly and Doyalson. And we are about to watch Central Coast take on Bankstown in the men's open.
spots. You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie for this Men's Opens here and the State Cup of 2024. Central Coast taking on Bankstown. Adam Collins in commentary, joined by the delightful Gab Rose. Gab, what a game this is going to be. Men's Opens, two contenders here.
Yeah, well, it didn't start off that way just there with an error from the tap-off, but I'm excited about this game. It's going to be an excellent match.
So right on the halfway line, it is Bankstown now in possession. They roll up to the 10 metres. This is where they test each other out early doors. And Bankstown, they want to get up and set up and play here on the line. That early opportunity after, that fumble from the tap, it's a bonus for Bankstown as they look to the right-hand edge. And the defence was up to the task. Final touch coming. Let's see what they do here on a static play, and they'll just kill it. And so no real harm done to Central Coast after the error, but what are you expecting from these two teams? Is Central Coast are a team really on the rise? Bankstown have been at the top for a little while now, just waiting to crack it.
Yeah, as we said, Central Coast 2023 winners in this competition, and Bankstown had a very close match just before against Doyalson and lost, I think, with about 30 seconds to go, as we see a late switch back here and another set of six for Central Coast.
Jam in. It's an interesting call there. It looked to have come off his body, but he definitely got up in the passing lane. As we see, that was Daniel Stone. And now it is the Central Coast on the attack, 7 metres out. This play in the middle. They step out to the left, nothing doing so. I'll just bring it back out again and reset here.
Yeah, they'll be looking for Chris Lennon there, number 7. Beautiful pass there from acting half, and he's definitely a star on the rise in our game.
There's Raina Badior into half. Ball over the top, the knock on. Went forward. The referees will call that for a penalty. But good intent there from Central Coast, trying to move around the defence of Bankstown. They just couldn't find a way through that time.
Yeah, I happened to watch the Central Coast game against Hornsby a couple of hours ago, and they got the chocolate 6-4, but it was a very entertaining game.
So now it is Bankstown coming off their own line. Pressure and defensive pressure coming in from the edge there. Lachlan Raina Badior it was on that occasion. That pressure collapsing in, and they force an error. So now Central Coast attack again. 20 metres out now from the Bankstown line. They look to set up something here. It's Josh Waters. He got the ball down. Now they go back into the middle. Riley Burke it is. See what the referee calls here. Defence come up off the line. Referee going to blow a penalty, so no advantage being played there.
Yeah, so the link there, Zach Bazunas, actually my neighbour and very well known in the world of mixed touch. He had to come in and affect that touch, but potentially somebody on his inside was offside, so they couldn't rule the try there. But, watch from Bankstown, number 16, Zach Bazunas.
Keep an eye on this man with the ball in the hand, Luke Moffat, sorry. He's dangerous. There he is now. Quick dump. Strike dump. Just a metre out from the line. Dive over. Referee was right there on the spot, and he points to the ground. And that was a beautifully executed move there. Strike dump only a metre away from the line. The quick release off the ground, so important, Gab.
Yeah, and they dumped it right on the 7 there, and he stepped off his right, back in. Second phase play, beautiful pass off the left.
Left foot.
Yeah, and again, it's that repeat set. So they gave away a penalty or a 6 to go earlier on, and there you see. But even though that dump was close to the line, big left foot step, and off he went. It looked like Lachlan Rayner Badior.
It certainly was, as we see now Bankstown sweeping around to the left-hand edge. They can't find a way through this resolute Central Coast defence early in the match. They're pushing up off the line. They have to here. There's a penalty. Not offside was the call. I thought he was going to say they weren't moving up fast enough. I thought they couldn't have done much quicker than that, and they've obviously gone too quick.
Yeah, well, that can happen as well. So we'll see here. First opportunity for Bankstown with a full set on the line. Let's see how they try to condition the defence. They won't need to condition him, Adam.
That was a great dive. All clear, says the referee. And that is a great try. Is it Kieran Hughes? I think it might have been. Very individual brilliance there. Let's have a look at it again in replay. Bar TV bring you quality pictures here from Port Macquarie. It is just a one-man show there. The right hand, the ball right in the tip of the fingers. And let's have a look. He extends that arm out, almost Inspector Gadget-like, and straight down. And he shows the spot, sir. That's a try.
Yeah, there's not much the defence could do there, Adam. It was just a one-on-one piece of brilliance there by Hughes. So we're all locked up at 1-1, and it is shaping to be a cracker of a game.
Yeah, one apiece. Conditions are warm. There is a breeze out there as we see Coast. A little tap on. I don't know that he meant to do it, but it certainly got there in the end, and that is a try out here. So Central Coast straight back. They go ahead. Ollie Jones, the man who gets the ball across the stripe. And let's have a look at it here again. They're all the way out there on the left. It's a cutout pass and then a little tap on. He certainly did intend to do it.
And that was Casey Shelley with the tap on, and obviously son of Darren and Melissa Shelley, who I just saw in the stand. And, beautiful tap on, and Ollie Jones gives Central Coast the lead 2-1.
Just off the fingers it rolls into the hands of the try scorer. So it's Bankstown coming from behind once again. 2-1. Only 24 and a half minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time. This is going to be a nail-biter. Back to the middle. There's that strike up again. Metres out, and it's him.
It's Kieran
Hughes. We're going to say his name throughout this one, Gab, I'm sure, because he put himself into perfect position to take that one. And great skills, the speed to get to the ground the way he did. Let's have a look at it. That one looked a little forward. There's the strike dump straight off the ground. Hughes, perfect position. Try time, Bankstown, and we're all tied up 2-2.
And it's the phase play that's getting him, Adam. So they're coming in from the 7 and they're happy to get the ball down on the 2-metre line and then just rip it out wide to players like Kieran Hughes. So 2-2. If we keep up at this score, we're going to run out of ink in our pens.
They're taking on quality defence too, so it's just mind-blowing the skill of these young men. As a gap comes in, the winger has to come in and shut it down. He does. He retreats back out to his spot. Tommy Pritchard it was. Then forces the error, the long pass out to the earlier try scorer, Ollie Jones. That ball goes to ground, and it's a transition here off their own 7-metre line for Bankstown.
Yeah, we can actually take a breath while a penalty's been awarded or a changeover because we're only 6.5 minutes in, Adam. 2-2.
They go back to the middle. Now they force the ball out to the right-hand side, looking to get to the subset. Get the fresh legs on as we see a collision there. Man rolls over the sideline. Here come the speed now, pushing back through the middle. Look to drop it back inside. The defence just held off enough. They made extra metres. This is a good pick up from half. Turn back inside. Defence shuts it down in the form of Hemi Nebel.
Yeah, it was a good read there by Nebel, wasn't it? He didn't bite and just waited for the switch to come.
And then a penalty on the back of it. Mouthing off was the call from the referee. Extra metres there for Central Coast, and they didn't have to work for it. So there's the try scorer, Jones, making his way forward up to the halfway line. Now Luke Kane, another man to keep an eye on. There's Kane. He takes it up, charges up over the halfway line. Good position here. Long ball out to the right, but they have numbers now. Kane back to the middle. He straightens it up again and just loses possession there. Looked to be a little bit of contact around the roll ball, but the referee says play on, and Bankstown roll it up.
Yeah, and they've now drawn a penalty as well, Bankstown, so that's going to make it a bit of a piggyback, as we call it, up the field, and they'll get a tap 10 metres shy of halfway.
Good field position here for Bankstown. They've shown that they can strike from here previously, so let's see what they can do in this set. They're going to go back to that right-hand edge and reset now. Now they come back to the middle. They're just going to throw the ball around a little bit. They have numbers out here. Defence will reset. There's a drive from
There's
Mitchell Gray. It was
Hughes again, right in the thick of the action there.
He's an excitement machine, one to keep an eye on. Hope the cameraman can keep up with him because he's very quick on his feet. He's doing a great job so far. Our Bar TV cameraman bringing you all the action here from Port Macquarie. Outstanding. As we see, Central Coast, this is unusual for them. They're getting a little bit clunky. They really wanted to get those legs on and rushed towards the sub-box. Now they resettle through the middle third. That's a good release. Extra metres here on the back of it. And turnover on the 7-metre line.
Yeah, it's going end to end at the moment. It's a furious pace, and if they can keep this up for the next 20 minutes, they'll definitely need their recovery after this game. See a beautiful offload there.
These extra metres, it's been Bankstown so far that are exploiting that little extra pass in behind the line. 5 or 10 metres, this is a good dump now. Numbers out wide, cut out, good hole run, but he couldn't get a handle on it. It was Daniel Stone, the man that was punching up through the line. He did beautifully there, but just couldn't get control.
But again, Adam, we're seeing end-to-end touch, aren't we?
It's been awesome so far, that frenetic men's opens pace, but under control.
Yep.
So skillful.
Yeah, very skillful. And we see them coming back to their box. Let's see if they can get the transition better. Now, that's a better set by Central Coast. I'll be happy with that.
Lachlan Rayner Badio, it was the earlier try scorer as well himself. He punches up through the middle. That's Hemi Nebel. Nebel gets the ball away, but it goes to ground. So again, they hand it over in enemy territory, but they would have hoped to have gone deeper there, and a penalty on the back of it, not returning the ball to the mark. Those coach killers, little penalties you give away. Meters that equate to opportunity here for Bankstown.
Yeah, and they'll be looking for some of their strike players to come back on the field here. They've still got 4 touches up the sleeve, and as we speak, here comes Kieran Hughes. No doubt he'll be the man orchestrating something with his teammates.
Working there with George Azzi. Azzi himself, a strike player in the middle for the Bankstown outfit. Here he is with the ball now. Azzi. He'll be dictating, pointing where he wants his man to go. Almost like moving chess pieces.
And he's drawn a penalty there as well, the Bankstown players. It looked like the experience of Azzi there, just waiting for the players to come up or not move up quick enough, and now they get another full set of 6.
So now they reset on the 7-metre line. Azzi, ball over the top. Called it late. The referee doesn't agree. There they are together. Those two together would be danger signs here for Central Coast. Hughes goes to the line. A man fell over. But the referee says he recovered in time to make the touch. Your eyes would be moving like pinwheels watching Hughes coming at you like that.
He nearly jumped over the top of him and slammed the ball down. It's another
Back
opportunity.
on the inside. Yeah, beautifully executed, and it is that man, Azzi. He knew he had space. He trailed inside, gave the call. A little bit of lip too as the boys make their way back to the sub-boxes. So this one, there's plenty of feeling in this match. Central Coast trail for the first time here against Bankstown.
And speaking of trail, that's exactly what we call that, the trail or buoy play we call it. So you go one way and then he stays alive, Azzi, and just has to catch the ball and pop it down over the try line. So Bankstown 3, leading Central Coast 2 about 12 minutes into this game.
And Azzi, as you said, on the trail, put himself in a perfect position, but a good heads-up play there by Mitchell Gray. He heard the call and he knew he had to get it on the spot, and he delivered it beautifully. As now Central Coast right on the 7-metre line. They thought they might have got a penalty there, but the referee calls play on. Ball comes out to the left. Short ball for a hole run, and that is Josh Richardson. Richardson with a straight hole running, and that's a massive part of the game, being able to hold your lane and just hit a hole for a pass to find you, and that is a perfect demonstration of it there. There he is. He just straightens up, draws that winger in, but the inside defender, the link, hadn't pushed out hard enough.
Just watch that pass, though, by Josh Moffat. It was kind of in front of one and behind another, and just kind of found the gap perfectly. And we're
timing
3-all.
Yep, looking for him to pull a rabbit out of his hat next time. The magic that man just produced there for us. Let's see what they can do now. Bankstown in response. Azzi again in the middle of the field. This time working with Joshua Bakos. Bakos now gets it down for Azzi. There's Hughes. Goes through the middle of that little show, and then he got it away beautifully. But unfortunately for the Bankstown team, it goes to ground.
Yeah, you cannot take your eyes off Hughes. It looked like he could nearly have done a show and go there because the defence kind of fell off him.
Semi-collapse, wasn't it?
Yeah, you cannot take your eyes off that young man.
So now Central Coast working it to their sub-box. They want the fresh legs on. There goes Nebel. Nebel punches it again. He bends the back of the defence. This is good from Central Coast. Rainer Badior with a ball. He dives over. Just well executed on the back of momentum. They were straightening up, drawing defenders in left and right. And then a hole had to open up. And it was that Rainer Badior that got it down.
Yeah, and it was a good, you see Lennon summed up the play perfectly, and then a great try.
You spoke about young Lennon earlier on. He has a hot hand in this game at the moment. And, you know, that shows there. You can't take your eye off him. And Rainer Badior just knew when to hit the hole. And it is now Central Coast back out to a 1-try lead. 4-3, and Bankstown on the attack. 8 metres out. Quick dump. Goes from half, but a nice touch there from Luke Kane. He wasn't having any of it. Comes in, shuts it down, asks for the ball, and he'll bring it straight back into attack. Up through that middle third. Now they shift. That's a good late release. There's extra metre. Oh, he nearly went out, did he? Step out, he did. The referee was right there.
They're claiming he was touched first, but the sideline referee was right on the spot.
It was close.
Yeah.
Judgment call, Gab, and you nailed it. Referee was right on the spot.
Yeah.
So now it is Bankstown. They're slowing it down a little bit here. They haven't really had too much of this where they've backed off the pace a little bit.
No, they might be trying to catch their own breath there, Adam. It's been at such a pace as we see Bazunas here on the sweep.
Nice ball, and up in the passing lane. He had to get in and shut that one down. Knocks the ball down. It's Lennon.
Yeah, and he had to do that. That was going to be a try otherwise, and he got up in the channel, and if he couldn't get the intercept, the next best thing for Central Coast was him to knock that down.
Link defence comes right up off the line, tries to shut down that left-hand edge, force the ball back to the right. Now they go to the left. Quickie play, they come back to the right. Little juggle. He held it. Yeah, referee calls he held it.
Yeah, he did well there, Daniel Stokes. He had to juggle it a few times.
And Luke Moffat came in to touch him, landed on top, but no damage done. They both get back to their feet. Quick roll ball. There's a long bomb out to the left-hand side. They look back for the tap in. Oh. Nice release again. In the act of diving full stretch, he gets a nice crisp pass away. Winger comes in, takes it. This will be a shutdown there. Good defence there from Central Coast. They really stood tall.
Yeah, they sure did, because they put under pressure a couple of times there. They tried to condition in the Bankstown attack with a few sweet plays, and then, as you said, went for the long bomb, but Central Coast are up to the task.
Josh Waters, it is, out there on the wing, the long limbs of Josh. He came in and shut it down a couple of times, put plenty of pressure on. Young rugby player from the Central Coast. The Waters family really love their sport. Sister plays as well. And now it is Central Coast pushing up through the middle. They're not going to look for subs, but they turn it over. Not square was the call from the referee.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that with Central Coast. They've done a really good defensive set and needed to try and get the ball up the other end of the field. But, Adam, as you touch on family, it's great we see in the sport, isn't it? Like second generation, third generation players playing our game, siblings playing together or against each other. It's one of the beauties of our sport.
100%. And, you know, we've both been lucky enough to have our families involved in it. And you're seeing, and, you know, my nieces are coming through those next generations, and I can't see it stopping.
I can't see it stopping either. As we said, males and females both getting to enjoy our sport at the same level, and it's it's really exciting. Speaking of exciting, Adam.
Wow is all I can say, but the referees have got an alternate view. We're going to call it late. It's the only thing that I thought it might have been.
Oh, hang on. There's a bit of conjecture here.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of byplay afterwards.
Okay.
After the penalty was blown. There's been a little bit of friction out there. I'm just watching it.
They're just having a bit of discussion at the moment. I'm not sure we'll see a replay, but it was, as you said, it was nothing more than wow from Kieran Hughes.
See it here. Hughes, see, when he gets his arm up there, I'm not sure what he's calling.
They must have called a late touch, but...
Yeah, number 3, it was Luke Moffat that got up in the line. Then you see him turn around and remonstrate with the referee straight away. Whether he was calling it forward or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I know. He's calling forward. So he got the call there, Moffat. And but anyway, we're back with the play. No try. Central Coast still in the lead.
On the attack now, right on the 7-metre line. He pulled out of the touch. He did that. Again, not sure what the call was there. It looked like he pulled out the touch and played on. And it is ball in the hands of Bankstown. No, they look to roll over to their sub-box, trying to get those fresh legs on. Good defensive pressure here from Central Coast as well. They'll want to try and keep them in their own half or as little over the halfway line as they can, and they do. They force the error, not square. That change when they have to come on and sweep from their sub-box. They need to straighten up, Gab, and it's a tough one to stop.
Yeah, they're definitely going a little bit laterally, but that was on the back of some great defence by Central Coast. They did that push or press defence and made it hard for Bankstown to straighten up. As we see there, Shelley just straighten up a little bit, trying to get the ball down for some of his teammates. And we see another penalty there.
Penalty. It'll be is it a penalty or a changeover? There was
it's
just
a 7 on.
7 on. Wow. It really has seesawed here, this one. There's no one dominating at all, and we expected that. As we said, two teams at the top of the tree. It is Bankstown here with the ball in the hand.
Yeah, it's a hard one to call. We've still got 11 minutes in the game, and it is definitely anybody's game at this stage.
Keeping an eye out there. Bacchus, he's around the ball, always dangerous. Has he?
That's Zach Bazunas there.
Zach
just
Bazunas.
A little one-on-one, left foot in and away, and off he went. Great try, neighbour.
Yeah, raw speed from the neighbour. A quick feet, you get him to mow your lawn for you, it'll be done in half the time.
You will, mate. I definitely won't play 2-on-1 touch with him in the backyard.
We see it there on replay again. Just beaten for pace. Exceptional acceleration. It looked like nothing was on. He skipped out again. Wow. Yeah, pure speed. You can't buy that at Coles, that's for sure. I've looked for it.
Well, you or I can't, Adam. Yeah. I know that.
So now it is Central Coast again, tied up 4 apiece. Central Coast on the attack. Quality littered all the way around the park. He got the ball down there. I don't think he was touched, and the referee, you could see him. He was in there. If he was any tighter, he would have been part of the roll ball himself. The penalty goes the way of Bankstown for a voluntary roll ball. There's the signal from the referee. He's not throwing the toys out of the cot. He's just saying you rolled it with it before you were touched.
That's right. So here we go, Bankstown. They've scored a try, and then they've backed it up with a good defensive set. And now they've got to get the third part of the equation right and take it down the other end of the field. And they're doing a very good job here, Adam.
Yeah, punched it up over the halfway line. Fresh legs come on. They move it back to the right just to shorten it up. There's Azzy. He'll try and slow it down and just set it up. Now in the hands of Josh Bacchus. Back inside, Azzy again. He'll go to half. Pick and go, he tries to exploit the offside man, doesn't get the call his way. Interesting there. But Azzy really dominating and controlling that midfield for the Bankstown side as Central Coast roll up to the halfway line. 3 touches gone, player called offside, so they get extra metres on that play. That's Shelley again. He's done a lot of hard work, punching the ball through the middle. There's a good release. Ball away, and the referee is right on the spot. Jared Rayner-Badior once again. And that is on the back of the penetration. The offside player called, they loaded up. Casey Shelley does what he does best. Drove in, bent the defensive line. 1 touch, 2 touches later. Try time for Jared Rayner-Badior.
Yeah, and a beautiful step also by Neba we'll see here. He took him one way, big step off the right, and then timed the pass perfectly.
Perfectly. You can see the touch claimed by George Azzi, but the arms were up over the top. And nice release there for Central Coast. And again, on the back of it, they get a penalty. And now 8.5 minutes remain on the scoreboard. And it's Kane that pushes it forward. Kyle German now. That's him with the ball. Kane with the ball in hand. They're just going to try and slow it down in the midfield, leading 5-4. German goes to the line. Forces a pass there from mine, but the referee was saying that the defence wasn't moving forward. And you can see the on-field, the change of referees now. The referee that was off-field just came on and had a quick word with Hughes. Must have just been saying, I was calling you out.
Yeah, just explaining the decision there. But there's been a little bit of momentum shift in the last probably 60 seconds, and Central Coast be looking to go ahead by 2 here with Lennon with the ball.
Yeah, danger signs here, Lennon. Nice release from Lennon off the line. And that was Josh Moffat, thought he might have had an offside call there, but the referee says go back and play it on the 7. Moffat does just that. Here he is. Nice quick release, a wrap around, and then a little dummy. That's all it took. On fire, the man you spoke of earlier, the man with the hot hand, Chris Lennon.
Yeah, just sit back and watch this at home on your KO Freebies coverage. Here he goes. Really not much doing, little show and go, dive over.
You just saw that the defence on the inside just fell off, didn't they, really? It's a tough call there.
Yeah.
Does he have to go? Because it was beautiful positioning from, I think it was Josh Moffat. When he split right, that holds up that mid-defence, and he's in no man's land. He has to do one thing or the other.
Yeah.
He chose the other.
Yeah, you're definitely in the game of touch. You've just got to always have your feet moving. You just cannot clock off for even a millisecond in this game.
Especially against quality like this, as we see shut down defence from Lachlan Rayner-Battior. They're ahead by 2, but with 6.5 minutes, the 2-try lead, it's not enough.
Yeah. No, we can see that things change on a dime here, and if we've got Azzy there working with Bazunas, they could be right back
release.
in the game.
Bazunas straight to the ground, but the referee says the touch was on the money. Millimetres in it here in this match. As we say, millimetres, wrong blade of grass there. You had to move it across.
You did have to move it millimetres.
1 millimetre. But now it is in the hands of Bankstown again. Quick release, 1 metre out. Good dish off the ground. The dive for the line.
Another touch.
Yep. They collapsed beautifully there.
And again, we're seeing Adam. They're not afraid to make play that phase play and take a touch 2 metres out and try and still make the defence have to go back that 2 metres and try and slide in underneath them.
But the pass from the ground, Gab, that's a skill that's developed exponentially in the last few years. The speed of the game dictates accuracy required, and the way these guys can get the ball off the ground straight to the chest or low down for the diving play to extend, it's just outstanding.
Yeah, they make it look easy, but it's definitely not as easy as it looks. As we see, Shelley will probably just drive it straight in here.
Yeah, again, into the line. Long ball. It's going to be forward. The referees are right there.
So people watching at home here, what we're talking about with Casey Shelley is he's just driving in between two players and giving his players around him an opportunity to run their play, and it's probably a undervalued skill in the game, isn't it? But sets up many a try.
The top teams have a Casey Shelley.
Yep.
Somebody in that role that can just punch in. And as you said, between defenders, they run at spaces, not faces. They turn people's shoulders, and that's enough sometimes to create that little bit of space out on left or right.
Yep.
And that's something Casey certainly does. As Central Coast reset 15 metres their own side of halfway. Looking to come to the sub-box, they just take it forward now. And there's a man, Luke Kane, that can have something to say here as another one comes in Lennon. So many talented touch players out here. Ball back inside. That one gets away from Lennon.
Yeah, and the clock's becoming a bit of a factor now, Adam. As we look up, there's a bit under 4.5 minutes to go. Central Coast are out by 2, and that can become a factor in, how you have to, how much you have to offload the ball. As we see Hughes there,
big touch. I think that was it Ollie Jones or Kyle German that made that touch? It might have been Ollie Jones, and it was a clutch defensive effort. Now the ball comes out to the left-hand side. Pick up and go from Zach Bazunas. Bazunas that time doesn't get the call his way. It was a late pass. So now time here for Central Coast to soak up some minutes. They're going to drive. A couple of touches up. Now they come to the sub-box. Lennon skips away, gets numbers on.
Yeah, he's doing the work at both ends of the field, Chris Lennon. We see they're coming off for a well-earned sub. But, yeah, it just doesn't stop. You got Moffat and Kane, and here we see we got Luke Moffat slicing
over the line.
Looks like it's to his brother.
We'll get there. What's the referee going to say? Yep,
sure
he
is.
points to the spot. And Moffat to Moffat.
Yeah, they'd have practiced that one, obviously, growing up. And
in the backyard?
In the backyard. That would have been... It looked all too easy, but as you said, it's a super skill. Somebody fell over. So Moffat's run through and very patient there, Adam, just waiting for the right play, and he ducked around behind, right near the corner. No conversions in touch, so it doesn't matter where you score him.
Interestingly, Luke, as he picked up from half, when the man fell down, he was actually trying to go that way and then went, I can't.
The gate's open the other way.
I have to go back the other way, and that's heads-up touch footy, and that's the difference between the top teams and those that are just trying to earn their stripes. As we see Bankstown back on the attack. Daniel Stone, again, putting himself in space, but good defence from Central Coast. 2.5 minutes remain here. 7-4 now for the Coast. And they have the ball on their own 7 metres, and they're not finished yet.
No, they're not finished yet. They want to get the ball away from their own line, complete their sets down the other end of the field, and, make it easy for themselves in these last few minutes. Because all these teams got more games today, Adam, so you can't use up all your juice in game 2 of the day.
State Cup, it's a strange beast. 30 minutes, straight games, no half-time. A few games back-to-back in a day as we see another quality ball from Lennon. But that time couldn't quite get the mark. tried to kick it up with his back heel, but we don't pay those ones in this sport.
No, but it would have looked good.
It would have looked fantastic on the
Ronaldo-like
KO freebies from our men and ladies on the Bar TV cameras.
And they've got to throw the kitchen sink at him now. They've got to come up with, as we see, a little error in the roll ball, and that's going to happen when they're desperately trying to get back into this game in a near impossible situation with under 2 minutes to go.
Good drive once again, this time over towards the sub-box. Jimmy Niebel it was that time. And here's Shelley again. Back in the hands of Josh Moffat. Shelley.
They're happy to chew up a bit of time there,
Adam,
aren't they?
absorb some seconds here on the clock.
I've seen his dad Darren do that a few times over the years.
Oh, the master. Absolute master. There's a little pump. Just held up the defence. Looked to go short, then hit long, and it is Shelley rewarded for all of his efforts. Just a nice straight hole run there for Shelley. We've talked about how he runs into defence in straight holes, but that's a great execution. Here, we see that little pump, and then
that's a beautiful pass. That was Kyle German there. You wouldn't see better than that. Double pump. Who am I hitting? Yeah,
you
brought
just
two defenders in.
Brought two defenders. It just held up that middle, and then the link had to shut in as well. And Casey Shelley, it looked easy. Again, as you said, it's regulation for these guys. They just hit the hole and wait for the ball to hit them on the chest, and German's pass did that for Shelley.
And it's been such a good game, an exciting game, and was close up to probably the last 5 minutes. And we're in the last minute and dying stage of the game, and it's skipped out to 8-4 in the blink of an eye, Adam.
And I think Bankstown have gone hard from the start. Central Coast have built into it, even though they led early.
Yep.
They sort of took their foot off the pedal a little bit, but they stayed in contact. And then as fatigue builds, Central Coast have been able to capitalise on that a little bit better.
Yeah, and we do see that a lot in these games, at the back end of games. Dominant teams kind of shine. We hear the hooter in the background, Adam.
Yeah, certainly does. And it is a convincing win in the end for Central Coast, on the scoreboard at least. Bankstown didn't take their foot off the pedal. They made Central Coast work hard for that victory. But 8 tries to 4. Well done, Central Coast. You can't take anything away from them. They certainly worked hard for that one.
Yeah, they're definitely a team to watch. As we said, they're a club on the rise and already had some success this tournament last year, and they'll be looking to go back-to-back. But Bankstown, great effort, exciting game.
Fantastic. And the action doesn't slow down. As you said, we've got a few more time slots here from Port Macquarie. All the pitches coming your way on KO Freebies. Sit back and relax. Go and take a quick break like we are, and we'll bring you all the action here from Port Macquarie for the 2024 New South Wales Touch State Cup.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
out the way, my feet want to go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
And we're here at Port Macquarie on a beautiful Friday afternoon for a men's seniors clash between Northern Beaches and Penrith. My name's Gab Rose and I'm joined with Jason Sanham. We're here together for the first time today, Jason.
Yeah, Gab, very excited to be here with you for this matchup. Penrith versus Northern Beaches. The men's division's been very even almost every game, going down to the wire, so hopefully we get a good one here.
Yeah, I'd say we'll get another exciting matchup, and it looks like Penrith are going to start with the ball. They're running right to left, and it's been a hot day today, and we're talking about weather conditions, but a little bit of a breeze at the moment, or at least in the commentary box, Jason. I'm feeling quite comfortable.
Yeah, there's a little bit of we're comfy in the commentary box. There's a little bit of like left to right on your screen, so as you see now, sort of in the face of Penrith, so you might see some of the long balls might be a little bit hard to control, but yeah, definitely a bit of a breezy change.
Yeah, so we see Penrith take the tap off there, and we've got Michael Capati with the ball. They'll be looking just to drive it up to start with, so you test out that defence in the first set of 6. Coming down here on the left-hand side. And if you're coaching the Penrith team just to start off this game, what would be your opening play, Jace?
Down here, I actually wouldn't mind them running a little bit, probably running a sweeper or something a little bit more lateral. I think they've been pretty good their first couple games, but maybe a little bit sort of like too straight. I think they've got good foot speed, so probably a little bit more width would be better for them.
Yeah. So they got an intercept there, Northern Beaches coming off there in their first defensive set, and they're getting the ball up quite easily. You've got another touch up their sleeve. We see them running into the line, and they're quite happy just to look and see what's happening. We see the number 5 there. We've got Reece Jones out, and they've gone behind the line there, the Panthers, and that's going to be ball down, Jason Stan, and that looked all too easy.
It did, and Northern Beaches, I was about to chime in and say, like, they haven't got the experience of some of the other men's teams, but if you give them opportunities, there's a lot of talent and they'll make you pay, and that was a perfect example of it there. Not a lot going on there, Gab, was there?
There wasn't much going on at all, and as I said, it's the number 7 that scored there, Luke Veschio, but looked like the Penrith players, defender just maybe took one step behind the line, and unfortunately that's one step is all it takes to get a try in our game, and Penrith take the Northern Beaches take the lead 1-0, Jace.
Yeah, pretty good start there. So Penrith, this is the sweep play. This is where I thought they needed to run a little bit more of that earlier. Forward passer out of the hands, but I think Penrith have sort of promised a fair bit, Gab, so maybe a little bit disappointing that they've gone down in their first 2 games, albeit just by the 1 try.
Yeah.
So they'll be looking to bounce back in this one.
Yeah, they'll be wanting to take a win away on the games on Friday, so you don't want to head away from Friday with 3 losses, but they'll be doing all they can to get a win here. But Northern Beaches, they've taken the early lead, and that's a good run there, but equally good touch by the winger there from Panthers. So he's in the game there, Chad McMillan for Northern Beaches. See them coming up the middle here. We got the number 12, Daniel Sagas, taking off from half, Scott Bradley, and a good touch there by the Penrith winger, number 77, Ashley Bryan. But they've finished it down the other end, albeit on this side of the field, so they'll get to their box relatively quickly, the Penrith Panthers.
Yeah, they'll be looking for more of a complete game here, Gab, because one of the things with the 30-minute games, and it's quite hot conditions, is you need to be mentally up and stick with it for the 30 minutes. And I think both their earlier games today, they're a little bit guilty of floating in and out of the game.
Yeah.
So they had some good patches, but didn't put together a full 30.
Yeah, we see a beautiful right foot step there, but well defended in the link there. Scott Bradley again for Northern Beaches, but that looked enterprising. Shane Lee off the right and looked for a little gap up the left-hand side. They're just testing each other out here a little while, Jason. As you said, it's probably game 3 for the day, and the conditions have been warm, so probably shorter warm-ups and trying to get your way as the game progresses.
Yeah, I think it's probably that 15-minute mark, probably about halfway through this game, where we'll see the sort of the fatigue set in.
Oh, he's caught it nearly in his legs. Just didn't quite get to play there. The winger had to come in, and it was a good pass, but it just probably needs to be about a metre, and then would have been another try there for Northern Beaches.
Yeah, need a little bit more wheat bix. So, yeah, about that 15-20-minute mark, that's when you're at your third game. You're sort of at that almost the 80 minutes in the sun, building up, and that's where you need your team systems and your drive and your patterns to sort of get over that hump. So
yeah,
we'll look for that later in the game.
And as you spoke about before, it's obviously a physical game, but it's very much mental, and you just cannot switch off mentally at all. Do we see here the three there? We got Beasley Rose looking for something. There's a try. Penrith, we've evened it up 1-1, and again there didn't look to be too much doing there, but they found a gap out in that left link hole, Jace.
Yeah, Penrith, they've been showing that if they get the opportunity, they can make you pay. There was a nice quick dump there. I think it was Rossini. Yep. Nice little quick ball from the ground, and then a really good hole there by the link. Actually moved up nice and flat, which made it very difficult for the Northern Beaches winger to get a read. So very well executed there, Gab.
Yeah, it sure was. And as you said, Jace, he hit the ball nice and flat, so he only then had a couple of metres to get to the try line. So 1-1. Shaping up to be a good game. We're about 5 minutes into this afternoon clash here. Beautiful wrap ball, and that's just going to be all too easy for Northern Beaches. They've hit that straight away through Wayne Anderson. It was just a simple wrap, Jace.
Yeah, it's a little bit disconnected there. Normally what we like to see is that if one player comes in to help, then the other players come in with. So the middle players come in, but the link and wing haven't, or there's a bit of a delay in the end there, and then the link end up coming in and not the winger. So the short ball was on for an easy try, so a little bit disconnected.
Yeah.
So that'll be something Penrith will need to correct if they want to get the result here today.
Yeah, and when we're talking with kids, when we're coaching, it's like a rope. You don't want to break the rope. So if one goes in, you kind of got to go in behind them. And as you said, it was a little bit disconnected there. So Penrith will be looking to strike back here. We got the 14 in Shane Lee working. We've got a sweeper play coming around. He's taking it on the 7, and that man we spoke about, Lee, did a bit of a dive into the pool there, trying to get over the top of the defenders, but no such luck. Northern Beaches back on the attack straight away. They're looking to shift the ball automatically straight out wide, and they're getting some success down there, Jace, with that hard running down their box side.
I think so. Really good feature of their game. Like, that'll serve them well if they can keep doing that, especially, as I said, when the fatigue kicks in. If they get that good drive, Penrith in trouble here.
Yeah, he's got him behind the line. Just needs to get the ball down quickly there, the winger, and he's done so. Oh, no, he's given a late pass here, the referee. Possibly off the touch before, maybe. So Penrith saved one there, but it looked like he went through very easily, the number 13 there, Chris Arnold.
Yeah, I think it was in the lead-up there that the touch was made. It might have been the number 14. It might have been the previous play because it looked quite clean at the end. But Penrith live to fight another day, and they're still in this one.
Yeah, they sure are. It's 2-1 on the scoreboard here this afternoon, and Penrith going to make the next touch probably just bang on halfway on the New South Wales State Cup logo here. They're driving it forward, and that's 6th touch. I don't think they actually may not have heard the ref's call on that last touch. We've seen somebody fall down. It's all happening out here this afternoon on the stadium, but he's recovered well, the Penrith number 96. And we see this is the plays they like. They're just driving it out to that right-hand wing and then bringing it back to the middle and seeing what they've got. They're looking no holes here at the minute, Jace.
I think so. I'm actually pretty impressed with Northern Beaches here. I wasn't expecting them to be as fluent in Game 3, but they're certainly showing that they can match it with the more fancy Penrith team.
Yeah, and that was McMillan there from Northern Beaches, tried a little sneaky dive over, but Penrith are up to it there, and this is a better set by Penrith. They're running harder, Jason. You see they're making a lot easier metres this set.
Yeah, Penrith definitely got a lot of ability. Just as I mentioned, they're sort of floating a bit in and out of games, and it's only 7 minutes in this one, but we've already seen little, 1 or 2 sets of really classy footy, and then maybe 1 or 2 sets with errors so they've got to be a little bit more complete.
They've got a chance here. It's a beautiful pass, and it's Rossini that's kind of the orchestrator here from the Penrith team, and he's going one way, coming back another, seeing where he can find the gap, and he's definitely one to watch for the Penrith team.
Yeah, there's a lot of class there. Good to see Ben Moylan and Nick Good there having a run for Penrith as well.
Yeah, we love seeing some of our stars of our game, and As we see here, driving through the ball, and Northern Beach is going to go straight through here. That's the same man that did that earlier in Chris Arnold, and he's showing some good talent coming through from acting half, and players in front of him getting the dump down cleanly and making an easy passage for him on the way through. We see here again, Penrith have got a penalty here, 7 metres out for their line on the far side of the field. They're going to take it up through the middle. There's Rossini there just dishing off, and here we come back towards the box. They're doing a good defensive set here. You can see them pressing up in defence. Jace, Northern Beach is trying not to let them into their own half. And they go there, little flick behind. Oh, he's going to give 6 to go. Oh, what's the ref going to call here? It's going to be a penalty to Penrith. An offside, so he's tapped the ball accidentally forward to the other Northern Beaches player. And it's tempting when the ball's right there not to catch it, and you don't want the Penrith players to get it. So penalty here, Penrith. About 20 metres out from the Northern Beaches line. We've got Beasley Rose there, just dishing off to his link. Back, they're just taking their time to work out what play they're going to run. And that was Jared Farkas, but they've unfortunately given away, and they might need to go a little bit more direct and just run something, try and condition the defence. Come back for another play, Jace.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good run in their legs for late in the day, both teams, so pretty good to see that. And as I said, Penrith are asking lots of questions. So
So we're seeing here, speaking of running speed there, it was the number 7 from Northern Beaches, Luke Vescio, driving into the line. Change over there. There was a drop ball. So Panthers have got the ball here on the halfway line, coming back to their box. They'll be getting some fresh legs on us. We see Ashley Bryan, the winger, out here for the Panthers. There's Michael Capatti. Working here, they're pointing there. And he's taken off, and that's a beautiful pass. Oh, and the winger out there for Northern Beaches has gone for the ball. And it's going to be 6 more touches for the Panthers. And a stroke of luck there, because it looked like the ball was going to ground, but the winger went for the intercept and unfortunately couldn't catch it there. So another fresh set of 6 here. They might try to run a few little plays in the middle, bring the defence in, and then potentially look out wide. Here we see here the number 97, Joel Hall, taking it in. He's come up for a pinch touch there, 15 for Northern Beaches, Scott Bradley. There's a bit of confusion here. The ref's not sure. They're going to call play through, are they? It could be a try here to Penrith. So we'll wait and see what the decision is. Oh, he's gone behind the line. I'm going to say they're calling a try there, Jason. Panthers have come up with a try really out of nothing. The 15 from Northern Beaches, Scott Bradley's got the hands in the air. I'll need to have a look at the replay to just see how all this unfolded, Jace.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Scott Bradley's not happy, but I don't know whether the first time we've seen that. I think the referee's got him for going up, for leaving early.
Yeah.
Because he did get back to the line. So what will happen, the referee will call you to hit the line, which Scott actually did on that occasion. But if you've left the line before the play happens, then you're offside, and that's what happened on that occasion. So a nice play by Penrith to listen to the referee.
That's
Sometimes
right.
you stop and you don't pick up on it. So
yeah, it was smart play by the Panthers and takes the score back to 2-2 on the scoreboard here. And it was Joel Hall, the 97 for Panthers, that scored that try. As we see a dump close to the line. And they've thrown the Hail Mary across the top, and it looked like potentially that one was a bit more than flat, Jace.
Yeah, I think so. So pretty good hit back by Penrith. I got myself confused earlier in the call with the men's and the seniors, but both their teams have had narrow losses in their first 2 games, so I got myself a bit twisted up. But I think the Penrith team are really looking to finish the day with a win. As you mentioned, you don't want to be going 0-3.
No, but they're going to have to get on their bikes out here. You can see Rossini making a charge out to that left link because there was a turnover while the Penrith Panthers were still making some subs out this side, but they managed to recover. We see here Northern Beaches just holding the ball up there. Ethan Barula. And now they're going to make some subs. So we see a little halt in play. And for our viewers at home, Jace, explain what they're just doing there while they're holding the play up.
Yeah, I think they were making some changes there, if that's what you're referring to with the Northern Beaches. So we'll just come back to it maybe because we've got a try there. Maybe.
Yeah, that's a ball down. Reece Jones for the Northern Beaches takes them back out to 3-2. And again, it was a dump close to the line. We'll see it on the replay, Jason.
Yeah, so it was a second phase dump. They were only a metre out. So the Penrith defender there, the number 1, I think it was Rossini, sort of ended up trying to get in the passing lane and stick his hand out to save it. But in the end, it was a really good second phase play. And back to what you were saying about holding up the play for the attack, it's not always, 100 miles an hour. Sometimes if you haven't got your players on, if they're making a change, or if you're trying to set up your, like your attack is in a good shape, you might sort of slow it a bit up. So that's what we saw there before.
Oh, beautiful to pass back on the inside, and referees called a try. Good honesty there from the Northern Beaches player. And it looked like it might be the number 14, Shane Lee, that's got the bickies there.
Yeah, nice sweep there around the outside there. I think it was it Brian coming around the back there? Or Mears, I think it was. But the really good play, and that's what we were talking about a bit earlier in the call. I think the Penrith team, when they're running sweepers, when they're asking questions, that's when they look their best. I think not always the static or that that quick release play is always the one you need to go to. And and they do look good when they've got players in motion.
Yeah, so 3-3 by my reckoning. Our score is here this afternoon between Northern Beaches and Panthers. We see here there's this little rooster play, and they're gone behind the line again, Panther. They've got to be careful of that. That's happened a few times. It's hard enough to defend when you hit the line and go up, let alone when you're giving him a bonus step. So we see here they've recovered well, and he's off and running, but touch has been called. He's asking who touched me. Thought he was off for the prize there. Sean Williams.
Yeah, I think it was the number 9 there for Northern Beaches, McMillan. What was really good, you mentioned the rooster or, the bump and run play where you come onto it like you're doing a settle really fast. But what he did well is he had the ball in 2 hands while he was running fast. So, the defence wasn't sure, is he going to pass, is he going to dive? So, some pretty good skill there on show.
There we see Rossini taking it up the middle. Now they're going wide out here. Dropping it back in. We got Noah Mears there. That's Mears with the ball now, and it's beautiful long ball out to the wing. He's going to try the in and away. That was Deja, and he might give... No, they've still got one touch up your sleeve. So we'll see. I'm assuming they'll try and feel. They're going a little sneaky blindside play there, and they nearly caught him out, but Northern Beaches recovered well, and they've got the ball back about 15 metres shy of their own line, Jace.
Yeah. Pretty impressive, the speed of the game as well. We, sometimes we sort of forget, we've got the... it's a really quick game as it is, and then these players are all seniors, so it's not like they're 18 running around jumping out of their skin. So all the players out there are really fit,
Oh, it's impressive.
And athlete, and just the speed of game just keeps getting quicker every year, whether it be 20s, opens, 30s, 40s. It just keeps getting quicker.
Yeah, and all the way up to 60s. This weekend. So, all the players are doing a good job, and recovery and nutrition and their hydration, everything's extremely important. As we see a beautiful pass right to left, it was Chris Arnold through the pill, and you won't see better than that, Jace.
Yeah, super pass there, and that's actually into that top corner, which is a little bit hard with the wind at your back there, but you'll see that he ran right to the line and really followed through on the pass with the spiral, which is really hard to keep that backwards. Have a look here. He's really given it a good rip to keep it back, and a great finish there in the corner. So, have you got Northern Beaches out by 1? I think
do.
Our scoreboard might be a little bit behind us at 4-3.
I've got 4-3 Northern Beaches at this point over Panthers, and we're still got 13 minutes left in this clash, and it's anybody's game at the moment. They're just settling in. We're just over halfway. And there's still plenty of tries with plays like we just saw from Northern Beaches. As we see a sweeper play here, we've got Jared Farkas, and he's going to throw a beautiful ball as well, but it possibly, just went in front. As you said, Jace, there's that breeze coming from left to right, so the direction there that the Panthers player was passing.
It's a hard pass to throw. That's why I thought the previous try was so impressive from the Northern Beaches, because it was a really good ball backwards. And, I mean, you mentioned, it's hard out there. You don't want to be going 0-3. Do you think the scoreboard or the results play on your mind if you're Penrith? You've had 2 narrow losses.
Yeah.
Now you're down by 1 again with 10 to go. Do those negative thoughts start to creep in a bit, like you're going to be 0-3, or not so much?
I think it has to. As we'll just say here, we've got the number 5 from Northern Beaches. Speaking of beautiful passes, it threw it to Michael Dalton, and they've skipped out to 2 there. It's now 5-3 on our scoreboard to Northern Beaches. Run us through this one, Jace.
Yeah, the dummy half just went slicing through the middle, and as you know, the dummy half can't score, so he had to show really good patience. And then he's got 2 options where he can either, just look at the replay now, he can either rip it to the winger or he can run along the in goal. And he's actually weighed up the situation well, because he's seen the open winger and thrown the long ball. So pretty good combination of skill there. Footwork, scoop, and the long ball.
Sure was, and as you said, third game of the day, and that was Reece Jones that went slicing through the gap there, summed up his options perfectly, and found Michael Dalton to take the score out to 5-3 to the Northern Beaches. They really need to be next to score here, Penrith, Jace.
Yeah, I think so. So, and as you mentioned, you think it is playing on their mind a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, it would have to be now. We're into the, coming into the final third of the game. As you said, they've had two losses coming in to this game, and Northern Beaches they're still running hard. Northern Beaches, and they're going to be hard to stop from here with, running legs like we're seeing at the moment. Somebody here might just need to make that touch. That's Jonathan Huskins. Here we go. They've settled it down. They're going to make some more subs here. We see Huskins with the ball again.
Yeah, I was just trying to see if I can pull up the results. I know Northern Beaches were 1-1 coming into this one. So it'll be interesting to see in the men's senior division who's going to sort of stand up and be the dominant team sort of coming into Sunday.
Oh, nice little pass back by McMillan, and a really good touch there by the link from the Panthers. Had to be made. We would have seen Donlan in for a try.
Yeah, so Northern Beaches can't be far off it.
No.
I think Penrith may be a bit unlucky if they aren't able to come back here and they end up 0-3. Probably not a little bit unlucky because they have been in these games. Like they're in this game again.
Yeah.
Just the odd mistake there, Gab, we're seeing.
Yeah, they're certainly in it, but we're going to see a penalty here. They'd lost the ball 7. I think he's saying 7 on the field. So instead of a changeover, it's now a penalty. And we'll see Wayne Anderson take the tap. And they've got a full set of 6 here, Northern Beaches. We've got Tim Donlan at acting half. They're working something there, McMillan. Speaking of McMillan, there he is. There's that play close to the line, and they're just going to have a 2-on-1 situation. As we see an intercept there. We see Callum Wilkins from Panthers. He had to go in and either get the intercept or knock the ball down, or it was going to be another try to Northern Beaches, which Penrith just cannot afford at this stage. So we see here we've got Donlan take it in with Anderson. McMillan, and he's called ball down, the referee, and McMillan's added a try to his score and takes the score out now to 6-3. Northern Beaches over Penrith.
Yeah, they're starting to kick away there. You'll see the dumps just outside the 7 there. And it's that McMillan, because he's throwing some of those good long balls earlier in the game, then the defence is sort of hanging off a bit, thinking he's going to throw long, and he's also shown a full set of skills with a great dive there. So Northern Beach is starting to firm up as maybe being one of the strong teams in this men's seniors or the men's over 30s division. Like there was a little bit of talk around about Central Coast being strong. Yep. I'm interested to see how well the Sharks go actually, because I've heard some good things about what's happening down there, and then of course there's Wollongong and Bankstown, and
it's a really good division, isn't it? Yeah. So as I said, I wasn't too sure what to expect from Northern Beaches, but I'm walking away very impressed in how they're playing. We see here Panthers just holding it up. They need to get a try, and they need to get it quickly. As we see the number 3 there, we've got Beasley Rose looking for some type of gap through there, but nothing to be found there. Northern Beaches, their defence is really tightened up as well in this last few minutes, Jace.
I think so. I think they've sort of grown into the game, and they've probably seen the finish line. Thinking, well, we're at the end of the day, number 1. We've got 2 of the 3 wins. I think they only went down by 1. I think it was the Central Coast. So they'd be pretty happy with their first day's work, and they'll be in the mix come Sunday, won't they, from what we're seeing here?
They sure will. And there's that man that got through before, Reece Jones, and he's done it again. And again, he just sliced through Reece Jones. Game 3, last 8 minutes of the game, and he's still running extremely hard.
Yeah, again, we're seeing that dump scoop on the back of the drive. So if you can imagine, you're at game 3, hot conditions, you're running backwards a good 40, 50 metres there on the fly, then right on the end of it, you get the number 5 there, Reece Jones, with his footwork. It's really hard to defend, and got into the in goal, and a great finish. I think it was to Sagas.
Yeah, it was Sagas that got the try there, and it skipped out to 7-3 at the moment. But the key difference is the way Northern Beaches are running into their box and out of the box there at speed. And then you're right, Jace, they're getting that strike dump off the end of it, and speed players like Jones just going through, as we see a beautiful try there. Great pass by Shane Lee. And it looked like it might have been Noah Mears that got the try there. So they're back in the game, 7-4 now. Beautiful pass here, Jace.
Yeah, again, we're seeing that sweeper. When when I was referring to it earlier in the call, I was actually talking about the men's open, but it's something that we've seen throughout the club with Penrith where they're quite strong at their direct running, and I think when they do throw in those sweepers, like we saw it earlier with the men's open and here in the men's seniors, that's when they look effective. I think that's their second try off that, but they do look dangerous when there's players in motion. So they have the ability there, but maybe just a couple sort of rungs off the Northern Beaches team, who look a little bit stronger here today.
Yeah, they definitely have the potential and the skill set to get these tries. We see a little sweeper play here, working in and out and off to his winger. There's really good play there by Chris Arnold, but a touch there affected by the Panthers winger. Still a couple of touches here for Northern Beaches. So the score's 7-4. We've got about 6 minutes to go. You're watching the action on KO Freebies this afternoon. There's McMillan, and there's, you spoke about that long pass that he has the ability to go, but again, probably just a metre short for his winger on that occasion, Jonathan Huskins.
Yeah, I think they're going to take some stopping. I didn't have the opportunity to watch them play Central Coast earlier, but Northern Beaches seem to have a nice array of attack, whether it be the scoop in long ball. We saw a couple bump and runs, or the rooster as well. So I don't know, they're going to take some beating. I'm interested to see how good Central Coast are. If you know.
Yeah, that's what I see. If we've seen Northern Beaches, play really well this afternoon, and as you said, Central Coast beat them earlier in the day, and they've got another fresh set of 6. Panthers had an error coming out of their line. We see that man McMillan again, working with Chris Arnold. They're going behind the line, and that's a beautiful pass and a great take. Jonathan Huskins kind of had to roll into it, but he's come away with a try there. Takes the score to 8-4, Jace. And there's a number of players that are doing these skills here in this game for Northern Beaches, Jace.
Yeah, it's a really good long ball. I think you said it was Arnold. I wasn't even expecting that because McMillan actually did the dump. So they're showing that they are strong right across the path. They're not like a one-man team.
Yep.
And also, like, the thing that's been impressive is it is game 3. I know I've sort of been labouring the point a little bit, but it's really hot and sticky today. I think high 20s or 30 degrees, and playing 3 games is tough. So the fact that both these teams are full of running come the end of Friday is really impressive.
Yeah, it sure is. They'll definitely need the ice baths and some rehydration this afternoon before they have their dinners. We see Panthers here getting out past the 7 there, Central Coast. We've seen an intercept try, and it's a long way to the try line, but he's got legs running. We see the Panthers defender. He is not going to give up, but I think the line's going to come up too soon. Looks like it might be Corey Whittaker that's got the length of the field intercept, but an excellent chase by the Panthers defender.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. We're talking at the end of Friday. We've got an intercept here. He's run the best part of 70 metres, and how about this chase from the winger? It's just showing the athleticism that probably you would have, a few years back you might have only seen in the men's and women's Premier League, but now we're seeing it in the men's and women's seniors and in the Masters all the way up. That really, really good athletes, and
he wasn't going to make it easy for him, was he? He was not going to let him jog to the line. He had good speed there, Whittaker, but as we said, an equally good chase by the Panthers number 23 in Callum Wilkins. It's all about those efforts. You might not get him today, but tomorrow the same effort you might save a try.
I think so, and I think poor old Whittaker would have been annoyed. He's chasing me. I'm going to have to run harder.
I know, nothing worse when they keep chasing. When you think we see there had a shutdown there by the number 15, who does like to snipe in the touches. Scott Bradley there, the link for, but he's again. It could have been he's left the line too early. Same player that we saw before.
Same as before. Yep. Yeah. Bradley's had a pretty strong career out there. He's been playing originally with Manly, and then Northern Beaches has been a very strong player, and he's a couple of times he's probably reading the play a bit too...
Yeah, a little bit too fast.
Too fast, so might need to slow down a little bit. Otherwise the referees will be on his case.
No, he's called the touch there, but he was acting half, so it's a changeover early in the touch count there. They'll be in no rush here, the Northern Beaches. There's a bit under 3 minutes to go. It's 9-4 on the scoreboard. They just want to complete their sets and take it down to the other end of the field, Jace. They don't need to do anything silly here.
No, not now. They've actually grown into the game very impressively. It's been really good. I thought at one stage there it could turn into a bit of a try-for-try type matchup. And, I thought Penrith may have even been the stronger, but Northern Beaches have just kept taking strides and got better as the longer the game's gone.
Yeah, and they keep going back to the well. It's a beautiful put down there by the number 11, Michael Dalton. A bit of a roly-poly at the end, but again, they're just driving the ball through the middle and, going back to that well and having success in it. We see them take off from half again, Jace.
Yeah, and it's on the back of the drive, and it's one of the hardest things, whether it's the under 12s all the way to the over 60s. You mentioned one of the great things about our game. Actually, 10s. I got that wrong. Haven't we? Start at 10s, I think. All the way through is that if you're able to attack on the back of the drive, like you're rolling down the field, the defence haven't got time to talk to each other to get set, so it's really hard to stop. So.
Yeah.
That attack on the back of the drive is great stuff there from Northern Beaches.
Yeah, it becomes a forwards versus backwards game, and in that situation, forwards will win most of the time. As we see, there's a beautiful put down there by Penrith Panthers. They'll be happy with that. The number 96 there, Luke Dick, looked like he's got a try there for his team and takes score to 10-5, but he caught the ball and put it all down in one action there, Jace.
Yeah, it was a really good finish. He's got a little bit of a Ben Moylan lookalike going there. He confused me earlier, but you mentioned that the link runner can be deep and charging onto it, or they can creep up flat. Yeah. And then, again, we've seen the link there being nice and flat, so it doesn't really give a chance for the defender to recover. So pretty good work there by the Panthers, showing they've got a little bit of life in them. They're going to keep playing.
Yeah, and it's a good pass there for the try assist from Michael Beasley-Rose there. So we see now they're coming back with a little sweet play down the side. And that looks like Bradley, the man we spoke about earlier, but he came in on the cover defender, the Penrith player there. So we're just under a minute to go. Scores 10-5. Northern Beaches have got it in the bag, and as you said, they'll take 2 wins out of 3. They'll be happy with their day one effort, Jace.
Yeah, very much so. And I think, having this stadium game where they were challenged early, that's going to serve them very well, because Penrith did show some pretty good skill early on. So I think they'll get a lot of confidence out of it, and excuse the pun with the Panthers, but they're going to go lick their wounds, I guess, and see what they can come up with, because there's still plenty of footy left, but a little bit unfortunate for them on day one to get close in a couple of those games without the result. Yeah,
they'll have a couple more games tomorrow, obviously, as we see the clock winding down on this men's seniors clash, where the Northern Beaches, we see one last attempt. That was Rossini there, but Northern Beaches snuffed that out. So in the end, that game ran away with it a little bit. Northern Beaches 10 over a valiant Penrith Panthers 5. And I agree with you, Jace. Northern Beaches is going to be a team to watch in this division.
I think so. Definitely look out for them on Sunday. And I think that's a good little sort of teaser into the next matchup we've got here on our coverage. I think it's West and Newcastle in the men's upcoming, so that's a nice little entree into that one.
It sure is. The main course next, as you said, a men's open clash between West and Newcastle, so don't go anywhere on your KO freebies. It's going to be another great matchup.
You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. A beautiful Friday afternoon. Day one of the action here for the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup. And this should be an absolute cracker here. Newcastle undefeated at the moment, including a big victory over one of the competition heavyweights in the form of the Parramatta Eels. So they're well poised here up against the West side, which are a little bit harder to predict in terms of their efforts so far game to game. They certainly took it to Penrith. And it is one of those ones where I think Mitch Walkerton, there's enough of an X factor in this West side that it's hard to tell what is going to happen with this team.
Yeah, good afternoon, James. Good afternoon, viewers. This will be a beauty. This will be very hard to predict also. Newcastle have, from what I've seen, have been running at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They have been extremely fast. Wests, you know, they are known for their toughness. They always compete. This will be a really, really good game, James.
Once more, there's quite a few players here who are representing Lebanon over in Nottingham not too long ago. A bronze medal winning men's open side, the likes of the Catalano boys, Bumellam as well.
Yes.
They've certainly been thereabouts. And for Newcastle, well, Jack Edwards. You take a look at the Australian Open side. So, you know, he's been in fine form. He was terrific in the country championships as well. The number 15 for Newcastle. He will certainly be one to watch. Newcastle will start with the ball here. Time on 30 minutes. Separating these two teams. Can Newcastle continue this wonderful start to this tournament they've had? Edwards now with the ball, bringing it forward. Drops it about 8 metres away, playing short side, and there's that rapid speed that Mitch was talking about. As Atkins is forced backwards here, having offered it away to Edwards. Then Atkins once more, appearing through the middle. Shuffles it on quickly now for Connor Edwards. And the two Edwards boys out there. Jack picks it up. Has a little look long, sends it that way. It might be a bit too big. Oh, well covered in the end. It might have been John Cashier who got out there in time.
That is a fantastic touch from Cashier. He had a lot of work to do. I actually thought Hugh Doherty was going to score there. Here comes West. Look at them running down the middle of the field.
Yeah, great metres here from West as they head up towards halfway. Good touches made there from Liam Squires. And he's done enough there, Squires. Yeah. I think he just held out the arm and forced that issue.
Yeah, he did. It was a good touch. He was in the right position. A little error, and Newcastle go on the attack with fresh legs coming on here.
So good field position here for the Newcastle City Knights as they continue driving forward up through the guts. Now turn back out to that left-hand side from Ehlers. Ehlers once again, short ball, quick catch and pass right on the money. Liam Squires, well, he's the man that forced the turnover, and he'll finish the set with a try.
That was really, really clever play there from Simmons. It's a middle dump with Simmons and Ehlers. It's an open side quickie. Quick hands. The link was a little bit late. Great hands from Botham. And as you sort of mentioned, Liam Squizzy Squires goes over and scores the first try.
It's almost fitting. Squire for the Knights getting the first try. We go back to the medieval times. It's a good start here for Newcastle after about 2 minutes of play. West with a bit of work to do here as James Blackwood brings it forward. Once more on the charge. Now Catalano looking dangerous.
Hello.
However, he's found the arms of Newcastle, and now the foot race is on. Good luck catching. Here's a good effort, though, from Sedoniri, but he won't get anywhere near him in the end. Too quick is Hugh Doherty, and back-to-back tries in quick succession for Newcastle.
Yeah, really, really good read. It was Catalano who was running the splitter play, and I think it was Sam Mitchell who got up and got a look, and he looked up and thought, I'm no chance of getting there, and made the wise decision to give it to Huey Doherty. So it's 2-0. Bang, bang.
Well, I think if Mitchell holds onto it here, Sedoniri might just get him because he was absolutely flying for West. But Doherty, talk about your flyers, away he goes. So now just 2.5 minutes gone.
And another error from West's.
Yeah, Newcastle have certainly capitalised on both those. Of course, the first one forced by Squires. That time the intercept taken from the hand of Catalano. It's now Atkins brings it forward about 20 metres away from the try line. Navigating through this central passage. Atkins once more That looked to be a forward pass. It's gone to ground anyway.
Yeah, they handled that quite well. There was Blackwood held his space. They're making their way to the box here.
Newcastle really jamming in, just trying to squeeze them towards that sideline. Once more, good pressure applied, this time from Botham. As now they take off, bit of speed here from Setaniri. Oh, Setaniri, I said he was quick. I didn't realise he was that fast.
Moly.
That is absolutely electric. Well, the turf might be a little bit burnt up after that one. Check the worms out there.
Oh, that's the sort of stuff you see in under 12s at Junior State Cup, James. He's got the ball in the middle of the field and he just goes, see you later. And he beats one. The covering touch comes from Floyd Ty. No chance. Wow. I hope he's in the dash for cash on Sunday.
Yeah, certainly hope so.
If his team allows him.
That will look terrific thanks to Rays.
He'll be very hard to beat.
Well, Setaniri, I mean, you know, we saw him nearly chase down Mitchell straight away, and they had to provide the pass for Doherty, and even then, it wasn't a sure run thing, and you're seeing why right there. He is electric. Absolutely. Last one now for Newcastle. They'll send it out to this right-hand side, just looking to kill the ball well and truly away from the west box, but yeah, you're right, Mitch. That is almost like watching under 10s. It's a simple case of we could throw a blanket over the rest of the team and let the fast kick go.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just what West Nord have needed. You know, they had a good defensive set there. They've got a good penalty here. They're rucking down the middle of the field. They're going to get fresh troops on. That's only touch 3.
It certainly brought them back into the contest, and once more they'll go back to the well, so to speak,
Absolutely.
and just try and put on the Jets. Now a little chance here for the run of Bitter. I'll roll it back now for JP Catalano. Oh, nearly found the right pass, but Doherty made a good read, jammed in.
Yeah, he's a very good winger, Hugh Doherty. But I think Catalano will keep trying that link hole.
It's a little bit of an interesting contrast with the two Catalano boys as well. For Junior, he tends to play at an absolute frantic pace, whereas for JP, it's a little bit more sleight of hand.
Yeah, both fantastic players and both have all bad luck. Oh, they've got a penalty there, though, James. Yeah, they both got their strengths and they complement each other very well when they get on the field together.
And you certainly would imagine that's a little bit of backyard footy, how those two different styles have developed.
Absolutely.
So they'll come back onto the 7-metre mark here, Newcastle, with about 5.5 minutes gone. 2-1 the score. West with the most recent hit back. Shown a couple of times here from Ty. Ty now hopping back in and acting half once more. Short delivery yet again. I think that ball's come free the grasp anyway, but the touch is made ahead of time by Bitter.
And great positioning from Catalano at link, stepping forward to help his middle as well.
So midway through the count here for Newcastle. Bouncing around is Howard.
Splitter.
Drops it down now. Howard cut out on this occasion. Well watched defensively. Only the eyes on his outside man there from James Shute. Didn't worry about the ball in flight.
Exactly what all wingers need to do. That's very good play from Shute. Oh, that's a terrible pass, James. And he's not what West needed.
Well, there's no real pressure there. Newcastle didn't even have a particularly high line.
No.
So an easy turnover now. Howard, as a result, can start to march across field, link up with those fresh players on there, and once more Newcastle can set up camp. Looking for their third try. Edwards back out there. So too is Connor Edwards, for that matter. Jack drops it down. Little wraparound play. Play on. He's called him through. He was offside. Never got the 2 feet back to the line. And that is really a case of eyes up footy. Play to the referee's whistle.
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's exactly right. When the ref says play through, you haven't made both feet, and he's correct. He did not have both feet on the line.
Not even close there from Bitter.
No, he can stand there and remonstrate, but he just didn't make it. And really well done to play through. That's the correct play.
Yeah, smart work there from Bailey Ritchie getting the try. So Newcastle re-established that 2-try advantage. As West once more on the attack here. Drop it down. Catalano looking dangerous. Links up again here with Bashara.
Great touch, Jack Edwards.
That's the brilliance of Jack Edwards. It's not just with ball in hand. He's a very tireless defensive worker as well, as Catalano brings it forward. Last one now. Bashara bombing long. It's a big pass, but it was well looked after in the end there from Liam Squires, who's had a really good start to this game.
Yeah, absolutely. That must have been a 35-metre pass, James. But very, very well handled by Squires.
Yeah, the only thing I can imagine there for West, just to try and improve on that position, is a little bit flatter with the delivery. It was a bit of a loping ball, but still a big one nonetheless, as Edwards now brings it forward. All running here. Ehlers scoops it up one-handed. Beautiful work. Ehlers looking for a little pass. Now, for mine, Catalano was never back on side. That could have gone either way, but He pulled his hands away from it, but I still feel like he impacted the play.
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, I think if Ellis had his time again, he probably would have tried to play out the back for the passive. So we'll see what he does when he gets up there next.
Now West with Ryan Goss, and then thrown away here from John Cashier. Goss once more. Last play now for West. Goss. Oh, big left foot step. Beat Ellis. Now sends it wide for Blackwood. Back off the right.
Luck.
There was probably an opportunity to continue going to that right-hand side there.
Yeah, I think so too. He could have kept running, but he didn't, and that's okay. He'll get another chance.
So now Newcastle up over halfway.
That's got to be it.
Touch made there from Barakat. Play on is the call here from the officials. They roll it down quickly again. Nice one-handed scoop from Connor Edwards. And now Blackwood takes the intercept. Well, if it was Senna Natiri, no one would have caught him.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it ended up in the arms of Blackwood, but a good read.
Fantastic defence from Blackwood. Up in the channel. You know, it'll make the Newcastle players, when they do want to throw that pass, oh, who am I looking at? Where am I vulnerable? Very, very good defence.
Now JP Catalano hopping in at acting half. Little short pass here for Bitar. Bitar goes wider still for Bumelum. And now JP once more. Floating a pass. What a ball from JP Catalano, and plucked out of the skies from Costello. Well, that is top shelf from West.
Oh, that's fantastic. It was a really good dump from Bitar just outside the 7, and he looked like he was going to go long, and he does the sinker.
Oh.
He holds the football like it's a tennis ball, and plants it down. That is so hard to do, that sinker pass.
Well, that's like watching the NFL with a wide receiver, the one-handed mitt, and I can tell you now it's a harder ball to take, this one. So Costello was something superb.
Fantastic.
Well, we knew it had to be pretty good to get through that Newcastle defensive line. It's exactly that. Oh, and once more, Blackwood has really found his bearings here defensively.
A split of QB, up in the channel, creating pressure.
It's been a great first 10 minutes for the neutral viewer. Hope you're enjoying it on KO Freebies. As now Edwards is caught 6 metres away from the line. Botham plays it quickly. Still a chance here with Edwards. Backtracking now. Nice aggressive line here from West. They play it once more. Still an opening out wide. That's where they go. An absolute ripper of a pass. I think they've called it forward, though, from Floyd Ty. I was watching his reaction. That was the quickest way to figure it out. Otherwise, Squires had another. But instead it stays at 3-2.
If you get the chance to look at it again, so he comes around on the sweeper, he picks it up. Oh, there's not much in
I've seen a lot worse than that let go.
So
I think out of the hands it's flat.
Because it's so hard to run away from where you're passing and then contort your body. So, bad luck, Floyd.
West certainly won't mind it, though, as they march forward now with Barakat. Drops it down. JP Catalano set up the last try. Finds another ripping ball. Oh, juggling act here. We'll sign him up for the circus. He's already produced something pretty special earlier. Setaniri nearly did it again.
He ran a late unders line, and I think he nearly caught Squires napping.
Well, there's one thing you can't substitute for. It's pace, and he has it in abundance, and it's causing a few issues here for Newcastle.
Speed kills, James.
Certainly does, as now Newcastle on the attack again. Jack Edwards drops it down, receives it back. Oh, lovely sleight of hand from Edwards. That was a tough ball to throw. Catch and pass in the one motion. Great hands as well out in that link position, and then well finished. A great team try from Newcastle.
It is. It's a Cindy play, and then they came back the other way with the two-step. Beautiful hands. Pass. Edwards to Mitchell to Squires for a nice dive into the corner.
Look at the pressure here from West. They were pushing up quickly, and Mitchell's pass as well was just as difficult as that of Jack Edwards. And as you say, it's a second there for Liam Squires. So 4-2. Geez, there's been some good tries in this game.
Yeah, and there's nothing in it. Like Setatari, if he moves a second earlier, he probably gets a hand or a body and gets a block. So that's what it's coming down to, like a second.
Now West once more looking to hit back. Blackwood will have a dig from distance. I'll say it's been a bit of a feature so far today. We haven't seen too many long sliding dives so far.
A lot of passing tries.
Even in the early morning session, there wasn't a great deal. When we've got that extra dew on the surface, that does make it a little bit easier for the players. But yeah, it's certainly something that I've noticed here today, Mitch.
Yeah.
It's a draw and pass now for Newcastle.
Just taking extra metres, playing eyes up.
Nice cycling of the footy as they continue marching forward with relative ease here as Connor Edwards now comes onto the ball. He'll then turn it back towards the middle for Howard. Howard floating it once more for Edwards. Up to meet him is Blackwood. Plays it about 8 metres away. Edwards trying to duck in between the two of them. I think they did enough though, Wes.
Yeah, they tried to run the punish play, but they're probably trying to run the punish play on, Blackwood, who's probably been the best defensive link in the game.
Well, he's certainly been reading it the best of any player.
Absolutely, he has.
So back to the 7 they go now, Newcastle. Quick release towards the middle. Howard floating it wide, and that's simply a case of trying to kill
the corner. Let's get some pressure
away from the box there at Newcastle.
For them to come out of their half.
Well, a little bobble there on the play the ball.
James.
They've got away with that one then. Blackwood certainly won't be drawing too much attention to it. He's just flicked it up and now continues on. Turns it back here for Catalano, who says, let's get expansive nice and early and try and test them for speed. I can tell you now, if Sedenari was out there, he would have done exactly that.
Absolutely.
Now they'll straighten up just a touch here with Lagos.
He's offside.
It looked to be the case, and Catalano felt the brunt of it. He's hit the deck here, and I can tell you now, if there's one thing about Catalano, he's one of the toughest players in touch footy.
He is as tough as teeth, James.
Yeah. Tough as a $2 steak, Catalano.
Absolutely.
Now about 10 shy of that halfway line. Short pass here for Botham. Nice little jinking run from him, picks up a few extra metres. Lagos out there just trying to slow things down a touch with a high press. Out they come now for Ritchie, who's got to try himself. Ritchie popping a pass, looked to be forward there to Edwards, and they were up very quickly. It was JP Catalano that time.
Really good read out there from the link. Lagos did, I think he made 3 or 4 touches through the middle, and then that enabled the link to be able to get up and help.
So JP brings it forward, followed up by Junior now.
Good rucking.
5 metres from that halfway line. Up they go, Costello.
That's got to be a penalty.
And once more it looked to be Edwards with a hand in there.
Yeah.
And that might simply be a case of benefit the doubt. When you know what Jack Edwards can do, you sometimes get the rub of the green.
Yeah, potentially. You've got to be stronger in your touches, but he definitely had his hand on the ball. Anyway, you can't always get all the 50-50s, James.
Certainly can't as we approach the halfway point in this match, and it's still very even here. 4-2 to Newcastle. Some real speculators in terms of tries as Edwards, nice quick release out to that left-hand side, but they didn't like the roll ball.
I don't think he stepped over the ball, is the ruling there, James.
We saw one picked up earlier for not playing it square. It was the only one I've seen so far today, but it certainly was a case of it being almost diagonal as he was playing it. So I think the officials have had a pretty good start to this tournament overall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is now JP. Scoops it up here and provides for Blackwood. JP yet again taking off. Good movement from Catalano. Bats it over the top. I think that might have gone forward. They're going to take it off them, I think. Yeah, they will.
Oh, bad luck.
It was a great one to watch, but it certainly went forward, the little bat on there.
Yeah, very hard to execute. He did the sinker pass again, JP. And unfortunately, the bat on has just gone forward.
Here it is here. And you can see it is forward, but it's only about a metre or so forward. It could have been a lot worse based on the situation.
Yep.
So 4 tries to 2 it remains. Newcastle still with the ascendancy. They've really played at a rapid pace, and Matty Richards, that's something that he was looking at coming into this tournament, was let's play with speed, let's work to our strengths, which is a very quick and quite a young team as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now Newcastle bouncing in with Howard. Howard takes off. Speak of the speed, finds support. Howard rips them up through the middle like paper mache, and Newcastle City, the Knights, have the sword and the shield out.
I was going to say, James, the next try is a big one. And then, as I was thinking that, a middle dump, Howard picks up the stutter step, gets free, and it's Fitzhenry who gets the ball down. And they know that's a big try to go 3 tries up.
So 5-2 now. Still plenty of time to go, so they're not out of this contest by any stretch of the imagination here, Wes. They like to be next to score, and they've got ball in hand now. Lagos is back out there. Pops a little pass, and now Costello. Watch for Catalano just hovering on this right link position. Hopping into that acting half now. Catalano looking dangerous. Oh, there he is. Right on cue, Catalano. A great sleight of hand, dug directly into the line, and then pops a delightful little ball around the corner.
Beautiful pass. You know what? I think I don't know him all that well, but he's very, very skillful. He's known as a hard runner and tough and that sort of stuff. At the World Cup for Lebanon, he was fantastic with the skillful play. Look at that ball. That is a really, really good try. Clever try.
It's a good point, Mitch, because one of the big focuses that, for anyone who didn't watch the World Cup, the talking point around Lebanon was how hard they were playing. They were taking it aggressively to the likes of Australia and whoever they came up against, perhaps knowing, we might not have the overall class of some of these, New Zealand and Australia sides, but through sheer energy, perseverance, they really dug in and got some of those results. But there was some beautiful finesse from the likes of Catalano.
Absolutely. I don't think he gets enough credit for the finesse that he plays with.
It's now restarted here for Newcastle, still with that 2-try advantage. Simmons floating around through the middle. Ehlers, good footwork again. Well, that name is synonymous with good footwork, certainly for the Hunter Western Hornets, with both the men and the women as well, for that matter. It's now Ehlers once more tries to take off. We've got time off here.
What have we got here?
We don't see that too often. There might be an issue here with the shorts, it looks like, for Ehlers. I can only imagine there's a tear or something. The referee pointing to the shorts. Ehlers has a look, says, yep, I understand, I'll head off.
I'm not sure. He might have to go to the gear steward or
Yeah,
maybe he's got some
blood
on his knees, maybe? I'm not sure, James.
That'll be an interesting one.
Oh, no.
And then an easy draw and pass. Howard with a yawning gap. Straight through he goes. And I think West were probably as distracted as we were about the whole Ehlers situation.
Yeah, I think so too. A little Packers play on the short side. Jinx in middle passes. And unfortunately, Blackwood, who's had a very, very good game, just switched off for a second. He knows it. And he wasn't there to help save his team.
Well, also a little bit of guilt there too for Nick Barakat, though. I think he might have overcommitted just a touch. They had 3 out there.
Yeah, not sure. It's always tricky. But that's a bad one to let in.
Especially when they just got themselves back in the contest here, Newcastle. So once more, they've almost got to reset things at 6-3. And with about a third of this match remaining, there is still time. But I dare say one more here for Newcastle would just about do it.
Well, there'd have to be a massive change in momentum, because right now it is all the Newcastle Night City touch.
Atkins now hops in an acting half, takes off, finds a little pass for Edwards,
that.
Basketball style, back over the top. That's classy from Edwards and Atkins.
Look at that, James. He picks up, he dummies with the little trail, and then gets a bat back straight at him. That is incredibly hard to do. Gets the ball. Oh, look at that.
And they fall like dominoes in the wake of it as well. This is a terrific one to watch as we slow it down yet again. Atkins, Edwards back over the top. Oh. And the brilliance as well here from Edwards is it's not even a tap-on pass. He actually has time to catch it and
release.
Throw it.
Well done, Connor. That's a beauty.
And this is play through as well now for West. And it looks like Costello has a second. So they just won't go away here, the Maggies.
No, they won't.
Again, it's that man Catalano finding a little pass. It's copped a deflection on the way through, so that's why that's play on. Here it is here. It's off the back of the head. It's a reverse falcon.
Yes.
Well, you don't mind how they come as long as they come.
They all count. So there's still 9 minutes to go. 7-4. They would have to be next to score.
Once more, they'll head wide, though. Out to Squires, who has a double already. Now for Sam Mitchell. Drops it down on the 7. Yet again looking dangerous. Oh, great line here from both of them. Now, he went all the way through, but he's actually run over the dead ball line. I fancy there's an advantage to come. Yep, there's the penalty. They just weren't quite back on side yet, but otherwise he was heading all the way out to Thrumster.
Yeah, he was.
For those who aren't familiar with Port Macquarie geography, that's the next suburb over. For all of our viewers here on KO Freebies, great to have your company. There's now Mitchell bouncing around. Good footwork from him.
They better be careful here, West. They're dropping.
And once more, there's a second one. So they've got to be very careful now.
Yeah.
Third equals someone being sat down. And they're just indicating there. You can see potentially sideline official just talking with the coaching staff there for West in the box. Now Mitchell. Little pass here for Atkins. He got the last try for Newcastle. A couple of dummies, and now once more for Atkins here. Drops it down. Ritchie receives it once again, sends it long. Good ball. Squires waits. Delightful stuff. Sam Mitchell on the spot. Well, that was like watching a game of chess there, but West were still playing checkers.
No, they were. They were totally outclassed there. Middle, quarterback, bombs long, Squires relaxes, catches, bat back. Well done. Really well set up.
All the time in the world here for Squires. Didn't panic.
No.
Geez, he's had a very strong game, Squires. He's made no mistakes at all.
He's been fantastic.
So 8-4 the score now. Believe it or not, they could still launch a comeback from here.
They could. There's 7 minutes is a long time.
Once more, though, they'd like to score this set, though. That's the simple thing. As JP picks it up on the last, takes off. Good run from JP Catalano. Looking for support. Pops a pass. Up into the air. Oh, that is absolutely superb from Lagos. Got above them like an AFL mark and dumps it down. And on the spot, try time for James Shute.
Wow. Newcastle did everything there. Catalano picks up, gets into dummy half. Look at the Newcastle players. They all find their own players. And then we've got a little tap. I don't think I've ever seen that before, James.
No, I haven't myself. In 5 years of calling this game, I haven't seen a try like that.
There he is. Shute's just standing there, and the presence of mind to then tap it on because he knew he was going to get touched. Wow, that's good. That's a really good try.
It's great wing play, too, from Shute, who realised there was no space there.
Absolutely.
Head back to the middle, become an extra option.
Absolutely. How good's our sport, James?
Terrific stuff. So 8-5 now. I'm just seeing the little nod from our producer here, who's certainly enjoying things as well. She agrees, Mitch.
Go.
It's good to watch.
Best sport in the world, James.
It's the game they play in heaven. I don't care what you want to talk about with Union and League. It's right here, baby. Up over halfway they come. Touch is made. No, called out of it, so play through. And Blackwood now picks it up.
They got to stop. Sorry, James. They got to stop there, which was important.
So now Blackwood once more. Quick release. Back to him. Drops it inside the 7. Don't see that too often. An awful fling out of acting half, though. Right into the waiting arms of Doherty. And that looked to be forward there from Newcastle. Play on for now, though.
Yeah, if he had his time over again there, he executes a little bit better.
And it was indeed forward, so officials haven't missed too much at all.
No.
This just might be the opening that West need here. So they've got the margin back down to 3. 8-5 the score. Another try here, and Newcastle might just start to feel a little bit nervous. And Blackwood.
They've said forward pass out of dummy half, James.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the exact issue that Newcastle came up with just a moment ago, as now Mitchell brings it forward, and Shute was almost looking to feign the touch there and get Newcastle for pulling out of contact. So they head up over halfway now. Ella's cut out on this occasion. Turning it back on the inside, Ella's now scoops. Lovely little short pass. Last one here, Ehlers, Edwards. That one might still be all right. Floated back towards Mitchell now. Play on for the moment. And then good scramble from West.
Yeah, good play. But, Newcastle have turned the ball over where they want it. They're going to make West go the length of the field. That's a good run from Lagos.
It's been very strong, Lagos, with his drive so far.
Well, he's in the emerging Blues in the under-20 squad, I know. And they think very highly of him, which is great.
And of course, it's a good time to mention that we do have State of Origin returning once more for 2025. Didn't have it the last couple of years.
Here we go.
Now Catalano takes off. Catalano looking for some support.
That's got to be a penalty.
Tinkering there on the dead ball line. And yes, I think they're going to have a little chat now.
This might be a professional foul and he gets time, James.
Yeah, and it might not just be a forced sub. He might go the other end completely. Well, no one's really asking the question, though, from West. If I'm one of those West players, I'm certainly getting in the referee's ear there. And I would usually say the whistle is final, but on these kind of occasions, it can help to have that little chat.
Yep.
Ask the question. So JP Catalano receives it once more through the middle. Lagos now takes off. Little no-look pass, Benji Marshall style.
They're deadly, these two.
Back here for JP Catalano. Drops it down. Costello with a double already. Catalano with a lovely floating sinker pass. The advantage will be enacted here, so they'll still have possession, Wes. Jeez, he's got a lovely little sleight of hand, Catalano.
Doesn't he? What? So hard for the link and the winger to defend that.
So restarted here now for Lagos. JP Catalano. He had nowhere to go there. That was a dead man walking type of play. Just cycling it out of this right-hand side. JP picks it up once more. Costello with that one hand yet again.
Holding the ball again like a tennis ball.
I'd love to see a measurement of his hands. He could probably hold a watermelon out there. Now JP pops a little pass. Costello rips it long. Good ball, but I think it may have just had a touch there from Squires. Yes, he got there in time. Wasn't forward, though. Static start on the last, though. So they might just try and kill it away from the subs box. That's exactly what Costello does.
Yeah, they did. So... they threw everything at him. Newcastle defended very well. Gave away multiple penalties, kept their line intact.
Well, now speed here from Newcastle down the sideline. I must say, we haven't really seen too much of Sedenary since he scored that great try.
We haven't.
With that kind of speed, you'd like to try and get him a bit more involved, as Howard now drops it on the 7 here for Newcastle. Passive out the back. Oh, both and with an around-the-corner ball. I think he would have been called back for touch pass anyway, but that one goes to ground.
Really good read there from Caccia, the winger. Identified it was a passive early, came in, forced the error.
JP now rolling it back, and if they are to potentially tie this one up, the win is now beyond them, though, for West. With under 2 minutes to go, they need to score this set and then score with the very next opportunity and maybe even try and take an intercept.
It's very wishful thinking. So
It
you're
is.
saying there's a chance.
I am Lloyd Christmas. Well, that will well and truly do it now, though. Just 90 seconds on the clock. Newcastle have done enough, but West gave them a scare at a few different points here, but, geez, Newcastle's campaign is building nicely, Mitch.
No, they look really, really good. They're running very, very hard. They're playing very direct. They look really, really good.
Off they go yet again here with Richie. Good speed now. Stops right on the dead ball line. I think that was knocked down there from West. Yes, it was.
6 to go.
So they'll get another set here. They're in no rush, West, either, to
Absolutely not.
give this ball back. They know the result is beyond doubt. And I'll tell you what, if you want to get your lips wet in anticipation, this is the big one up next. Doyalson take on the Central Coast. It's a grand final rematch, so don't go anywhere here on KO. As now Mitchell out to this left-hand side, turned away from Catalano. 45 seconds on the clock. Now pass here for Richie yet again. Little dummy. Mitchell, Edwards. Edwards still bouncing around. Cycles the footy. Great pass from Edwards. Oh, well read once more. That's Cashier. I must say, though, I think this has actually been a bit of a quiet display from Edwards so far.
Yeah, he hasn't really needed to insert himself. You know, they've sort of shared the tries around.
Yeah, that had to be a penalty there. Catalano not pushing up, and certainly none of his teammates trying to support that either.
Glacial speeds.
It's almost like the old slow walk when you don't want something to pass in Parliament. So now they come out to this left-hand side. Catalano chasing. Angle change here. Catalano is on the spot. Ball hits the deck. Doesn't find the arms of Edwards. And a cracking game here as we get towards the end of day one. A couple more matches still coming your way, but 8-5 at full time. An interesting one. I think we learnt not a great deal more about these two teams. We know Newcastle are quality. We know West are quality, but maybe it's those fine points that we still need to work on.
Yeah, both teams will be playing on Sunday, I would imagine. Both coaching staffs will, I guess, look at the video and then work out what they need to improve on, what they can do a little bit better. But, for mine, Newcastle have been very, very impressive today, James.
Yeah, great start for Newcastle. Undefeated on day one, 3 from 3. But I'll tell you what, we've saved the biggest, the best, the just about the last. It's the second last slot of the day. The grand final rematch from the 2023 State Cup. Up next, it's the Doyalson Dragons taking on the Central Coast Dolphins in the Men's Open Division.
Change, right? Well, what if you saved that spare change every time you made a purchase? Every coffee, every meal, every book you'll definitely read. And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you, automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie for the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup. And this is the mouth-watering contest that we earmarked well and truly ahead of day one. It is the grand final rematch between the Doyalson Dragons and the reigning champions, the Central Coast Dolphins, who will get first use of the ball. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action. We have been waiting a long time for this one. These two sides haven't really met since this time last year. Of course, there was a smaller competition out for the Hunter Western Hornets division, but in terms of the full strength and on the big stage, this is the first time in a year. And straight away, the Central Coast have let a try slip. It was on the offering there for Josh Moffat, but it goes to ground, Stanto.
Yeah, two absolute heavyweights in touch football here today, James, and I think both these teams have been a bit guilty earlier today in slow starts to the tournament. They've probably had one eye on this, match of the round here. So both have been good without being great in their first two games, and I think they've been getting ready to warm into this one.
I think you're spot on. Doyalson, of course, were really challenged by Bankstown a little earlier today, which was perhaps a surprising final score. Bankstown, for the bulk of that match, really looked like they would claim it. So Doyalson, they'll need to go to another level, and this is a good test for them on day one as Moffat grabs across to this right-hand side of the field. Now meterage here for Luke Kane, part of the Australian Men's Open team. Rolled back now with Waters. Gets involved once again. Scooped up here from Hemi Nebel. Nebel sends it wide. Doyalson, good pressure though, and Raina Badior had nowhere to go.
Yeah, Doyalson as well. I think it was the last game. I think they might have had a draw with Manly. So both these teams, like I said, they've sort of slow starters, I guess, into the tournament. But I think this is the one they've been had their eye on all day.
Good meters here from Lincoln Little, and a strike dump too. Jones off the back of it, looking dangerous. With a little tip up and then the bat on, with Central Coast getting out to meet them. It was Raina Badior, Jared that is, who was on the mark. And this will be a turnover here in favour of Central Coast. So a bit of a nervy start from both teams here.
Yeah, I think so. You mentioned though we've got a grand final rematch. Also, I guess adding to that, we've got Doyalson recently won the country champs, where Central Coast weren't able to compete in that one, and Central Coast went down in the Sydney champs in extra time to Parramatta. So a couple recent results that have sort of led into this one. Bit of a teaser, a bit of an entree into this big matchup.
And I guess that's where we've come up with the idea of perhaps the top three being Doyalson, Parramatta and the Central Coast Dolphins. So we certainly know that the form over the last year has been pretty consistent for those three teams. So now a short pass is provided here for Luke Moffat. So the two Moffat boys, and of course Chris Lennon was also part of that World Cup campaign in the Mixed Opens division for Australia. He's really grown in stature over the last couple of years. Here he is now. Drops it down. Moffat, quick release, tough one to take there for Josh Moffat. Bouncing around, back to the 7, gets the touch now. Then a really awkward roll ball. There's the turnover as a result. They just lost their bearings a touch there.
Yeah, they got a little bit lost there indeed. Dawson did a great job at being very active in the defence there, not sort of waiting to see what Newcastle were going to throw in at them, but instead getting really off the line. So some good early signs there for Dawson Dragons, but a mistake here opens up the door for Central Coast.
Yeah, forward pass there from Dafter, trying to find Thompson right at the advantage line. Score remains at 0-0. Just over 3 minutes gone as Lennon brings it forward. Now Moffat picks it up yet again. Finds a little pass here. Now for German. German still an option short. Oh, beautifully worked over the top from Luke Kane. And Josh Moffat is on the spot. He was a little bit quiet in that Vorden Cup Grand Final, but he started this rematch here with a bang.
Yeah, beautifully executed play there. You'll see that the Dawson defender comes up in the passing lane, gets in the way of the pass, but a beautiful floater or a sinker ball over the top there. You'll see there the dummy and then the little floater over the top from Kane. Superb play by Central Coast, and Dawson Dragons found wanting on that occasion.
Some metres now for Doyalson as they look to try and launch a raid once they hit this 7 metre mark. Drop down, Fitzpatrick sweeping around to that left-hand side. Good read, though, from Central Coast. Got up very quickly and shut down the time there for Eagleton. Has a little dummy now, grabbing a crossfield. Scooped up here from Alex Langbridge. Back there for Eagleton, but once more from Raina Badior. It's a nice high press.
Yeah, one of the things that Central Coast have really added to their game, probably in the last 12 to 18 months, James, is that they're really composed and they don't really worry about the scoreboard too much. They sort of play the game a minute at a time and really consistent. And I think that's been the difference, which has turned them, from one of those strong or, good teams into a great team.
Now Lennon finding a beautiful pass. What a ball that was, and then trying to just leapfrog. The work there of Langbridge. There was probably an opportunity just to head a little bit more sideways and opt for the flick pass, but tried to do it himself on that occasion. But they'll get a quick turnover here with 5 minutes gone. Central Coast with the only try so far through Josh Moffat. In good field position once again.
Yeah, a little bit uncharacteristic there from Dawson. We saw in I think it was the earlier matchup today, they sort of maybe not struggled, but they weren't at their best for the first 15 minutes. But I think Coach Banks made some adjustments and they finished strongly. So they might have to do something similar here because Central Coast appear to be sort of matching them so far.
So Thompson now out of acting half. Good movement here from Doyalson. Picking up plenty of metres. Rodimer brings it forward. As the sun begins to lower just a touch here at Port Macquarie. One-handed scoop now from Rodimer, finding a pass. It was well and truly forward. Oh, geez, they're going to say that the indiscretion there is off Central Coast for the knock-on, but the pass was forward.
I'm not sure. The referees they should be mic'd up, so generally the three referees will work together. So that one probably a little bit unlucky for the Knights on that. Oh, not the Knights, sorry. The Dolphins.
You've
on that
seen
occasion.
the blue and red there, Stanto, as Jones has a little crack at them. Good touch made here, though. Right through the middle. Back to the 7 they'll go. Ardita. Now pops it here for Jones. Rodimer wrapping around Ardita. Oh, had the big dummy and then squeezes through. This one's all cleared. And Kaya Ardita, well, we're used to seeing him turn on the afterburners for tries, but that was simple. He strolled over.
Yeah, very, very well executed there, and it's something we've seen throughout day one that Dawson, when they get repeat sets on the line, generally execute very well. Very well drilled outfit there. So a repeat set, another set of 6 for the Dragons, and Central Coast weren't able to hold them out.
Now Lennon, a little pass here for Lachlan Raina Badior, who opts in at acting half yet again. Lennon threatening to go long. Oh, finds a little pass, whacked on, and now a chance here for the finish for Ollie Jones. Turned away. German in at acting half. Short side raid. Can't link up, but still is able to kill the ball. Unfortunately for him, though, it is on that Doyalson side of the field, so that'll make the subset a little bit smoother here for them. So they get going yet again. Good metres, too. With the defender called out, it was Lachlan Raina Badior, and as a result, Sun took all the available meterage. 3 plays down, and now they're 10 metres into enemy territory. Eagleton caught now. Short pass provided yet again from Ardita. Last one. Thompson, passive, out the back. Beautifully worked. A chance here for the corner. I think they've done enough here defensively through the work of Nathan Cook. Oh, they're going to say he's cleared through. Well, this will be interesting to see again. I thought Cook got there in time.
Yeah, we might need to unpack this one because it did appear as though they were able to save it. We'll have a look here. Beautiful ball from Thompson out the back into a 2-on-1. The wingers turned and recovered with the dive. And it's probably touch and go. I'm not too sure. It could have easily have been called a touch. Could easily have been given the try. We'll watch it again in slow-mo. Super slow. And he's touched, unfortunately. But that's all right.
He's definitely been touched.
That happened so quick. That was in like a super slow-mo, James. So we've got to be a little bit fair to the players and referees. That happened so quick.
Once more, Moffat taking off. Funny little pass there. And then, looking for the intercept was Little, who collided with multiple Central Coast players there.
Yeah, I mentioned the Knights in error earlier. They were a little bit on the mind because Newcastle just had a strong, dominant display against West Magpies in this men's division. So we might need to add them to those, like the top 3 ranked teams that you mentioned earlier, Parramatta, Dawson and Central Coast. They could be ones to watch coming into Sunday.
Yeah, they've probably emerged now as the 4th favourite, if you will. Bankstown was certainly making a tilt at that. Still think they'll be thereabouts come quarter-final time. As now Thompson floats along and it's gone well and truly forward. But the wind has also picked up a fair bit here at Port Macquarie. That's worth mentioning.
Yeah, it's at the back of Dragons, so it would be left to right on your screen. So the most difficult pass is it'll be like if you're on the Dragon side, it's that right to left to that top corner screen. That's a hard pass with the wind at your back. But definitely favouring the right to left pass for Central Coast in this current configuration, the way they are now.
Good metres there from Richardson, now taking off as Hemi Nebel. Nebel finding a pass and then hopping over the attempted touch there from Rodimer. And they will say that Rodimer's got there in time. So 2-1 it remains. Doyalson in front of Central Coast, about 10 minutes gone here. 20 on the clock at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Now Ardita up over halfway. Good touches made here from Jared Rayner-Badior, but they've got a nice flow here. Langbridge floats it long. They'll come back, though.
Yeah, the referee ruling that the defender was onside there. And I think the speed of the game here, James, has been really, really top-notch level, so they haven't disappointed. And both these teams are giving us a bit of a taste of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow and into finals day. So, great matchup.
Lennon now hopping in at acting half. Little ball here for Cook. He's coming off his wing looking for some work. German straightening up the attack. Quick release now once more for Luke Kane, jinking around. Popping little pass. Unfortunately, there's no kicking allowed in touch. Boot came out. And Kane, I think he'd opened up a little bit of space there, but almost confused himself in the end.
Yeah, now they've got a little bit of defence to do. This is where Dawson are at their most dangerous. As we've mentioned, the repeat set, but also on the back of the drive, they look pretty sharp. But the Dolphins have been able to hold them out on that occasion, but they've earned the penalty. So this is the set. This is the big challenge for Central Coast because Dawson have looked good whenever they get their repeat chances.
It's almost like as well Dylan Thompson has woken up here in this match. I saw him a little earlier today. He was very, very quiet, but a lot more touches so far up against quality opposition. Here he is again now, bouncing around. Jones, Thompson, threatening. Jones back again. Plays it short. Good footwork from Jared Rodimer. Cut back on the inside. And in the process, probably cut a few blades of grass too. That's how sharp the step was.
Yeah, and that's a really, really well executed play. I think a lot of teams are going to be on notice when they see that. Dylan Thompson's thrown the ball. A nice dump. That's a second phase dump. Rather than hit the hole, they've dumped again. And then a ripping ball from the ground to Rodimer. And how about that left foot step, James? It's very hard to stop that. The defender's trying to get back on side. Watch him stamp it down. And a nice finish. So I think that would send chills down most of the defenders up here at State Cup to see that sort of class on display.
Swift movement from Jared Rodimer. Central Coast now needing a response. Beautiful draw and pass from Josh Moffat. Well, he was the main man that stepped up in that Vorden Cup Grand Final for the Central Coast. We probably had eyes for Luke Kane, but it was Moffat who really took his team by the scruff of the neck, and he's continued that form here. Beautifully done.
Yeah, Moffat definitely one of the class players in men's Premier League, and this is that composure we were talking about earlier, James, where the Central Coast of a few years ago may go into their shell when they're down by a couple, but not this team. This team are our current champions, and they're going to keep playing, and we saw it on that occasion.
And it was up against a man that probably knows that move better than most there. Kaya Ardita, former Central Coast Dolphin, is now Thompson. Draw and pass again himself, looking for Zach Sun, and they'll clear it through. So Moffat there, good honesty, has said, no, I didn't make the touch. And as quickly as Central Coast got one on the board, Doyalson hit back yet again.
Yeah, they probably wish they had that one again, the Dolphins, because a little bit soft defence or a little bit passive. I don't think the two defenders were necessarily having good communication on that occasion. They both looked a bit sort of passive, and there's that man again, Dylan Thompson. As you said, he's really stepped up a level in this match, hasn't he? He's warming into the event.
We talk about tapering for our elite athletes, and certainly Dylan Thompson doing exactly that here based on the efforts of day one. So they'll be turned away here, the Central Coast Dolphins. Niebel back to the 7. Lennon is out there for Central Coast. Quick release. Nowhere to go, though. And there is the turnover with the touch pass called. So approaching that halfway point of the match. Certainly still very tight, but Doyalson in front by 2. What do the Central Coast need to work on to try and get themselves back to level peggings?
Yeah, here's another pass out the back, and it's going to be another try to the Dragons. They're really turning the screws on Central Coast here, and again we're seeing it on the back of good ball. Nice little play out the back there. You'll catch it on the replay. This on the back of the drive. There's Dylan Thompson playing it out the back, and this is why it's so difficult to defend this Doyalson team when they get good ball. We've seen Dylan Thompson so far. He's had that passive or that deep pass out the back. We've seen second phase. We've also seen the hit short, the hit long. They really throwing everything at you. So Central Coast are going to have to work harder in the midfield to keep Dragons away from their line.
Lennon now trying to fire a pass here. Knocked up in the air by the Dragons and then recollected as we hit the halfway point in this match. 15 minutes to go, 5-2 the score. And Dylan Thompson, after a almost sleepy performance against Bankstown. He's been in absolutely everything. 3 try assists here. I've spoken to Coach Carly Banks at certain points about Dylan Thompson and the work he does, and the key word she uses to describe Dylan Thompson is enigma. And I think we're seeing that right here. It's when he wants to play, he can completely turn it on.
Yeah, well, normally, back in the day, he was always, his main feature of his game was his speed and his scoop. But, I mean, as he's developed, he's added all those high footy IQ things into his game. You know, his read and knowing what the defenders are doing. And now we're seeing really good passing game, second phase. Really got so many strings to his bow, so to speak.
A forced sub there for Central Coast, but now back to the full complement. Thompson picks up great quick delivery. Down to that left-hand link position where Fitzpatrick was occupying. Rodimer at first receiver. Back here for Thompson. Drops it down. Quick release once more for Thompson. There for Rodimer. Plays it just 2 metres away. Tip on from Fitzpatrick is superb. Well, that is Doyalson to a T.
Yeah, and of course the tip-on was pretty special, James, but you'll see that it's that man, Dylan Thompson, again with the second phase. He's got the quick release. Rather than dive into the line, he's returned it for a dump there. I think it might have been Rodimer again. Those two together, aren't they hard to stop? And then ripping the ball and then the eventual tap-on, as you saw, I think it was Fitzpatrick. So the Dragons really putting on a show, flexing their muscle here on the stadium field, giving Central Coast something to think about. They may be the reigning champions, but sometimes you're only good at your last game, and Doyalson probably getting them thinking about that.
Moffat there just turned away, very close to getting a third try here for the Central Coast. Here he is again now. Now for brother Luke. And often we see the flick pass come out when all other options have been exhausted. That certainly seemed to be the case there with just under 13 minutes to go at 6-2. I think next try is crucial, Stanto.
Yeah, Central Coast definitely started the game well, but then Dragons just sort of went another couple levels and Central Coast weren't able to go with them. And if you can just see even that set, Dragons are going coast to coast. Like, they're really getting up and down the field better than what Central Coast are. And that's a really good sign when you're thinking about third game on a Friday, where normally you'd expect a bit of fatigue to kick in. But the Dragons have actually raised the tempo with their driving. So, ominous signs, putting the competition on notice so far.
Well, Lennon bombing long, well taken in the end, but even better was the cover defence there from Harry Cash. Got there in time.
Yeah, pretty good work there from Cash. So what he's actually doing there, James, he's actually marking the link or the player inside. And as the ball's thrown over his head, he then peels off and he's got to get on his bike to get out and cover his opposite winger. So he's actually taking two attackers. And on that occasion, Harry Cash there made it look very easy.
He's almost inviting them to throw the pass. I dare you to try it. I've got the wheels, I'll get there in time, as now Sun scoops it up eventually and pops a little pass here for Eagleton. Thompson, one-handed once more. That time he got it a little bit wrong. It's probably the first thing he's got wrong in this match so far, Thompson.
Yeah, he's had a really good game here. I really like what I've seen with Thompson in sort of particular in this game. You know, probably would have liked to see more of it maybe when we were calling them at Country Champs. He's sort of showing lots of variety in his attack. Really good to see.
Thrown over the top here. There was a chance for the bat on. I think they did enough to jam in and stop that one from being scored. Well, Rainer Badior certainly thinks that he's got through scot-free, so to speak. The officials don't, though. And as a result, back to the 7 they go. And now we're approaching the final third of this match. That next try becomes even more crucial here for the Central Coast. Don't think they can afford to concede again if they want to come away with victory. 6-2 at the moment. Flat ball here for Thompson. Up towards halfway. There's a little bobble. And that will go the way of the Dolphins.
As you mentioned earlier, James, in the call, this is the rematch of the last year's State Cup final, the championship game, and this is the first time that they've met. So often the team that loses out, it means a little bit more to them on the next match-up. So I think Dragons probably a little bit more hungry here. They're hungrier than the Coast from what we've seen. So it's probably not the end of the world for the Dolphins, but I think they'll definitely want to have a look at this game later and come up with a bit of a game plan because the Dragons are looking very dominant here.
Moffat now brings it to the line. Little stunner step. Good touch made in the end, though. Turn them away. Moffat back to the 7-metre mark. Now Luke Moffat waiting for it. Back to Josh. They just seem a little bit out of ideas here at the moment, Central Coast. It's certainly not humming along smoothly.
Yeah, probably a little bit flat as well. So for different reasons, I think that's what we're seeing so far. But, I wouldn't take too much away from Doyalson. I think they definitely matched Central Coast early and then raised the tempo of the game, controlled the ball, got up and down the field. Here's another example where the Dragons have driven the whole field. Now they've earned the penalty. Central Coast are getting a little bit frustrated as well. So this is that blueprint. This is what Doyalson based their game on for so many years, and this is why they became so dominant. Controlling the midfield, very, very good structure in defence in their drive, and then really outstanding finishing on the end there. So obviously great work there by Carly Banks and the whole club, and that's why they're setting the standard and they're putting on a good show here on the stadium field.
And coming into this one, neither side had lost a match. Doyalson, of course, had the draw in round 2, but Central Coast, 2 victories, including over Hornsby, who are a real dark horse, if you will. They've certainly challenged time and again, and this time Riley Jones goes right up Main Street. So some uncharacteristic defensive efforts here from the Central Coast.
Yeah, probably a bit of a mental lapse there, and as I mentioned, they're probably just not as switched on for this one. They'll go back and regroup and look at a few things they can do better. And I think from the Doyalson side, like Dylan Thompson again orchestrating that one, and they're really enjoying their footy. Good to see lots of smiles out there, James. Doyalson looking to sort of get to climb back on top of the ladder, and they want that crown to be the best in New South Wales. They want it back.
Well, they certainly would be hurting over the past year and not able to do too much about it until this point in time as they send it wide now, Central Coast. Keeping alive. They're all very energised here. Late in the day, they've already played 2 other matches. They've left plenty in reserve, and that was nearly a case. Had his arm contacted that one there from German, who certainly did make a play at it being about 5 metres offside. I think he would have been sent to the other end of the field. That would have been a professional foul. As Langbridge pops it now for the run of Wilton. Retreating just a touch here, Wilton. Slowing it down about 10 metres away. Baying for the penalty. Making sure the Dolphins step up to meet him. And he'll eventually get it. It took a long time, but it is called.
Yeah, referee rightly penalising Central Coast for not moving forward. And then, again, as we've been saying for the last 20 minutes, Doyalson with a repeat set on the line here. This is when they're super dangerous. It's going to be hard work for Central Coast to hold them out.
Touch made there from Kane. Jones back on deck. He's the real danger man. Little as well, the American international. Ardita's already got 2. Trying to step on the inside there of the work from Waters, but Waters did enough. Back to Jones again. On the 7 here. Langbridge looking dangerous. Crabbing across field. Turned away from Luke Kane. Last one now for the Dragons. Rolling it back. It's a static start. Now simply pop it on here through Riley Jones, who quite simply was only interested in killing that as far away from the Dolphins' box as possible.
I think so. Central Coast have got a lot of quality out there, but maybe we get a few more touches or involvements from them in subsequent games, because definitely players like Chris Lennon, Luke Kane. You mentioned the Moffat brothers. There's a lot of quality there. So it's probably a combination of maybe Central Coast being one step off where they normally are, and Dawson really putting it together here on day one.
I would also like to see them, Stendo, just head a little bit wider. It's been very centralised, I feel, from the Dolphins so far in this one. Dawson probably happier to use the full width of the field a little bit more than Central Coast so far. It's Moffat turns it back out to that right-hand side. Once more, they're up very quickly. This time they go long. Popping a little pass here for Cook, who waits for an eternity to try and find an option here for Shelley, who's crunched in the process.
Was that Ardita coming across in defence? It was a great scramble. We've seen in 2 or 3 of the Premier League games today in the Men's Open that when the long ball goes over the head towards the winger, the link actually knocks off or stops chasing on the inside. We saw, I think it was a couple of teams. West were one of the teams that sort of sprung out. I think Penrith as well were a little bit guilty of that. But on that occasion, I think it was Ardita showing how it's done. Pretty good effort on the inside.
Very quick customer, Ardita. You think back to a few years ago, Madalitso Masashi, he was sort of the benchmark for speed, but Kaya Ardita, we haven't got to see it so far, but he's one of the real speedsters, and that's probably a pretty good example there defensively. Oh, big contact there from Richardson, but he'll actually win out, even though Fitzpatrick was the one who went flying.
Yeah, that one could have gone either way as well. Everything's got to be minimum force from the attack and the defence, so on that occasion they both come together pretty hard and probably could have gone either way. Is that the nicest way to say it?
Yeah, I think so. Richardson is with the forearm there, but Fitzpatrick, you can see him steaming in. He wanted a big touch.
I didn't say forearm. I was trying to say everything but forearm.
You can use forearm. That's all right.
Nothing gets past James Preston here in the commentary box. It's not his first State Cup, ladies and gentlemen.
There's a touch here from Fitzpatrick. I don't know what to make of that, as they'll pop it around now for Chris Lennon. Oh, Lennon, easy as you like and better than the Beatles.
Not bad, Chris Lennon. What you take away is that you're very experienced, James, and nothing gets past you. And Chris Lennon there, we sort of wanted him to be a little bit more touches, get a little bit more involved, and right on cue, James, Chris Lennon gets the ball, and look how quick he gets down. I think the number 71 was at Eagleton. Didn't have a chance to get back on side, and I think that's pretty positive for the Dolphins. You don't want to, go home losing 6-1 or, 7-2. So if they can get a couple back, that'd be good. Try and make the scoreboard a bit more respectable.
And of course, build for that final day is now Doyalson. Once more, we've had a lot of luck here. Perhaps luck's not the right word, but they've made their own luck in terms of dropping it very close to the line. We don't see it a great deal, but it's probably about 6 or 7 times in this game now they've opted for that 1, 2, 3 metres away from the line with a quick roll ball.
Yeah, and I think early in the game, Dolphins were able to execute a couple second phase plays, and then that sort of made the Dolphins a little bit gun shy in terms of coming up really hard off the line. So that's a bit of a product of that.
Oh, Wilton having a go from distance here. Good read defensively, though, from Riley Burke. Makes the touch just in time. Back onto that 7-metre mark goes Wilton. Daniel Langbridge hasn't seen a great deal of time out there so far. Langbridge, short ball now for Wilton. Slapped down there from the Central Coast. Lachlan Rayner Badior as a result. That will be an extra set as Daniel Langbridge exits the action. A couple of fresh replacements out there now. One of those is Riley Jones, who has ball in hand, and Lincoln Little. So there's a dangerous combination if ever you've seen one. Sun on to Little. Up towards the 7. Once more Jones looking long, sends it wide. A chance here to pop a pass back to Little. And marks up very well, though, the Dolphins. Through the hands quickly. That looked to be 4, though, there for Jones, who now hits the deck. So Sun has no support. Steps back on the inside. This will be the turnover here. I think that is a late call for the forward pass.
I think so. What are your thoughts on this, James? Like Central Coast, current champs, down by 4. You can't lose the State Cup on, or you can't win the State Cup on Friday. You can't lose it either. But how much do you think going down by 4 would be playing on their mind, or how much do you think it's just that's okay? That was just a bit of a warm-up. We'll be right come Saturday, Sunday.
I think it plays on their mind a little bit. It won't obviously dictate how the rest of the tournament goes for them. They've already had 2 good results in rounds 1 and 2. So, and up against, some reasonably tough opposition. Bankstown certainly gave Doyalson a run for their money as now Chris Lennon takes off, comes up with a flick pass nearly there. I thought potentially there might have also been a case for holding back the player there. And that's let go. So. But look, I don't think it's do or die as of yet here for the Central Coast Dolphins. It's day 1. Overall, their results have been pretty good. It's been a long time coming, this rematch, if you will. But I think if they can make the necessary alterations, they should be fine. Doyalson have been very good. I don't think the Dolphins have been any better than maybe a 7 out of 10, though. So, you get them both at 10 out of 10. I still think this one goes down to the wire, for example, if they meet again. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I raise it is that, we saw in the last game with Newcastle, I think, beating West by 4, and I know the games have evolved a fair bit, but in recent memory, I don't remember a team winning a State Cup, getting beaten by 4 or 5 on the previous day or on the Friday. So definitely it's something to keep in mind as we go deeper in the tournament, how much of these early results are actually giving us, hints of what's going to happen. Is Doyalson going to be, we're going to be seeing this sort of dominance on Sunday, or is it just, the way day 1 goes with the normal ups and downs?
Well, no, it's a fair point. I mean, to borrow a term from the NRL, we look at if a team gets beaten by 50, they've never won the premiership. The moment that happens, we pretty much strike them out. So I don't know if it's quite strikeout proportions as of yet, but it was still quite a dominant performance here for the Doyalson Dragons. 7-3 at full time. We've got one more match coming your way. It should be an absolute cracker in the 7:05 slot. Adam Collins will bring you all the action alongside Carly Banks. It's the Northern Beaches taking on Bankstown after a short break.
Move, get out the way, my feet wanna go dancing.
Please explain.
You beauty.
Foss, you know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again, it's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go. I'm losing it.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie, where this match wraps up day one of the 2024 New South Wales Touch Football State Cup. And it's a men's opens match to round us out. Northern Beaches taking on the boys from Bankstown. Adam Collins in commentary. Have James Preston alongside me for the time being. We'll be joined by Carly Banks shortly. James, fitting end of the match, a men's opens game. You've called a few today. Where do these teams sit in that men's open structure?
Well, Bankstown have surprised me. They really pushed Doyalson quite a bit previously and probably had a result they weren't too happy with against the Central Coast, but there's enough talent here that they could really emerge as a dark horse in this competition. For the Northern Beaches side, I think they're in a pretty similar vein of form, so probably maybe squeezing into that quarterfinal contention, but I think Bankstown a little bit more likely.
As we see Bankstown with the first opportunity to score, they get across the line, but the referee calls the touch, and it is now the Northern Beaches making their way off their try line, and they're looking for that subset play, as lots of teams do, working straight to the sideline. They're only up to their own 10-metre line, so they want to cross halfway if they can. 2 touches remain here. It's been good defence from Bankstown. Final touch. Good release. Wrap-around play, a little one over the top. Enterprising from Northern Beaches, 6 more. So they get all the way down. Can't cross the scoreline, but they earn an extra set of 6. Great hands, great foot speed from the Northern Beaches. This is where they're dangerous. Keeping a look on number 8, Tomoko Berriman-Duff. He's one of the hot hands in this Northern Beaches lineup. Tylan Berryman as well.
Yeah, they were exceptional at the World Cup for the Cook Islands, who were, really thereabouts for much of the tournament. Ended up finishing 4th, so nearly came away with a podium finish.
As we see them on the attack, there he is. Gets down low, tries to dive under. The referee was right on the spot, calls the touch. And it's ball down now. Change over for Bankstown to work their way off their line. They're going to work through the middle for a couple of touches. Good release now out to the edge. Extra metres back on the inside as well. Fresh legs onto the field for Bankstown. Right up to the halfway line now. Good penetration into that defensive line for Northern Beaches. Little ball back on the inside. That'll get extra space as well. Up to the 7-metre. Pick and go. Long ball into the link. Quick hands to the winger, but the referee is dropping back in field for a forward pass. End-to-end stuff here, James. Exactly what we thought we'd see.
Yeah, great stuff from both teams. 2 very quick sides, 2 relatively young teams as well, and we're seeing that fast pace to open this one inside the first 2 minutes.
Great conditions. It's been very hot. These boys are playing in the stadium. Much better conditions. Not sunny now. The sun's dropped down behind the stadium, so the surface is in total shade as we see a nice one-handed pick up. The wraparound play again. Acceleration. They look to come back on the inside, and unfortunately, Laconius Pucky put that one down, and it is the Bankstown team on the attack again. They'll get a relieving penalty on the halfway line.
A good chance here for Bankstown just to settle a touch. I think they've started this perhaps a little bit nervously, a little bit too hurried. We've certainly seen they have a fair bit of composure so far throughout day one, so I'd like to see them go back to that.
It's been a frenetic pace this match so far as they shift the ball wide out to the left wing. Now they centre it up once again. Mitchell Gray with the ball now. Kieran Hughes was on fire in the earlier match.
Oh, and there he is.
His way. Just a little touch as he went across the line. They'll need to keep an eye on him. He was the maestro. There's a little flick out the back. A good cover defence again from Whittaker Rizhatu. And that shuts it down for Northern Beaches. They come off their line again. There's a little reliever for Bankstown. This is a great opportunity here, James. 15 metres out, full set of 6.
Yeah, still no score as of yet. Great chance to just find the front, dictate terms a touch here. I would have liked to have seen them keep Hughes out there for this particular little passage of play, but still a few weapons out there for them, including Bazounis.
Bazounis, again, was a hot hand in the earlier game. Bazounis really stood up. But now it's with Mitchell Gray in the middle. He spreads it out to the right-hand side. Bazounis sweeps. They come back to the left. Long ball over the top. Tap back inside. One-handed by Bazounis. But again, the referees, you could see them making their way back out to the 7. They saw a penalty. Forward pass was the call from referee Skelly. And the play rolls on once again. This transition end-to-end. Good defence there from Bankstown. Up off the line at speed. Shutting it down. A little bit of confusion there in that sub-play. Now they're on. Pick up one-handed. Little scoop and go. But he gets touched, referee. The flowing locks of this referee. Has to be said. Looks like he's moving quickly out there. Hair flapping away in the breeze.
It's almost majestic, Adam.
It's right up there, I have to say. Mullet of the tournament. And now Bankstown. Again, they accelerate up over the halfway line. George Uzzi is the number 4. There's a long ball. Space, but look at the cover come across. It was a big dive athletically, but great defence from the Northern Beaches. Young fella got across. Great speed. Now he's going to work hard to get off. I think he's earned it.
Once more it came from the work of Kieran Hughes through the middle. Great agility, then firing a long pass. Unfortunately for Pritchard, was caught a little bit flat-footed, so that's why the finish was a bit tougher than he might have anticipated.
And then a penalty there. That's a real reliever for the Northern Beaches as they work their way up to the halfway line. Bankstown give away a penalty, so a great opportunity now. Northern Beaches can settle it here in the midfield. They kick out through Tylan Berryman. He goes across, gets the ball away. Referee signals all clear. And that is try time for the Northern Beaches. And it is number 1, Tylan Berryman, who got out of half and found support to open the scoring here in this match. 6.5 minutes gone. Northern Beaches take that lead 1-0. And as it's Raphael Asher who steps out of the touch. You see it here. No, it's not Asher. My apologies. Aiden Masters it is. And he receives the congratulations of his teammate.
Well, it's the old firm back together here, Adam, from the 2024 Touch World Cup. Berryman was terrific. Berryman Duff, of course, was the man that probably caused the most damage for the Cook Islands, but Tylan Berryman, a great assisting role throughout that tournament, and once more finds an opening.
Nice ball here, James. Out to the wing, he gets up high, pulls it down almost AFL-like, takes the mark and transfers it to the ground for a try. Well done. Bankstown striking back.
Yeah, it's Navpreet Singh here who's on song with the finish. It was a tough one to take above the head. Does a really good job with limited room to work in as well. And once more, Bazounis working at pace, digging into the line, and then lovely pass fired out there. I think it might have been from Mark Kennedy, who's had a really good first day as well.
And the pass had to be on the money too. The winger came in at pace to try and shut it down. Quick hands, almost magician-like, as he made that one disappear and reappear in the hands of the try scorer. So now, a little dance around, 10 metres out. Nathan Wong it is. He puts it down now. There's the big long bomb. How's this one going to be viewed?
Oh.
Sideline referee had the arm up across the chest to signal a forward pass. It's a real skill to make it travel that distance, but you've got to have it backwards out of their hands.
And it's really hard just to twist the body enough so that you can generate enough power and also make sure it's heading out of the hands backwards. So I think they've done a pretty good job so far, both these teams, to just ask a few questions when they've come down each other's end of the field. And I think the next one could be a very crucial try here, Adam.
This is another one that looks forward. Tap the ball back inside, but again, the referee tucking back to the 7-metre line. And it is Northern Beaches who stand up tall in defence. Now they'll come out off their own 7. And thank you to James for sticking around. We are being joined by Carly Banks, fresh off a victory with the Doylo boys. KB, thanks for joining us. Take a breather. We're not going to throw to you too quickly.
We're all good here, Ads. And what an interesting game we've got here, mate. 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1, very evenly poised. Not just on the scoreboard. Both teams they're frenetic in their pace. We've called it a couple of times. They're just really taking it to each other. There's been a couple of penalties given away, a couple of long bombs that are forward passes from both outfits. So whoever can tidy that aspect of it up, I think, might get some ascendancy in this one. So we see on the 7-metre line, here's the man with the hot hand, Kieran Hughes. Long ball out to the left. Can he get there on the ground? He does. Great transition. Had to get down on his knees to take it, KB. And then the transfer for the try. Great strike back there for the Bankstown boys to jump out to a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, he loves this time of the year, Kieran Hughes. He set this tournament alight last year, Adam, and then I was lucky enough to work with him in the Indigenous All-Stars team, in 2024, and he, he's just an exceptional talent, great right to left, and that's money for jam for him.
In the earlier match we saw him as well. He really stood tall for the Bankstown team and took it to a much fancied opposition, and he was on fire. So now we see the Northern Beaches roll up to the halfway. That's Tomoko. Berryman Duff it was that took the ball into the line, but they lose possession.
Yeah, and he's a great young player. Had a really good NYC this year, Adam, and he's come of age.
It's great to see all these youngsters just pushing ahead in this men's open. It's a premier competition in our sport here at the State Cup, and now it is Bankstown up over the 10-metre line. They're now about 10 metres out from the Northern Beaches scoreline, and a little sloppy pass there, and Hughes, as magic as he is, not able to reel that one in. Now the Beaches, they make their way across to their sub-box. They're looking for fresh legs. They come on in numbers now. Needs to straighten up there. Now they push it out to the right. They have a line out there, but they'll settle it back through the middle just to try and get that little bit of momentum shift. Back on the inside. A little bit of confusion here. Just trying to move that defence around. They break back to the short. He's through now. And then just a man left. They're going to claim here. You can see the Bankstown defence claiming that they're interfered with. The link player, you can see there's a little bit of a interchange out there. And the referees are going to come together, and I think they're going to go the way of the Bankstown defence.
Yeah, this would be really interesting on the replay there, Adam, because obviously something happened in that sort of ruck area. Oh, he's calling a late pass there.
Let's have a look at it here, KB. So he skips out. He's definitely away from there. There's no touch affected.
Yeah.
That's incidental play for mine. But the referees, they came together and discussed it. Let's see it again.
Yeah, he's calling a touch. I believe he's called that touch. And Berryman was quite animated about the touch. But the referees saw it that way. And, fish and chips, we move on.
Yep. We're back with the play here. Great pictures from Bar TV. We'll let you be the judge at home. And Bankstown roll onto the 7-metre line. Half court, so it'll be a changeover. No damage done to the scoreline except the Bankstown boys will be wishing that they got across the line there.
And that won't, that call was a bit unfortunate there for the Northern Beaches, but Berryman's a class act. Again, Adam, I was lucky enough to have him in the Australian Under-18 boys last year, and he was the player of the series for us, and my reason for giving it to him was because he didn't make a mistake for the entire series. That's the sort of clinical player that he is, and I think things are going to turn a little bit here, and that's, a really well-earned penalty, I think, there for the Northern Beaches, and I don't think it'll be time before it pays pay dirt here for an Adam.
It was a good transition play off their line. They worked it all the way down the field. As you said in that your summary there, patience.
Oh.
And for such young players, they have so much patience.
Yeah, they're very, very talented, very exciting. Number of these boys went to the NYC, the championships as well, and made the top 4 there. So, there's some really, really good talent in this Northern Beaches lineup, and full credit to their coaching staff and just the enthusiasm and the ability that this young team play with.
Masters it was there with a long ball over the top, was tapped back inside. It's play on, and that's Tomoko Berryman Duff there with the ball. He'll settle it down once again. Tyrone Fender He's out here to the left. Looks short, hits. Oh, that was down. It was over the line. It was beautifully executed, and unfortunately, it was that last grasp that saw it go over the shoulder. And the coaching staff get behind him and just say, let it go, mate. Aiden Masters it was.
Yeah, nice piece of play there. Like, it won't be long. They just need to be nice and patient, as you said, Adam. And, they're going to break through here soon. They're creating enough opportunities. And the important thing is to just keep your head on and know that, eventually you're going to, get over the stripe and you're going to get the score that you deserve. So, yeah, it's just persistence and it's just patience.
Yeah, so often you see teams having a crack and they just keep going and then they drop their heads when they don't succeed after a few attempts. I don't see that out here. These boys are just keeping it going. They're trusting their processes. And let's see. There's that little one over the top. It was almost a half pump, and then over the top it was.
Yeah, it's interesting because they've been splitting them with that long ball, and, it's often the thing, isn't it, with young players? If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Just keep staying with it. But they went for the little sinker one, but there's still plenty of space out here on the flank. So, yeah, I'd expect the coaching staff, Mitch Walken's down there in that box, I expect that they'll, go back to that 4-on-3 platform that's created a lot of problems here for Bankstown.
So here's Hughes now. He switches play up a couple of times in that set. Here we go now. Again, back to the left. Needed to stay out there. They created the space in the middle. They jammed up a couple of defenders. Unfortunately, the link player looked to collapse.
It's funny, isn't it, that, they were doing the right thing by, trying to get them up both sides of the ruck, but then keep your width and keep trying to run them out. And then that 4-on-3 platform is so much more effective, isn't it, Adam, if you're able to, stretch the defence a bit more laterally.
Absolutely. And we see now Northern Beaches up over the halfway line. It's Whittaker. Here's Hatu. Now it's a changeover. So down in enemy territory where they want to be, but they would have liked to have gone deeper in that set. So this will give Bankstown a chance to roll up to the halfway line. There's a little touch. He has to go back to the mark. Now they roll it forward once again. Good defensive pressure there from the Beaches. Nelly got tangled up in the ruck but did well to avoid that penalty. Now they move the ball to the right. Cover comes across. Sweeps back to the left. Good one-handed pick up. Long ball over the top. This one's on the money. Great pass.
Yeah, that's a fantastic piece of play from Bankstown, and against the run of play, right? We've seen Northern Beaches look like they should score on numerous occasions, and they've just hung in, and really waited, for their sort of opportunity, and that's a great long ball from none other than Zach Bazounis. He's been in absolutely cracking form in the Vorden Cup this year, Adam, and usually plays mixed. He's in the New South Wales Men's Open squad, and we had a chat with him and said, mate, if you really want to put yourself, in contention, you've got to be playing men's open, and he's responded in kind with,
He's absolutely stood up here today in these matches so far.
Yeah.
And neighbour of our co-commentator, Gab Rose, she tells me.
Yeah, he's a class act, Zach, and coming back from a knee reconstruction and lots of things, and you often find that these champions who've been through these hard times, they come back even better, and he's an outstanding player.
Oh, nice ball, shut down, coming across in cover as well. The referee's going to call a penalty there. I think it's more that standoff. He had to be coming up off the line.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good penalty there from the referee, and it's given Northern Beaches an opportunity here, and let's see what they can do with this repeat set, Adam.
On the 7 metres, a little pass away there from Tylan Berryman. It's Tomoko. Berryman Duff again, a little release. Look at that. Sleight of hand, the magician. Tomoko, Berryman Duff, beautifully delivered.
Yeah, there's some great footy there. Those boys, they do it in the backyard. They do it wherever they can. As you said, they were at the World Cup doing a good job for the Cook Islands as well. And they're just absolute superstars, these young fellas. And you just can't wait to see how they develop their games over the next few years. Look at that sleight of hand, goes right to the line.
But what really impressed me about that, KB, was the vision.
Yep.
He'd locked eyes with his defence, and he'd sort of almost said, "You're going to follow me," and then got the ball away. Great heads-up touch footy.
Absolutely.
From such a young man. That's exceptional. Now, Bankstown back on the 7. A dive over. Yeah, that was down. The trailing defender didn't come hard enough.
Yeah.
And he waited for the opposition to dive before he committed himself to the defence.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic call there from Kim Skelly in a great spot. But it's Daniel Stone. How many times have we seen him do that for Bankstown, for New South Wales and Australia over the years? He's had a little bit of time off the sport and he's come back with a vengeance here, Daniel Stone. And, if Bankstown are going to go really far and deep into this tournament, he'll be a keystone.
He'll be one of the keys, yeah, absolutely. And again, he's keeping those youngsters together and just working on them. And that patience that we see an intercept taken. Can he go coast to coast? The chaser is coming in the shape of Deacon Ahapene. That's a great touch from Deacon. Outstanding, but they have numbers now. Can they shut it down? They do. Wow, the last pass. It was a 3-on-none overlap.
Oh, wow. And that is just an absolute ticket for, sticking in the contest, just never giving up, just fighting and fighting and fighting. And, whether that's the enthusiasm of youth or whatever it is, these young Northern Beaches boys, they just keep turning up for each other. And, it was just absolutely fantastic touch from them.
But on the flip side, from the Bankstown perspective, it was a blood rush. Yeah, they had one man out there in defence. All he had to do was draw and pass, and they threw the miracle ball.
Jeez,
anyway.
We're seeing everything in this game at the moment, aren't we, Az? It's a million miles an hour.
Absolutely hectic.
Our viewers at home on KO Sports are just having an absolute, great time tonight, like watching these two teams go around, and it's a good way to finish to get to the back end of our day, Adam.
It's been a great day, and whets the appetite for tomorrow when you bring something like this. Just looking at the skills on display, these young fellas. Great hands, great foot speed as well. The dedication of that chase. And then on the back of it, they snub it out and live the fight another day. Less than 10 minutes to go here. Switch pass back inside.
What a touch.
Referee Skelly on the spot once again. Calls a touch, gets it right. He was down there.
Great work from Packy. He had to make that touch. And
he over the line, and a touch affected.
Came up with a big defensive play and saved his team's bacon again.
Now it is Northern Beaches coming off their own line. End-to-end stuff here in this closing fixture. Day one.
Looks a little sneaky down the sideline. These boys are pulling out their catalogue of plays in this game, and it's really exciting to watch these young fellas run around here, Ads.
Tyrone Fender gets the dump down. Intercept. They won't catch Kieran Hughes. Here comes Deccan.
Here he comes.
Look at this. They're going to catch him.
He's mowing him down.
Deccan Ahapene. He dives, can't get there. Kieran's shortened up a little bit close to the line. He's done, I reckon. He wants a rest here.
Yeah, Kiss has had a day out, hasn't he? He's been arguably Bankstown's best all day, and gets that intercept and has to do the hard yards. The best part of 65 metres there. He's just starting to tighten up towards the end, but you can't blame him after the day he's had. But a valiant chase too from the Northern Beaches.
Deccan Ahapene, he was there again. He was the same young fella that chased them down the first time round. Couldn't get there that time, but what an outstanding effort. I think his teammates owe him an extra slice of pizza or whatever they're going to have tonight. KB, what's on the menu for the Doylo boys?
The boys are just going to get dinner on the way home and, have an early night, and we'll reconvene in the morning, for a team meeting and a bit of a video session in the morning. We don't start again until 3 o'clock tomorrow, first game. Okay. So the boys will take it easy tonight.
Excellent. A little bit of a sleep in.
Yeah, we'll give them none. They had an early one this morning, so
pool sesh.
No. We had a jersey presentation this morning and just a team meeting. So at about 7:30. So we'll let the boys have a sleep in tomorrow.
Nice. But you'll be out here.
Yes, mate.
You'll be out here at the crack of dawn.
Doing what we do.
Plenty of stuff to do here at the State Cup. People to see, games to call, and we love it. As we see Bankstown, they love it as well. Taking it into the Northern Beaches one more time. A little knockdown there. Who was it that got up in the line? Tyler Love, I think it was, that knocked that one down.
Yeah, and he's a class act too. Obviously played for Hornsby the last few State Cups and that. So, good to see him with these young boys and having an impact.
Quite a bit of experience scattered through the young talent as well, which is great to see. That one back on his... He jams it up. Interesting there. I thought they might have said that he passed it into the player. But 6 more here. Full set of 6 on the 7 metres. Here's Hughes. Player was called offside. Yeah. Referee Skelly calls the player offside. And the anticipation there from Hughes, as soon as he heard the call, he just got down and went under the other touches.
And what I like about this young man, he can pass, he can catch, he does the work in the midfield, passing game both ways, and he's a really good defender, Adam, and, he's worked so hard on his game the last few years, and, I, for one, am pretty excited to see him, playing the way that he's playing.
Yeah, I'm a big fan as well, KB. I'm on that bandwagon, so like you, I look forward to watching him well into the future and to whatever representative heights he might make, but at the moment, he's really putting it out there for his team from Bankstown. There's a cutout pass, that tap on went forward. And we'll take a breather here as the ball comes back into play, because it has been end to end.
It's been a crazy day, Adam. It's been so warm and so hot out there, and hats off to all the players, the referees, coaches, officials and spectators who have turned up on day one. And, it'll be interesting to see what the impact of, today's conditions have like tomorrow, and obviously then leading into Sunday. So it's been a great first day, and, let's see if we can back it up tomorrow.
And you're backing up off the Queensland State Cup last week. What about the conditions up there?
Oh, they were atrocious.
Wow.
Adam. It was a little bit. I was in my job with Caboolture Touch as their pathways manager. The tent, we had some leeches, we had some things going on with all the rain and all this stuff. So didn't spend much time in the tent.
Surprised there weren't eels there, the amount of water you had.
It was crazy, but full marks to Queensland Touch to be able to continue
to get a tournament.
The tournament, absolutely. There were people, volunteers, people out there like with the squidgy mops, getting the water off the turf. It was a really nice community feel, which is what our sport's all about, Adam.
Absolutely.
So it was fantastic to see.
And you see that out here in this lineup, this Northern Beaches lineup, the family names that are scattered through there, the Masters and the Berrymans, and it's just that's the beauty of our sport, that the community comes together and gets it, underway whenever we possibly can. And the State Cup here in New South Wales, Port Macquarie, steeped in tradition, and this is just another brilliant episode of it.
It is. It is the best tournament on the calendar, Adam. Like everybody looks forward to it. We always say it's like Christmas time for touch heads, and it is like the best tournament in the world. And the way everyone's turning up in the right spirit and playing like this, as you're saying, it's another great instalment in the history of this great event.
Sideways there, KB.
Oh.
He sat on the seat sideways.
A little kick, and
came a cropper. And
Kim's not gonna cop that. That'll be a penalty there.
You thought you were being funny. Watch this. Penalty. Get back a further 10 metres.
He's forced something him, and that's the mark of one of the best referees in our sport, just sort of to make sure that puts an end to it. The young man won't do it again, and the game will continue to flow on. If he just gives the penalty, then the players go, bit of a half a chance to try this again, but they know that it's going to be a more serious
especially
repercussion next time.
It was in the area of the halfway. If it happens down the defensive end of the field, and that sub player's got to get his backside off.
Absolutely.
So you want to stamp it now and say, none of that. And as you said, Kim Skelly, one of the best. And he rules that centre. As we see Bankstown on the attack again.
And not moving forward.
The ball play 10 metres out, just moving it left and right. The defence weren't going up the speed the referee said they should. He would have been talking to them. The communication from the centre referee and the sideline referees as well. Yeah,
and that's definitely a trademark of the Bankstown team. They like to get defenders up both sides of the ruck. They check it back and forwards between players, trying to get that defensive line moving forward, as many defenders as they can implicate as possible, Adam, and that's a really good tactic from them.
And that's part of it as well, that little short passing game to try and draw that second defender in.
Yep, definitely.
And they've got that speed and skill set from the acting half position with the likes of Azzy, and also, as we said before, Bazunas.
And you've got Stone on this side. It's pretty stacked, isn't it?
It's a stellar middle right there. There's a nice release in the hands of Azzy. He goes back to the inside.
And Stone's just biding his time out here, waiting for his opportunity. Yeah.
You see him pointing. This game of chess that touch has become.
Oh,
stop it.
That's ridiculous.
I'm not sure that was the setup that they were after. I think the result came as a surprise to both defence and attack.
Definitely. But
Hey,
opportunistic from
100%. You have to be there, don't you?
Yeah, from Mitchell Gray. He's done a really good job there. The links come in. Tyler Love's just throwing his head back as soon as he's done it. He realised that he was gone.
Yeah, as soon as he collapsed, he just went, oh, no. And as he went, oh, thank you. There's a space.
There's a nice early Christmas gift for me. I'll take that one.
Didn't even have to unwrap it. So now they push out to the right, this Northern Beaches lineup. They're down 7-2. Long ball over the top, can't be taken.
And that platform's been there. It was there early on for the Northern Beaches, that little counties and the early release to the winger. And we haven't seen it for a couple of players. They tried to hit link, tried the sinker, tried to be a little bit cute. When they go back to that sort of stuff, it's bread and butter stuff for them. And it's one of those things as a young team. They've got so many options and so many sort of skills in their kit bag that sometimes you can sort of get a little bit lost with so many options. So it's really important for that coaching staff to really work hard with these young guys and just
control it a little bit.
Yep,
yeah, just try and rein on it.
Get them into that thing where they're a little bit more clinical.
Yep.
Because when they get to the business end of the comp, that'll be the stuff that determines how far they're going.
Absolutely.
From here on in.
Great insight from one of the best in the business, KB. Coaching hat on up here in the commentary position. Love it. And now we see knocked down from Bankstown. 20 seconds remain on the clock here. And the Beaches, do they just play it out or do they have a crack?
I reckon they'll be having a crack.
I think they'll be having a crack. Tomoko gets it down. Now they spread it out here to the left. Fresh legs will go on. They've got 5 seconds. Can they crack it from here?
Now.
One touch.
Here we go.
There's the hooter in the background. He didn't quite get the timing right. But wow, what a fitting end to what's been a sensational day one of the New South Wales Touch State Cup here in Port Macquarie. Bankstown take it out 7-2 over Northern Beaches. And KB, after the day you've had with your team and the opposition that you've been able to stick around and watch, both up here in the commentary, and I know you do a fair bit of the tactical stuff around the grounds. How's it looking? How tight is the men's opens competition?
Adam, the men's open competition, is wide open as it's ever been. Day one's been, there've been some up and down performances from everyone across the board, including us. It's the tournament's got a long way to go, mate. You'd be a pretty brave person to try to, isolate your top 4 or your top 8 right now. So, it's just a very even competition, and everyone's looking forward to what happens over the next couple of days.
And before we wrap up, I've got to give the Doyalson team a shout out, bringing back the retro look with the collars. I love it.
You like it?
I love it. Collars up for the sunshine. And ladies and gentlemen, what a great way to wrap up what has been a sensational day one here from Port Macquarie. We hope you've enjoyed it on KO Freebies. And thanks to the Bar TV team for bringing you all of the action here from State Cup, Port Macquarie. We'll be back with you all the action tomorrow from 10 a.m.
Please explain.
You